Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Oh, is it a Football Friday? I believe it is a Football Friday. Hell yeah. It is a Football Friday here on Sports Radio 610. Indeed. Welcome in, everybody. On a Friday, I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne, and we are fired up. We are 72 hours away? Is that how long it is? So less than 72 hours away from Texans. They're about 72 and change from the Texans and the Steelers. We got a lot of football in between. How are you this morning, my friend?
I'm good. I'm getting really excited for this entire weekend in the NFL. I'm also starting to enjoy people coming up with all of the reasons why the Texans couldn't possibly win in Houston or in Pittsburgh. And they're lying about it, Sean. People are lying about it. Now I've seen somehow the Steelers, Mike Tomlin not having lost at home on Monday night has turned into, I saw somebody this morning saying, the Steelers have never lost on Monday night and the Texans have never won in Houston or in Pittsburgh. And I thought to myself, that's weird. I distinctly remember myself in Jersey and winning in Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
and
in dominating fashion.
The Steelers have indeed lost on Monday night. Now, Mike Tomlin has never lost on Monday night in Pittsburgh at home.
Right.
So we live in this era where people feel like they can say whatever they want, be factually incorrect, and when you correct them on it, they say, well, but it's still true what I'm saying. My point is true.
Yeah.
Well, then don't lie. Don't lie. Yeah,
it's good. It's good that we have watchdogs like you out there to keep these people in line. You know.
A lot of Steelers fans seem to be pinning their hopes on the fact that Trey McBride went off versus the Texans, and that Freiermuth is now going to dice the Texans up over the middle of the field. And I think that's a valid thing to look at.
I do
it's
too.
Just a few weeks ago, the Texans, you saw that, man. If they're not dialed in and they're not playing their brand of defense, they're going to be susceptible to a guy, a really good tight end.
Not to get too cocky on the defensive side of the ball, but there's not if you're a Steeler fan, I don't blame them for looking at that and being something to cling to because there ain't a lot to cling to. You know, there's not a ton to, and we'll have Andrew Filipponi on at 8:00 today. He's one of the afternoon hosts on our sister station up in Pittsburgh. And that's one of the things I'm anxious to find out what the people in Pittsburgh are feeling about this Texans defense, given the coverage that they're getting nationally right now.
The one thing about Freiermuth, who I feel like he's been underutilized this year with the Steelers, and yet Freiermuth, good player. You're no Trey McBride, all right? Who the hell do you guys think you are comparing Freiermuth to Trey McBride?
Yeah.
Freiermuth has had 100-yard receiving game this year, and it was against the Bengals back in October.
Okay.
He's had multiple efforts out there where he's had 3 receptions for 19 yards, 3 receptions for 27 yards. So he is very much one of the threats you have to worry about with the Steelers.
He's a good player. Yeah,
he's a good player.
Yep.
But I'm not overly concerned about him unless the Texans show up and decide to lay an egg.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think, I look at Freiermuth, I would think how maybe Pittsburgh is looking at this year's version of Dalton Schultz on the other side of things. Okay, he's a guy, if you leave him open, if you forget about him, he's got a connection with the quarterback, that kind of thing. I'm more worried about the running backs than I am the tight end, and I'm worried about DK Metcalf coming back. In fact, D'Amico Ryans was asked about that yesterday. Ben, let's hit that. D'Amico 5. That is a big story in this game. For whatever you've thought about the Steelers the last couple of games, know that their biggest offensive threat has been sitting off to the side, suspended for hitting a fan in Detroit. The upside of him being suspended for the Steelers is they still got in the playoffs. They would have been the 4 seed anyways. And now he's coming off 2 games where he's been able to kind of heal up a little bit. Here's D'Amico Ryans on the return of DK Metcalf.
And Metcalf gives them their full offense, where he lines up as an outside receiver. He does a outstanding job of just playing physical. One thing that sticks out for me with him, he's a physical receiver. Whether he's running the go ball, slants, whatever it looks like, he plays physical. So we have to challenge him. We have to definitely step up to the challenge there. We have to play physical as well versus him. It's going to be a tough challenge. He's done a great job his entire career of making big plays, down the field. And I know they're excited to get him back because he's such a huge part of their offense. And Aaron will definitely look to go to him, a ton. So we have our hands full when it comes to just challenging him and trying to make a play when the ball is up.
Is he a follow that guy around guy, Seth, or do you think they just play their normal
the Texans aren't doing that anymore. So
yeah.
it's you're going to have Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley playing outside at their respective positions, unless they don't feel like Kamari Lassiter is 100% healthy or something.
Yeah.
So I think that, and really it's a matter of, okay, is Kamari Lassiter healthy? Is he going to play? He didn't practice yesterday. From the comments, Kalen Bullock, I believe, Kalen Bullock was talking to Aaron Wilson, I believe, probably multiple others as well, but he was talking as if Kamari Lassiter is definitely going to be back out there, and so that's a huge X factor. If Kamari Lassiter wasn't going to play, then I'd be super, super, super nervous about DK Metcalf.
I saw Kamari saying it. Kamari popped up on the internet yesterday.
Oh, did he?
Too. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. He popped up on the internet yesterday.
Yeah, so they're
also
being careful with him in practice, but he's going to play this week. It would be a huge surprise if he doesn't play this week.
I think Kamari would say he's playing even if he was missing one leg.
Yeah.
So that's you probably take it with a grain of salt. 85 hours till kickoff. Appreciate that very much. 85 hours till kickoff between the Texans and the Steelers. Here's another one from D'Amico Ryans yesterday. D'Amico and CJ both met with the media. I do want to get to one in particular with CJ here in a minute, especially in light of the fact that Mike McDaniel got fired yesterday. I think people were very anxious. They didn't ask CJ about Mike McDaniel, but I think Nick Caley's a topic with some Texan fans for sure. But here, before we do that, here's D'Amico Ryans talking about this game. He said basically since week 4, every game's been a playoff game.
For this week, it's very easy for the messaging this week. Right? It's not a ton of, changing up the message or switching what we have to do or making it bigger than what it is. Everybody in our locker room understands what's at stake, what's on the line. We've been here before. We understand that. And at the end of the day, as I always talk about with our guys, it's going to be about your focus, your preparation, and how you go out and execute. If you do that the right way, then everything else will take care of itself. But we don't need to make the game bigger than what it is. It's still football. They snap it. We still got to go play fast and physical and make plays.
Yeah.
I don't know. As far as I'm trying to build this up into some superhuman effort or something. It's at the end of the day, it is what it is. It's the Texans are a better football team than the Steelers, but the Steelers are a good enough team that they're very capable of pulling off not even a huge upset, a 3 or 3.5 point upset. It does feel very much like one of those games where if you simply play your game, if you don't offense, because the Steelers have feasted on turnovers this year, and if you just don't make mental errors on defense, you should be able to win this game pretty handily. But the Steelers still have guys who are very, very capable of hurting if you just don't show up and play.
Yeah, the texter kind of echoes that. Who's got the better QB? Who's got the better defense? I'd say Texans for both. If the answer to those questions is Houston, we should win. Apply to any game.
This is an interesting one because before you lock in your bets, you like to take a look at the picture of the head coach and the quarterback.
Yeah, their face. Yeah,
right.
Just a headshot.
Yeah, it's just like, all right.
Yeah.
These leaders of men.
Yeah.
Et cetera, et cetera. Man, Tomlin strikes an imposing image there. And yet, Nico Collins is kind of so far in his career D'Amico Ryans is so far in his career establishing himself as one of these guys, one of these potentially great NFL coaches.
Why I'm not betting on the game.
Meanwhile, I think if you showed a picture of D'Amico next to Mike Tomlin to a lot of Steelers fans right now, they'd choose D'Amico in a heartbeat.
I think they would too.
They're fed up.
Yeah.
They're fed up with Mike Tomlin. There's won more playoff games in the last 10 years. In the last 10 years.
Oh yeah.
It's D'Amico Ryans. Tomlin hasn't won one.
And D'Amico's only had 2 shots at it. You know, like the Tomlin's had a whole decade to do this thing, man.
I guess I should. 2016 was the year that they went to the championship game, right?
Yeah.
In the last 9 years.
Yeah, they haven't won one since 2016. So it'll be like there's a lot of pressure in this game on Monday. Okay, So CJ met with the media yesterday, just to get off of the Steelers for a second. We'll dig plenty into the Steelers over the next 4 hours, and on Monday too. We'll be in on Monday. Seth and I are in all 4 hours on Monday for you to get you ready for that game. Mike McDaniel was fired yesterday by the Miami Dolphins, which led to a lot of Texan fans, and not just Texan fans, as kind of shaky as Mike McDaniel was as a head coach in Miami. There's a lot of fan bases out there that I think would like to have him as their offensive coordinator. I think there's Texan fans that feel that way. Here was C.J. Stroud yesterday when asked about Nick Caley and the job that Nick Caley's done this year.
I think, his ability to, to block out the noise and continue to go forward. I think, everybody in this day and age wants a microwave. They want just throw something in the microwave, let it heat up fast, and be a new product, and that's none of us. So, football is an oven type of sport, or whatever you use, a crock pot, whatever any of y'all use. Yeah, whatever. So, I think, this team, and we try to do our best to just block out the noise, and just stay, in our brotherhood and lean on one another. I thought he's done a great job of, leaning on us, asking us what we like, even if it didn't work, like not running away from asking guys, what they like, and putting guys in position to, do what we need to do best. So, we're still working. We're still, got ways to go, but I'm just proud of that guy, man. I think he's done a heck of a job of calling it, of, being honest, and I respect Kel's, like he doesn't, point fingers. And if he does, it's in the right way. It's not like blame game. It's like, hey, you can be better here because I know you can. So he's uplifting, and I have a lot of love for that guy. But he's done a heck of a job for us.
Okay, so for the Mike McDaniel people out there, anybody that was hoping C.J. Stroud would give an answer yesterday that would leave the door open to a new offensive coordinator, they did not get what they wanted yesterday.
No, they didn't. I think that this has been a process throughout the entire season of C.J. Stroud kind of slowly accepting Nick Caley. To base it on, I'll base it on two things. One, his comments in press conferences, that's a dicey way to judge things. But two, and more importantly, I think CJ has really latched on to some of the things that the Texans have to do to make up for some of their inadequacies on offense. And look, he hasn't gotten sacked in the last 3 games. He's got some of the lowest sack totals in the league. And a lot of that has way more to do with the offense getting rid of the football quickly than it does the offensive line playing incredibly or anything. Yep. They've had to account for a lot of weaknesses on the offense, and specifically on the offensive line, and they've made it less worse. So there's certain things you can and cannot do, and you got to be really selective in when you decide to dial up a shot play or when the quarterback holds onto the ball a little bit longer to try to hit it downfield. CJ's done a much better job this year of just when the easy first read is there, take it. There's times where people have gotten frustrated because they'll say, look, Nico Collins is open downfield. And yeah, that might be true. But there's also
right.
and like more times than not, you talk about the microwave versus the crock pot. Over time, a quarterback that takes that when the first read is open, you take it on first down. Over time, that tends to age better than the quarterback who's constantly waiting to see if the deep route's going to clear on first down, and then bam, you take a sack.
Yep.
So a lot of it this year with CJ has been just him maturing as the guy that understands when to take the easy money, don't go broke taking a profit, all of that stuff. And I think he and Caley have probably slowly started to, meet where they need to meet on all of that.
Yeah.
There is a little part of me that, chafes a little bit whenever I hear a 24-year-old saying, this day and age,
everybody wants the microwave.
No, CJ, your entire time you've been alive, the microwave oven has been a big deal. So it's been a mainstay. Not a big deal. It's been just something that's in the kitchen.
Oh, yeah, it's a standard.
For guys like Sean and I, that's the science oven right there.
Yeah.
Put it in that futuristic gadget.
Someone in the room there clearly yelled another apparatus to him because he's like, yeah, everybody wants the microwave. We're more of an oven society, or maybe you like the crock pot, or maybe, and he pauses and he goes,
crock pot's a good thing.
The crock pot's no, but someone yelled something because he paused, he goes, oh yeah, or whatever. I think someone yelled air fryer. That's my prediction.
Air fryer's kind of a faster way to cook something though too.
It's not microwave though. It's still it ain't hyperspeed.
Smoker, probably somebody in there.
Smoker.
Somebody is always trying to remind everybody how much of a barbecue expert they are.
Wood pellet grill. Traeger!
Yeah. Green egg!
Weber! Turns into a big battle. The Texas Star Grill Shop battle in the media room. Oh, that's funny. Hey, one more from CJ. You mentioned it, Seth, getting the ball out quickly, trying to account for the offensive line. CJ was asked, what do you think? How's your offensive line played so far this year?
I think they're doing amazing. I think a lot of guys have been in there, and, I think just schematically, too, just me trying to get the ball as fast as possible, or, taking one if one is there. I thought, we've all grown, from Titus all the way down to me, so I think the leadership in that room has grown. I think Cole, Cole's done an amazing job, and he's hard on those guys. He yells, he cusses, he does, everything that you think an O-line coach should do. Those guys, they're yes sir, no sir, and they're also don't back down when the challenge is presented. So they're the heartbeat of our team, and we go as far as they go.
I want my O-line. I want my O-line coach cussing. I mean it.
It's funny. There's some funny podcasts out there. I think Arian Foster on his macro dosing podcast at one point was talking about what you want out of your offensive line coach, and it's like big fat dip, anti-vaxxer. Like you want him. Ideally, he wears camouflage underwear or something. Like
camo somewhere.
Cole Popovich checking off all those boxes.
My God.
Yeah.
They need to do it.
Popovich is everything you want in a stereotypical O-line coach. This is a grumpy big dude.
Yeah. Basically what CJ just said, man. How would you grade Cole Popovich this year?
God, I think it's for him, again, to go back to the microwave versus crockpot analogy. He's done a lot of the really good crockpot stuff where the fundamentals are night and day compared to what they were last year. As far as the offensive line playing more technically sound football, they're way better. I think that, in old Belichick, I'll go back to the Belichick the old Belichick, theory of how you judge a position coach is how well are the guys playing.
Yeah, of course.
And they're playing okay. Like I think they've elevated themselves to a mediocre offensive line. Some of it, I think, is still just a matter of the talent level, and that you still need a couple more physically sturdy dudes in there, and you're going to have to keep working on that. But I do think that some of the younger guys who've only had a year of Cole Popovich's coaching, there's still upside there. I think there's still upside for Juice Scruggs, honestly. I think there's still upside for Jarrett Patterson. I think there's still upside for Jake Andrews, and then hopefully some draft picks or free agents in the offseason.
What about Blake Fisher?
Blake Fisher, there's upside too, and that's again in training camp he didn't look good at all.
Nope.
He's improved over the course of the season with relatively limited reps, and most of them coming as a sixth offensive lineman, which then it gets into a whole like the geometry is all different. So it's difficult, but he's improved. Still upside there for him. Thank you for bringing him up.
Oh yeah, no problem. We're streaming live on YouTube and Twitch. That's all thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers, and apparently that is a place that a lot of people are going to right now because there's signal issues right now. So stream live on YouTube and Twitch. Do it every morning. We appreciate you getting up with us here. We're with you till 10 a.m. this morning, and we thank Mokaram for the live stream. All right, we're starting to kind of gather the names. Who's with us, who's against us when it comes to you Texan fans, we Texan fans out there. This is a guy who is 100% with us and takes us on the exact journey to a championship. We will do that coming up next. But before we do that, the journey to the championship in the bedroom.
Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from
Payne.
Boomer Jackson Katie. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Wait, what? What? Hey, hold on.
What is it?
Ben, can you play?
Sean.
Ben, can you play that one more time? Are we in the wrong place? Hang on.
Are we supposed to be somewhere?
Play voice guy. I don't know. Ben, can you play that? Is it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Ben's holding up the number one finger here. I just want to make sure.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jackson Katie.
Oh no!
Here's Payne and Pendergast.
I've been to Boomer Jackson Katie. It's awesome.
Is it a breakfast place?
No, not that I know of.
Crap.
Right. Yeah.
They're going to be so pissed at us.
Dude, I would love to be at Boomer Jack's. The food is awesome.
Yet another job I'm gonna get fired from because I'm late.
It's a no-show. Seth, we're like mobsters. This is a no-show job for us.
We got to come up with a Johnny Manziel excuse.
Yeah.
Stomach virus.
Yeah.
It was brutal, man.
Yeah, I was playing with my nieces, and I got a virus before I went to the Jake Paul fight. Yeah. We're not at Boomer Jackson Katie. For any of you in Katie right now taking your car and doing the U-turn on the feeder road, like, oh, I got to go see Sean and Seth. No, I know Seth's looking around. That's not Boomer Jack's you're sitting in right now.
No, I'm looking at something's going on in my air. I think somebody snuck in through my air conditioning duct.
Ooh, the vents? Oh! Seth's going to get ambushed on Zoom. All right, so
that little Ocean's 11 guy is up there right now. I know it.
So are you with us or are you against us? That's what I always say when it comes to these national media types. I feel like Dan Orlovsky, very much with the Texans. He likes the Texans. We'll play audio a little later from, J.J. Watt. Definitely, I mean, that's an easy one. Chris Sims. This might be the furthest anybody's gone out on a limb for the Houston Texans in the playoffs.
Real quick before we play Chris Sims, I got to get one of our listeners sent us Colin Cowherd yet again, going back to his favorite well of comparing C.J. Stroud. His comp coming out
Jared Goff.
was Jared Goff. It's going to be year 12 for C.J. Stroud, and somewhere Colin Cowherd is going to be saying the comp coming out was Jared Goff.
Well, it's so funny you say that. I had Greg Toohey, who's Cowherd's producer, is from Houston. He listens to the show. He's probably listening right now laughing about that. All right, so here was Chris Sims yesterday talking about the Texans. He, like many, has the Texans beating the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I didn't have to think very much about this. Right. The only thing you worry about, I think, in this one is just C.J. Stroud, don't hold the ball too long and don't get strip sacked. Right. But I do think they'll be able to throw the football. I think they're getting better at throwing the football. Their offense has been somewhat good and it's got better. And I think a little bit of like what you talk about the defense, as we've talked about, it's a Super Bowl defense. But, did they fall asleep at the wheel a little bit the last few weeks? Because, hey, we're in the playoffs. Does it really matter? Right? You don't maybe play with the same type of intensity. You're going to see a Texans defense in this one that is going to go all out. They're pretty strong. So, yeah, I clearly like the Texans. I'm with you. That was one of the easier ones to pick right there.
All right, that one, as Sims is saying very positive things about the Texans, that part about, was the defense relaxing because they're in the playoffs or what have you, I think most people listening right now know and understand that, no, this defense, honestly, their biggest mistake sometimes is going too hard all the time.
Yeah.
But there were mental errors, most of them by guys who are backups, or there was a bad performance by Henry To'oTo'o in the Raiders game. But that was more because he was trying to play the role of Azeez Al-Shire, and that's not where he's best used. Azeez Al-Shire was injured, and they had to play with two linebackers the entire game. You can point to where the issues were on defense the last few weeks. None of them were a lack of focus, I don't think. No, and it was but they were concerning because it shows you, man, this defense is the number one defense in the league. Unless they're missing one or two key guys. Sure.
Injuries are going to change it. Yeah, injuries are going to change the calculus. The only issue the Texans have had over the last few weeks that I feel like isn't fixable is the depth at the other safety position. with Caley.
Concerned, right? Because Jalen Reed's coming off of his injury designation.
Yep.
You know, he's had a smattering of appearances this year. Only one game, I believe, where he played a big chunk of plays and did pretty well in it. But that safety spot opposite of Kalen Bullock is one of the sore points on this otherwise immaculate defense.
Yeah. So Sims and his co-host, and I don't know who his co-host was. It wasn't Florio. So Sims and his co-host were obviously going through the entire playoff in this segment that they were doing.
This is his Unbuttoned podcast, right?
Is that what it is? Okay.
I think it's
Yeah.
And the logo is like him because he always wears the top button of his shirt is always buttoned.
So this unbuttoned means he's cutting loose a little bit.
It's either unbuttoned or buttoned up.
Okay.
Must be unbuttoned. Yeah.
But it's his podcast.
And yet the logo is with the top button buttoned.
Okay. I'm glad we had this conversation.
No loss of focus.
So they were going through the whole playoff bracket, if you will, and in their version, the Texans wound up playing the Broncos in the second round. Sims ain't scared of the Broncos, man.
We got Broncos at Texans, defensive showdown. I'm going to go with the Houston Texans here. I'm going to go with the Houston Texans over the Denver Broncos. I like Denver a lot. I guess I don't trust their offense, really, and I don't trust it in this matchup. And I really felt the first time they played that Houston was the better team on the field. That was the game C.J. Stroud got hurt early on with the concussion. And I remember thinking during that game, man, if C.J. Stroud played, they would have won this football game. And they hadn't won until like a 3rd and 18 Bo Nix scramble that got them into field goal position. Believer in Texans. I think they'll stay hot. And I think Denver with the week off, as we've seen too, sometimes that makes people fall asleep at the wheel and get a little cozy and comfy there.
That, and he said, and Chris bringing up, like, hey, they it wasn't until that scramble by Bo Nix that the Broncos were even going to win that game.
Yeah.
I think for Texans fans, again, everybody listening knows that wasn't a one-off. If there's two things about this defense that you can point to say you got to have your head on a swivel, it's that they are not elite at preventing explosive plays. They're about middle of the pack there. So that's always a possibility. And then the scrambling quarterback, whether it's Bo Nix, Baker Mayfield, Justin Herbert, who else am I missing?
Trevor Lawrence.
Yep. Yeah, Trevor Lawrence, and especially Trevor Lawrence.
Cam Ward.
Cam Ward, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and remember, Trevor Lawrence did it well. They've got a kicker who can kick a 70-yard field goal.
Yeah.
And so the scrambling quarterback in the fourth quarter is something that keeps us on the edge of our seats. And I'm thankful and grateful to the Texans defense for that because it provides us a little bit of extra drama and tension.
Speaking of the Jaguars, guess who Sims has the Texans meeting in the AFC title game?
The most elite unit in the AFC is the Texans defense. There's no unit better in the AFC, either side of the ball, than the Houston Texans defense, right? So that's how I look at it. And then also in the AFC, I go, wait, I think the Jaguars have the second best defense. But yeah, I'm with you in that. I like these AFC South teams. I like the Texans. You like the Jaguars. But I certainly could see the Jaguars doing it. And I'm also like, I don't know. There's a part of me that's like, sometimes I think I look at history and go, well, the last time the game was in San Francisco for the Super Bowl, the best defense in football was there, the Denver Broncos.
Right.
And this time around, it's the Houston Texans. I don't know. Maybe history repeats itself and it's Denver there again.
Possibly.
I don't know.
Right.
But I'm going to play it's the best defense gets there once again, and that is the Houston Texans for my money.
Dude, that would be a changing of the guard. 2 AFC South teams in the AFC title game.
Yeah, baby. I want it.
SEC.
Give it to me. Yes. AFC South. AFC South.
Yes. Give it to me.
We got to work on our syncing up a little bit.
That's
there.
okay. It was organic, man.
Well, we were. You didn't know where. You didn't know I was throwing the dun. Yeah.
We good.
By EPA right now, depending on which EPA one to use, I'll use Sumer Sports. By the way, everybody, quick note. EPA can be whatever the hell you want it to be.
Yeah.
Because everybody, you can tweak the formula and everything. So I don't.
The one I use has the Texans winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's the only thing people are citing these days. And I'm like, all right, great. Yeah. We've reached the magical moment in football analytics where at any given time I feel like there are 478 top-tier quarterbacks by EPA.
I love it.
But by Sumer Sports EPA. Houston Texans have the number 1 defensive EPA. The Jacksonville Jaguars have the number 3.
Okay.
Yeah. Seahawks sandwiched right there in the middle.
Yeah. So we're looking at 17 14.
And the poor Browns.
Yeah, they got a great defense,
Browns
right?
have, by EPA, the fifth best defense.
Fifth best.
If you adjust that for level of difficulty because your offense hasn't done a damn thing, that's pretty impressive.
They're generational, yeah. Last one here. So Texans going to the Super Bowl. Sims has them against the Rams. Give it to me, Simsy.
Houston doesn't totally fit that mold on both sides of the ball, only one side of the ball, but yet they're going into the playoffs with, what, a 10-game win streak, right? Is that right? Or 9 or 10? I mean, something like that. So I'm going to have the Texans pulling off the upset over the Rams.
Oh,
I am.
That's all we need, Ben. We just I don't care how we got there. Let's give it to me, Ben. Play my music. Yeah, there we go.
Not to mention, just for sheer symmetry, this would be so beautiful. Because the Texans lose the first game of the season to the Rams, and then you go and you finish that business by beating the Rams in the Super Bowl. This has been one of my favorite NFL seasons ever. Not because they win the Super Bowl, but because of the symmetry.
The symmetry, the circle of life.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah.
I love it.
Oh, and I'm fired up for the playoffs.
The Rams now, if the Texans were to face the Rams in the Super Bowl, hats off to Sean McVay.
Yeah.
They are, A, really good defense. Yeah. But B, with Sean McVay, you always wonder, okay, why are you? But B, they're a completely different offense they were in week 1. They kind of had to redefine and reinvent themselves. They play with 3 tight ends all the time, and they've evolved as the season has gone along.
They've been playing without Devontae Adams for about the last month. They're supposed to get him back. If it were the Super Bowl, that'd be a 5 seed versus a 6 seed. In the Super Bowl. You'd be talking about 2 teams that likely had to go on the road for their entire playoff run just to get there.
I wonder if with the NFL. Oh, sorry. We got
to jump out.
We're just too enthralled with Chris Sims.
With Chris Sims blessing us with a fictitious Super Bowl. All right, let's get to headlines coming up next. There are Texans headlines injury-wise. Big headlines with the Astros yesterday and arbitration. College football playoff last night, which has me wearing this stupid T-shirt that Ben got me. We'll get to all that in headlines coming up next.
That's not a stupid T-shirt.
It's stupid.
It's a funny T-shirt.
And Ben bought me a large. This thing is painted onto me right now.
It's a nipple shirt. Oh, don't do that. My eyes. All right. Sean was just exposing him.
and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, headlines on a Friday. Let's start with the Texans. They were back at practice yesterday. We've played plenty of audio so far from D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud. Everybody very excited about the upcoming playoff game on Monday against the Pittsburgh Steelers. You can hear that game right here on Sports Radio 610. Kickoff is at 7:15, which means 4:15 for Texans Countdown with me and Seth. Clint and I will have the post-game show following what we all hope is a Texans victory. As far as news goes with the Texans, nothing major on the injury report that concerns me. There's a handful of guys that didn't practice yesterday. It's largely guys that have played lately and are probably going to play in this game, even though they didn't practice on Thursday. I guess the only news item would be Jalen Reed, rookie safety, who was out for a few weeks with an arm issue, had his practice window activated yesterday, which is significant because he plays the one position where the Texans have had a revolving door, and they're at a stage now where they're saying, at least I am, thank God Jalen Reed is back.
Yeah,
that's where we are with that safety
Jalen
position.
Reed, rookie, who's only played, I think, about 100 snap defense, and yet, hopefully, the
savior.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
So they've got one more injury elevation remaining in the playoffs now for guys on IR or what have you.
Yep.
So there's a little bit of flexibility with that. It's really, as long as all the starters are healthy, the big question mark is the guy that plays next to Kalen Bullock, and more so than anything, can he just execute the game plan and not make mental errors? You don't have to go out there and be an all-pro. You just got to do not let people behind you.
Yes, absolutely. So that's your Texans news. They're back at practice today and tomorrow. Astros news, they avoid arbitration with most of their arbitration-eligible players. The headliners yesterday, Seth, were Jeremy Pena and Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown, his first trip into arbitration eligibility, the two sides agree on a one-year, $5.71 million deal. Some of you are going, he was third in the Cy Young. He only cost $5.7 million. Yeah, that's how it works. Your first year in arbitration, if you're really good, you're still severely underpaid.
It's weird, man.
Yeah.
The arbitration is weird. That's all you got to know about arbitration. Jeremy
Pena made $5 million last year. This year, after finishing in the top 10 in the MVP voting, he will make $9.4 million and change. He still has 1 year of arbitration left next year. If he has a season this season like he did last year, he'll make a whole hell of a lot more than $9 million next year. Those are the two headliners. So you've got those guys locked up. Stephen Okert, Bennett Sousa, Jesus Sanchez, Jake Myers, Brian Abreu all agree to. He has Isaac Paredes. They're going to war, Seth. They're headed to arbitration with the Houston Astros. Two sides can't
weird,
agree.
yeah, because Isaac Paredes, who looks like he's 37 years old, is still very much in his 20s and still a young player.
Yep.
Which is nice. It's a good problem to have right now that they've got a crowded infield.
Yeah.
It's just how exactly do they navigate around it, and where do they use Paredes, et cetera, et cetera. I'm telling myself right this moment it's a good problem to have. Okay.
I still think there's a trade coming.
I think there is too.
I think they're gonna alleviate that logjam there. But yeah, so I think Yiner is looking for $4.5 million. The team's offered $3 million. Isak is looking for almost $10 million. The team's offered $8 million and change. And the way arbitration works, there is no middle ground. The time for middle ground has ended. It's one or the other. They should televise those. I would love to watch the arbitration hearings because the one thing you hear is that it's uncomfortable because the team is having to argue why a player shouldn't get paid a certain amount.
That's all the stuff you pay an agent to do for you, so you don't have to see how the sausage is made and hear about just all the negatives the team thinks about you. Yeah, you get to hear it. It's like going to divorce court and then
but you got to get married again. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, at least in divorce court, I got it off my chest, and it don't matter no more.
It really is. Arbitration is like it's like you're going to divorce court to tell how awful the other person is and how you were mistreated and you deserve this and that and the other thing. And at the end of it, you were right, you were wrong. Yeah. Now go back and live together.
Time to renew your vows.
Yeah.
So that's your Astros news right there. Man, spring training's going to be here before we know it. We're only about a month out from pitchers and catchers. College football playoff last night. The reason I'm wearing this stupid T-shirt that says Catholics versus common sense is because Miami beat Ole Miss last night. For those of you that listen on a regular basis, you know that Ben Gary, our producer, is a proud graduate of the University of Miami. Ben, you thought this would be a good idea to buy this for me for Christmas, right? This T-shirt?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And did you buy a large thinking that a large would actually fit me pretty well, or did you?
Yes.
You didn't buy it as a prank? Yes.
Totally.
You jerk. So when he gave it to me, I said, listen, smart guy, I'll tell you what, if Miami makes the championship, if they make the national championship game, I will wear that T-shirt on the YouTube and the Twitch the day after they make it. And here we are.
At least it's an American large and not an Italian large or something.
Oh, would that
Some of those Euro brands, their version of extra large.
Right.
It's like,
if people are asking, so does it fit? I'm like, well, in so much as it's on my body, it fits. But
it's a large. He's one of these portly people who drank this is more of a French accent.
Europe.
He's a pie eater. He's extra large. He weighs 170 pounds.
Catholics versus common sense. 27-24 was the final score last night. Thanks, Ole Miss. Appreciate that. Now I got to wear this tight shirt to work today. Indiana and Oregon tonight. You have a kid at Oregon. Are you rooting for Oregon tonight?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, all right, there you go. Ducks.
Go. That NIL money coming in from the poor.
Yeah.
If they could get a little success.
I hear that Knight guy got Nike off the ground finally, and we're going to see some money.
Love that my out-of-state tuition dollar is going towards those fancy universities.
You and I both been through that. Out-of-state tuition at Oregon. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Yeah, Indiana, Oregon tonight in the Peach Bowl. Tradition like no other. Rockets, Blazers tonight as well. All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Circle of Swarm, we're going to do that at 7:20 today. Circle of Swarm coming off a game where the typical swarmiest of Texans only played like 25 snaps.
Yeah, this will be I'm glad you said this.
Yeah.
I got to get mentally prepared for this. A Circle of Swarm, which I might make this more about what I expect out of guys in the playoffs.
That's cool. It's totally what you want to do with it. So we'll do that at 7:20. Getting ready for the Steelers game. Speaking of which, people love the Nick Caserio previews of the upcoming opponent on his Texans All Access show. Guess what we've got? Nick Caserio on the Pittsburgh Steelers, on the offense, the defense, and his interesting thoughts on Aaron Rodgers and the effect he could have on this game as well. We'll hear from the Texans GM coming up next. Where am I off to? I had a tough time calculating the amount of hours till the Texans.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Caserio, Texans GM, has great respect for the Pittsburgh Steelers as we welcome you back in on a Football Friday here on Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Nick Caserio joined Texans All Access for his weekly visit, and they previewed the Steelers game. We'll get into the specifics of the Steelers team through the eyes of the Texans GM in a minute, but first it's about the Steelers head coach, Mike Tomlin, and the deep history that the Steelers have.
I'd say first off, it's probably one of the most storied programs in the history of sports. I mean, you're talking about a team that's had 3 head coaches over the course of their existence. What Coach Tomlin has done over the last 20 years, honestly, probably going to be hard to do that. I mean, he's a great coach. He gets his teams ready to play. They're as consistent as any team in the league. Like him and Omar have had to deal with some different things relative to the team construction and kind of putting the team together. But they won the North. They beat a number of good teams.
They won the North. They won the North on a missed field goal with time expiring in the last game, literally on the last play of the 2025 NFL regular season.
It was a dominant win, Sean.
It's interesting because the head coach on the other side, who was in a similar state with his team, been there a long time, feeling a little stale.
To Harbaugh.
Harbaugh, in that game, yeah. So it's like it really was. Someone put a meme out that showed the uprights in that game, and in between the 2 uprights, it said fire Tomlin, and outside the 2 uprights it said fire Harbaugh. That's really what it feels like. I'm anxious to talk. In an hour, we're going to talk to Andrew Filipponi, who's the afternoon host, one of the afternoon hosts on our sister station up in Pittsburgh. I am very curious, feet on the ground up in Pittsburgh, what the feeling is about Tomlin and his future right now at this time.
Right. No, I get the sense that there are a lot of fans. We were listening to callers on Filipponi's show yesterday.
Oh, yeah, we'll play that again today. That was good.
They refused to even back down. If Tomlin had wins the Super Bowl this year, they still want Tomlin gone. That's how dicey it is up there and how people have grown tired of, since they haven't won a playoff game since 2016. They haven't had a losing record, but they also haven't won a playoff game since 2016. I think there's some Steelers fans up there who are PO'd about the fact that because Tomlin's been so good on Monday night, and there's a better chance that they'll win the game. I think there's Steelers fans who will admit it or not, who really want the Steelers to lose because they feel like, okay, this might be the time to replace the coaches, which I personally think is asinine. I think Tomlin's an awesome coach who has been stuck without a quarterback for the last several years.
Could you ever get to a place where you rooted against your team in the postseason just to get rid of the head coach?
Yeah, I probably could get there.
Could you? Yeah, I don't know if I could, man.
It would have to be a certain. It would have to be a situation where it was clear that the quarterback and like everything. I don't know. It would have to
there'd have to be a greater good, obviously.
Yeah.
No, I just know. I just don't know that I could get to that place. It's just I understand fans that do. It's wild to me. Here's Nick Caserio. Let's take a look now. A little more of a deep dive. This is Nick Caserio talking about the Steelers on the offensive side of the football.
Offensively, I mean, everything starts with Aaron. They obviously brought him in the offseason for a reason, to play in games like this, to play in games like they did Sunday night. I'd say he's still playing at, a really good level. I mean, you're talking about a Hall of Fame quarterback. That's probably as smart and instinctive as any quarterback that's played in the history of our game. I don't think he's thrown an interception since, like, the Chargers game, so it's been, like, 6-7 games. So it's the history of his career. He doesn't turn the ball over. But accurate as hell, smart as hell. You got to be – I mean, if he sees what you're doing, I mean, he's going to take advantage of it. So he's played well, and he's honestly showed a lot of toughness playing with the wrist. And then skill-wise, they've had some moving parts, but really the big acquisition with DK, trading for him in the offseason, productive. And they've kind of added some players throughout the course of the year. They've added Thielen. They brought Valdez-Scantling in. And Calvin Austin's kind of been a little bit of a mainstay there, who's kind of a dual threat punt returner. He made the big play there, winning reception there the other night. So they've had some kind of moving parts. And a tight end, I mean, Freiermuth and Washington got hurt, but, Freiermuth's probably as consistent and dependable tight end there is in the league. I mean, you really probably have as good a 1-2 punch at running back as anybody in the league. I mean, Warren is a really underrated player. Good runner, really strong, good contact balance. And they signed Gainwell, who was in Philadelphia last year, kind of plays in passing situations. I think he leads them in receptions, not necessarily yards, but he's a big part of the passing game. A good young offensive line. They've drafted a handful of players there in the front, so it presents some challenges offensively.
I like the rundowns from Nick. He basically lays out the whole depth chart for you.
Well, and I think when he's talking about Aaron Rodgers, being very good at not turning the football over, and C.J. Stroud has done a good job of that this year. There's two teams, and this is why I think this is going to be a low-scoring game partly, is that these are two teams that are in the playoffs. I shouldn't say largely, a huge chunk of it is the turnover differential.
Yeah.
And the Texans are second in turnover differential in the league right now. The Steelers are fourth. So there are teams that have taken advantage of their defense taking the ball away, and that's been how they've scored points at times. You look at the Texans, and one of the big reasons the Texans won that game last week was that they were able to turn Riley Leonard over early in the game, and they turned that into a 1-yard touchdown.
That's right.
The Steelers have done the same thing a whole lot, but now you go into these teams have feasted on taking the ball away, but both of the offenses have been really good at not giving the ball away.
Yeah.
So I think that ends up being kind of you probably shouldn't expect a whole bunch of turnovers that lead to scores in this game.
No,
and that's how these teams have scored by and large much of the time this season.
It might be the team that winds up with a short field at one point in the game wins this game.
Well, special teams end up being a bigger factor. If you can't feast on turnovers, then your special teams and field position are going to be a big difference.
Which is great news if you're the Texans, I think, because you look, you have the last two AFC special teams players of the week right now. Your punter was the special teams player of the week 2 weeks ago. Your kicker just made 6 field goals and set a record for field goals in a season. And I know the elements are going to be much different in Pittsburgh than they are inside NRG Stadium. But you also got Jalen Noel, who it feels like every game makes a play on special teams to flip field position, to give the Texans a favorable field position situation.
Yeah. You go back to that, the Bucs game was when the Texans, they were able to score a touchdown in the fourth quarter, but it was because Jalen Noel had a huge reception on one of those and gave him a short field. Yeah, this is – it's looking very much like a game that is going to be decided by 3 or 4 big plays within the game.
Yeah.
Maybe one huge pivotal play. But I don't expect it to be any kind of a blowout on either side.
If we're doing the whole Belichick theory thing, that defensively what Belichick used to like to is identify his superpower was and then take that thing away from you. What is it for the Steelers? Is it DK Metcalf? Is it the two running backs? What is the thing you'd have to take away from that?
The DK Metcalf is an easy one because they have the potential for a deep shot to him. But I think, like on a down-by-down basis, it's going to be tackling Gainwell and Warren, I think. And especially when those guys are receivers, they've been able to get out in the open space. And what Rodgers has done really well is that he gets rid of the ball extremely fast. He's second fastest time to throw in the league this year behind Tua Tagovailoa. But there are times where, man, they scheme it up, and it's Jaylen Warren with room in front of him, or Gainwell with room in front of him on a screen or what have you. Jonnu Smith on a screen, one of those things. That's where the tackling becomes paramount because the Steelers have got, like, they've had to rely on run after the catch. Meanwhile, the Texans have one of the best run after the catch defenses in the league.
Yep. Let's flip it over to the other side. Here's Nick Caserio on Texans All Access talking about the Steelers' defense.
Defense, I mean, this looks like a Steelers defense. Everything starts with the front. I'd say you probably have 2 Hall of Fame players on that side of the ball, or future Hall of Famers, and TJ, and I'd say Cam Hayward for sure. I mean, nobody's been as consistent and as durable and as productive as any defensive player in the league. He's still playing at a high level. But really, it's Watt and Highsmith, on the edges, and Herbig's giving them some good snaps. Queen's had another 100-plus tackle season. Wilson, who doesn't even play on every down, also had 100 tackles. In the secondary, traded kind of swapped him for Minka. Joey Porter has given them some good play in their perimeter. They've kind of had some moving parts on the other corner spot. Asante Samuel, Brandon Eccles, some different folks. But, I mean, this is a really strong defense, strong in the front, make it hard on you. I mean, it's a good football team. They're tough. They're physical. They're strong. And playing on the road, playing that environment, certainly going to be difficult. But a lot of respect for the organization and what they've done, for the sport.
The Steelers blitz a good chunk. By PFF stats, they've got the 5th highest blitz rate in the league, and blitz rates are kind of dicey depending on how they chart it, but they blitz, and the Texans have not been great versus the blitz. CJ's about middle of the pack in terms of his passing performance versus the blitz this year. So, and we've seen the unblocked. When there's an unblocked defender on a blitz, the Texans have really struggled against some of these all-out cover zero blitzes. They've improved in some regards in their ability to protect against it. CJ dialing up the right protection, all of that. But that's much as like the Kansas City game and some of the other choice games this year when teams have been able to dial up blitzes. That can be a make or break you on any given series. The offense has improved at it, but it's a big challenge on the road with that crowd noise.
Yeah,
that's where when you want to go into historical things, the average points allowed in the first quarter by the Steelers in the playoff game, the last 6 playoff games, have been really high. They've gone out and they've laid eggs defensively in the first quarter, which you could say, okay, how much does that matter in terms of taking the crowd out of the game?
Yeah,
what did I always tell you about the Steelers crowd? They'll go quiet.
Yep.
Yeah, they are like Ted would say that they would quit, that the crowd would quit.
Yep.
I would never say something like that.
No. You're just quoting Ted Johnson. Yeah.
I certainly not. But I'll cite what Ted Johnson, who had a good deal of success versus the Steelers
in that stadium,
played for the Patriots. Yeah. Getting up on them in the first quarter when you're on the road and you're a team that struggles versus the blitz. Get that crowd as quiet as possible early in the game.
And the Texans have been pretty good in first quarters this year. They have scored touchdowns early in games. When they've come out with their scripted 15 plays or whatever, it's generally, I mean, it's not been elite, but it's been pretty good. They've scored touchdowns in the first quarter of games this year. I thought
this is the okay. So in the last 6 playoff games, here's what it is. They've been shut out 73-0 in the first quarter.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the stat.
In the last 6 playoff losses.
Okay, I kind of half heard that stat on the way into it. I was listening to the Pittsburgh, our sister station, on the way in this morning on the Odyssey app, and I was kind of half listening at the time, and that's the stat that I heard something like 73-0. I'm like, ooh, I got to rewind when I'm not driving here and listen to what that was.
Okay, and then talking about the first quarter in general, this is from 10. So this is from before the last week's game. The Steelers have gone 65 straight games without scoring more than 7 points in a first quarter.
Wow.
That's so the first quarter has been an issue Mike Tomlin.
Okay, the reason the host of that show was citing those stats is because their topic was Arthur Smith's candidacy for some of these head coaching jobs.
Yeah.
So they were fleshing out, is Arthur Smith a good OC or a bad OC or whatever? And they determined that, okay, maybe this first quarter thing is something that predates Arthur Smith. Maybe it's more of a Steeler thing than an Arthur Smith thing. 65 games? They haven't scored more than a touchdown?
Yeah, there's some weird streaks. Yeah.
Okay. Got to jump on them early, man.
Some of these things, too, like the Steelers' largest deficits during their 6-game playoff losing streak. They haven't just lost their last 6 playoff games. They've had some ugly performances. Only team in playoff history to trail by 21-plus in 6 straight playoff games.
Yeah.
So they've been down by 21 points or more 6 straight times in the playoffs.
Does this Texans team have that in them to go up 21 in a road environment like that?
With a big special teams return and with turnover. Or, I mean, look, we saw I don't know if this Texans team has it in them. They're just not constructed that way.
Yeah.
But since people are in love with citing this Mike Tomlin at home on Monday Night Football, the more notable and recent thing is Mike Tomlin in the first round of the playoffs, where 6 straight times he's just gotten destroyed.
Well, that first quarter thing is something that happens in the regular season to them, it sounds like.
I had to double fact-check myself on that 73-0 in the first quarter. But that's 100% real. Yeah, that's 73-0 in the first quarter during these last 6 playoffs.
They were talking about it up there this morning, so that's a thing.
Yeah.
That's a thing. We'll talk to Andrew Filipponi in about 45 minutes. He's afternoons there on 93.7. We'll get his take on that. I think one of the things, too, I saw Landry Locker tweet this yesterday, and I think it's a really good point. When the Texans have had to go on the road the last couple seasons in the playoffs, obviously it's been after winning a home game. This time they're going on the road to start the playoffs. But they struggled, obviously, on the road in those 2 games. The Chiefs last year, and then an even bigger struggle the year before against the Ravens. They were going on the road, though, with Nico Collins and a bunch of dudes that couldn't get open. And Landry tweeted this: one of the biggest handcuffs the Texans faced last season heading into the playoffs, wide receiver depth. Healthy wide receivers not named Nico Collins last year, combined production heading into the playoffs, 58 catches, 586 yards, 1 touchdown over the course of the season. This season, 139 catches, over 1,500 yards, and 12, the big key, 12 touchdowns. So you got some red zone targets. These are receivers, so it doesn't include Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
So you've got nearly 2.5 times the production in terms of catches. You've got triple the production almost in terms of yards. You've got 12-fold the production in terms of touchdowns. So these are legit targets in the red zone. A big part of that is the maturation of certainly Jaden Higgins, in part Jalen Knoll, and whatever connection CJ has with guys like Xavier Hutchinson, Christian Kirk. Here was CJ Stroud yesterday talking specifically about Jaden Higgins.
Yeah, Higgins grown a lot. I think he's somebody who, is killed, with, extra movement and throwing his head and doing all these different, releases and stuff. But I told him he's so big, fast, and strong. The quickest you get open, the better. So especially for me, you're not really running routes against DBs. You're running routes against the D line. So I think it's somewhere he's grown in a lot of areas. I think he's grown in the run game. Wanting to go block. So I think all that stuff helps him. But man, he's done a tremendous job for us, and he's gonna be a heck of a player in this league for a long time.
So Jaden Higgins, it was cool to kind of watch him after the Texans drafted him and to see how he likes to do a lot of little funky stuff, some hezzy steps and everything, which is all cool and well and good, but you got to do it within the timing of the offense and of the play. There was a play in the preseason when CJ threw the ball to Higgins on an out, and the ball was just a few inches out of Higgins' reach. And the immediate reaction is, oh, CJ's not accurate on that throw. I talked to Cecil Shorts about that play in the preseason, and he pointed at this little hezzy step that Higgins had. And it was nice, and it got him open, but Cecil said, the timing's off on this. That ball was exactly where CJ expected the receiver to be. And people never like hearing that because it's fun to watch guys who are unorthodox route runners or what have you, but the timing is paramount. And I think that's one thing that Higgins has gotten a lot better as it being a more disciplined and like a formulaic route runner. You have to be more – you got to be doing it within the scheme CJ early in the season, there were times where you could see that, man, some of his hesitation, you couldn't tell whether it was CJ not being comfortable or whether it was just that the receivers weren't exactly where you're supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
And there's times where, hey, watching from afar, you look and you see, like, hey, that guy's open. Why didn't CJ throw to him? Because he wasn't where CJ expected him to be.
Yeah.
So if it's not, there's no reason CJ should think he's open when the guy isn't where he's supposed to be. Higgins has gotten a lot better at that. And it's been reflected in how many times they've gone to him. It's just that part of the offense now compared to week one, especially, it's changed a lot.
It's been huge for this team. I mean, for him to have for CJ to have another reliable red zone target has been really, really big. Higgins, Higgins got like 6 touchdowns this year or something like that. I mean, they're not a good red zone team. The more options you can have down there, the better off you are. So there you go. There's your Caserio breakdown of the Steelers and your CJ Stroud input on the wide receiver position. You want to do a circle of swarm here, my friend?
Let's do it.
Right.
A game in which the Texans decided not to even try to win the game, really, by virtue of their personnel decisions, but ended up winning the game anyway. We're going to come up with a circle of swarm. Dang it.
What we're looking for is players, right, who are looking to swarm.
The swarm mindset, that whole mentality.
We want players to have a special work ethic and a relentless mindset in everything that they do.
Who's in?
This is a special group of men, believe it.
It's the Payne and Pendergast. Texans.
A few guys on here. I'm kind of we're going to definitely have some first-timers on this one today because there were a lot of subs playing in the second half of this game. I think we're going to be able to fairly easily put one together that is going to look like no other circle of swarm that we've done before, Seth.
I don't know. I'm hesitant to even put in any of the backups or anything. I guess you mean just maybe some of the starters who wouldn't otherwise have won it.
We'll find out what I mean over the next several minutes, I guess. Yeah.
All right.
Just real quick, for those who are new to the show, because maybe we got a lot of people, new year, new show, you're listening to Payne and Pendergast. Circle of Swarm is something we do every Friday before a Texans game, and it is rewarding the swarmiest of Texans by and large for performance in the previous game with a glance ahead to knowing that they need to be swarmy for the upcoming game as well. So it's a purely subjective Sean and Seth thing. We each pick 3. There can only be 6. We've never had a Circle of Swarm where there's been more than 6. We each pick 3. That's how it goes. And Seth goes first.
All right. I'm going to go with a guy who, again, I'm just still peeved that he wasn't even named a Pro Bowl alternate, despite clearly being one of the best defensive ends in the entire league this year, not just the AFC. But Danielle Hunter's strip sack was vital, and that ball being recovered down on the 1-yard line, Texans go in and score on the next play. Vital to the victory in this game, Danielle Hunter.
Danielle Hunter's a good one. Danielle Hunter is among the leaders. Right now, for those who don't know, for those who don't track this, I know a lot of iPhone we're tracking who's made it the most times, the Circle of Swarm. But for those who don't, Will Anderson is leading the team right now. I believe he's had 9 Circle of Swarm appearances. Danielle Hunter's right behind him. I mean, those two, they deserve it. All right, I'm going to go with, how about this? I'm going to start off, Seth, with a substitute player who may get some touches in this game on Monday because Jawar Jordan is dealing with an ankle sprain right now.
Oh, good call.
British Brooks.
Yeah.
13 carries for 63 yards in a performance that I think that is statistically a really good performance. That's 5 yards a carry. I thought the eye test looked even better than 13 carries for 63 yards for the way he ran in that game.
Yeah.
I thought he looked like somebody, not a ton of wiggle in his game, but definitely looked like somebody who, if you had to lean on him for a few touches in the game, I would feel okay about it.
I would say, too, man, British Brooks is a guy that maybe could potentially be a hammer down on the goal line. That if you're not always going to get the push that you want out of the offensive line, you need a little bit extra heft in there. British Brooks is a fullback. I admire the ingenuity of putting Tommy Togiai at fullback, but there's also an element of me that was like, hey, I'm going to give British Brooks a taste down there. Yeah. And now CJ is the one that screwed the play up, but it ultimately wasn't Togiai who screwed it up on that play.
I forget which game it was, but it was one of those games where the Texans stalled on the 1-yard line, goal to go. And I remember us coming in the next day, and we were saying David British Brooks twice in a row down on the goal line. People are a little angry about that.
That's
I'm
true.
just saying
point.
you're bringing something. I think he'd be fine. I'm just saying, like, I don't want any revisionist history here from anybody. Like, we were a little angry about that before.
Did I say that? Well, no, we were upset about the play calling.
Yeah.
No,
you didn't say it. I'm just saying a lot of people out there were like, what are you doing giving it to British Brooks?
The biggest issue with some of the stuff early in the season was that they would just run into a brick wall 4 times in a row when they clearly weren't getting it done.
Yeah.
Now, it would set up some play action later down in this. The Texans have established that they're crazy enough to run the ball when they have no prospects of successfully running the ball, and defenses have to account for that. And remember, like, these guys are crazy. They might they might run it a 4th time in a row, despite the fact we've stuffed them 3 straight times, and that's when you hit them with a play action.
Right. Most teams establish play action over the course of a quarter or a quarter and a half.
Yeah.
The Texans were establishing it down near the goal line over 9 weeks.
It's hard to game plan against crazy.
Yes.
You know?
That is true.
Tommy Togiai. Tommy Togiai is my next
a
selection.
good one. Yep, Togiai's a good one. Togiai, he had the pressure on the Elijah Huzzie interception.
Yep.
He almost had a handoff for a touchdown until CJ pulled the ball and ran it in himself. And then, of course, he had the swarmiest of touchdowns at the end of the game, getting that fumble popping right up into his hands and then just getting that nose for the goal line. Tommy Togiai, nose for the goal line. That's why they put him at fullback. All right, so Togiai is your second one. So we've got Danielle Hunter, we've got Tommy Togiai, and we've got Xavier Hutchinson. Xavier Hutchinson, 5 catches, 84 yards, had a big 33-yard catch and run early in the game that kind of flipped field position and kind of got the offense. They were a little gunked up early on, kind of got the offense ungunked there a little bit.
There's a good degunkifying.
There's a good degunkifying going on with Xavier Hutchinson. And I felt like it felt like to me, Seth, like whatever patterns they had set for Nico in that game, whatever Nico would normally do against the Colts, which historically Nico, since C.J. Stroud got here, murders the Colts. He's their T.Y. Hilton. What T.Y. Hilton used to do to the Texans, Nico does in spades against the Colts. Well, Nico didn't play in that game, so they just said, Hutch, here are all the plays that work with Nico. Go run those, all the in-breakers and things like that. 5 catches, 84 yards. Xavier Hutchinson's had a few good games this year, and that was one of them.
I think Xavier Hutchinson this year feels much different than, say, last year when you're in the playoffs and you're looking at, okay, who are the actual receiving options here, and you're using Xavier Hutchinson as a negative almost when you bring his name up.
Yeah.
This year, I think that's different. It feels a whole lot different.
Indeed.
So credit to Xavier Hutchinson, obviously, but I think also C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley. They've just done through the course of the season, they've done a good job of just really increasingly spreading the ball out and finding the open receiver and making guys bigger threats than they were previously. This is a difficult one. I'm gonna ask you, is this the final one?
This is the last one for you, yeah.
For me.
For you. I still have one left.
I'm gonna do this might be a rarity, which a guy completes 33% of his passes. And as a quarterback, it's hard to make the circle of swarm as a quarterback, but Money Mills comes in, and when he needs to complete passes on a final drive, was he 3 for 9 on the day?
He was, hang on, I got the box
I think he was
score
3
right
for 9 on the day.
Yeah.
But also dealing with
3 for 9 for 36 yards.
Yeah, dealing with a hodgepodge of ne'er-do-wells and backups and whomever else it might be. He got the job done when he needed to get the job done, and to retain the 5 seed. I'm gonna put Davis Mills 3 of 9 passing. Is there a swarmier performance than that?
That's the swarmiest 3 of 9 performance that we've ever seen.
Winning ugly is kind of a swarmy thing to do as a quarterback, especially given the circumstances.
Yeah.
It was tough. He was out there with a preseason offense going against the number 1 defense, the starters on defense for the Colts.
Who'd he hit on that last drive? He had 2. One was to Hutchinson, and I know one was to Knoll. The last one to set up the field goal was to Knoll. So 2 of those 3 completions came when you absolutely had to have them. Can't wait to see what the text page says about you putting Davis Mills on his 3 for 9 performance.
Most people have been pretty forthcoming with any kind of positive nugget towards Davis Mills this year.
Oh yeah, he's
done
Mills.
He's been for people who gave a side eye to Caserio, giving him the contract extension they did. Man, this year without a viable veteran backup quarterback. If they had Graham Mertz out there for 3 3/4 games as the backup, you might not even be in the playoffs right now.
That's true. You're absolutely right.
And that's no slight against Graham Mertz. It's just that he's not going to operate the offense as a rookie late round quarterback as Davis Mills.
Dave, text message. Davis Mills, sir, you're making a mockery of the circle. It's our choices.
This is almost. This was going to be a mockery of the circle of swarm just because of the nature of the last game.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of subs. All right, so and you've actually made this a little difficult on me because I did not have Mills on my radar. I've got 3.
Oh, boy. One of these 3 is somebody I wish I would have. Who are they?
Okay, the 3 are Woody Marks, who had 10 carries for 48 yards when he was in the game.
Yeah.
Long of 9. So those were 10, swarmy carries.
Yards.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've given Woody Marks his flowers so far this season.
Okay.
I don't feel bad about leaving him out of playing part of a football game.
This is another guy we've given flowers to this season. He's among the leaders. Dalton Schultz, while he was in, had 4 catches for 73 yards, including the first 2 catches of the game, and one of them was a nice one-hander over the middle.
Right. Early on. Yeah.
4 catches, 73 yards in just one half of football. You look like you feel a little.
I don't feel
worse
bad
about
because
that
he still
one.
might make it in. The third guy is one. So Woody Marks, I'm cool with leaving him out if he doesn't make it in. Dalton Schultz should probably be in, unless I don't know who your third guy is.
Well, I'm going to make a rule here. I'm going to make a circle of swarm rule here. And given that it's me and you doing this subjectively.
I can take fair.
Yeah, if you're the player of the week in the AFC for your position, you make the circle of swarm.
Okay.
He kicked 6. He's been in before.
Yeah.
And kicked far fewer field goals than 6 in a game. First time ever I believe in Texans history, that a field goal kicker has kicked 5 field goals of 40 yards or longer in a game. So there's only one chip.
Feel bad. I think Fairbairn should be in it, as should Schultz. I still don't feel bad about putting Mills in because I know Schultz and Mills are good buddies, and Schultz will be happy for Mills when he reads in the headlines tomorrow.
Yeah, if you're listening.
When he goes out and gets his newspaper and he sees that Davis Mills was in instead of him, Schultz will be genuinely happy.
So he picks up his Chronicle and thumbs immediately to the circle of swarm in the scoreboard section. Yes. I've said it for months. This is a text. Davis Mills is the best backup quarterback in the league. He could easily start for at least 8 to 10 other teams. I got laughed at, but I doubled down. He's a great backup. He's the perfect backup for a team.
We should do circle of backups in the final segment of the show today. It'll be electrifying. They'll write about that in the Chronicle
Power
tomorrow.
rankings of backups.
You know where they're not going to write about it? The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
No.
What a loser city.
That was so mean.
Can't even sustain a newspaper.
Yeah,
They're the likes of New Orleans now.
Their newspaper.
Losers.
Their newspaper closed. Well, I tuned into Andrew Filippone's show 2 days ago because I wanted to start getting the intel on the Pittsburgh side on the Steeler game. Beginning to end, the whole show was about the Pittsburgh Post. It was actually decent radio because it is wild when the big newspaper shuts down in your town.
And it's scary, and it's a serious topic that we probably, if we were
goes beyond sports.
People, we should. Hey, listen, everybody. I know you tuned in for sports, but today we're going to talk about the value of a press in a free society.
You've come to the wrong place.
Nah, you're losers.
Circle
you're
of
losers.
swarm.
You don't deserve a newspaper.
Swarm. Hey,
Thomas Jefferson once said.
Hey, just off topic for a second here. This has been sticking in my craw for a few days now.
Yeah.
It's a new year, and so you see a lot of people out there on social media giving out advice, like, "Hey, it's a new year. I've reflected, and if these are my 10 nuggets of advice for the new year. Take it as you will." That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Andrew Brandt, who I think we've had on the show before, former agent, former front office executive in the NFL, who now kind of freelances doing a lot of things, has a podcast, writes, things like that. Very smart guy. He turned 65 this year, so he did a post on New Year's Day. He said, "I turned 65 in 2025. When I did, I wrote 65 thoughts, insights, rules to live by, offering to all for whatever it's worth, enjoy." And so I sat down, and I didn't read all 65. I kind of skimmed some of them here. There's some good ones in here. The one thing he did, Seth, and I know you know Andrew Brandt, the one thing he did in here that just – this is probably best served in a petty cast because maybe I'm being petty about this. Like, he had some good ones. Don't worry so much about goals and measurements. Just try to be better every day. Okay, I'm a goal guy, but I get that. If you're having a conversation, leave your phone down, that kind of thing. Your phone can hijack conversations. Totally get that. I'm bad at that too. The one thing he did in here that I don't like, there were two of them back to back. He said, happiness is basically not wanting, contentment with who you are and who you're with. That was number 11 on his list. Number 12, the I'll be happy when I get the next job, promotion, car, house, jewelry, etc. crowd will never be happy.
That's true.
Okay.
He's 100% correct.
Maybe they are happy. Did you ever consider that?
No, the people that think that they're gonna be happy when they attain something external, it's a vicious cycle of like, as soon as you get, this is the way you operate. It's like, if you think that's what's gonna make you happy is that external reward or whatever, people usually are crestfallen when they realize like, oh wait, I thought fame was gonna make me happy, and it turns out I'm still miserable.
But maybe they're happy with the chase.
Well, that's true, but those are people who genuinely understand that I'm happy with the chase.
Yeah.
And they understand that they're going to be happy with the next thing, the next thing, the next thing.
Okay, well, then those people, by definition, are at least happy in some shape, form, or fashion. He's saying they'll never be happy.
How did he phrase it?
He said I'll be happy when I get the crowd.
Yeah. No, because there's a fine. No, see, we're talking about two different groups of people. The people that are like, I'm going to be happy when I get that next promotion.
Yeah.
Like, that's like, what they don't realize is that like they're constantly chasing status, and what have you, and that once you get to it, whenever you start chasing status, like you're never gonna win. Like there's always somebody that's got a higher status.
See, I don't like this. I don't like. The one thing that I don't like is somebody telling somebody else, you're never happy. You're like they might be happy. You know what I mean? Like
No, that's an unhappy person. The person who's miserable but thinks like, I'll be happy when I get this thing.
Yeah.
That's like, it's okay. Tell me the times people have been like, oh, that guy was a miserable person, but then he got that promotion and now he's the happiest person in the world. He's totally content with his life.
I think I've been that person. I mean, I've been happy in the moment and getting promotion, and then I find the next thing to go chase.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think you were already happy. You might have been unhappy, like you want to get that next thing, but you're a generally happy person.
Okay, well, then the previous one, happy is basically not wanting. Like, okay. I mean, that's contentment with who you are.
Well,
and
now we're getting into Eastern philosophy a little bit. There's a difference between wanting and craving.
Here's my point. I think it's a little conceited to tell everybody else that your version of happiness is happiness.
Yeah,
that's the part that I get a little up because my version of happiness is very different than his version, I think.
Well, I think and happiness is a dicey term, too.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to say content or something.
Yeah.
I think
stating it as a rule that this is what happiness is and nothing else is happiness.
I think if you're talking to a group of people, like if you think that if you're miserable and unhappy and you think that being rich is what's going to make you happy in life, more times than not, I would say at least, those people end up a little bit disappointed when they realize that they're still unhappy when they have money.
It was the will never. Yeah. Everybody that's these people will never be happy.
Will never be happy.
I don't like that. I don't like the extremes, man.
Now there's degrees to it too, because lifting yourself up out of poverty is way different.
Yeah.
Then you're right. If you lift yourself up out of when you're impoverished, okay. You know what? I'm glad you're right. You're right. I'm wrong. Because the other part of this is so much of this comes from like the whole self-help segment of society, which is middle-class people who realize that they're still miserable, that even though like I rose from middle class to upper middle class and I'm still unhappy. What do I do with all this time on my hands
the other thing, and I've seen this too, it's when the super rich people tell you that money isn't the thing that brings you happiness. Like, that's easy for you to say. Well, you've got $1 billion.
Right.
And
so there's levels
I know,
to it.
Yeah. And I know it's not hard and fast. I get
it. Drive through River Oaks and see how many freaking miserable people there are in River Oaks. That's 100% true.
I get it. Yep.
It's like looking at it as the key to your happiness, while foregoing all of the family stuff and everything.
Yep.
That's if you look at it as the sole thing that's going to make you happy, I suppose maybe that's the qualifier. But yeah, poverty is a whole different deal.
Right.
No, don't feel guilty when some rich dude tells you, like, no, you need to be happy being poor.
Yeah.
That's what brings you true happiness.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't feed your children.
Yep.
Oh, that's too bad, because you don't realize what really brings you happiness.
I'm glad we had this talk.
Very good point by you, Sean.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I retract everything I said. I see where you're coming from now.
You're good, yeah.
I'm happy.
You know what makes me happy? Pettiness. We have a Pettycast preview coming up, and 2 college football coaches. This will be good. It's coming up next.
Ready? Texans. Payne and Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. We'll get back to the Texans and the Steelers at the top of the hour. We'll be joined in about 15 minutes by Andrew Filipponi of 93.7 The Fan up in Pittsburgh. We'll get things. How important is this game for Mike Tomlin, for Aaron Rodgers? It's been a decade since the Steelers last won a playoff game. So a lot of streaks at stake are trying to be broken here in this game. So we'll get back to that at the top of the hour. You can text the show 713-572-4610. It's a Friday. Usually the Pettycast is on Tuesday. If something's good enough, though, I'm willing to play it and couch it as a Pettycast preview. The big story, one of the big stories with this Ole Miss-Miami game that took place last night, if you missed it, Miami is on their way to the national championship. They'll play the winner of tonight's game between Indiana and Oregon in the title game in about a week and a half. But Lane Kiffin, in the opening game for Ole Miss, first couple games, allowed Ole Miss to have several of the coaches that he was taking with him to LSU. He allowed them to go back to Ole Miss on a temporary basis to continue to coach the team. That number continued to dwindle as the playoffs went on to where Charlie Weiss Jr., the offensive coordinator, was basically the only guy Kiffin sent back to Ole Miss. It was like, sorry, didn't know you were going to make it this far.
Right, yeah. Deals changed.
Yeah. You know who was not happy about this? Jimbo Fisher, former head coach at Texas A&M, who's part of the ESPN family now.
A man who once didn't even take down his Christmas tree when he bolted town. Yes.
Yep. yeah. He acknowledges, I've been known to leave town before too, but here's what he had to say about Lane Kiffin.
No, it's selfish. That's what it is. It's stupid. Say that. He wanted to coach and thought he didn't get his way. So everybody get on the plane with me. You don't have a job. All right, and he makes them all go. Then he gets down there and takes a PR hit because it looks bad that you really don't care about the kids. Then he says, okay, you can go back. But here's where he screwed up.
He thought they were going to lose.
He thought they were going to lose to Georgia,
Exactly.
and then the portal thing was all over with, and it was going to be all over with. And he said, okay, I'll look like a hero.
Yeah.
Now he's got egg on his face because the real Lane came back out. You know what I'm saying? And if those guys were allowed to coach the first game, they should be allowed to coach it for. Because those kids are doing something that you get one time in your life to ever do.
Literally.
That team. And those guys, one time. And as a coach, listen, I know I've left a job. I get that. But if you took them on and said they're never coming back, that's fine. You set the rules of the game. You don't change the rules in the middle of the game. And as a coach, it's hurting the kids, and it pisses me off.
That's okay. Jimbo, it's interesting that Jimbo's the one saying that because I'm guessing if you started Googling and digging in, there would be him leaving Florida State for A&M. There's probably a lot of chatter about that.
Well, he lost me. Any college football coach loses me when he starts off with saying another coach is being selfish. They're the most selfish bastards in the world, man.
Right.
That's what it is. That part of being a good head coach is being a little bit of a hypocrite when it comes to talking about selfishness. Because so many of the really successful ones have such gigantic egos, and the reason they're good coaches is that they're really good at imposing their selfish will on others. So, oh no, news alert, big-time college football coach is selfish. Yeah, that's what they do.
Yep.
What do you think all that crap you is all about? You're selfish. It's almost, if anything, you're starting off with a compliment. Well, he's selfish.
He's one of us.
And that's why he'll probably succeed at LSU.
He's one of us. Yeah.
He'll be selfish. Yeah. The whole sordid business is just, I don't even know what to say about it.
The most interesting part of that, because I think it's 100% true, is I think Lane Kiffin thought there was no chance they were going to make it as far as they did.
And then there's a double whammy there, too, because, A, he thought, okay, cool, I'll look like the good guy, but they won't make it far. But then, B, aside from him not having the coaches available to him that he thought he was going to because Ole Miss advances, he's starting to look worse and worse in that they're advancing without Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
I guess they can do it with a ham sandwich. That probably doesn't feel so hot.
No. And last night, and I know Ben, our producer, is a big Miami guy. That's why I'm wearing this stupid T-shirt today. I lost a bet, but Ole Miss has an argument that they should have had another shot at getting a score at the end of that game.
Yeah.
They ended up losing. I said 27-24. I think they lost 31-27. Did I have the score wrong earlier, Ben, when I said 27? I think it was they needed a touchdown to win that game, Ole Miss. Not a field goal wouldn't have sent it to overtime. So I think I had the score wrong. Either way, there was a pass interference in the end zone on that last play. Mm-hmm. The receiver was getting yanked down by his shoulder pad. Did you see your guys cheating, Ben, on that play? Like they were.
I don't know what you're talking about.
They were yanking the guy down by the shoulder pads. What are you talking about? Yeah, they were cheating.
In his own,
cheating that play. So so Miami on their way to the championship game.
I think the
cheaters, man.
I don't know if it's a good life lesson of always be sure if you're going to try to do something magnanimous, be sure you're ready to follow through with it. It's kind of like when you tell somebody like, hey, if you need anything, let me know.
Dude.
All right. Do you really mean it? Okay, because if you mean it, like maybe offer something specific that you could do for the person.
I mean it when I say it. I just hate when I do it with somebody who I know I have nothing to offer to. Like, hey, man, if you need anything, like it feels a little empty. You're right. I probably should stop doing that if I don't have anything to offer them.
You know what I think I found? Because somebody told me that once, and I've been a person that's always, hey, I'm really nice in the moment. Like, hey, if you need anything at all.
Yeah.
But if somebody's got like maybe one of their loved ones is in the hospital or something. Offer something specific. Like, hey, do you need somebody to like go? I need
dinner.
I could do the shopping for you or whatever, or something like that.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. Come with something specific. You know who looks the worst in this whole Kiffin thing to me? Not Kiffin, not the assistant coaches, not the administration at LSU. Well, actually, it is the administration at LSU. I was going to say not the administration at Ole Miss. LSU is the one who looks the worst in this. Did you know that they are paying Lane Kiffin the bonuses that he's missing out on for each step of the playoff that Ole Miss was winning in? Did you know that?
I would expect that's the kind of bonus you would get when you have, enhanced government oversight of the LSU head coaching state of Louisiana.
LSU that's like paying the lawyer fees for, like, you're getting married to somebody who's in a divorce and you're paying their lawyer fees for them. You know, like that's I don't know, feels a little cuckish to me. LSU paying Lane Kiffin his Ole Miss earned bonuses in the playoffs.
Honestly, Sean, in this current college football environment, when anybody gets over the top upset about this is just not the way it's done, I have a really hard time latching on to any of it. I don't know the way anything's done anymore.
Yeah.
I have zero clue. It's been barreling towards this for a while, and we've taken another step towards just wild, wild west. I don't know what the precedents are. I don't know what the rules are. I don't know what is acceptable and what isn't.
I'm not saying I'm surprised. Yeah. I'm saying it looks weak. That's what I'm saying. You look weak, LSU.
Or it looks, if you're LSU, you're like, no, we're going to do whatever it takes.
Do what we got to do. Yeah. If we got to look weak, and if we got to look weak, we'll look weak to get Lane Kiffin, who himself has never won a college football playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
His team that he left behind did, but he was not coaching those games.
Well, and that goes back into, all right, what's a good college coaching hire anymore?
Yeah.
Lincoln Riley looks like it should have been a good one.
Yep.
It's not working out so hot.
Yep. All right, Andrew Filipponi, 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh. He hosts afternoons there. He's going to join us coming up next. We'll get the Steelers side of things. Before we do that, Seth has the Mokaram Injury Lawyers injury report.
Exciting injury report. The Steelers really don't have many guys on their injury report. The only guy I practiced yesterday was with running back Jalen Warren. Oh, was it some kind of orthopedic injury? No, illness. I'm sure his tummy will be just fine come Monday night. For the Texans, did not participate Danico Autry, Titus Howard, Jawar Jordan, and Kamari Lassiter. Jawar Jordan banged up with an ankle sprain. Kamari Lassiter looks like he's probably going to play this week. They're just being careful with him. Ariante Ursary came out of last week's game. Okay, he had full participation with that thumb injury of his. That's the Mokaram Injury Lawyers report presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Why do I have a hard time saying somehow in these Mokaram Injury Lawyers reports, I start saying lawyers, which isn't anybody's accent anywhere. Maybe I was injured in an accident at some point, but if I had been, I would call Mokaram Injury Lawyers 24 hours a day, 7 days.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, look at Ben making our guest feel at home playing Renegade coming into the segment here. Good job, Ben. Ben Gary, our producer, he's on it today. He's in a good mood because Miami won last night. As we welcome you back into Payne and Pendergast, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you, and we go out to the hotline right now. Texans-Steelers, Monday night, 7:15 kickoff. Seth and I have you for Texans Countdown here on Sports Radio 610 starting at 4:15. Our guest is co-host of Afternoons on our sister station up in Pittsburgh, 93.7 The Fan. The show is the PM team with Pony and Mueller. Andrew Filipponi is our guest right now on Sports Radio 610. Andrew, it's great to talk to you. So what's the general vibe up there right now in Pittsburgh on this game? We'll dig into the details in a little bit. But it feels like the Texans are getting a ton of love nationally in this game. Is there a disrespect factor going on up there right now with the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on, guys. I am completely over Renegade. Renegade doesn't work anymore. It's lost its magic. The luster is completely off. They played it Sunday night. Tirico and Collinsworth made it seem like it was a cheat code to get a stop, and then another Ravens 50-plus yard touchdown pass happened a few plays later. So Renegade's pretty much dead to me. But as far as the game goes, look, this franchise has fallen behind in double digits in the first quarter of its last three playoff games. They didn't in the first quarter against Kansas City, but then they gave up 35 points faster than any team in NFL history in that game. So we are used to getting invited to this AFC playoff party, and then we do something very embarrassing or disrespectful to the person throwing the party and are usually thrown out within 5 minutes. So as far as this matchup goes, yes, there is the belief among Steelers fans that this should be the most competitive playoff game they have played in a very, very long time.
I guess that's what I hadn't realized really is about the Steelers in the first round of the playoffs these last 6 times they've been there. It's that I knew they'd lost all those games. I didn't realize that in each of those games they'd been down by at least 21 points at a time in the game. I'm starting to sense exactly why Steelers fans are so frustrated. We played a couple of your callers on our show yesterday where basically you were laying it out is that even one of your callers, even if the Steelers win a Super Bowl, he wants Mike Tomlin gone. That's how. What's the split in the fan base up there? How many Steelers fans even want the Steelers to win this game?
I think most of them do, but the difference is that I think there's so many fans who have made up their minds on Tomlin that the number one thing you want is for your team to win. That's the point of being a fan. Followed very clobely by, see, I told you so, I was right. People like being right, and fans like being right in their opinions. So if the Steelers get clobbered by the Texans and lose Monday night, tons of fans will say, see, told you, we could never win with Tomlin. We're not going to win until he's gone. And that'll definitely be a numbing agent and ease the pain from another horrible playoff disappointment. He has hit his expiration date. Fans believe if we're ever going to do something other than Band-Aid this quarterback situation, we need someone with a level of expertise in finding a young quarterback and developing a young quarterback. And there's zero confidence in Tomlin's ability to do that because the one thing that he definitely had in his favor when he came here all the way back in 2007 was a quarterback that was already entering the prime of his career and had won a Super Bowl. So that's why there's so much frustration and anger regarding it, because congratulations, you get us to 9 or 10 wins every year, but that shouldn't be the standard or the ceiling on teams.
What if you're a Texans fan looking at Aaron Rodgers and where he is currently, what's the biggest thing you should be fearful of, if anything at all? Like, and I'm guessing it's going to involve DK Metcalf, but where is Aaron Rodgers actually a threatening quarterback right now?
Make me semi-nervous, not very nervous, but would make me at least a little bit concerned as a Texans fan based on his style of play, which is as soon as I get the football, I'm going to get rid of the football. Nobody throws it faster and gets rid of it quicker than Aaron Rodgers. And yes, great corners in Houston. Tomlin was waxing poetic about them on Tuesday. Not so much on C.J. Stroud, which I found very interesting. But yes, Aaron Rodgers, quickest release in the NFL, average depth of target, the shortest or smallest in the NFL. And if the whole strength of the Houston Texans defense is we have Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, and they make a quarterback's night a living hell. Well, if they don't have time to get there, maybe they can be neutralized or taken out of the game to some extent. And so I think that'll be the Steelers' game plan for this one. Don't put Aaron in those situations by having him do what he's done all year, and that's throw the football as soon as he gets it.
Andrew Filipponi, 93.7 The Fan, joining us here talking Steelers and Texans on upcoming Monday night. Just sticking with Rodgers for a second, Andrew, how has it been covering him this year? Because we know the last couple years in New York, it was a dicey situation covering Aaron Rodgers through the McAfee show stuff and just the general dysfunction that probably had more to do with the Jets than Aaron Rodgers himself. But what was the expectation going in with him coming there, and what's it been like covering him up there this year?
It's been way better than I ever thought, than I ever imagined. I've enjoyed him thoroughly. He's turned me into a fan. Mm-hmm. I did not really embrace this whatsoever. Bad idea. The only silver lining I saw in it when it was being rumored for months upon months was that, hey, maybe this is the year the Steelers sink to the bottom. And we were told that the 2026 quarterback class in the draft was going to be 10 names deep. And I wanted to have a bite at that, a piece of that, especially with the draft being here in Pittsburgh. I think the Steelers had circled April of 2026 as the time that they were going to announce and introduce their next great young quarterback to the world. But two things happened. Aaron Rodgers didn't act like an a-hole. He behaved himself. He didn't do outside media appearances where he made things awkward for teammates or coaches or for the organization, or even put fans in a weird spot, having to choose either him or the team. He's played for the most part well. I mean, the numbers don't blow you away. His numbers really aren't all that different from Russell Wilson a year ago. But I can point to at least 3 games that he won on his own. They don't sweep Baltimore if not for his exploits and how well he played in both games. It's been fun. It's been neat to have a 4-time MVP in the twilight of his career have a little bit of a renaissance here. And I would actually I would be maybe not all for, but I would be fine if the Steelers' plan for 2026 is to run it back with him for one more year and then wait to see if 2027 has a better crop of young quarterbacks.
Looking at this Steelers defense, they're not a classic Pittsburgh Steelers defense, but they look like they've shored some things up. The biggest thing, Andrew, is that this Texans offensive line is at times struggled versus, frankly, just physically tough defensive lines. Big, strong dudes who are manly men. And I'm looking at Cam Hayward, and I don't see where there's much of a drop-off in his play, even though he's in his upper 30s now.
He is a Hall of Famer, in my opinion. He's gotten better as he's gotten older. The decade of his 30s, more impressive than his 20s, which makes no sense. I think he's going strong. He's coming off one of his best games ever in a Steelers uniform, which is hard to fathom given his age. He is awesome. He never got like the hype or the accolades or the love, say, of an Aaron Donald, and I get it because Aaron Donald is, one of one. Aaron Donald also invited me to his draft party, which was really cool of him. So props to Aaron for that. That was a very nice gesture on his part.
That's nice.
And Cam invites me to his softball game every year and has told me that I can no longer pitch to get people out because that was making fans upset who were there to see guys hit home runs.
Wait.
True story.
How do you?
Yes.
Yeah. How do you? In slow pitch, I'm guessing it was, right?
Yes.
So what's your strategy in slow pitch?
How he spin? He's putting spin on the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. Spin, arc, where I put it. I would pitch batting practice. I would see where guys wanted the ball, and then I would do the opposite in the game. Yeah.
Hell of a show. Put on a good show, kid. Yeah.
2 years ago, I had a no-hitter go, and I was the only person that was taking, I think, delight in it, to be honest with you.
God.
But that's okay.
That's great.
Seth, to answer that question, though, their defensive line has gone from being a liability this season. I mean, they had games – the first time they played Baltimore, they gave up over 200 yards. When they lost to Buffalo at home and there were fire Tomlin chants, James Cook had the most rushing yards in Buffalo since O.J. Simpson. I mean, it was just a horrible day. And what happened over the course of the season was not only did Hayward continue to play at an elite level, but Derek Harmon, who they drafted in the first round, doesn't have good counting stats, but makes a gigantic difference. The splits in when he plays versus when he does it against the run are insane. There's almost like an 80 or 90-yard difference in what they give up. And then Keanu Benton, who's their nose tackle, is a guy that was kind of iffy for the first 2.5 years of his career and has really come on and is coming off a really good game against Baltimore too. So that probably was a weakness of the team. Definitely last year when they got blown out in the playoffs by Baltimore, they went out in the offseason and tried to beef up their front seven, and Harmon has made a huge difference for this defense. And given the way the Texans run the ball, I don't think that that's going to be something that beats the Steelers Monday night.
Interesting. Andrew Filippone, 93.7 The Fan, joining us here, talking Steelers-Texans Monday night wild card round. Get started here. Kickoff 7:15 on Sports Radio 610. Andrew, the Texans, as I'm sure you know, not a great red zone team. Their kicker, Kymie Fairbairn, tied a record for field goals in a season this thing to be proud of, I don't think, because there's a lot of touchdowns left on the field. But kicking game is going to be a big part of this, I think, for the Texans. We saw Chris Boswell miss an extra point in that game. Obviously, we saw Tyler Loop miss a field goal. Between the weather and the field itself there, how big a factor are field conditions, especially for a team like the Texans that are used to playing in the easiest of situations indoors?
Yeah, I'm sure you guys have seen the stat by now. In the last 10 years, only one dome team has won a playoff game in under 40 degrees, and it was the Rams in Seattle in a 39-degree game against Russell Wilson a few years ago in the wild card round. So that was a game that John Wolford started over Jared Goff, which is insane to think about now in retrospect, that Goff was the backup in that game. Sean McVay, his preference was Wolford. But anyways, the wind, which when Seth came here and beat the Steelers in what was arguably the worst loss in that stadium's history, which I think is a compliment to you, Seth. Yes. Thank you, Tommy Maddox, who's probably not listening. But anyways, it used to be with the open end of the end zone facing the rivers, that it used to play fits on kickers, and they couldn't predict the weather pattern, the wind patterns, and kicks over, say, 40 yards were not really even a 50-50 proposition. When they added seats to that section of the stadium and closed, that's now going back almost 10 years, it changed all that. The wind is really not an issue anymore. But the bigger one is what you brought up, Sean, and that's the field. The field is brutal. Yeah. And Aaron Rodgers has ripped it in a very polite kind of way, but it's not good. And Boswell almost got hurt in a game against the Browns earlier this year because he slipped on it and landed awkwardly and could have twisted an ankle or even worse yet, a knee. So I think it gives the Steelers actually an advantage because they're used to it, and guys like Fairbairn won't. And he might be thinking about that even a little bit when he lines up for longer field goals. So I do think that is a home field advantage. And I will also say one more thing. The NFL looked back at that extra point by Boswell, and they changed it to a block. And he said yesterday that he did feel like he didn't shank it And if you really look at it, the direction of the ball did change somewhat.
Oh, yeah.
So at least that's how he's getting over it. He's now claiming that it was a good play by the Ravens and not a complete miss.
So he's not psychologically affected by it at all.
Yes.
That's well, and the other part where the field, and I'm glad you brought up the field conditions, whether it's raining or not. Yeah, it's been notoriously bad since they built it. That Calvin Austin touchdown, the cornerback just whiffs, slips, and just got no chance at it. That's something that I feel like, you know how it goes with the underdog. It always feels like any kind of adverse field conditions favor the underdog, or at least balance things out a little bit. Are they still playing high school football games in there on Thursday and Friday nights?
They like what you would call like the section or area championship games there.
Yeah.
And then they resod it afterwards. And it's the funniest thing. Our radio station will send out video of them tearing up the field, and it'll get hundreds of thousands of impressions. And then they'll put out a video of the new sod being laid down, and it'll get hundreds of thousands of impressions. And then there'll be a video that's taken 5 minutes before the first Steelers game played on the new surface, and it'll get millions of impressions. Oh, look how pristine this is. Look how great this is. And by the second quarter of the next game, the field looks like crap again. I don't get it.
Well,
I don't
like
understand
the Super Bowl. Every year they do some documentary about how it's taken years to grow this pristine service. And you're like, yeah, great. It looks nice. But when you slap it down, right before a game, it's not solid. It looks pretty, but yeah, that's, I do, as far as the kicking, obviously it can make a difference. My nervousness would be if, you know, when you're the favorite in a game, and it's not like they're heavy favorites or anything, but those shoddy conditions they make it way more random, and there's just more of a chance for a guy that, you know, getting past a slipping defensive back. And the Texans, I think the Texans defense is the best unit on the field Monday night, and if they're weakened at all because of poor surface conditions, that's as a Texans fan, that makes me nervous.
Yeah, and I did not feel like Tomlin gave Stroud his proper due respect when he talked about Houston, which is a very odd thing for Mike, because days before a game is to make whatever opponent he's playing sound like they're either the 85 Bears or 07 Patriots. And when he started to talk about the Texans offense, he said, I respect CJ Stroud. Okay, that's nice enough. And then the next 2 minutes was an ode to Davis Mills. And Davis Mills saving the Texans season, and how the Steelers would not be playing the Texans Monday night if not for the tremendous production of Davis Mills during that 3-game streak. It was very, very strange to me.
Yeah.
I've never heard him do that, where he lumps more praise on the backup quarterback than the starting quarterback they're about to play.
That's really interesting. Andrew Filipponi joining us. Hey, Andrew, we've got about a minute before we get you out of here. Just real quick, we'll play a little game. The Steelers win this game if. The Texans win this game if. What's the one big thing for each of these two teams?
Well, the Texans win this game if they hit more of those big plays. I mean, they hit a lot of 40-plus yard plays, and we just saw the Steelers give up 2 of them in the fourth quarter Sunday night, and thanks to Tyler Loop, they were able to overcome them. And we also saw that against the Chargers for the Texans 2 games ago. So that is a concern. The Steelers' safeties look like garbage. Jalen Ramsey's coming off his worst game, and Kyle Duggar got benched by the end of the game against Baltimore. So that's something to watch. And the Steelers win this game if their defense plays like it's paid to play. $170 million spent. The Steelers should be the team that has the lofty rankings and stats like the Texans. The first time in a decade, they show up and play like it in a playoff game.
Should be a whole lot of fun. A lot of streaks in this game, and something's got to give. It's really, really interesting. Andrew Filipponi, 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh. Andrew, we appreciate the time, and enjoy the game on Monday, but don't enjoy it too much.
Yeah, you guys are great. Keep up the good work.
I think
so. And don't be bound down to Cam Hayward trying to bully you into not being the immaculate pitcher that you are.
Seth, I have a smoothie that I'm about to drink, and I'm about to go pump iron, but have you seen that man? He's a humongous human.
He ain't telling, Andrew ain't telling him anything.
Easier said than done.
You can get Andrew on Twitter at the Pony Express, Pony with an I. Andrew, keep up the great work as well. We appreciate you, man.
See you guys.
All right, take care. They do a great job up there. I've been listening the last couple days to his show. It's a really good show up there. If you're looking to get the the flip side to this game on Monday, that's a good place to go.
That's the least smack-talking version of Andrew Filipponi I've ever had when we've had Andrew Filipponi on the radio. Usually he's talking all kinds of smack. I think that tells you everything you need to know about how this game
How they feel about this game.
Okay.
All right, well, speaking of which, 5 Reasons I Hate You, Steeler Playoff Edition is coming up next. Stay there.
Trajan Wealth. 5 reasons to love Trajan Wealth.
and Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610.
I love
Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Sorry, voice guy. I love Fridays. By the way, big thanks to Andrew Filipponi who joined us. Getting good feedback on him. He's excellent. They have a good show up there on 93.7 The Fan.
No, and I'm glad he talked about the Steelers' defensive line, how, one of the reasons that they've come along in the second half of the season was because their young defensive linemen started playing a lot better. And Cam Hayward is still a stud at this age because everybody knows T.J. Watt. Highsmith, I feel like he gets talked about a lot now as a guy that nobody talks about Highsmith. And they say that so often that plenty of people are talking about Highsmith.
Yeah.
But it's the interior defensive line that really concerns me more.
This doesn't factor really into the game on Monday too much, but he mentioned, and this is something, if we had a little more time, I might have asked him about it, because I actually Spot Rack page with his contract info on there. He signed a huge extension a year ago, over $40 million a year. And I know the lung thing is not his fault, but even before that, he hadn't been peak T.J. Watt. He's 32 now, I think. He's in his early 30s. I just wonder, because Andrew brought up the $170 million defense at the end there. It makes me wonder how they're feeling about the price tags on some of these guys that they've got right now.
I think if you're going to look at one guy that, all right, aging edge rusher and maybe isn't quite what his contract says he is or what he used to be, but Von Miller in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Von Miller was not playing well. He wasn't playing well in general. It wasn't like T.J. Watt's here this year, but he showed up with the Rams in the playoffs, and just there is that dynamic. Big-time players make big-time plays in big-time games.
T.J. Watt could change the game. I'm thinking more like next year and the year after where they're at with it, All right, 5 reasons I hate you, Steelers edition. Here we go. We do this every Friday before a Texans game. Number 5, Charlie Batch. And some of you may go, who?
I figured you'd go here with to the Charlie Batch route. No, okay, tell me about Charlie Batch.
Charlie Batch is a former backup quarterback for the Steelers back when they won at least one of their Super Bowls in the early 2000s, maybe both. I'm not sure. Here's Charlie Batch on a podcast earlier this week saying nobody scares the Steelers.
These guys truly believe that they have a chance. They need to get into the tournament, which they did. But right now, nobody in the AFC scares this team, and that's what gets me in this team as they continue in the playoff football.
That audio is not why I hate Charlie Batch right now for purposes of this segment. I'm just playing it just to establish that Charlie Batch is still out there with a voice about the Steelers. The thing that bothers me about Charlie Batch is every year at the Super Bowl on Radio Row, Charlie Batch is walking around there pimping something with his little handout, his little collateral material saying, I'm a 2-time Super Bowl champion.
Yeah.
I mean, he's walking,
so you're getting annoyed
walking around like he's Peyton Manning or something like that. Yeah. 2-time Super Bowl champion.
He knows what it takes. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is honestly, it's been a little bit of a surprise to me. This is the first time I can ever remember heading into a game versus the Steelers where you just haven't seen Steelers fans overly cocky or pointing to their past or their history or just how great a franchise they are. I feel like Steelers fans are really smarting a little bit because it's been 6 straight years of getting destroyed in the first round of the playoffs.
Maybe
or 6 straight appearances of getting destroyed in the playoffs.
Taking the starch out of them a little bit maybe.
Yeah.
So number 5 is Charlie Batch acting like he's Joe Montana on Radio Row every year. Number 4, their current QB room. So I got a past QB in there. Their current QB room is Aaron Rodgers and Mason Rudolph. There's plenty of reasons to hate Aaron Rodgers. He's gotten a little less hateable, as Andrew Filipponi pointed out in the previous segment. Still hateable. And Mason Rudolph, just look at his face. I mean, there's a reason why Myles Garrett grabbed a helmet and swung it on Mason Rudolph's head, because it holds that on the front of it.
The thing about Aaron Rodgers is even this week he had one of choice Aaron Rodgers moments where he very conspicuously pointed out that he doesn't care about all the stupid comments. Yeah. He's a lot like Mike Tomlin. I'm like, and yet you seem to be hyper aware of all the stupid comments and seem to get pretty agitated when one of them is called to your attention. So I don't know about He doth protest too much.
Yes.
And yet, I give him credit for, man, he's done a lot of things with Pittsburgh in terms of just the way he's operated and then also his play, the way he's had to play the game, that he's become a dink and dunk quarterback. Filippone said he was getting rid of the ball faster than any quarterback in the league. Yes, if you only include starting quarterbacks in Week 18, Tua Tagovailoa gets rid of the ball faster than Aaron Rodgers, and that's it.
Yeah.
But it is a whole lot of peppering the line of scrimmage. But they've been effective with it, and he's had to manage where he is in his career and the team he's on, and he's done a good job of it. But he's still the most annoying Aaron Rodgers moment this year was when he listed all the lovable losers on the team, guys who were cast-offs.
Yeah.
You know, because there are all these guys who have been cast off.
Yeah.
And then somebody asked a very fair question. Do you consider yourself a cast-off?
Yeah.
And I think it's fair because he was just cut by the Jets.
Right.
And he gave a stone cold glare. Said, "No, don't lump me in with those other cast-offs I just mentioned."
Yeah. The ones I was giving probably somewhat disingenuous praise to just now.
Nobody's got a bigger ego about how he has no ego supposedly than Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers. He and Mason Rudolph collectively are reason number 4. Reason number 3, their offensive coordinator, Arthur Smith, is a FedEx Nepo baby.
That's right. Son of one of the richest men in America.
Yep.
Who managed to retain a job through multiple different head coaches when he was with the Titans.
In the state of Tennessee, where FedEx is headquartered.
His father was a minority owner in that team, right? Yeah.
Did you see the news yesterday that Tennessee wants to interview him for their head coaching job?
Yeah.
I would welcome that.
I had put him into the bucket of guys that, man, he just does not have the charisma of a head coach.
Yeah.
He doesn't have head coach traits. But I don't know. I'm still torn on just what he is as an offensive coordinator because he did some really impressive things in Tennessee. He's a guy that I keep an eye on is perhaps hiring as an offensive coordinator when you have a defensive-minded head coach.
What would your gut reaction be if Schefter tweets out today, Tennessee's hiring Arthur Smith as their next head coach?
I'd be happy about it.
I would, as a Texan fan, right?
Yeah, I'd be happy about it.
I would too.
Well, plus, remember, though, that would be interesting because Skoronski, is that his name, the guard for the Titans?
Peter
Remember,
Skoronski.
he had the story about when he was visiting the Falcons that Arthur Smith was trying to pull all these alpha moves on him. Yeah. They're like saying, basically saying, I don't like the cut of your jib.
Yeah.
That they'd be reunited. That would be awesome.
They would. He'd get to hear it every day.
Yeah.
All right, number 2. You have a Steeler fan story that you told earlier this week that the really obnoxious Steeler fan. Do you remember that?
I told that earlier this week.
You did? Did you know the story I'm talking about most importantly? Oh, okay. What was it?
Sell your soul to the black.
Oh, that. Right.
Okay.
I forgot about that. I was thinking about when I played in Pittsburgh because there were a couple of annoying kids in the end zone as we were warming up that I got into it with. No, thank you, Ben.
Yeah.
So I've got multiple annoying Steelers fans.
Right. But this particular one makes
terrible towels and everything.
This particular one makes me hate them.
Yeah.
So tell the story.
When the Steelers beat the Texans on Christmas Day a few years ago, I was sitting in the stands with my family and I had to walk down with my, the 10, 12-year-old, however, and there was a Steelers fan in front of us who was just screaming the whole way down the ramp, "You can sell your soul to the black and gold."
Over and over again.
You can become a Steelers fan over and over and over again. And I've never, in my adult life, I don't think I've ever wanted to punch somebody in the back of the head so hard.
Right.
But I didn't because I'm a good person.
You're a gentleman.
that I didn't cold cock.
You just told him to go die. Yeah.
Smaller person. Yeah.
No physical violence. Just told him to go die. But if the Texans win on Monday, assuming that person is still alive, he will be very miserable.
I'll tell you another thing about Steelers fans too. Like a weird. I think they somehow don't realize that other people have ever lived in cold weather or played in cold weather before. Because I was warming up before a game, out before the warm-ups when I was out on the field doing my own individual warm-up. And it was like 35 degrees out. And I had these punks all bundled up.
Yeah.
We had scarves and crap on.
Yeah.
And I'm out there in no sleeves. And they're like, "You ain't going to make it in this cold. I don't even know."
Okay.
And I'm looking at these guys like, how stupid are you?
Okay.
I was like, this is nothing. You guys are soft.
All right.
I grew up north of here.
Yeah.
You think this is cold? You stupid, soft idiots. And this is the problem. This is the problem with Steelers fans. They all want to act like their dad grew up working in the steel mills. Bitch, your dad is an accountant. You know, like, you act like, oh, yeah, you're so tough with your Iron City beer and everything. The blue-collar ethos of the Steelers has been out the door long ago. You're a bunch of fancy lads, and you know it.
Your dad's a pharmaceutical salesman, all right? Your dad works for Arthur Anderson. He's an accountant. Well, it makes it even more annoying, Seth, when you're having to deal with these people, while the number one reason to hate the Steelers was playing in the background.
What's this?
It's the Steelers' Here We Go song. They try to get people into the stadium.
They still play this?
Yes, they do. Amy and I went there 2 seasons ago. We went there in 2023, or no, last year, 2024.
Yeah.
We went there on the bye week, and they give a countdown to playing this song before the game. Like 15 minutes to Here We Go.
Yeah.
Like this is a circle it, put it on the calendar thing for them before the game.
Was this written by a pedophile likewise? The Gary Glitter?
Oh, no.
This is a wannabe knockoff of a famous jock rock song that was written by a pedophile. Nice job, Steelers.
Yeah, way to go. Way to go.
Here we go, I guess.
Way to promote that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow, Steelers.
They have a countdown to this at the game. This awful, awful, terrible song. Turn it up,
Yeah,
man.
that's a bad... this is like 1970s level synthesizer usage.
It might be from back.
This is like off of a Kmart synthesizer.
Yeah.
What a sad sack of a franchise you've become,
All right.
Steelers.
Those are your 5. I feel like we worked up some pretty good hatred in that segment. I was a little nervous that we were a little light on the Steelers. No. Yeah, I think I am. I hope I can keep this energy for the next 80 hours or so till kickoff on Sunday at 7:15 p.m.
I would say by the city of Pittsburgh itself, and just if you've ever had to drive in Pittsburgh, that'll get you. That's 5 reasons to hate you within 15 minutes.
That's true too.
You take a wrong turn, and all of a sudden you're stuck in a burrow somewhere.
Yep.
Like sketched into the side of a mountain.
We've got a few reasons on the text page. We'll get to. All right, we got to jump out here. There's 8 fired head coaches now after yesterday. Mike McDaniel, the latest. Which ones actually get head coaching gigs again, and which ones are donezo? We will rapid fire that one coming up next.
Ready? Texans. Miami Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, real quick text, and then we'll get to the head coach. There's 8 head coaches that have been fired since the regular season. Most of them fired this week.
25%.
Before we, that's about where it falls every year.
My math is correct.
No, you're spot on, man. You nailed it.
Yeah,
8 out of 32. You go, Seth.
Take that, Mrs. Gino. I know the multiplication table is just good.
Yeah. So Texter says, Sean, please thank Seth for his spicy Seth YouTube on the Kill Zone after the Chiefs game.
Oh,
so you did a YouTube after the Chiefs game. He said this. It's John in Tampa. He says, I showed my wife, who hates sports talk radio, and now she's asking for me to play Seth and I. Now she's asking me to play Seth, getting Payne and Pendergast sprinkled in for her and me as well. Y'all have a new fan.
Oh, good.
Good
Yay.
job. Good job. That's the synergy right there. The Kill Zone video on your YouTube channel bringing people to the Payne and Pendergast store as well. I appreciate that.
Thank you, that guy's wife, for giving us a chance.
John in Tampa. Yeah, Mrs. John. So there you go. There's 8 fired head coaches. I want to play a little game, Seth. And if you're in your car, you can play along with us. Just scream to yourself.
Do I need to go get in my car?
You don't. No.
Okay.
You stay here. I'm going to name the names, and you tell me immediate head coaching job, future at some point head coaching job again, or never head coach again.
And remember, the irony of it all is that there's a bunch of vacancies because these guys themselves have been fired.
Absolutely.
So the immediate head coaching job, some of these guys I might not say immediate in a normal year, but there's a bunch of vacancies. So, so it's immediate, future, or never?
Or never, yes.
Okay.
Those are the 3.
All right.
Let's start with what I think is an easy one. John Harbaugh.
Immediate, and I think especially, there's some Giants fans that are looking at John Harbaugh as their potential savior, and that there's a report that if John Harbaugh goes in, Joe Shane, the GM, is out. It's going to be kind of like the Jaguars this year, where Liam Cohen said, I'm only taking that job if you get rid of Trent Baalke, the much-maligned GM. So I think John Harbaugh is an easy one.
Yeah.
I think John Harbaugh is a really easy, comfortable hire, and he'll get a job immediately.
I think he will interview yet as he's waiting to see if any of these playoff teams have openings coming up in a week. You know, they're the Eagles, where he used to coach. Who knows if they get blown out by San Francisco, maybe something happens with Sirianni, which would be crazy because just by win percentage alone, Sirianni is up among the greatest head coaches of all time. Never had a losing season. Mike McDaniel.
Mike McDaniel, on the basis of, it seems like about 1/3 to 2/3 of self-made billionaires these days are either microdosing or macrodosing LSD. Yes, they're gonna. Mike McDaniel is gonna come in there, and they're gonna just start talking in all kinds of buzzword phrasing about the way they can reinvent this or reinvent that, and he will in the future get a head coaching job.
Yep.
Yeah. I think he's an immediate offensive coordinator hire.
Yes.
Future head coaching, and then future fired after 3 years.
Right. Fired again.
Yeah.
when the owner decides to sober up. All right, I'm with you on that. This is an interesting one. And again, we're playing a little game. Immediate head coaching hire, future head coaching hire, or never head coaching again for all the fired coaches. Kevin Stefanski.
I think Stefanski, and this was a hard one. I know I'm supposed to be going knee-jerk, but let's say I've got a delayed knee-jerk reaction.
Okay. Yeah.
My neurologist is nervous about it, but this is my version of a knee-jerk.
I got you, yeah.
The hammer has been laid on my knee, and my shin is slowly coming up, and my shin is thinking about the fact that, you know what, offensive-minded head coach who has had a really good defense the last couple of years.
Yeah.
But can short with him, and has very easiest and obvious excuses to make about the quarterbacks he's worked with. I think he's an immediate rehire.
I think he is too, and I would actually be slightly nervous if they paired him up with Cam Ward in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Even though the quarterback play hasn't been great, Deshaun Watson failed miserably with Kevin Stefanski up there, and Deshaun had been a Pro Bowler.
The thing about just Deshaun failing the way he has is that I think when you're explaining this to an owner without Stefanski coming right out and saying it, it's like, man, am I really going to believe that Stefanski made Deshaun Watson that much worse and it had nothing to do with the 24 allegations of sexual misconduct?
Yep. Yep. All right, Brian Daboll.
No.
Never head coach again.
Boy, I bet for a certain owner who's looking for a certain gruff football guy, Daboll brings a lot to the table.
Yep.
But
if you had to play the odds on this,
I think he'll get at least one more job.
A head coach?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he's going to be a coordinator this cycle. It sounds like he's a front runner in Vegas because he's got ties to Brady from back in their New England days.
Yeah.
Brian Callahan. That's
Who?
Exactly. That's an easy one for me. He's somebody who you just watch him at a podium and you go, how did this guy get the job in the first place?
That felt like a scheme hire.
Yes.
Almost like, okay, hey, and he's going to bring his dad, who's an awesome offensive line coach with him. I would say to choose right now, I don't think he gets another opportunity as a head coach.
Jonathan Gannon.
Okay, this is interesting.
That's making me say no.
I've had conversations with people about Jonathan Gannon, and I do think that there's, for one, people really, really respect him as a coordinator.
Yes.
And I know his side of the ball didn't do what you would expect them to do when, that's his area of expertise. But there's more substance to him than maybe some of the goofiness in the team meetings or in the video clips have shown. Boy, that's a tough one, though. But I feel like he doesn't have the, I don't think he gets another job.
Never's a long time. He's one where I say, okay, never is a long time. Not for everybody, but never is a long time. If he goes in Robert Saleh's his way to another job,
I'll revise it. I'll say future. I think that he honestly, just based on what people have said about him and the way he operates and everything, I think that's. I think he does really well in interviews.
I think so too. I think he's a future.
So
for
he's got to go. He's got to rebound by getting. He's got to create another good defense somewhere. Like he did in Philadelphia, but then he'll get one more opportunity.
100%. That's the train I'm on with him, and I'm not a huge fan of his, but I think that possibility exists. Last two, Pete Carroll.
No.
Yeah, it's end of the line.
That was
He's not going to coach again. I don't.
He's
think.
already the oldest coach in NFL history.
Yeah.
Does somebody double down on top of it? And I'm saying that as I'm wincing. If you can watch on the YouTube channel, they called it what it was. He had a 2-year contract. Was it?
Yes, it was a short contract. Yeah,
it was a really short contract. So maybe somebody would hire him as a bridge coach or something, but no.
Yeah, I don't think he coaches again. Raheem Morris.
Yes.
You think he coaches?
I don't think he gets an immediate job, but I think he gets another job.
He's had 2 head coaching jobs now, but I don't know that it's failed miserably at either of them. Like he was 8-9 in Atlanta this year.
Well, and it's always been with the Atlanta that the hiring process seems so weird in that one. So there's questions, especially with them firing the GM too, that I don't know how much alignment there was in the organization, and he was saddled with. They signed Kirk Cousins coming off an Achilles tear. They probably made a bad pick at quarterback. And I think that he's one of those guys that commands a lot of respect in general, that I think through the interview part of it, and then an owner thinking, you know what, we need a guy like Raheem Morris in here. I think he gets one more shot.
He may. Yeah, he may.
But not immediate. Not immediate.
Definitely not immediate, but I will not dispute you on the future part of that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, we've got definite Texans and Steelers to get to in the 9 o'clock hour. I saw a video yesterday that statistically had a path for the Texans by process of elimination to win the Super Bowl. We'll do that a little later in the 9 o'clock hour because it's about to be 9 a.m. on a Friday, and we've got Take-A-Mania to get to. The worst takes of the week try to take down the champ, Dan Orlovsky, who said that Matthew Stafford will be one of the all-time greats if he wins a Super Bowl. That was enough to take the belt last week. Who takes the belt this week? Take-A-Mania is up next.
What's better than having one award? West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoor Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. That music means it's time for Take-A-Mania. Before we do that, worst take of the week is Take-A-Mania. Dan Orlovsky is the champion right now for a Matthew Stafford take he had that we'll play momentarily. Going back to 5 reasons I hate you for the Pittsburgh Steelers, several texts coming in, and my sincere apologies to longtime Houstonians that I didn't have this on the list. The AFC title games back-to-back years in 1979 and 1980, particularly the 1980 AFC title game where the referees botched a touchdown to Mike Renfro in the back of the end zone. That is some long time. Those are games, especially the second one, because of that play. There are those certain games that as a fan you never get over. You just never get over it, and that feels like, to me, for longtime Houstonians, we've never gotten over this.
And that Mike Renfro catch with replay would have been ruled a catch.
Absolutely.
I mean, he controlled the ball through contact with the ground, had both his feet in, everything. But it was 8 years before the NFL would have replay.
Yep.
So if anything, that play didn't die in vain. It was probably one of the ones cited. People were making the argument for whether to implement instant replay or not.
Yes, I guarantee you it was. All right, let's do Take-A-Mania. This is the champion right now. For those that are new to the show, every Friday at 9 o'clock, we've gathered some of the worst takes of the week, and they try to take down the week. Some champions have gone on to hold the belt for months at a time. Dan Orlovsky is a new champ. He won last week with this take on Matthew Stafford heading into the postseason.
There's no quarterback who's been asked to make more high-leverage throws than Matthew Stafford. There's no quarterback who's made high-leverage throws than Matthew Stafford. There's no quarterback that has been asked to make more tight window throws than Matthew Stafford, specifically down in the red zone. When you just watch the ball that is played and the stuff that they ask Stafford to operate, it makes you drop your jaw. I would tell you this. If Stafford wins MVP and he wins the Super Bowl, I think it puts him in the conversation for one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I went back.
Last part.
I went back, Seth, because I had forgotten who the champ was when I was putting the segment together. So I went back and listened to last week's Take-A-Mania to remind myself that it was Orlovsky who'd won. And you had pulled up some amazing numbers of just how can you name this guy one of the all-time greatest when you're completely ignoring his Detroit part of his career.
Right, which is, okay, was it his fault that he was in Detroit? No, but his record versus winning opponents alone was amazingly bad.
8-67 was what you cited in the segment last year.
It was really before he got to the Rams. But
before he got to the Rams, right.
So it was the part that made it bad at the end was the all-time greats. So, okay, how long is the list of all-times that you're talking about here, et cetera, et cetera?
Yep.
I guess it was kind of a weak field last week. I don't think this is that was the most disaster.
No, but sometimes you go through a period with a title belt where there's just not a lot of good contenders. Someone's got to be the champ, and it's Dan Orlovsky. Now, who knows? Maybe Dan Orlovsky will get taken down by this very formidable opponent, Dan Orlovsky.
Oh no!
Who yesterday said that Arch Manning, who improved throughout the year.
Oh, yeah, improved a lot, but still has improving to do in terms of consistency especially.
Yeah, well, this is where if Arch Manning had come out for the draft, this is where Dan Orlovsky thinks he would get picked.
And the pick would already be made. The Las Vegas Raiders would have no chance of passing on him. They would have to make the pick. One, he's 6'4", 225 pounds. He's an unbelievable athlete. I think in the Michigan game, he ran at like 21 miles per hour, which is absurd. He's only gotten better. He's very strong-armed. He's unbelievably athletic. He's really smart. He's getting trained the right way. He's wired the right way. He's been knocked down and picked himself back up. I think he's an ultra-competitive young man. It would not even be close. He would already be selected as the #1 pick.
Okay. I mean, it's impossible for him to ever be proven correct or incorrect on this because Arch Manning will be playing college football next year.
Sure.
Not this year. He won't be in the draft this year. I think that this is the problem. He's still contributing to the problem of Arch Manning really didn't have the opportunity in terms of the way the public looks at him, to develop as a normal quarterback. Because this year he did a good job developing as a quarterback, but showing that he's a guy that still needs some develop. We've got all these people shouting about how he's a slam dunk generational talent and everything. Orlovsky, you're part of the problem in this. Just let the kid develop next year.
He makes 6'4", 220 sound like he's Yao Ming or something.
Thank you. I'm glad you brought that up, though, too, because he sounds like a scout from 1983.
Yeah.
He's 6'4", 225, can throw it a country mile.
Yep.
Yeah, and you're right. 6'4" is not, yeah. All right. Yeah, he takes, this is the worst take than the Stafford
He
take.
takes himself down here, yeah. Orlovsky. I think that's a first. I think that's the first time a champ has ever pinned himself.
That he's a slam dunk, no doubt about it, number one overall pick. I don't think most people right now, like when I read various scouting reports and everything, would say, yeah, he's probably definitely a first-round pick.
Yeah, on
but
spec.
I see very few people saying he's a slam dunk number one overall pick.
Right. Yeah, especially because there are quarterbacks that are being viewed that way already. Fernando Mendoza,
It's a crowded
Dante
field.
Moore. Yeah. All right.
Orlovsky's bowing at the altar of the Manning name a little too much.
A little bit.
On that.
He's been doing
I
it
say
all
that
year.
while saying Arch Manning very well might not end up being the number one overall pick, and there's a whole lot of upside there.
Yep.
But it's not nearly the slam dunk because he's not just talking about his own opinion. He's projecting his opinion onto every other NFL team.
Yeah, saying the Raiders would have no choice but to take him. All right, next up, Mel Kiper. Last time we heard from Mel Kiper, I'm sure he was talking about Shedeur Sanders because that's what he's been famous for.
That's all he does. That's how he does. When Cam Ward gets drafted number one overall, it becomes the show.
So now the podcast, I think it's a draft podcast hosted by Mike Greenberg with Field Yates and Mel Kiper, and they're talking about the Cleveland quarterback situation going into the offseason. You know, Cleveland's got 2 first-round picks. They're going to have a new head coach. Do they look at quarterback? You know, Mel Kiper thinks you're nuts if you think the Browns should go looking for a quarterback.
Shedeur Sanders is going to be their quarterback going forward, I guess is what I was trying to say.
It's got to be Greeny. I mean, what the hell is it got to do? I mean, is it going to get into this negativity again about Shedeur? I mean, I don't know what else the kid needs to do. I mean, Josh Allen had haters in year 3. So if Josh Allen has haters in year 2 and 3 of his career, there's no way Shedeur can avoid it. But I've watched every play, every snap of Shedeur Sanders, and he should be proud of what he had to go through and survive and to come out winning that game yesterday, driving them down to get into field goal range inside of 50 yards to make that field goal and win it. After, like I said, it could have been 21-12 had Canelo caught the football. Drops hurt that team all year. To be able to show more mobility than anybody thought. The accuracy's there. Everything about Shedeur Sanders screams he's the quarterback. But if people were going to negative in April, they're going to be negative now because they're going to look, where is he ranked? Forget that. Look at the interceptions that were off of Jerry Jeudy, off of Judkin's shoulder. Batted balls like Burrow had one yesterday. Batted in a pick 6. You blaming Burrow for that? No. You're blaming Shedeur for a couple batted balls that were picked off? You shouldn't. Okay.
Shedeur had 10 picks. In 7 games.
It was also and this is why I hate the Shedeur Sanders picks takes. I hate judging them. Much like I might say with Arch Manning. No, I have no idea how good Shedeur Sanders can or cannot be.
Agreed.
But to say that he's shown everything he needs to show to prove that he should be the starter next year, he was the worst. Playing behind a really bad offensive line.
Yeah.
Having a lot working against him.
Yep.
But the sum total of it was he was the worst quarterback in football, even worse than Dylan Gabriel this year. And it's not, a lot of that's not his fault. But I don't think that, and he did some impressive things at times.
Yeah, at times.
But there was no part of his entire performance where you can look at it and say, what else does he need to do?
Yes.
Well, seriously, what the hell are you talking about? What else does he need to do? He still needs to continue to do positive things and iron out some of the negatives. Like, what else does he need to do? Play good football, Mel Kiper. You're the new champion.
Oh, I love it. Orlovsky off the hook.
And I think, look, he could develop into the guy.
Yeah.
But, yes, of course there's more that he needs to do.
It's the hyperbole that gets you in Taking Mania. Yeah. All right, so Mel Kiper so we've had 2 title changes in the last 4 minutes. All right, next up, Cam Newton, who was getting into an argument on First Take. He's on my TV screen right now. Getting into an argument on First Take. This is last week. The reason why there's a debate going on is the Big Ten surpassed the SEC. And I will point out, this debate took place before we now live in a world where for the third straight year there will not be an SEC team in the championship game. It's been a while since the SEC has even had a team competing for the championship in the finale. And so Cam Newton said, you know why the SEC is the best? TV ratings.
Order in the court. Because somebody has to speak reasoning to the beautiful people of America. And my American people, I will have you to know that the SEC is not and has not went anywhere. Why? Because every team in the SEC does more numbers than every team in the Big Ten, than every team in the ACC, than every team. Man, listen, at the end of the day, everybody knows that if you want to go and get put on, you still go to the SEC. And however great Coach Signetti is, you still know, I'm not about to go watch Indiana football. I prefer to go watch LSU, Ole Miss, the great Auburn, Alabama, UGA, Tennessee, Arkansas, Mississippi State, way before I watch a Penn State, way before I watch a Michigan State, Iowa State. Man, come on now. Is the dominance over? Yes. Why? It's because the ability to pay players now. But they still don't do the numbers that the SEC does. And the mantra of the SEC, might I remind you, it's just different, Ryan Terry. You and I both know that.
Okay. The mantra is it means more. That's what the mantra is.
I guess I need to know. I would need to know exactly what was the topic they're supposed to be debating, because in terms of national relevance or what have you, or like how many people care about the total, like the total number of people who really care about the teams in the conference and everything.
Yeah.
It's there. But then he also does concede that the dominance is no longer there.
Right.
And he explains why, but the sum total of it is that the dominance is, he says it himself, the dominance is no longer there. So I don't know what point he's trying to make.
Yeah.
So I can't.
It happens a lot with Cam, actually.
Yeah, I can't make him. But if somebody asks, hey, is the SEC as relevant as they used to be? Okay, I think he makes some good points about the relevance. If somebody had asked, are they still the dominant conference? I don't know. So no, just because of the murkiness of it all, it's not the worst take.
Doesn't beat Kuiper. Okay. All right, Kuiper kicks out. All right, I think Kuiper's going to hang on to the title this week, but we'll see. This was Adam Schefter yesterday on a podcast where he said the big topic of conversation was John Harbaugh's availability. And there were definitely, according to reports, teams that already had and have head coaches in place that were fishing around on John Harbaugh just to see what's the deal. Adam Schefter says you cannot fire your head coach and hope for Harbaugh.
A team would have to take a leap of faith to fire its current sitting acting head coach to go make a move for John Harbaugh. And I can tell you this, I've spoken to teams. They've brought up that exact dilemma. It's hard to do. You can't do it, Dan. You can't do it. You got to be willing to move on from your coach, period. Separate from John Harbaugh. He is a small part of that equation. To fire your head coach, then fine. But you can't fire your head coach to go hire John Harbaugh without even talking to him and knowing that you get him. Now, people might say, oh, there's tampering. I'm telling you right now, he's on a fact-finding mission, and he wants to talk to everybody, and he would not commit to any one team. It wouldn't happen. So if you're firing your sitting head coach to go hire him, you may be left holding the bag.
And you'd have to find a new head coach.
Well, let me ask you though. So I guess my question would be: is he responding to somebody who says that you should fire him and go get Harbaugh, or is he just emphatically stating something which is obviously already known to be true?
I don't know. It was a clip that showed up on Twitter.
I would almost be like if he's responding to somebody saying like, well, why don't they just fire this guy and go get John Harbaugh?
Yeah.
Then I think that's an appropriate response because it's not that simple. It's not as it's true what Schefter is saying. Like the backwater deals and everything. It just doesn't happen like that in the NFL typically. So I don't know. Without knowing the question he was responding to.
Okay.
I think he's saying something that's true. If he was just coming out there and presenting it like this is some hot take, then it's a horrible take because it's stating something that's true, but doing it with more emphatic language.
If I had to guess, I think he's at the very least responding to the notion of that being out there. A lot of fans out there that are not happy with their head coaching situation. That are probably hitting him on Twitter and elsewhere. Saying, hey, what about Harbaugh for this team? And the team's already got a head coach.
Or why that take is bad.
Yeah.
Is that,
I was more. I put it. No. You've got it. I more or less. This one I wanted to put in there just because I'm just curious what your reaction.
Yeah, it's really
college is the.
Yeah, it's really
college is the wild west.
More times than you know, like Floriola would put out that theory that like, oh yeah, Peyton's going to leave and go to the Cowboys.
All right.
And lo and behold, Sean Payton is currently coaching in Denver.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Kuiper,
for now.
So Kuiper kicks out. Hey, one last one real quick, just because I want to play it again. And anytime you can play Shannon and Ocho. I don't even know if this is a bad take. I just want to hear it again.
Oh, no, it's not. Yeah, this is just awesome.
I just want to hear it again. Yeah.
Matter of fact, I used to date a girl in Charlotte. Yeah. Never forget, 2003. I wonder how she doing.
I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder how she doing. Yeah, in Charlotte. I've been to Charlotte. I've been to Charlotte twice. I've been to Raleigh. I've been to Raleigh twice.
You mean Raleigh?
Raleigh.
Oh, okay.
That's how you say it? How you say it again?
Raleigh.
You for real?
Yeah.
But it's spelled R-A-L-E-I-G-H.
Raleigh.
That's Raleigh.
Close enough.
The best is him contesting it.
Yeah, I like it.
That's Raleigh.
So Chad Johnson, I gotta start watching the Nightcap podcast.
I know this might be the one athlete podcast I end up watching.
I see all these clips and they're hilarious, but I need to know more about the context. I think so. Chad Johnson doesn't drink, and I don't know if he's ever drank before in his life or anything. But it was his birthday, and at some point this week on that podcast, he was going to drink on his birthday with Shannon Sharp. Or at least this is when I saw the clip this week. So he's got a bottle of some kind of liquor.
Yeah.
And Chad Johnson, who doesn't drink, I don't know if he's ever drank in his entire life, Shannon says, go ahead and take a drink. He tips the bottle up.
Oh, jeez.
It takes a big old swig.
Oh, my God.
And then his face goes, he has a panic
Here's
moment.
why I don't drink.
I don't think he understood exactly how vile that stuff is until you start to have some positive associations with it.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
All right.
So the Nightcap podcast.
Yep.
I mean, I don't have time, Sean. I don't have time for another podcast.
Put it on the
in my
agenda,
life.
man. Put it on the agenda.
Why? No.
You will when the season's over. Put it on the off-season agenda to get into the Nightcap.
All right.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're going to play a little game of NFL Playoff Survivor that I think really, really benefits the Houston Texans. You will want almost a by the numbers segment. We will do that coming up next. Speaking of numbers.
Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so someone sent us a video. I apologize, the follower of me and Seth on Twitter who sent this to us last night. It was about a 10-minute video that CBS did where they found 5 trends for recent, and I say recent, I mean like at least the last 23 to 25 years. Some of them, the entire Super Bowl. 5 trends that are very, very sticky for Super Bowl champions.
Yeah.
And they played the little game of Survivor that you do where each trend eliminates people from the 14-person island that we have going right now.
Yeah.
The NFL playoffs.
The fun thing about this is that it's like when you have a million different potential data points, and you can figure out these like little trends that there's a tendency to read way too much into stuff like this. But yes. But we're going to do it as it favors the Texans.
Why are you spoiling it right now? These are the 5 most important trends.
I'm just putting that disclaimer out there beforehand because one of the biggest trends that people love to cite this week is that the Steelers haven't lost at home on Monday night since 1991.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. I've only boned up on 5 trends in the Super Bowl era that matter to me.
But some of these are really legitimate though.
Yes.
There's substance behind some of these.
Okay, so let's
do this.
Let's dig into them for sure. All right, the number one. 56 of the last 59 Super Bowl champs were either top 7 in scoring offense, top 7 in scoring defense, or both. So
which makes sense.
Yeah.
You got to be really good at something.
You got to be good at something, and if you're good at both, that really helps. That eliminates. So if you're not in the top 7 in scoring offense or defense, sorry, you've been voted off the island. Okay, that eliminates 6 teams.
Oh, losers.
Chicago, San Francisco, Green Bay, the Chargers, the Panthers, Steelers, as I think Mark Vanderman. Hey, Ben, if you could, real quick, give me a Vandy get out, if you could, for those 6 teams.
Get out.
Yeah, thank you. Chicago, San Fran, Green Bay, Chargers, Panthers, Steelers, all gone. So 6 of the 14 eliminated.
That matches kind of the field test, too, to where you look at those teams and you say, San Francisco's the one that's diciest just because I think it's the stats don't tell the whole story about their offense.
Yes.
But, yeah.
And San Francisco is an interesting one. You're right, Seth, because I was a little surprised their offense wasn't top 7 in scoring. They've scored, recently they've been a machine, not last week's game where they only scored 3 points notwithstanding. The thing about San Francisco for me is like, all right, if they had Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, they'd probably be top 7 in scoring, but they don't.
Yeah.
Although Fred Warner is working out again, I think.
It's really like their entire front 7, though, too. Even if Fred Warner came back. They've been banged up.
They got issues.
But offensively, I think like the Steelers' defense is better than whatever their season overall numbers are, and they made some improvements over the course of the season. The 49ers' offense is better than wherever their ranking is.
That's a good way to put it. Yep, it's a good way to put it.
So, but, sorry, not going to win it.
No, you're voted off the island.
You've got a 3 in 59 chance of winning the Super Bowl, according to that one stat.
That's right.
Get out.
So the next one. So we've eliminated 6 teams, so we've got 8 teams still left. One of the last 25 Super Bowl champs were bottom 10 in third down defense. In other words, if you're in the bottom 10 in third down defense, you almost got no shot of winning a Super Bowl, according to this trend.
You got a 4% chance,
yeah. So we say goodbye.
Yes.
And I think the Bills are going to be out this week.
I think the Jags beat them.
Yeah, I just don't. If I had to gamble on one game this weekend, I think it would be Jags over the Bills.
If you had one wish outside the Texans winning this weekend, would it be the Bills beating the Jags?
Yeah, the Bills, and then if I had a second wish, it would be the Chargers winning also, because then the Texans have a home game and versus the Bills in the second round.
That would be fun.
So yeah, that'd be nice.
Fun. Yep. So Buffalo eliminated. So we're going through these are 5 trends. We're 2 trends in, and we've eliminated half the playoff field. Texans are still on the island. They're still standing. Number 3, 21 of the last 23 Super Bowl champs have had a positive sack differential. They've sacked the quarterback.
Sacked more quarterbacks than their quarterback has been
correct.
Sacked.
Yeah. We eliminate 2 teams. The New England Patriots.
Get out.
and the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
Trevor
my
Lawrence.
scenario would be the Texans beating the Jaguars at home in round 2 then.
Yeah.
If if the Bills don't win this week.
Bills don't win, yeah. So that's so New England and Jacksonville, both Drake May and Trevor Lawrence have been sacked more than their defenses have been able to sack the opposition.
Sorry about your either negative or neutral sack differential,
Yeah,
bro.
man.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's number 3. So we've eliminated, there's 5 teams still left, including the Houston Texans. One of the last 25 Super Bowl champs were bottom 5 in field goal percentage. Okay. You know, the successful field goal percentage. This eliminates the Rams with like a month left in the season.
Get out!
And Philadelphia, who Jake Elliott has had a bad year for them.
Get out!
So you can't have, and I would say this really applies to the Texans. Jaime Fairbairn's been their biggest offensive weapon this year.
Yeah. That's and those and the fact that those are 2 NFC teams, I have a hard time really getting up for or thinking about the matchups for the Super Bowl, because that feels, even as a fan who doesn't have to actually play this week or anything, most likely, that I don't. It feels like I'm looking too far ahead.
Yeah.
But it's good that we won't have to face one of those 2
Can I just tell you, I don't care who they play in the Super Bowl if they make it there. I really
are
don't.
all the NFC teams eliminated by now based on those first 4
No,
things?
Seattle's still standing.
Oh, Seattle's still there.
Seattle's
Okay.
still there.
Gotcha.
Yep. See, both number 1 seeds actually still there. And one other team, the Houston Texans. So let's go. I'm sure that, well, actually, I'm guessing CBS didn't just go find this just to manipulate the Texans into this, like I would have. But the 5th and final stat, with 3 teams left standing, 3 teams left on the island that have not been voted off, Denver, Seattle, and Houston. 2 of the last 41 Super Bowl champs were bottom 5 in either giveaways on offense or takeaways on defense. And I found these to be very surprising.
I am actually really surprised by these 2 teams being in that category of being bottom 5 in either giveaways or takeaways.
Denver, good as their defense is, they've only had 14 takeaways all season long.
That was a surprise to me.
I agree with you. Yeah.
Very surprising. In gear Broncos.
That's right, man. Just not when the Texans play you in the divisional round, okay? Seattle Seahawks. Now, this match is much closer than the Denver one because Sam Darnold is still very loose with the football.
Yeah.
They've had 28 giveaways this year, the Seattle Seahawks have. I'm not sure how many of those are Sam Darnold interceptions. I know he's
got 14 interceptions.
Yeah, he threw a couple against the Texans. He's what kept the Texans in that game, was throwing picks in the second half of that game. Seattle's got 28 giveaways this year. Boy, that sounds like they put the ball on the ground a lot then.
Yeah.
If 14 interceptions for their quarterback and they've got 28 giveaways this year.
Frankly, it's a lack of professionalism.
Yes.
And I'm shocked and surprised that they would treat the game of football with so little respect.
I agree
Treat the
with
football itself with so little respect. Need I remind you, David Culley's great life lesson about the sport of football?
His mantra, yep. Do we have it, Ben?
The most important thing about football is the football.
That's right.
You're never going to win a Super Bowl that way, Seattle.
No. Be more like Culley, man. All right? That leaves us with one team. One team survives, and that is the Houston Texans. Everybody else voted off the island, except for the Houston Texans.
This is almost as this hypothetical math-based championship that the Texans have won. It's almost as exciting as when the Texans claimed that number 2 spot when they ascended through the rankings of the AFC South to be the second-best team in the AFC South. And I knew at that moment, you don't get to be second in the AFC South and not win it all. Yeah. Now that Sean's throwing a bunch of stats at me, I think it's pretty clear, pretty obvious. I'm going to argue with math.
No.
Yeah.
No, we're planning the parade route. That's the next thing we do. You know, the ironic thing about Survivor is that when you get voted off, you get to go to the other side of the island and basically have a paid vacation over there.
Get a nice shower.
Yeah,
and a meal
dude,
and
like it's like a resort. Yeah.
Oh, really? You stay there the whole time?
The rest of the time, yeah. Because if they send you home, then they can't send people home because they'll know that there'll be spoilers. Then you'll know who got voted off.
Well, no, but they end up sending everybody home, and they still could be spoilers at the end of it all.
But they all sign non-disclosures. I'm saying if you sent somebody home early,
then people would know.
People in their neighborhood would know they got eliminated.
They would see the Joe whatever his name walking in through LAX before everybody else.
Before everybody else is back. Yeah.
I got you.
Yep. So yeah, Charlie never got to do that. He made it to the very end. My daughter's
made it to the very end, and they got stabbed in the back.
Yep.
By that frickin' person. Yeah. The hell?
Bad person.
Is she very unpopular in Survivor fan circles?
I think she is because Charlie's very popular.
Because part of Survivor is stabbing people in the back, but she did it from like beyond the grave.
She did it where it didn't benefit her at all.
It didn't benefit her, right? Part of if you stab somebody in the back, but you're just playing the game, that's fine. But she stabbed somebody in the back with no personal gain, not part of the game, just to stab him in the back.
Jealousy. Yeah.
Because he outplayed her.
Yep. Yeah. Because they were aligned the whole time.
That was rough, man.
I hated
Charlie.
that. Yep. Well, he gets another
chance.
Can't
trust women, Charlie.
Survivor.
Think if there's one who's currently dating Sean's daughter, can't trust him.
Don't worry. Giving him plenty of advice. I'm just kidding. Judy's he's very easy to deal with. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. The Texans hype video is out for the playoffs. It's out. It's a J.J. Watt joint, and it's pretty damn good. We've got the audio for it. We'll set the scene for you here, and we'll also take a look ahead to the weekend. What is our excitement factor for these playoff games coming up this weekend? We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop as well. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, it is Wild Card Week.
222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the Texans just dropped within the last, I think, couple hours. I think they dropped it this morning. Their hype video for the playoffs, and you can find it on their YouTube page. 28 minutes ago, it dropped. So we're going to play the audio from it right now. Obviously, you add the visual, and it does get you pretty fired up. The narrator is Texans legend J.J. Watt, who, if you want to picture J.J. is in this video. He is walking across the bridge. At nighttime, the video starts with an overhead view of NRG Stadium at night, and J.J. is walking over the bridge that the players walk from the stadium over to the practice field on. And the rest of the video is J.J. at night just walking up and down, pacing the practice field by himself, nobody there, and they're splicing in all sorts of highlights and vignettes, and it is a really cool video. And I think the audio actually translates enough to where this 2 minutes and 17 seconds will get you pretty fired up for the playoff game on Monday. So, without further ado, Texans hype video.
Our city has something different about it. Something forged, not found. It's in our DNA. It's in every fiber of our being. We were once the Bulls on parade.
This defense, they are the real deal.
But now, Cap's got this team swarming.
How do we want to build a team? I want to build it with players who swarm.
See, we ethic and a relentless mindset that we never stop believing in.
When you think about a swarm, it's about that brotherhood, that togetherness, where we are powerful as one.
When you show up, you better be willing to do what they're not. Every snap, every breath, every hit.
And it's picked off. The takeaway train starts to roll.
Swarm is how work gets done. It's belief when no one else believes.
Texans trying to save their season. Steps up. He's going to run. Mills. Touchdown, Texans.
At one point, it seemed like their season was falling apart. He believed the whole time.
This isn't about being heard. It's about becoming impossible to ignore.
These brothers are no joke. This defense is ferocious. They hit, they're rough riders. I mean, they come at you like that. Houston could be deadly.
Rice gets popped by Petrie.
So listen up, because records, they don't mean a damn thing anymore.
We let the whole world know who the Texans are.
Stroud well protected.
Collins wide into the end zone. Collins. Touchdown. What a catch. No matter what we're up against, no matter how we have to go out and find a way to win games, you guys do that, man.
A swarm is coming, and it's built to hunt, built to finish.
A humongous touchdown to end the regular season.
And built to stop anything in our way. And if you've been here long enough, you know exactly what that means. Inches up, H-Town.
Chills here, and right here along my arm. That was good.
Yeah?
Yeah, man. I love that. Go find the video if you're listening. It's really, really good. JJ's excellent in it, especially the part where he yells at the screen. Like, boy, he started yelling at the screen.
It's hard to yell at a cameraman. You got to really dredge up. You got to go all water boy and think about somebody who's wronged you in your life.
Yeah.
So ideally, you get that person to be the cameraman.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it feels like you're yelling at that guy.
Why call somebody after 10 years ago they wronged you? Like, hey,
your ex-wife's divorce attorney is holding the camera.
Oh, that guy. Hated that guy. He started yelling. Even I saw Ben in there. Like, Ben, sat up. Like, I don't think he was yelling at you, Ben. I don't think you've been ignoring the Texans. I don't think he was yelling at you. I think you're all right. Do you think – I immediately thought, Seth, when I hit play on this video and I saw JJ was on it, I'm like, God, I wish he was on the call for the Steelers. I know it's ESPN. I know he's not doing playoff games because it'll be just Romo and Nance doing the playoff games. But I wonder how many fans look at that and they go, hey, conflict of interest.
Oh, yeah. No, they'll bring it up at some point if he's doing one of the playoff games.
Yep.
If he does one of the Texans playoff games.
Yep.
Yes, that will be brought up.
Yeah. Which game are you most excited for this weekend out of the non-Texans playoff games?
I think the Bills in Jacksonville. Yeah. I think that really is the one where the Bills are favored by 1.5 points at this point. But I think that the Jaguars have been a better team over the course of the second half than the Bills have. And it's not a great matchup for the Bills. I think this is one where a lot of people are just assuming by virtue of the logo on the helmet and who it is at quarterback that the Bills. I don't. Have you seen many people picking the Jaguars straight up in this one?
No.
Yeah. It's strange, and especially given that both Sean McDermott and Josh Allen have never won a playoff game on the road.
Right.
That, you don't want to go back too much into the historical stuff, or at least I don't like to, but I think that's significant. Some of that is, losses to the Chiefs, obviously.
Yeah.
But Josh Allen just does not have a whole bunch of receiving weapons. They do have an awesome running back, but the Jaguars also have a really good run defense that isn't going to have to take much of their focus away from the run because they don't have to worry about the outside threats for the Bills.
I know it's been a while since you played there, but how loud can that place get?
It can get loud like any NFL stadium, but it's not one of the loudest.
Not like
places.
Arrowhead.
It's an old stadium, so it doesn't have the super steep stands where it feels like everybody in the top row is right on top of you.
Yeah.
So, but it can get loud enough to affect the quarterback, but it's not as difficult as, say, some of the louder places.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. You and I have the same one. I told Amy, I'm like, wherever we go for breakfast, we got to be back by noon on Sunday. That's when that game is. That Buffalo-Jacksonville game is noon on Sunday. What's your second? Is it easy to say just because it involves the AFC that the second?
Well, no, that one would be the one with the implications. I think that's going to be a really – these are all going to be really good games other than the Panthers game. I think San Francisco at Philadelphia, partly because I think those are two teams that are still really hard to figure out.
They're flawed.
Yes. And yet they still have some of the hallmarks of the things that they've been able to do really well. And they still have the big names and everything. But at any given time, I don't know exactly what either of those teams are.
Those two teams have represented the NFC in the Super Bowl the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Those are the two Super Bowl teams out of that conference. So now they're in a 3-6 matchups, and one of them's got to go on Sunday. Is it easy to say the Rams at the Panthers is the one that you're like? Is that just an
that
appetizer?
was the one that I was referring to. That I think that I don't think that's going to be much of a contest.
I don't either. And yet
enjoy the seat we left warm for you there with the Saturday afternoon. AFC wildcard the wildcard game.
Yeah. Welcome. Don't mess up the furniture in our apartment,
got to the
okay?
point where in my brain I had started thinking it was always an AFC team. They were like, no, it's always the Houston Texans there.
That's right. Right. It's always the Texans.
I think the one that honestly, when I was going through some of the matchups and everything, the stat that I found that annoyed me the most was that in Green Bay at Chicago, one big edge that the Bears might have is that they lead the league in pass block win rate.
Wow.
And that the Packers, without Micah Parsons, have a really bad pass rush win rate. And because it's a reminder that, the Bears were super aggressive in changing that offensive line personnel. And there's a little bit of, I like Cole Popovich. I think he's done a good job. If the Texans had been as aggressive in bringing in free agents, et cetera, with their offensive line, maybe they could have somewhere an ESPN pass protection win rate that's higher than near the rock bottom.
They might have a bye in the first round. I mean, the Texans were 12-5. If they got better O-line play early in the season, they might be 14-3 like the Broncos are right now.
Instead of having a rolling reality show audition.
Rotating left guards.
Yeah.
This team was rotating left guards earlier in the year. Before we get to the guys on In the Loop here, reaction to the Texans hype video that we just played the audio of for 2 minutes. All caps from Oscar and Tomball. Let's effing go! Text, Sean, you're messing up my mascara with that hype video. Someone says keep waiting for the line from JJ. Sure, our offense sucks, but the defense...
When did he say that?
He didn't. Someone said they were waiting for that line. Someone said, I got teary-eyed. This team's going to win the Super Bowl. I'm a Chiefs fan, by the way. I got chills several times as well. Extremely well done. Go find it. Have you guys seen it as we welcome the guys on In the Loop?
Heard
John
it.
Lopez,
Haven't
Reggie
seen it.
Atula. Yeah, it's really good, man.
Yeah.
It's real. This Texans content generation / social media team, they've been playing at a Super Bowl level all year long.
Well, just the Cal thing alone.
Yeah,
Cal
that
video
alone.
Yeah.
Well, they've been getting a lot of love from people that are getting on social media stuff, and old folks like Sean and I.
Payne and
The
Pendergast.
youngs are giving the Texans credit, you know?
Yeah.
I see a lot of people in their 20s that have in their bio, digital art professor or something.
That's how you know it's
Yeah,
good.
that say that the Texans are doing a really good job.
Yep.
Yeah.
How you guys doing?
Great, man.
Doing all right.
Friday?
I'm stuck over here because as soon as Seth brought up the idea of this being an offensive line reality show, I've been trying to come up with the name of the show in my head. No success to this point, but it's stuck me.
Have you asked ChatGPT or anything?
I haven't. I don't tend to do such things, but in the moment, it's just it's stuck in my head. I'll break free here soon.
Do you view it as cheating if you have to ask AI?
A little bit. I'm judgmental in that way.
Brain,
Apologies. Yeah, and it's not even that good of a brain either. I just want to use it for some reason.
Right.
Yeah.
It was for the reality show. It could be elephants on parade. So
Okay.
instead of
All right.
bulls on parade. It's the dancing elephant type of thing. These big guys. Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm typing into my AI app right now to see.
Oh, you
if
are?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Much to my chagrin.
To find some good names.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. We're fired up, man. Game coming up on Monday. Question of the day, boys.
Question
All right.
of the day.
Well, have you seen the Olympic hockey venue in Milan?
For the Winter Olympics.
Yeah, I did. But for the benefit of those who haven't seen it yet.
So they've had 6.5 years to build and prepare a hockey arena for the Olympics, which are, by the way, next month. And there it is.
Are they next month?
Next month.
Did you call them the Hockey Olympics?
Maybe I did. I don't know.
I know for your
it is the hockey
John's got a favorite.
Yeah. But anyway, still no locker rooms.
Oh, wow.
Still not done with construction, and the projection is it will not be ready.
What is the deal with these international events?
It's the European ones.
It is
always.
exactly that.
Greece,
it is exactly that.
Italy.
Yeah, Greece. That's what it was. I was trying to think of.
It is exactly that.
They're very laissez-faire around there.
I can hear them saying, "Oh, you want a hockey venue? Yeah, we'll get it done. Yeah." 6 months later, oh yeah, we'll get it done. Don't worry about it.
Sure, man. Yeah.
Freaking Brazil was building stadiums out in the middle of the rainforest. They didn't even have roads leading into it, and they were done on time.
That's the one I couldn't think of.
And then on top of that,
No, but they were on time with those. The story about those was how stupid it was that they were spending millions of dollars in places that weren't going to be able to support those stadiums in the future.
And then on top of that, the Bulls game was canceled last night because of the thermostat, apparently.
What it was?
There's a lot of rain, a lot of humidity in Chicago.
Okay.
There's ice.
And LeBron was playing there, maybe. I think.
I don't know, but I know the Bulls were playing. And there's ice underneath the basketball floor. And apparently you arrange that, you fix that by messing with the thermostat and the entry points and all this other stuff. They screwed it up, so there's water all over the court, and they canceled the game.
Wow.
So the question of the day is, what's a project you probably will never get to?
Turning the thermostat for sure.
I think, for one, for me, you guys, I mean, I definitely will never get to this because I ended up selling it. But you guys, Reginald wouldn't know this. I used to have this big Sprinter van, and this big white Sprinter van.
Yes.
And my plan, I wanted to take it on myself and make a camper van out of it, and the closest I got to it was I ripped out everything on the inside, and there it was, bare metal for like 4 more years while I drove that van. I had a cot in the back that I used sometimes when I needed a nap, but that was about it. I just couldn't handle it anymore. The shame that I lived with every day when I drove in it, knowing that I was never actually going to get any further along.
I'm going to completely refurbish this baby.
Yeah.
Seth, you're even more Bill Walton than I even realized.
Yes.
I appreciate this.
Yeah.
He's going to have a refrigerator and a little kitchenette.
You're listening to KLTAM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. As you guys may know, I'm not really that handy around the house. Yeah. I know. Yeah, I know you may not. I know it's hard to believe, but I'm not that handy. So I don't have many projects that involve, manual labor or tools or anything like that. What I do have are several books that I've told you guys that. One of my things that I irresponsibly do is walk through a Barnes & Noble if I'm buying books for Christmas for people or whatever. I'm like, I think I'd read that. I think I'd read that. And I walk out with like 4 books for myself.
Yeah.
And I never read these books.
You just haven't found the right one yet.
Maybe. I
Just
view
keep
those
looking.
as unfinished projects. Also, I have several.
I thought you were talking about writing a book.
No, I've thought about that.
Yeah.
Why did Seth laugh like
I thought about that. You don't think I could write a book?
No, I think you could. It's fun. It's actually, it's funny that I think you're more capable of writing a book than reading a book. That's weird. I don't think that usually. I don't know if that
is. I'm a simple creature. You know what you get paid to do?
Yeah.
Write a book.
Yeah.
You don't get paid to read a book. Dude, I used to write a lot of long-form articles for the Houston Press back when they were in print.
Mm-hmm.
I was pretty damn good at it.
I always tell the college and the high school kids whenever I go speak to them, everyone has one book in them.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Well,
now the hard part is doing another book.
Yeah.
But
Well,
everyone.
you've written, how many have you written?
5.
5 books.
Yeah. Everyone has a book in them.
Yeah.
Do you also follow that up with? I love your other one thing that everybody has, which is you can get away with one murder in your life.
You got one in you.
Got one in
you. Got one that you can get away with. After that, they start to notice the trends. Yeah.
I was going to ask you how many good books does everybody have in them. I don't want to ask you how many good murders they have.
I haven't used my one murder yet, but based on this segment, I've got somebody at the top of the list.
I gave you a compliment.
I know. I'm joking. No, I actually, my friend, I have a friend, Bruce Pritchard, who used to be Brother Love back in the day, and he was head of creative for WWE, and we became friends when he's back with WWE now.
Okay.
We were friends, we still are friends, but we became friends in between stints with WWE. He got a podcast that got super popular. I wrote a big feature about him for the Houston Press. So he wanted me to write his biography.
Okay.
So I literally went over to his house in Friendswood. He lives in Connecticut now because he's WWE. I went over to his house that night to go begin, going through all his boxes and everything and all the stories.
Is good.
Literally, I'm in the kitchen talking to his wife, and Stephanie, his wife's like, Bruce is out on the phone right now, but you got to get started once he's done on the phone. Literally, it was Vince McMahon he was on the phone with, getting his old job offered back to him.
Oh,
so
wow.
book got kibosh. He's like, well, can't really do the book yet.
Wow.
Yeah. But that was cool. Like, as a wrestling fan, that was a really cool thing for me. I'm like, holy crap.
Yeah.
I was sitting at Bruce Pritchard's kitchen table when he got hired back to WWE. Yeah. Oh, I guess I'm not going to get paid for that book. Because we'd actually had a couple meetings before that. So anyways, so that's an unfinished project for me, writing Bruce Pritchard's autobiography.
So
Ghostwriting it.
I had to do that.
I actually have I'm starting the happy ending to this story. When we got married, and we've been married 40 years, my dad gave me a dresser with a mirror and everything that was given to his mother by the father that he never knew.
Oh, wow.
You know, he never knew his dad. His dad died in World War I. Anyway, built. It was made out of mahogany in 1918. And I said, I'm going to refinish that someday. 40 years later, last weekend, I told Reggie.
Yeah, you didn't tell me the background behind it, though.
No, last weekend, I got it out of storage, 40 years in storage, and I sanded the entire thing in 9 hours.
Wow.
So he hasn't finished it, but
so this
he
weekend I'm going to
started
condition it and then stain it and then shellac it.
Look at you.
But I put that on the shelf for 40 years.
That's amazing.
So,
last weekend
so you've got a few more years on those books.
I don't feel quite as bad now.
Yeah.
That's how you'll feel, and that helps too, because every time you step into storage and realize you've been paying for a storage for 40 years, you're like, oh, crap, this stuff.
Oh, you go add all up. This is like me looking at my credit cards, how many times I use touch tunes at Lizards. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, but what can you can't put a price on the joy that you get from playing More Than a Feeling one more time.
From owning the music.
Yeah.
More Than a Feeling. Boston. I guarantee it's
Did
on
I
my
diagnose
playlist.
that correctly?
I guarantee it's in there. I guarantee it's in there for sure. All right, boys. Well, this will be fun. 1040 for unfinished projects.
Yes, sir.
All right, Seth, have a great weekend, my friend. I will see you on Monday morning. Antibodies to you.
Antibodies and a Leo Tolstoy box set to you.
That's an author, right?
A box set.
He wrote things, right?
Yeah, boy, did he.
Yeah. Yes.
Boy, did he.
All right, we're done. We're out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Everybody have a great weekend. Football Friday continues on In the Loop right now.
You heard the man. Let's Football Friday it up. 713-572-4610, the number of the text. And call. You know what? Let's do it. It's a football Friday. We're headed into a wild card weekend. For the first time in Texas history, you have an opportunity to get a win on the road in the playoffs. For the first time in the C.J. Stroud, DeMeco Ryans era, you are a favorite in the wild card game. It's one of those things that we were talking about yesterday, I think off air, that just feels weird. So I just kind of want to do a vibe check. How are we feeling headed into wild card weekend?
It's the first time they've been a wild card team.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great point as well.
First time they started off on the road.
Yeah.
You know what? I love this. A vibe check.
Yeah, man. How we feeling?
Football Friday, because there's, as the boys were talking about, there's a lot of people in the Pittsburgh area, a lot of people nationally are like, Pittsburgh might.
It's been really weird to me.
And with good reason. They have the good rush-ins. They got Tomlin. It's Pittsburgh. It's Monday night. It's all that stuff. So are you concerned? Are you confident? Are you nervous? 713-572-4610. Let's open up those phone lines, man. In the meantime, and we're going to have B. Scott joining us.
As always.
As always on a Friday. He was in the locker room.
Yeah.
Yesterday. So he's going to give us a good vibe check on where they stand. But what about you and Figgy? What about you?
I'm feeling good about this game. Speaking of the open locker room and B. Scott, our guy in the room, hearing from Kamari Lassiter was cool.
Yeah.
And you know what? Not doing my job well enough. I'll raise my hand. I should have gotten some of the audio clips of this as opposed to like the full. You want to run it?
He's got.
It's pretty long here.
No, well, the first part is the best part.
Okay.
So I'll tell you when to stop. But he was asked about ramping up.
Yes.
For the playoffs.
Wait, hold on. Let me get it.
All right, no problem.
Yeah, he was asked about ramping up for the. So the vibe was definitely different in the locker room, even though it's all about, hey, we just want to win one game and all that stuff. I thought Lassiter.
You've been on that. You're like you've been getting on DeMeco for saying keeping his feet or being cognizant of where his feet are, not thinking ahead.
I understand it. I accept it, but it's human nature. In case he's
what
worried,
is this AA?
In case he's worried, I accept.
You're just accepting the things that you cannot change. Is that what's happening right now?
I can accept that. I understand it. I accept it. But human nature, it's impossible not to think, hey. We're 9 in a row. We're in the playoffs. What make a little run here. So that's where I am with that. But this is what Lassiter said.
Last Sunday or this Sunday?
Last Sunday.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yes, sir.
We talked a lot about your intensity. Does it go up even more when the playoffs, or is it just kind of the same thing each week?
I feel like you're trying to be even keel every week, but naturally, like as a competitor, as a ball player, I feel like my mental just goes to a different level because I just know there's more at stake. We lose this game, everyone's going home. So you just kind of put more on the line, but automatically, we're always in that mode.
Does it get it? You've been in a couple national championship games. Does it get more difficult to maintain the emotions as it goes on, as you've had a taste of it, or does it become easier?
I feel like that comes with maturity. When you first get whenever I first got in the league, I was very emotional all the time. After every play, good or bad. Just because I wanted to just. But now I'm getting to the point where it's just next play mentality all the time, good, bad. So I feel like I've been learning to control my emotions more while still having them.
Does it feel like this is your style of game, like just the Steelers, really tough run game? They like to extend it with the short passing game. Those cold playoffs. Does it just kind of feel like your style of game?
I feel like every game is my style of game, but this game for sure. It's going to be a physical brand of football on both sides. Smash my football. They're coached very well. We'll coach very well. It's going to be dog on dog. Who wants to eat
good, but
level.
But at the beginning, he kind of said, yeah. There's more to it. You don't win, you're going home. So they get it, but they understand it.
And that's the thing. They're very businesslike about this. There's a level of expectation in here, and it's not the expectation that's giddy.
Mm-hmm.
It is a very workman, a very level expectation of themselves and of what they're here to do. In fact, you didn't hear it there, but later on, Kamari was talking about the idea that, he ain't need rest, but it was kind of forced upon him. He understands that sometimes it's about, protecting you from yourself, but he's like, no, I don't need it. That knowing that he's going to be there, knowing that he's going to bring that same intensity, and knowing that that's just a microcosm of what that team is, dude, I am so excited for this game, and not just excited in the watching of it. That's going to be fun from this side of it.
And vibe check, even the text board. I know we're getting some callers in, 713-572-4610. 4-6-10. All the emotions in 3 consecutive texts
Yes.
here. I'm a level of nervous that is not good for my health, LOL. We cannot let this run go to waste. Next
Very
one,
fair and correct.
Very fair and correct. Next one, my vibe is in the middle, just in case of disappointment. And then, well, it's not the next one, but down the road is feeling confident AF.
Well, I mean, you forgot the other one that just said "I believe."
I believe.
Which you remember the day in which was that after the Baltimore or not the Baltimore, the Buffalo game rather, where it was like, do you believe? And it feels like there was a moment where and for everybody there had to be a moment where there was a turn and no, I see the vision here.
Yeah.
And this is I think that's what the expectation I'm talking. They've held steady to that vision. And they believe in it. They really and truly believe in it.
Yeah.
So yeah, there is every level. Can you blame anybody that's on a different level besides the just confident AF?
Yeah.
Right?
No, I can't. I can't blame them.
The disappointment feels like that's a historical case, right? That is, I have rocked with these Texans, and I've been in these places to where I started to believe, and it bit me, right? And that's not. I understand that being the case. I don't know that I'm there. Let's see how Ray feels. Let's go to the phone lines. Ray, what's the vibe? What's your vibe going into this wild card weekend?
Man, my brother's a Pittsburgh fan, of course, and I'm a Texan fan. I was already feeling a little unsettled until I heard that J.J. Watt thing a little while ago. Now I'm really feeling bad. I'm feeling like we have that members-only jacket like when we went to New England. So
members
only. Well, whatever it was that they purchased some jacket or whatever and went to New England and fell on their face. So I know that was a different team, different coach and everything. The only thing I have a problem with the Texans is this. They recognize what their problems are, but they won't address them. They recognize that they have problems in the red zone, but they won't address it. They recognize that they don't have a great running game. They won't address it. They recognize that we get beat on big plays, but they won't address it. They paste over it and they just say, well, we'll do better. That doesn't fix anything. Somebody to recognize it and then at least attempt to fix it. I don't care about losing. Losing is not a problem for me, but I want them to at least give it their all, which means you do over and above on the problems, not the things that you do good. Our quarterback is great, but the problem is he's soft.
Appreciate you, Ray. So the vibe there is a little more tenuous.
Yeah,
I will say, because you said that's a good point. Ray making the point there that he feels like the Texans recognize their weaknesses and they won't address them. And I'd like to counter that assertion. I think they recognize their problems. They're just addressing them differently than I think a large majority of people would like them to address them.
Differently and with mixed results. So there's
because what are the things that he made mention of there, right? The deep plays, I think that is I can look at that and say, how do you paper over everything? Right. I think that there's an acknowledgement in a salary cap sport that you are not going to get everything in one package. You're going to have some give and take, and everybody has weaknesses to some degree. If you're looking at the Texans and that being their weakness, the opportunity and maybe deep shots happening here and there, I think that I feel confident about their ability to mitigate that because they have the pass rush. They have the ability to stop the run. They have oftentimes the circumstances where if you're going to take a shot, it's not like you're taking shots constantly. You get a couple of them. You get a couple of free shot vouchers, and if they work, good for you. But oftentimes, it's locked down outside of that. Yeah, I think that is the nature of the game. I think the running game thing they've tried to address. They have tried to address it. Yeah. Now, of course, Joe Mixon makes this a little dicey. What did they know? When did they know? That's something that we're not going to be able to litigate in this point in time. Yeah. But they brought in a young talent who is ending up being the bell carrier for you in those ways. The offensive line, it's gotten better. They got in big bodies. They threw a whole bunch at it. Did they do it in the way that I wanted? Absolutely not. But can you say that they did not answer it, at least in part? I don't think you can say that. You've got to give them a little bit of credit with it, and it seems to work out just enough for the way that they want it. And what was the final one in that moment? Oh, yes, when it comes to the red zone. That's the big question.
Yeah, that's the big one.
And they are trying to iterate as recently as, and I know people have fought me on this, I think that Tommy Togiai at fullback represented another attempt at trying to find a creative answer to that. You can give them some level of credit for the attempt in that way. And so, again, I think that they're trying different ways to answer it than maybe maybe we would like at times.
I asked about the vibe check and didn't give my own. Mine, I kind of shared it with you and Sean before the show. I guess technically it's maybe not giving enough credit, or worried that I'm not giving enough credit to the Steelers, because I'm confident in the Texans, but I'll compare it to when the Aggies played Miami, which we'll get to that game here in just a little bit. I'd watch Miami plenty, from the Notre Dame game to other games. I knew they were good. I respected them. I really liked Tony. I really liked Payne. But I was kind of like, yeah, they're good, but I think the Aggies, they'll handle up on Miami. Well, they didn't. That's kind of how I'm feeling. Like I know Pittsburgh's strengths. Rodgers has been. I know what their rush ends are, and I'm just worried that maybe I'm like in that same vein where the Texans are going to win, but I'm kind of like,
I think I go the other way. I think we've given them a lot of respect, maybe too much respect in some of the ways. Let's go to the phone, Chad. I want a vibe check, brother. How are you feeling going into this wild card game?
I feel relaxed and calm about it.
All right.
No stress. I think that, me and my wife went to probably 3 or 4 of the open practices, and I told my wife, I've been watching Houston football since 1990, and I said, something just feels different this year. It really feels different. I never felt like this, whether it was the Oilers or the Texans, and I think they got a good chance to go as far as they want to go.
Appreciate you.
That's different.
That is different.
Yeah.
And I think I'm a lot more in line there with this. I think also because this has been a year of adversity for this team, and they've stepped up and they've answered the call. I think that's also a level of a different thing, right? There's something to be said for seeing some, like let's say a vehicle, or let's say a bridge that you need to walk across. If you've seen a number of people of various different size and weights and compositions walking onto that bridge, and you've seen it be tested, I have a lot more confidence walking out onto it. And that's kind of the way that I'm looking at this Texans team.
Yeah.
And it's been a challenge for me, because there's been instances where I've looked at the construction of this Texas team and been like, damn, this looks kind of rickety. Don't it?
Yeah.
Held weight. It's been weight bearing, and I go into this game, and this ain't the heaviest dude walking across this bridge of the metaphor that I'm so much torturing in this moment.
All right.
Yeah, I have a lot more calm and confidence walking into this.
Let's see one more vibe check here and keep them coming in. Axe, what's your vibe right now?
Man, my vibe is like a little kid on Christmas, man. I've been a diehard fan forever. This isn't the same team. We're going into playoffs on a hot streak for the first time ever. We were always rumbling, stumbling in the playoffs, hiccups in games we shouldn't have lost, et cetera, et cetera. But, man, we're actually on a big winning streak, and the Steelers are in because of a missed field goal. I don't get how people aren't stoked and vibed. It's ecstatic, man. I'm ready for this game, and I think H is up and melt some steel, baby.
All right, I like that.
Melt some steel.
Melt some steel.
Okay. I like that.
Yeah.
Very
Need
good.
to be the logo or something, or some type of saying.
Melt
I was
some
like,
steel.
there's something there.
Yes.
We just need to mine it a little bit, get it together. But I think there's something there. Yeah, the vibe is interestingly all over the place. Can I say one more thing when it comes to the vibe check? Because I've done a little bit of, just a small bit of testing the waters with Pittsburgh. I'm a little surprised how much confidence they have over there, at least in a section of their fan base. There's people doing the teams from down south coming up and playing in the 40-degree weather, and I feel like they don't understand who these Texans are.
Yeah, no, I do agree with that part. Well, over the course of the whole show, we can check in, text them in, the vibe as we get into the weekend.
Yeah. It's a Vibe Check Football Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio. I want to do a little college football talk, if you don't mind. We're in the midst of the semis. We got the first semi in the college football playoff, and boy, was it a doozy. I want to talk about it next.
What's better than this week. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the off the slide.
Oh, God, that
listen to
made
Lil
me
Kiki.
I was crazy.
Hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these cities.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
They sure are off the slide, ain't they?
Schneid.
Ain't no slide happening here in Houston. 9 in a row, baby.
Schneid.
It was a slide. Ain't no slide. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That is a microcosm of the dynamic here. That's John Lopez saying Schneid. I'm the one annoying him by saying slide and then over there on the board, but having a good time
In
with
his
you.
Bite Me hoodie. How about that?
Yeah, look at that.
Bite Me hoodie.
Look at that.
This bad boy comfortable too,
Oh,
man.
good.
You about to see it.
I'm about to get like 20 of these, man.
This is where my contrarian will come in. Now that everybody's trying to put on these Fisher shirts, I'm gonna push back against this and never wear.
I'm gonna go the other way.
You can't make me do it. I refuse to be one of you sheeple out here. You're in the loop on a football Friday here in the great city of Houston. Yeah, a lot of people very annoyed by the assertion that it seems like Steelers fans are making that the cold is going to do something to these Texans. I see the text line really going up and up. Apparently, Andrew Filipponi, who was on with the morning show with Payne and Pendergast earlier, I believe it was 8 o'clock if you want to go back and listen to it at any point.
That's an interesting fella, too.
Yeah, it is.
He made a couple bet. Didn't he make a piercing bet?
Did he?
He'd get a nipple piercing or something? If he,
Yes, he did.
That's just good
somebody
radio.
lose that-
That's just good radio, man.
He had like 5 different bets like that.
I mean,
and lost them all.
Lopez bet that if the Texans won the Super Bowl, he'd get his tattoo. So
Except I didn't.
that's not how I recall. And I have a lot of character witnesses on the text line saying that you absolutely did. But Filipponi made a mention of something that I've seen from other Steelers folks, or at least people in Pittsburgh, that there's a prevailing thought that going back, wild card teams that have played most of their games in a dome have not won a game under 40 degrees, which first and foremost, doesn't that sound like one of those stats where people hit all the different filters to finally find the answer they want?
That's an ESPN stat.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
But that just feels like it does not speak to this particular Texans team. Like, while that may be true, and I understand where that's coming from, this team is built in a way that, for the cold, in a way that other teams in Houston have not been.
They went to Kansas City and made them look bad.
And that's the one that you could point to, but there's just not really been very many opportunities for them.
It's not even going to be that bad. It's going to be low 30s, light winds.
I think this team is built for it, right?
Yeah,
the way that their defense operates is not one that needs
windy and snowy or ice. Then we can talk about it. Yeah,
and it's not like this offense is spread them out and just requires all of that too. I mean, they like running a football. I don't know how much more inefficient you can make the offensive run game even.
And see, I feel like Pittsburgh. If I was a Pittsburgh fan, which is nasty, but if I was a fan, I would feel more confident because I don't really trust the Texans offense.
Yeah.
And if we could keep the game close, then you got Aaron Rodgers.
Well, that's their plan.
Yeah, I mean, I would understand if they was come from that point, but don't give me the cold.
No,
y'all can't play in the cold.
Like, even as much as we all, we're not cold weather people.
Oh, I'm not, but I lived a year in Kansas. I was all right.
If we had to go do something outdoors in the low 30s with light winds, we'd do it.
I mean, C.J. Stroud played in the cold before.
Yes.
I mean, I know he's a Cali boy, but he played in the cold.
Haven't you heard people saying he's soft? That's what they're saying. Yeah. I find that notion to be so annoying. Yeah. I've gotten very tired of it. I try not to bring it up. I try and walk past it.
It's because he cried when Tank Dell got hurt.
No, that left
with it. I mean, if that didn't happen, I don't know if people would be saying he's soft.
Yeah. It says a lot, I think, though, about how we perceive things and what we are privy to. Because I'm sure there's been dudes who get injured and that emotion is there, but it just is not given to us. And maybe that's ultimately what people are thinking about.
Yeah.
But I vividly remember being in that practice bubble when Brevin Jordan had his injury in the in training camp. And I saw the emotion that happened, not just from CJ, from other dudes on that team. And there's dudes on that team that you would not even come close to calling soft.
Yeah. Yep, they soft.
That have had those moments. And so, yeah, it's just, it's annoying. I didn't give this much time, and we'll circle back around to it. But boy, what a game last night.
My goodness, that was fun. That was the perfect sports fan. You talked about how sports fans were stupid and we're,
Wait, when did I say? Wait, hold on, because there's a lot of people listening to me that are sports fans. Let's be clear here.
We're like cutters. We just do this pain.
Oh yeah,
we sign up for this pain.
If we were just operating logically, if you were being a sports fan is not the logical thing to do. Except we're all here because it's a narcotic that we enjoy.
But when you don't have a dog in the fight and you get a game like last night, dang, that was fun. I mean, it was fun. It was 4 lead change, maybe was it 5 lead changes in the fourth quarter? Something like that. Incredible plays, hard hitting, and I know this is a cliche, but gritty performance by Ole Miss in the first half when they were getting run up and down the field.
4 fourth quarter lead changes,
but hanging in there. 4 fourth quarter lead changes, and here's my takeaway. And I know you don't agree with it, but just let me lay it. The NIL and the transfer portal is an absolute mess. We all know that. People talk about the Wild West. Hell, it makes the Wild West look like a book club.
I thought it was going pretty good.
Well, I'm going to get to that because there is a good side. It's chaos. The NIL and the transfer portal, but without them, we wouldn't have gotten last night. Flat out, we would not have gotten last night. Would Carson Beck have been on the field? Would Trinidad Chambliss have been on the field? Would Malachi Toney, the 17-year-old, would he have decided to come out early and reclassify as a freshman? Because he's supposed to be in high school right now still.
Yeah, I've heard that quite a few times.
Had he not been offered $750,000 to reclassify, we would not have gotten last night without these things happening. And the other thing about it, yes, you can talk about how it's ruining college football, and there are certainly arguments to be made about how it's ruining some things about college football. But on the field, these are the teams that have been in the last few title games. Michigan, Washington, Ohio State, Notre Dame, Indiana, Oregon, Miami. You know what's weird about that? No SEC teams.
Well, that's actually that's been a sub conversation about this.
But I think that's part of this too. Because the SEC was, hey, if you got a car dealership, give half your money to our players. They did it under the table. The SEC was notorious about that.
Oh, yeah, and I would always push people to what was one of my favorite pieces. I think I've told you about it. Stephen Godfrey's Meet the Bag Man that I think a decade plus ago. Yeah, the SEC's been making sure that these dudes have gotten money.
And now everybody gets money. So my point is, it's an absolute mess. It's chaotic. It's all that. But on the field for college football, it's good. It's really good.
I think that you get these types of games without that. I hear your point. I'm not trying to.
Carson Beck was in C.J. Stroud's recruiting class.
Yeah, I think you get more of a chance from teams like Ole Miss, and I'm not calling them like a little underdog.
That's another great example.
But you get more teams have a chance, especially if they participate. In the NIL stuff.
Oh yeah, it mitigates some of the other factors that historically have determined whether or not you can compete at this level, especially in a sustained way without cheating, right? It used to be that geography mattered so much more to what's happening. I think it still matters in a small degry, but we're changing that. Now the geography matters in so much
Texas
as
Tech.
What do you have in your area that allows other people to filter the number one thing in America, money,
Indiana,
into your program.
It's not just Alabama and Georgia.
Yes,
and you got Indiana now.
No, I am with you on the whole. It's on the field, it's been
just on the field.
But institutional support has always mattered, and coaching has always mattered. I think with Indiana, you can look at the talent, and now a lot of that talent transfers with Cignetti, which I think that is a point that is there to be made and cannot be.
With Cignetti and a lot of money. with Cignetti and a lot of money.
I mean,
shout out to Mark Cuban.
Those guys go to Indiana because they came from JMU because they wanted to play. It's not. No, and I'm not trying to say that.
I mean, Mendoza came from Cal.
Sure. Yeah. No, but I mean that coaching aspect matters in it, and that institutional investment has always mattered as well.
Would Mendoza have won the Heisman 5 years ago?
That's there's so many more factors to
probably not
consider in
on the field.
I wouldn't bet on it.
It's been good, man. It's been good.
Oh, well, I mean, making sure that the players are paid and invested in, I thought that's absolutely been a good thing for college football. I think we might be overstating the impact on this game in particular.
I think this game is the perfect example. There wouldn't have been a Carson Beck. There wouldn't have been a Trinidad Chambliss.
Trinidad Chambliss, you absolutely could have.
You could argue, but I don't know if there would have been.
I mean, because
Malachi Tony might have been at a prom.
That one maybe.
They offered him reportedly $750,000. Hey, can you reclassify for that? Sure, sure, I'll do it.
But you did mention something that has been happening that I feel like we have not taken enough stock at, which is, hey, SEC.
Yeah,
it just means more. They have been awful this bowl season.
I'll tell you what. I think it does mean more, as we illustrated with the old car dealership guys. I mean, they've always been good. They always will be good. I think the SEC is kind of suffering from all this. I think it all ties together.
We'll talk more about this game itself because we did not give enough due to a Miami Hurricanes team that it came down to Selection Sunday where we did not believe them being the team that would make it in, to them ultimately going and winning a couple of games the hard way and getting themselves in. Mind you, it's going to be played in their own backyards in South Florida. What a run that they have had, and shout out to, again, Carson Beck, Malachi Tony, Bain.
Who's that receiver?
Keelan,
not Keelan Allen. Keelan, the guy that had 100-yard receiving for Miami. He was pretty dang incredible. They put on
Keelan Marion.
Keelan Marion,
it was a very good game that, honestly, Ole Miss has got to be feeling tough because they were this close to winning that game, and they had every right to be. If that switches up and maybe that last second Hail Mary is brought down, they would have every right as well to claim their right or claim their place in the championship game. But it's Miami. We'll talk more about that a little bit later, especially when we get ourselves ready for the other half, the other semifinal that's leading to the college football game. When we get to college football Friday, get you your headline, or maybe not your headline, but just talk about it. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. What's a project that you probably will never get to? 713-572-4610. We do it next.
texassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jackson Katy, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Hey, Mr. Big Voice Man. What's happening with you?
You forgot to cue up the music or something. I don't know.
My man said Boomer Jackson Katy. All right, well, good. We're at the West Point Lincoln Studios here in Houston, but it is In the Loop on Sports Radio 610, and it is a Football Friday playoffs edition. Excited, in fact, in the upcoming segment, Beast Guy going to come in, and we're gonna dive into the fullness of this wild card weekend because we've obviously focused very heavily on Texans-Steelers. There's 5 other football games.
4 good ones.
I mean, you ain't lying. What you want me to do? Is to talk about that here next. Coming up right now, though, question of the day. What's a project that you probably will never get to?
One of these days, man. One of these days, I'm going to fill in the blank.
Yeah, 713-572-4610. Let us know yours. There's a couple in the world of sports that are kind of concerning.
The hockey one, the Olympic hockey one, it's extremely concerning, but also, if you've ever been to Europe, Italy in particular, you probably get it. They just go at their own pace, man. It's like dinner at 10, and yeah, we'll get to that, and you get a contract. I had a buddy that this is going to sound bad, but I had a buddy that built a house in Italy.
What's bad about building a house in Italy?
Like all my friends build houses.
Okay, yeah.
No,
we knew you were wealthy. That's we already knew that.
No.
Big money, John Lopez.
No. It's just somebody I knew that built a house, summer home in Italy.
I have a friend who built a house in Italy.
3 years.
No, you have to say he summers in Italy. You know.
Yeah, 3 years
to build it.
Yeah. So the Olympic.
How many rooms did it have?
It was just a little.
He built a mansion.
Okay, this is gonna make it worse. It was just a little villa.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot, somebody down the street built a house in 3 days.
Exactly.
It was an open field. A couple days later, I'm like, damn, it's a house.
Where'd the house come from? So anyway, the hockey venue, they've had 6.5 years to get it done for the Olympics.
Actually, I don't think you went far back enough.
It's further than 6.5?
No, I don't think you went far back enough in explaining. Hey guys, the Winter Olympics is this year. I don't know how many people know that.
It's next month.
Yes, I think you reminded me of this a month ago, and I was like, oh, word? Did not know that.
I think all on too probably knew this.
But 6.5 years to build the hockey venue. It ain't gonna be done in time. They don't even have locker rooms. They don't have.
Who needs locker rooms?
They don't have seats in the stands. In some areas, they do have some.
Hey, just go out there and play. That's all you need.
That's kind of what's going to happen. And then on top of that, last night,
just vibes.
I was laughing at this story so much because we can all relate. Hey, can you fix the thermostat? Well, anyway, at the United Center, the Bulls were going to play, and it was unseasonably warm with some rain. And apparently, there are ways to make sure that there's no condensation on the court. They manipulate entryways and thermostats and all this other stuff so you can play basketball games because everybody had, well, not everybody, but a lot of, like Boston has an ice rink underneath their basketball.
Yeah.
You know, Chicago does, New York does. So it happens.
Right.
So they didn't fix the thermostat.
And it's important so that there's not condensation on the court because, you know, that's how you end up with turned and broken ankles and stuff.
Yeah.
And so what was that? Was that Heat Bulls in that? Yeah, it was Heat Bulls. Mm-hmm. I actually had one of my TVs on NBA TV expecting this game to happen. I was like, why am I seeing all sorts of filler
squeegees?
Nope. They just didn't handle it. Apparently, someone did not undertake the project of making sure that everything got fixed. So what's
the thermostat?
What's the project? What's the project that you will probably never get to?
I'm now the wheels are starting to turn. The wheels are starting to turn on that project that I've kept putting off. Did I mention I put it off for 40 years?
Yeah, that's rough.
I put off. So when we got married, and my dad gave my wife and I a dresser with a mirror that very emotional, sentimental, family heirloom, that kind of thing. That it was my dad's dad, my grandfather, bought it for my grandmother when they got married. So it was built in like 1918, I believe. It was handmade, mahogany. It's beautiful, but it's all decrepit and old and all that stuff now. And I said, I'm gonna sand that thing. I'm gonna condition it. I'm gonna stain it. I'm gonna shellac it. I'm gonna get to that project. Put it in storage. 40 years ago, moved it several times from storage to storage. 40 years ago, for over 40 years. Got it out of storage last weekend.
And you're going to make it happen this weekend.
I sanded for 9 hours. I showed you some pictures.
Yeah. Good for you, because 40 years, God knows I'm quitting. I'm thinking about quitting this, and this isn't even like really a project.
Yeah.
The one for me. And I think we've all been there to some degree because we've all moved at some point in our lifetime. And if you're in the very small minority, count yourself blessed because moving is a mess.
Yeah.
In my current apartment, I've actually done it up pretty nice. Got some plants here and there. Got my bookshelves up and everything. But there's one thing I've been telling myself I want to do, and it's been 16 months at this point. There is a wall in my living room that is just bare, and I need to get some art and put it up on that wall.
Something's gonna hit you though. You're gonna be out somewhere doing something, and you're gonna go, "That's it."
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. I hope so.
Yeah.
That wouldn't require me to be out somewhere. But it's just every time I walk back in that apartment, I see that big ass blank wall, and I'm like, I need to actually get some time that I've felt the motivation. You feel the urge, like, no, I'm going to do it. And I start getting online and looking, and I'm like, do I want to spend that money? Or does that look right? And then eventually it falls by the wayside, and I don't do it.
Figgy, what's a project you're never going to get to?
Yeah, so if you've been to my house, I have a porch, on the second floor. And I keep saying, man, I need to get some patio furniture, the chairs, so I can sit out there. I've been saying it since the day we got the house.
Aren't you going on 2.5 years?
Yeah, about to be 2 years this year.
2 years, okay.
And I'm just like, man, every time I'm like, man, I want to sit on the porch. You know what? Let me look on Facebook Marketplace at least and see if I find some cheap chairs. But I save everything, never get to it. And every single time. And then it's another one that I've been doing this for years, probably not 40 years because I ain't 40 years old, but it's been some time. I keep wanting to put out an album, like a rap album.
Oh,
just
yeah.
officially release one because I haven't officially released a project.
You got some stuff.
Yeah, I got a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And, I'm feeling kind of iffy about it, so I was thinking about recording some new stuff. Got the studio set up. I can record anytime.
Come on, Biggie.
Yeah, and I keep saying, you know what? I'm going to put out something, just a little EP or something to put on streaming services because it wasn't really streaming services back then.
Yeah.
And so I keep saying it, and I'm like, I'll get to it. Sometimes people hit me up like, hey, you still working? I'm like, I ain't write nothing in like a year.
Wow.
So I keep saying that, and I'm going to get to it one day.
This one might be the leader in the clubhouse. Moved 23 years ago. Still have about 5 unpacked boxes.
That's how it goes. That's how it works.
23 years?
There's always just at least one box that just remains unpacked somewhere, no matter where you move. And then it's time to move again, and you're like, oh yeah, this one.
Yeah.
And you just go ahead and put that tape on it again and move it to the next place. That's how I think that's legal. I think that's a part. I think the founding fathers wrote it into the Constitution. That's how you move in these United States of America. All right, I see you, Texter, as a solution for my empty wall, I guess problem, ? Paint a Texans logo on that wall. I'll do it when John Lopez gets his Texans tattoo.
Get a fat head.
Get a fat head? So you really want this to look like a college bachelor pad. I'm trying to be an adult here.
A lot of people could probably relate to this one, Figgy. Finish setting up my gaming stream.
Yeah.
A lot of people just kind of piece it together.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes you be in the mode where you buy some stuff and then you ready to set it up, but then you just stop it and never get back to it. Yeah, I've been there, done that too.
You know what's very, very recently a project that I'll probably never get to finish, in part because I don't know if it's finishable. I told you a couple days ago that I was going to start a project to figure out what the thing was, or try and find out what the thing was behind the Monday night at home thing for the Steelers, particularly in the Tomlin era. I don't really. It's a lot.
Well, now it's almost too late.
It's a lot.
You got Monday.
It's a lot involved. And when we talked to Nick Faribault yesterday, he basically rattled off the top of the head the thing that were my early leads, which is they just haven't played very many good teams.
Yeah.
They've been good team most often in those times. And so I was like, oh, well, do I really need to keep going on this? Because I legitimately, not yesterday, the day before, spent 2 hours doing the preliminary work on this. And I was exhausted. And I hadn't found anything yet. So I'm like, how much? It feels like one of those, is this worth continuing to put the time in?
What's too late.
What's the return on investment digging in for another 2 hours to find out that, oh, yeah, they just play bad teams,
Keep them coming in. Been married 21 years, says the 281. Still have unopened wedding gifts.
Oh, go ahead and get that toaster out, man. Come on now.
It's out of circulation. You can't get any parts for it.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get back to the Football Friday playoff edition feel of the program as we welcome in B. Scott to go around the NFL and look at the key matchups in this wild card weekend in the National Football League. We do it next.
Ready? Texans, Steelers, Monday Night Football. It's playoff time in H-Town. Hear the wild card round game here with pregame coverage starting at 4:15. Kickoffs at 7:15 with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Maybe gloomy out there, but a nice commute for you. On the upbound side of 45 at Tidwell, all lanes are back open and looking much better. Pockets of heavy traffic on the northbound side of Gulf Freeway, passing East Loop 610, approaching Wayside Drive, but accident-free. Traffic brought to you by West Point Lincoln. Amy Lauren, Sports Radio 610.
Get on out to West Point Lincoln and ask them about these vehicles. A 2025 Lincoln Aviator, $12,300 off MSRP. A 2025 Lincoln Nautilus, $9,730 off MSRP. 2025 Lincoln Corsair, $6,400 off MSRP. Katy Freeway, exit Kirkwood. It's West Point Lincoln.
Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We're about to go around the NFL. I kind of want to bring what we were talking about to air, but I feel like I shouldn't, so I'll let that live. But living with us in this building, in the West Point Lincoln Studios, is our good friend, Brandon K. Scott. What's happening, man?
Hey, you know, it's real humbling when you come in the building. I've been working here almost 7 years now. 6.5 years I've been here, fortunate enough. And the same lead security guy downstairs has been there the whole time. And he still calls me Brian. Oh. he hit me with it. And what is today? It's today the 8th or the 9th?
It's the 9th.
It's the 9th. So you know that whole when is it too late to give you a Happy New Year thing? Well, apparently it's not the 9th for this guy. I got a Happy New Year from him. I was glad to get it. Hadn't seen him. You know, Happy New Year, Brian.
Doesn't matter what it looked like, Brian.
7 years. Going on 7 years. If I make it to August, 7 years. Brian. I love
Happens
it.
all the time.
I love it.
I get called George all the time, including
You do kind of look like a George, though.
No, because of George Lopez.
Oh.
Also, you know, because but
I would like it put on the record that I had my mind did not even go to George Lopez. There was no schism in my game. I was just saying he looked like a George.
He looks like a George.
You kind of look like a George.
You know what I'm saying? He just got some George to him.
Yeah. We were doing vibe checks earlier. Give a George vibe.
Hey, so real quick before we get into the NFL, because what a bracket it is, except for one game. That project, you've moved a couple times. Any projects that you know you're never going to get to based on our question of the day?
Oh, yeah, no. So one was a dresser that my wife, God rest her soul, wanted me to paint this dresser that she got from I don't know if it was
secondhand or
either a thrift or a garage sale, but it was just like a nothing dresser, you know. And of course, by the time she passed, like, they ended up being like a real kind of keepsake. But at the time, she wanted me to paint it. And she wanted it to be like this thing in the living room and everything, and I just never got to it.
Have you gotten to it yet?
No. Eventually, she got to it, and she ended up doing it. Rob guilted me into participating, but it definitely stands out as one of those things that she had all the interest in the world, and I had none. I could not muster it up. I still feel bad about it to this day, but no, I'll never forget that.
Yeah.
Before I get to the playoffs and what some of the key predictions in it, we've had a lot of conversation this week about the Baltimore Ravens, what they've done in firing John Harbaugh. Seems like going along with him, and one of the major portions of the decision to move on from John Harbaugh was his attachment to Todd Monken, the offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Todd Monken actually jumped on a program with Ryan Ripken, and he was owning his mistakes when it came to that.
Is that kind of the fair thing to say? Everyone had a hand in things? Is that?
I don't know how else you can say it, because everybody's going to want a hand when it goes great. I mean, the year before, I didn't hear anybody. We all had a hand in it. We had a bunch of guys on offense that had career years. Rashad Bateman, Zay Flowers, the tight end, Lamar, the O-line. We were healthy the whole year.
Yeah.
And we all get to be a part of that, and we should.
Yeah.
But as I always tell the coaches, just like I would tell the players, you can't get all the credit when we do well and just exonerate yourself from the blame when it doesn't go that way. That is so ridiculously out there that I can't even live in that world. I can't live in that world. I haven't gotten to where I'm at living in that world. I haven't. You know what? I didn't coach Lamar well enough. I didn't have as good a relationship as I could have. I didn't do the things that we needed this year to win enough games to give ourselves a chance. And I believe that. I'm not sure, and I'm going to fight like hell to fix it. I'm going to fight like hell for the next job I get, and I'm going to root like hell for the Ravens.
Good for him, man. Good for him. That was about as real and as authentic as it could be. I mean, especially once he got to the point about the relationship, because that's really at the core of the issue here. That's what we're really talking about. It's John Harbaugh who got fired.
Yeah.
But, you have to kind of read not just between the lines, but just the next sentence, right?
Yeah.
And it's more so of his loyalty to Todd Monken. And if you read everything past that, it was the relationship between Todd Monken and Lamar Jackson that really had gone south at that point. And then after that, it's John Harbaugh's loyalty to Todd Monken. It's actually kind of odd that, John Harbaugh would pick Todd Monken over Lamar Jackson, but then that's his own thing, right? That ends up being sort of the layered relationship dynamic. And that's what all of this came down to. The offensive coordinator and the quarterback are supposed to see the game through the same lens, to use a Clint Stoerner-ism, right? Like that is true, but that wasn't the case here by the time you got to the end of it.
Well, the other thing for me, as I heard that, I was with you 100%, everything you said. But I don't know if John Harbaugh, quote, lost the locker room, depending on if you believe Ian Rappaport or Adam Schefter. But I guarantee you, maybe not Lamar Jackson. Players love that dude.
Yeah.
Players love Monken. There's no way they can't.
Well, and then you hear that and you could see why.
Yeah.
Right? He seems like a real dude, and willing to say that, not just – I mean, if that's how he's talking in public, imagine what kind of truth he's talking, at least how he's talking that to the players, right? That to me sounds like a real dude.
Yeah, so I found that to be intriguing, that he owned up to that, but that seems to be if he had recognized that earlier, I wonder if this ultimately does shift. If he can manage to cultivate that relationship in a way where they go in the same way. And maybe they didn't see eye to eye in the way that the football stuff mattered. And when he says the relationship, it's really there and less about like a human element. But if they could have kept that together, it did feel like Todd Monken was good for what they were doing there.
That is where blame becomes complicated, right? Because naturally you would think, okay, we're talking about Lamar Jackson, one of the great players of his generation, possibly one of the greatest quarterbacks that we've ever seen, and certainly the most unique, right? And so you kind of would tend to side with that. But what if he is not blameless in this whole relationship breakdown that we're talking about?
Absolutely.
That's totally possible. We don't know all of the details. And so this kind of gives you a little window into it, though. Like Todd Monken, somebody that sounds like a real dude, somehow could not form a relationship with a singularly great player on what seemed like should have been a much better team. I know they had injury issues, but that should have been a better team than what it turned out to be.
All right, one more here before we get to the key matchups that matter this weekend in Wild Card football. Colts general manager Chris Ballard, who can still have that title for some reason, he said that he sees Daniel Jones as a near and long-term answer. Said that he has a really bright future in Indy. Quote, I think it's mutual on both sides. I think Daniel was a really good fit for this organization, and City really good fit for Daniel.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and pretend to suddenly believe in Daniel Jones as a franchise quarterback, that I think that's a good idea. Power to the Colts if they believe it. But I will say in their defense, I could see how they could talk themselves into that based on how their season went.
Yeah.
When he was right and healthy, they were really good. And once he got injured, they were really bad. Now,
as he was getting injured, they were starting to make the turn, though.
Yeah.
Right. That's exactly the point I was going to make.
My bad. Apologies.
So how much do they put into that? Exactly what you're talking about. There's like a 2, 3, almost 4 week stretch there as they're starting to make that turn, as you're talking about, where they could point to and say, okay, is he really though? It's starting to look a little funny in the light.
Yeah.
And so they're clearly leaning more toward the start of the season when they had one of the better offenses in football and they looked like they were going to run away with the division. Maybe they put more stock into that than into the smaller sample size of when it was going bad, and then, of course, when it went off the rails once he got injured.
I don't know how much they really believe this, but I don't think they have a choice but to believe it.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
Yeah, that's a fair point to make. All right, we turn you to the wild card weekend that's headed. Obviously, Texans-Steelers will be the dessert on the weekend, but it should be a fun meal all the way through with football for you. Starting Saturday, 4:30 p.m., which used to be the honorary Texans slot, been taken over by Rams-Panthers, a sub-500 team.
And they deserve it.
Hosting
Big time.
the Los Angeles Rams. This is a matchup of a of a week, was that 15 or something, November 30th, where the Panthers beat the Rams 31-28. The key matchup here, Rams offense versus the Panthers in takeaways, because there was 2 interceptions by Matt Stafford in that Panthers game that ultimately allowed them to win that game. And it's going to be, can the Panthers do that again? Because it's going to be needed.
Oh my God! If that's the story to you, then the story to me is you better not lose this game, Matthew Stafford.
Oh,
losing to the, because like that's all fair and well and good what you're saying, Reggie, but that's not good enough excuse and reason for Matthew Stafford to lose this game first round to the Panthers in the MVP season. That cannot be it. I don't care that you're on the road. I don't care that they forced turnovers. I don't care that they beat you before. You the MVP. Y'all won 12 games this year. The Panthers are objectively the worst team that qualified for this playoffs. Whether they win this game or not, you bet not lose.
Rams are going to win by at least 20 points.
There you go.
Yeah.
It feels like it. I
mean,
that's all good discussion, and I get it, and they did lose to them and all that, but they're going to win by 20.
If that's what you think, though, Lopez, think about it. My point is true.
Yeah.
Like, you're sitting here saying they're going to win by 20 points.
Yeah.
They come out there and lose?
No, I get it.
Oh, my God.
You don't think this is an upset alert?
No. That was actually an argument that was had on First Take earlier this week. They just raising questions.
Hey, they beat them. They beat them this year.
They did. I
So
thought
I
that
don't
was.
understand why this one is just a wash.
And that's why it's about the turnovers, right? Because it was a very particular set of circumstances that made that game close. One of the reasons why that game last night, yes, Ole Miss had it. Ole Miss also had 4 turnover opportunities that Miami just put on the floor, right? Those are the types of things that make a game either closer than it should be or, make it a blowout when it absolutely should have been close. This is one of those instances where that was a close game that should have been a blowout, and I feel like if we go 9 times out of 10, which is the way we have to talk about this, the Rams can't hold on to it.
It's all about if the Rams going to wet the bed.
Yeah, sure.
So it's not even about Carolina being good and beating them.
Yeah.
Are they going to wet the bed this time?
It cannot happen.
But styles make fights, and it did look like in that game, at least, that the Panthers had a little bit of a style to create that. We'll see if that can come through again. The other game on Saturday is the Packers-Bears, little NFC North matchup. The key matchup here, as the Packers have a 1.5 point, or they're 1.5 point favorites in this one on the road in Chicago. Bears run game versus the Packers front seven that is been real rough. The Packers defense in general has been really rough, especially without Micah Parsons when he went down for the season. The Bears offense has been really good, but especially if they can run the football, that feels like that'd be dicey.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a shootout because I think both defenses have shown that their imperfections. Neither of these is the Texans defense. Let's just suffice it to say.
Yeah.
And put them together and they're not the Texans defense.
Exactly. And I think both offenses got a little something going. So I expect this to be a shootout. I'm actually really excited for this game because I think that, despite it being in a cold weather city and it being, the Bears, who you don't necessarily associate as a team that's going to score a lot of points, you got Caleb Williams now. They've put something together there, like what we've seen from the Bears this year. He's kind of an interesting player because he does a lot of the really difficult. He's like exceptional at difficult things and almost substandard at really easy things.
Yeah.
Which kind of makes for an interesting game, I think, especially in the playoffs. But this will be fun. His first playoff game. I'm really looking forward to this matchup.
I'm with you. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game, and I think the Bears, they create a lot of turnovers, but they give up a lot of long drives. They're very successful. I think
it's a bad defense outside of turnovers, just flatly.
Their front is not impressive, and then their back end is normally impressive, but they got guys that are banged up. Like Jalen Johnson, their star cornerback, is like dealing with either a groin, like something like off the bone type of situation, and he's out there gutting it out. He doesn't look the same. So their defense is compromised, especially on the back end.
Yeah. The starting Sunday, you'll start with what might be the most fun game on the table here in this wild card menu of sorts. Bills at Jaguars, the 12-5 team going to the 13-4 team of the AFC South. Bills actually are the favorites by 1.5. Matchup, either passing defense. Who's got it versus the likes of Trevor Lawrence or Josh Allen?
Yeah, I'm going to go Josh Allen, but, man, Trevor Lawrence has been nice.
Like, if you're just handicapping this game and you don't know the histories of either Josh Allen or the Jaguars, I think you're like, why are the Jaguars not favored in this game?
Yeah, and to sidebar for a second here, but related, are y'all not surprised surprised that this Bills-Jaguars, help me understand this if y'all understand it better, why Bills-Jaguars is the noon CBS game and Chargers-Patriots is the late game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how am I missing?
You're not missing
Am
anything.
I missing something here?
Yeah, you're not missing
I like,
hell, I think Eagles-49ers.
Yeah.
Eagles-49ers
Honestly,
is a matchup, man.
Chargers-Patriots should be the first game, and then either one of these other two could have been the late game.
Yeah.
And I'd probably go Bills-Jags,
Yeah.
to kind of to your point a minute ago, Reggie. Like, this is going to be the best game, or at least the one I'm most looking forward to.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how they do that or how that ends up in the way that it does.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Like, unless the NFL understands something that I don't. But anyway, that's what's fun about it. The fact that your question is such a hard one to answer. Like, you would think it's Josh Allen, but if you've been watching Trevor Lawrence, man, buddy's been nice.
Yeah, I think you feel better about Josh Allen, but you also feel better about the Jags secondary which that's been dicey compared to
just the Jags.
And the Jags and the play calling that they have there compared to Trevor Lawrence, who you might feel a little bit less good about, even though he's been good.
Yeah.
But you definitely don't feel at least I don't feel all that great about the Bills secondary or defense in general as to what they're doing there. So that should be a fun one. Trevor Lawrence has 15 touchdown passes over the last 6 games.
Yeah.
He's been amazing.
Cooking. 2 more games to run through real quick. Niners-Eagles that you guys mentioned is the midday game. What is the Eagles offense versus Niners defense in a battle of who wants to be worse? The Eagles offense, it has been head scratching at times the way that they do it. They haven't run the ball all that well, and then of course they don't throw the ball as often as. And the Niners defense is just, it's been battered to all hell, particularly that front 7. And I don't know, are they getting Fred Warner back? But if it wasn't Fred Warner, when Fred Warner is not playing, and he hasn't recently, do you know who the linebacker that they've been throwing out there in the middle of a linebacker-specific defense like what we've seen with DeMeco Ryans?
Who?
Do you remember Eric Kendricks?
Oh, yeah, I did see Eric Kendricks out there. Anytime I see Eric Kendricks, do y'all do the thing where you're like, which Kendricks brother is that? Is that the one that went to prison or the other one?
Yes. But that's how.
But yeah, I did notice that.
They are beaten to hell. So that's going to be.
Yeah, he's like my age. Yeah, that is insane.
Yeah.
So look, the thing about, I think head scratching is, to put it kindly, about the Eagles offense. The head scratching part about them is like, are they gonna, the whole cliche flip the switch thing.
Yeah.
They seem to like kind of do that. Like they do this thing where the offense is like awful or uninspiring, and then the playoffs come and all of a sudden they're amazing.
I think the Niners are so unpredictable. I think the Niners are hard to figure.
Yeah.
Like sometimes McCaffrey, sometimes not, sometimes Purdy, sometimes not,
Yeah.
And by the way, these two teams have been in the last 3 Super Bowls. This is a big time marquee game.
Now I think the Eagles have an answer if they're willing to lean into it. Just lean on your big boys when it comes to A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, because as good as the Niners secondary players are, Amador Lenore, Malik Mustafa, they're not as big. So can you get that size advantage and utilize that? That's a question. Of course, the point, maybe market sizes help you in this one. The night game on Sunday, Chargers, L.A. Versus Patriots in that Boston area. Pats are a 3.5-point favorite. Big key matchup, Justin Herbert versus the Patriots pass rush. That's the matchup there.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
I mean, the NFL just dominates no matter what.
Yeah, maybe. They're like, you'll watch. Yeah, you'll watch all day.
You're right. They put games on Netflix these days.
You'll watch it.
You could have put Carolina on the prime time. There'd still be 27 million people watching.
The game is on an app.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. We have a Prime Video. One of these games is a Prime Video game, right?
Nah, it's CBS, Fox, and then Peacock.
Okay, so it might be next round where you end up with this Prime Video game. That's the one that's going to drive me up a wall. The weekend that we have.
No, Bears Packers is a Prime.
There we go.
Video.
Yeah. We have a streaming only game this weekend.
That?
That's set to piss some people off, I'm sure, but we'll figure that out. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's another edition of Around the NFL. Coming up next, we got to get B. Scott's thoughts, and I'm guaranteeing you this is one that you'll want to hear. We do it next.
All right.
powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
See, the time where I wait, y'all want to jump in. I did not jump off sides. I wanted to make sure that we got the fullness of the Beast Guy from Hiram Clark. He is in studio and he's
Lopez
got thoughts.
ready for some thoughts.
I love those thoughts.
Hey, look, so the best part about this matchup is that I think from a macro and micro standpoint, it all really comes down to the same thing. And that's everything that the Texans offseason was about. The major changes that they made were the offensive coordinator and the offensive line. They fired their offensive coordinator of 2 years that they had some success with and replaced him with a guy that we honestly really had never heard of, right? And definitely somebody that had never called plays, right? And then the offensive line, even though so many people were, I think, supportive of the idea of moving on from Laramie Tunsil, I understood it more so from a salary standpoint, but a lot of people just didn't like his vibe. And the idea was, you know, we're going to do more with less on both ends. We're going to do more with less from the offensive coordinator standpoint because we're going to bring in a less experienced guy. We're going to do more with less from our offensive line standpoint because it's going to be a cheaper and less talented offensive line. And we're going to coach these guys up, and we're going to do more with less in these areas. And look, they made it to 12 wins, basically the same spot that they were in last year, except they didn't win the division. And I think they did that in a lot of ways in spite of those areas, right? In spite of the offensive coordinator being, you know, there being some struggles, in spite of the offensive line trying to figure things out on the fly. And then you look up and the offensive line doesn't even look by the end of the season the way that they intended for it to look at the beginning of the season, which is okay.
Yeah.
But now this is what and I talked about this with Clinton Run earlier in the week. This is where we talk about the rubber meeting the road, from the offensive coordinator first to the offensive line. That's the matchup in this game, and that's the overall story for the Texans from the start of the offseason up until now. Are you going to able to, quote unquote, do more with less? Or it's quite simply, are these moves going to work? Because I think that the offensive coordinator and the offensive line could be the reason why you win or lose the game. Based off of what you get from those areas could be the reason why you win or lose a game that you are, by the way, favored to win.
Here's the thing that's interesting. Short of winning a Super Bowl, aren't we still going to be talking about the offensive line and the offensive coordinator no matter what this offseason?
So I think that
even if they get to the conference championship, which maybe that'll temper it some, but ultimately if they lose, because they're not going to score a lot of points. They're just not.
Well, so I think that's where the middle ground is here, because the extremes are they perform horribly and it just reaffirms everything.
And then here we go.
All of the skepticism that we already have.
Right.
They could be great. They could have a great game, or at the very least do a lot of the, honestly, a lot of the things that they've already done through this 9-game winning streak that has contributed to winning football. They do some of that. They do a lot of the things that they've done recently, and I think despite some of the recent complaints, I think you'll live with it. But if they do some of the other things that they've done recently, like overly relying on the kickers and honestly more so really the three, because I think kickers are going to factor into this game. It's going to be that type of game. But like the 3 and outs, the bad red zone operation and not even getting to the red zone at times, the end of half stuff that is spotty at times, say for like one Davis Mills moment that you got earlier in the season. Like that's the type of stuff that we're talking about. If you see that those things look better and they contribute to winning, and I think even more so the offensive line, right? When you get to that matchup of, okay, blocking up TJ Watt, Highsmith, their guys in the middle are really good. Okay, so like figuring that part out, that's going to be both incumbent on the offensive line to perform, but also on Nick Caley's the game. So all of these things I think are going to matter.
One of the things within that I think is they have gotten to a place, or at least we've given them credit for getting to a place where they finish these games in a particular way, right? That's been DeMeco Ryans' call is finish. And on the offensive side, that's been what? Run the football for enough, falling forward, sometimes even breaking out of the realm of here's 2, here's 3, here's 4 yards, and here's 7, here's 9, here's 15 to finish off games. What's interesting in this matchup is the Steelers' defense isn't good per se, or maybe not great per se stopping the run, but they're decent. They're anywhere in various different running circumstances of being 15th, 16th, 17th, 14th in various different spots where you happen to be in these metrics 31st, 26th, 24th. And obviously the way that they run the football, it's not good in those metrics, but it is sufficient. We've talked about that a number of times. But how does that match up with a about average run-stopping team in every way, especially in a game where you might need to find yourself in a place finishing out, and the way that you finished doesn't really match up nicely against what the Steelers do.
This is really one of the exact things that I'm talking about, though, like how you overcome, and they've done a good job of doing this. How do you overcome not having the running game that you said you were going to have and the one that you expect to have in this offense? They haven't necessarily had it. Now, to your point, Reggie, they have had the moments like Woody Marks, credit to him. He's come up with some, and even Nick Chubb, I think, earlier in the season, and, of course, Jawar Jordan in his emergence as of the last few weeks. Like, you've had guys he run for you, even if the numbers overall weren't good for that particular game. We've seen plenty of that. But I think overall they have compensated for not having the most effective run game, the most efficient run game. If you look at their numbers from earlier in the season, like going into the Jaguars game, Week 10, before the 9-game winning streak starts, they're somewhere close to the bottom of the league in their passing game at that point. You fast forward to now, going into this wild card game, they're somewhere toward the top half of the league, right? So, like, they've made marginal success, or had some marginal improvements, I should say, both in the passing game and overall in scoring points. Like, they're putting up more points and they're getting more down the field than they were earlier in the year. The issues that they're still having is they're still lousy in the red zone. They're still not great on third down. And so, like, these are and of course, those running numbers that we're talking about. The running game is pretty much the same as it's been all year. So like, these are the things that they have, I think, overcome. Can they continue to do so in an environment that I think is different? Playoffs, everything on the line, that sort of thing.
And really, when you talk about their improvement, outside of maybe scoring a few more points, it's really just efficiency. I mean, Reggie can speak to this a lot better than I can, but they're just more.
I'm an efficiency man now?
You're an efficiency man because you dig in on those stats.
You're right.
But they're really just more efficient offensively, and that's when you start to face a defense that is, pretty good against the run, not great, but pretty good against the run, and you're not great. Does that efficiency drop in the passing game? Those pass rushers, and specifically Hayward scares me probably more than
up the middle.
Watt. Probably more than TJ Watt.
And I don't even know if it's just Hayward. I think we haven't talked at all about this. This is a 3-4 defense.
Right.
And that inherently means that you've got those 3 interior defensive linemen that are clogging up that middle, which is where they want to run the football. Even if they end up getting double teams or whatever, that's just dudes in those rushing gaps that make it a little tough for Woody Marks or whoever else you have toting the rock to find that gap in these oftentimes zone circumstances.
They're going to be slanting like crazy. That's what they do.
And so does that make for more instances where you're bouncing outside and then stretching out and not getting those fall forward moments that take a run that's blocked up for 1 yard to a 3-yard rush, or a run that's blocked up for 2 yards to get a 4 or 5 yard rush? That's going to be interesting because the margins are going to be important in this game.
I think it's that, plus going back to the point about Nick Caley, is going to come down to when you call it, because I think you are going to have to. I think you're going to have to, at two things: concede that it is going to be rough to get yards on inside, but also still commit to the run game one way or the other, whether it is bouncing it outside, like Reggie's talking about, or just simply calling it early and then committing to, hey, some of these downs are just going to be passing downs, and we're going to lean more into what we've done better as of late, as opposed to, beating a dead horse, so to speak. So, I think it's going to be both how they run it and how they call the runs.
How they go about this. I haven't checked this recently, and I don't know why. I want to see some tendencies on what has Nick Caley's season comes to first down rushing, How often, especially since they've been kind of rough on third down, how often has it been third and long? Because remember, early on in the season, that was a big
See, later in the year, you can point to that. Later in the year, they've had a lot more. We don't want to get behind the chains. They've been behind the chains a lot more lately.
Yeah, and those are the types of things that when the margins get narrowed, that stand out and become like they stick out like a sore thumb, so to say.
The best parts of the short Davis Mills era of this season was how good they were on the early downs. I do remember that, is that they were getting their work done, at least when they were good, when the offense was flowing. They were getting a lot of their work done early.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that in this game. And I think it goes without saying, right? You want to be successful on early downs as often as possible. But that is when I saw the offense at its best early on, right? And I think we've seen it progress even from then with the emergence of the rookies and that sort of thing. So I think Nick Caley and the offensive line are the big stories of this game.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point, and you just gave me more more work to do, because I need to go check these things out and see where this Texans team stands. But those are B. Scott's thoughts, always insightful, always thought provoking here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, and on the entirety of Sports Radio 610. You hear him on with Clint and Ron on the drive as well. So it's always a blessing to have you, and we will continue feeling that blessing as we continue into the next segment. What's popping coming up, including the Rockets in Portland once again tonight. What are we thinking about that? We'll talk about that and more. Oh, and we've got a rodeo line. Let's do that next.
O'Karam Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio's 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here on this Football Friday. And I'm doing football in many different ways. Lopez, can you see what's on my second screen
I
here?
was looking at over your shoulder.
Yeah.
I was trying to get the score, but
It's nothing Senegal because I'm still going to do my my AFCON. It is a World Cup year. Fight me about it. But, of course, the football that we all care about is headed in with some real fun stuff coming up. The World Cup. I'm stuck.
Yeah.
But
hey, over here.
Wild card.
One of those footballs.
Different WC. Wild card weekend coming up. We were talking about those matchups. But within this weekend of football, right, we've got the wild card matchups. We've got the second semifinal that's going to see Oregon and Indiana play. And if I'm being entirely honest, and maybe this is unfair to Miami, I think your national champion is playing tonight.
I agree with you.
We'll see.
I agree.
We'll see how that plays. So all sorts of things there. Don't forget, Rockets playing a little bit of basketball against Portland. And I start here just because me and B. Scott were hosting a couple weeks ago, and I made it very clear. I thought that there was no business for Denny Avdia to have more Pro Bowl. I'm all in the wrong place.
Yeah.
More All-Star votes than both Kevin Durant and Alperen Sengun, and then he dropped 41 on their head top. So what are you expecting from Denny Avdia and the Portland Trailblazers tonight?
He's really good.
He's good.
And I said this when we were talking about it. I was like, yeah, but he's kind of nice.
Yeah.
That's the uncomfortable part about it. You want to be like, hey, man, how you going to vote Denny Avdia over my guy? And then you, like, whenever Denny Avdia
like, oh.
plays against your guy,
Oh.
or if you just happen to stumble up on a Blazers game accidentally, I guess the Blazers is like, or odd NBA League Pass games are kind of like my, World Cup or whatever, or my, tangential soccer. You look up and it's like, man, Denny Avdia is nice. This dude can play, and the Blazers are not like, they're not good, but they're not terrible.
Not even close.
You know what I mean? They're kind of frisky. They're like just like a team that you don't want to play. And so, no, this is an interesting back-to-back, or not back-to-back nights, but back-to-back games at least.
Do you hate them as much as I do?
I don't like them.
Yeah.
Really?
I do not like them. They feel unnatural. I guess, at least I don't like the back-to-back nights. At least getting a night in between at least is okay for me. But playing the same team twice, I could do without that.
It can be annoying, but one of the things that I like, which I'm encouraged about in this game, is they give you a small preview of what your team is capable in a playoff circumstance when you just play a team and you make adjustments.
I was going to say
the adjustment aspect.
I was going to say I would like it more if it was against a team that I thought they could play in the playoffs.
Oh yeah,
I'll
that's
give you
fair.
that. Like maybe it's the Blazers, or when they do it against the Jazz. I don't like that. But if they did it with they do it with the Nuggets. They played the Nuggets like twice in several days. There was a game in between. But I do kind of like that, like that aspect of it.
The reason
the Blazers is not happening.
The reason I'm wondering is because then a lot of times on these back-to-backs, especially if they're back-to-back days, you get guys resting. You get it's not quite the playoff adjustments.
Sure.
And
it's not going to be the same energy, but I think at least in this one particular, so that I'm not speaking in a general, I think there is some things to watch with Ime Udoka's team and see how they adjust to the things that the Trailblazers were able to do to them on Wednesday night.
Yeah, and even aside from the adjustment part, I think that lose, it's always interesting to see how that team responds.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? Like the idea of being beat 2 times in a row, that's in this case, it's the better team that lost. If it had been the other way around, it would have been the home team that lost, right? Do the Blazers want to lose at home twice in a row to the same team?
Right.
Do the Rockets, as the better team, want to lose twice in a row to an inferior Blazers team, right? Just from that standpoint, it's kind of an interesting tit for tat.
I'll say, I told Lopez this on Thursday after the Wednesday game. It was a realization. There was an eye-opening moment for me where I went, oh, that makes sense. You deciding to go and get Kevin Durant, add some more veterans to what you're doing here. The Rockets are not going to be the team where every time they're on the floor, I know that they're going to be the younger, more athletic team always.
Yeah.
And that's still going to be the case a decent amount. But the Trailblazers showed, you got Tumani Kamara and you got some of the other guys out there. And I was like, oh, I see that. Their point of attack defense is going to be something I'm interested in seeing again tonight.
Yeah, 100% point of attack. But also, I think the thing that they are leaning into, and we saw this even in the beginning of the season when they come out there with double bigs, is the length. That part is still a problem. And I think to some degree maybe they overly rely on it. That's something that maybe when the defense gets a little bit lazy or it's not performing up to snuff, it's like, man, are they over-relying on this idea that they're more athletic and they know for a fact that they're longer than most teams?
Yeah.
And do they just kind of lean into that? You know, they were playing zone defense early in the year, like a little bit too much leaning into being big and kind of want to they were doing last year, which is point of attack defense.
They're not last year's team. I mean, one thing we learned already, this is a completely different approach, defense, style,
but but what's interesting is that they'll turn it up. Like for them, it's even like within game, they'll turn it up. That Suns game where KD hits the game winner, the point of attack defense, the ball pressure was lacking early,
and you're like, all right.
But then in the third quarter, they turn it up. They get some really good Amin Thompson minutes, and then of course Kevin Durant hits the shot at the end, and the rest is history. But it's like, where was that the whole game?
Yeah.
Where is that from? Not just game to game, but within the game.
Yeah.
Does it feel like they're not load managing, but trying to do the switch flipping, or does this feel like an output kind of concern? For
I've attributed it to focus. That's been my thing. I've called it a lack of focus, focus issues. Why that is, I don't know exactly, but that's just kind of my non-expert diagnosis. When I see it, it's there, then it's not. That means you've got it, but why can't you dial it up? Why can't you call it up every time?
Right.
That to me is the lack of focus.
And sometimes there's a good question as to, do you have the bandwidth to do it all the time? Because there's a difference, and we all know, right? There's a difference between calling up the opportunity to do this. There's a lot of us that are like, I can run real fast for a 3-second sprint, but how fast can I run over a long period of time ends up being a question.
I do feel like now they're more equipped that Tari Eason and Dorian Finney-Smith are healthy, and they're starting to look. And I know, of course, Alperen Sengun, that throws a little wrinkle into things, him being injured. But at least they're wing guys and the guys that make this thing go, defense versatility, and not just overly relying on Amin Thompson to be that guy. Like, you can throw multiple guys, no less than 3 or 4 guys at Devin Booker, right? Like that sort of thing, I think kind of improves and changes the game for them a little bit.
Almost rodeo season, fellas.
It is.
Let's go.
We got an announcement of the rodeo lineup yesterday, and it feels more visceral than ever. Just general thoughts, because I don't want to do the thing where I just read off the whole schedule, but there are some big names in here, including Tim McGraw, Laney Wilson, Creed, Kelly Clarkson, Rascal Flatts, and of course, we start off with Riley Green. There's some names. Parker McCollum, obviously, still represented within this. What was your first thought? What was your general takeaways when you saw the rodeo lineup as constituted this year?
Well, Kelly Clarkson is the most talented artist that is going to perform in this entire rodeo lineup.
Gonna be a good ticket.
So I'll start there.
Is that a in disagreement?
Chris Stapleton would like a word.
It's between the two.
Like a word.
It's between the two. It's between the two. And I think
Kelly Clarkson is kind of rare. I was shocked to see her on this.
No, that was the big. That's what
she don't perform that often.
No, she's an all-timer for me.
Yeah, and
like in terms of just talent.
Yeah,
I don't necessarily.
I'm
not just jamming Kelly Clarkson songs, but just in terms of a talent, it's Kelly Clarkson, Chris Stapleton, and then everybody else.
Yeah,
like they're in a conversation of their own. Yeah. And I will say, when I first saw this, I did not see that Lizzo was the
Black Heritage,
the chosen Black Heritage. I think that's a choice.
There's no Bun B this year.
What do you mean that's a choice?
The Bun B choice. Well, no, he's right. That is a choice because
Figgy.
Show me 5 people.
No,
you got him playing flute. I mean,
well, don't do the flute because Andre 3000 played the flute, and we'll still let him.
I tell you what, I ain't here to watch and go to. Not even for at the rodeo. Andre 3000 playing the flute.
No, I think it is something to be
not
said.
At all.
We can be honest here. We're amongst friends.
That's why I'm asking.
It's not just Black Heritage Night. Ain't just about having a black person up there.
Yeah,
I'll put it that way. It's about somebody that is going to appeal to the Black heritage that is showing up.
Seems like
show me 5 black people that like Lizzo right now. Hurry up,
man. It seems like that's
with all due respect to the Houstonian herself, right? She is indeed from here.
She have a different crowd.
But,
I'll say that.
But doesn't it seem like that's exactly what they thought? Oh, Black Heritage Night, black person. Problem solved.
Oh, wow.
Like, no.
I don't want to do rodeo like that. Like that's what they were doing.
I love the rodeo, but they should have.
Honestly, they could have put Shabuzi right there.
No.
I would have been fine with that.
They should have. No. They should have asked more questions first of all, and Figgy Shabuzi, that would have been cheating because when I first saw the lineup, I thought Shabuzi was the one, and I was like, that's a 2-for-1 because that's actually country music, but they know black people like Shabuzi, and so they just gonna get us out here on another country night and not really give us another black artist.
That would would have been one black person throughout the whole lineup if they did that.
I'm just saying they can do Shabuzi on a normal country night, and black people can just come and they can still give us Black Heritage Night. You know what I'm saying? Instead of doing the 2-for-1 thing.
Well, we still got Shabuzi in here, though.
That's what I'm saying.
Shabuzi will be fun.
What's funny is Lizzo was supposed to perform at the rodeo, I want to say 2020.
Yep.
End up getting shut down.
Yep. That was so. This is her getting back. Actually, Kelly Clarkson has done it of another rodeo. There's a few. There's a newcomer, Megan Maroney. I'm excited for her. She actually performed at the Bull Tent, so we got to see her up close and personal, and she could jam too. So there's some real fun acts.
Hot take.
In all
I
of
don't
this.
remember that. Hot take.
Yeah.
Either Kelly Clarkson or Chris Stapleton would be better for Black Heritage Night.
Oh yes.
We can let that breathe if you want. We can let that breathe if you want. We can let it breathe if you want.
B-Sky, you might be cooking tonight.
Hey, your boy's spitting. Knowledge dropped.
Can I have a moment for my people?
Please,
let's go.
It does feel like we have fewer, at least. No.
Let's make this more inclusive.
So there's Pepe Aguilar, and then there's J Balvin is going to be a good ticket.
Okay,
on this.
This is where I get my Lizzo take in for my people. Pepe Aguilar, awesome. He's been a phenom for decades. He started singing when he was like 4 with his dad, who was a legend, and all that. That's awesome. J Balvin, I was kind of like.
I think that's an age thing more than anything.
Maybe. I was kind of like.
Yeah, that's a little younger. I don't know how young, but
it's real. J Balvin's relatively young.
Yeah.
But is that more than Bad Bunny? I feel like Bad Bunny was a younger crowd.
Yeah, Bad Bunny would be a younger crowd. But
might be more.
J Balvin is not.
Age,
I think he's right about there.
And I want to fully acknowledge that. In fact, stay tuned for confessions in about 30 minutes because I play this little game every year when the rodeo lineup comes out, and it's going to be my confession. But yeah, so that's kind of where I am. You know, when you're talking about Lizzo, I was like, okay, I guess, but he's not on Latin Heritage Day. You know, he's just a different artist.
Yeah. From the 713, nobody had a problem with Lizzo in 2020, but since Bun B started, now nobody wants Lizzo. And I have to say this very carefully because I feel like I don't want to be mean to Lizzo. Lizzo is fantastic.
She is,
and she is from.
She's
here,
a pop star,
and we love. She is a pop star.
She's a pop star.
And
go to Hano Day, by the way.
Yes, please. Yeah. One of the things that I will say that is a truism of life, and I'll put it in the context of cars. You have a car, and it's cloth seats. You get you some leather seats. You that's what you do now. Yeah. You just be in leather seats now. You know, and I feel like that's applicable in some ways.
I mean. No lies were told.
Okay, very good.
No lies were told. And
I feel like I gotta apologize to Lizzo here, though.
I like Lizzo. There are a lot of people that like Lizzo. There's a reason why Lizzo is as successful as she is. She's not a flop. She's a talented artist.
We need to look up. Was she on Black Heritage Night in 2020?
That's a good question. I don't know
because I thought she stood out on her own. I thought she was,
and that is also a different. I think Lizzo stacks up differently if she has a show unto herself, and I think also there's something to be said. Some of this is really just a statement on the Bun B because that was a collection of artists. It was always going to be weird going back to a singular artist on Black Heritage.
Yeah, they had like people like Alicia Keys on Black Heritage Night and all that stuff. John Legend, I want to say he was on Black Heritage Night. But the Lizzo thing, I just look at her as a pop star.
Mm-hmm. Question: has Lizzo performed at the Essence Festival? If you went to the Essence Festival,
I would say she hasn't, and that's more because of her age than anything.
No, she's Kendrick Lamar has performed at.
Has he performed at Essence?
Yeah, I 10 years ago I watched Kendrick Lamar at Essence Festival. He was much younger.
Sorry, I might
Black Heritage Day, March 13th, 2020.
Oh,
was the schedule.
Well, okay.
Yeah,
we have to be. We stand corrected.
Yeah.
All right. Well, to my point,
I mean, that don't prove nothing.
Yeah, maybe that's true.
This is the bar. If you went to the Essence Festival and you found out that Lizzo was there, would you go? Would you go to her pod? If you know how the Essence Festival works.
Yeah.
I mean, would you go? Would you go to?
If she did perform there, it was probably very early on, where she probably wasn't the pop star she was.
Yeah.
And real quick shout out, Dwight Yoakam.
Dwight
Yoakam coming back. How about that?
That's going to be fun.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good acts I'm excited for. I can't wait till rodeo.
Yeah.
I didn't even get to ask how everybody feels about Creed. being a part of rodeo.
Oh, come on, that's one of those you got to love them. Yeah, everybody has their opinion.
Do you have to love Creed?
I mean, they got hits.
Hey,
they have hits.
The memification of Creed recently brought them back to the fore. I just want to see how that goes for a concert.
Tickets.
Let
will
me
be
get
sold.
my affliction jeans.
Say what you want. Tickets will be sold.
Yeah, you're right.
Tickets with people will be
Get
there.
the affliction ready.
You're right. All right. That's a little bit of what's popping here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I don't know if we came out of that unscathed, and I'll deal with the consequences of that later. But B. Scott, always appreciate you jumping in with us. All right, coming up next, simple question as we turn back to this Texans-Steelers game that will happen on Monday night. Who has the edge at quarterback? 713-572-4610. We do it next.
All right, Houston Automotive Show right now. Automotive Show.
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Football Friday to you. Excited for the weekend that is in all sorts of different sports. Personally, got some Rockets on the brain, but also college football playoff happening. Four interesting wild card matchups before we get to the main event this weekend, which is your Texans facing off against the Pittsburgh Steelers on Monday night. Of course, you'll hear that here on Sports Radio 610, as you hear all Texans games, because this is your home of the Houston Texans. But when this game gets here on Friday, John Lopez and Figgy Fig and listeners, 713-572-4610. Very simple question. Who has the edge at quarterback?
I love this question. And if you're listening, if you're watching, do the exact same thing. By the way, on YouTube, Twitch, feel free to comment wherever you happen to be listening. I want you all to do the exact same thing. I'm going to ask Reggie and I'm going to ask Figgy. Let's not, before we start thinking about it and talking about it, when I say who has the edge at quarterback, boom, first name to come in mind. Like, what's your gut tell you? Don't think about it. Don't think about it. CJ Stroud.
CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
Your gut's Aaron Rodgers?
My gut was Aaron Rodgers.
It's a historical context, is it not? It's experience that comes through.
Now, when I think
that's
about
the part that kind of scares me a little bit.
Yeah.
That's Aaron Rodgers over there.
I've said it 100 times this week. That's Aaron Rodgers. Now, when I think about it and talk about it, I can talk myself into C.J. Stroud in a heartbeat.
I think that's the thing is there's reasons on either side that could get you to either answer. I think I might be doing, and I don't think I'm doing him a disservice, but there's a possibility that I'm doing Aaron Rodgers a disservice in a way that I generally do, because I am, if you don't know, 33 years of age. Not old, but also not like I'm not a child, but I'm on the younger side of things, I imagine, of a lot of the people that are in on this conversation right now. And I think sometimes I can soar with youthful ignorance when it comes to the back half of certain players' careers. Now, it's a very particular circumstance with Tom Brady, but I was very much one of those people that for a number of years was like, oh, here it comes. Tom Brady's washed, right? But he was an anomaly. But I am the person that when I see those declines, it does set in a lot stronger for me than I imagine some other people. And so for Aaron Rodgers, we've still ripped that football. We were talking to Nick Faribault, and that was one of the things he made mention of, but he doesn't do it as frequently. And there's a clear limiting that he's put on his capabilities himself, because of his decision to not want to be hit, which is a reasonable decision to come to, but he doesn't want to get hit. The offense that they have right now so much limits what his capabilities are, just because he's getting the ball out quickly, and he's getting the ball out into shallow places and letting their talent show up with the ball in their hands rather than getting downfield and letting his arm get the, pick up yards that way. And so I think when you mitigate that portion of it, the brain is still there for him, but when you mitigate that portion of it, the athleticism that has always been a calling card for Aaron Rodgers, it makes it less of a selection for me than C.J. Stroud, who we're seeing utilize some of that more and more, especially over the last stretch of the season.
As we talk this out, I want our listeners and viewers to just immediate gut instinct, who has the quarterback edge. Now, what you just said about Aaron Rodgers and all that, I can talk myself into C.J. Stroud so easily because C.J. Stroud does have some good playoff experience already.
Yes.
I mean, he's been able to do it. He does have big playmaking ability, even though, as we've talked about a million times, somewhat limited in this offense and all that. He can be mobile, and mobility, as much as it might hurt Aaron Rodgers, can really be the difference in this game for C.J. Stroud. So, like I said, my gut said Aaron Rodgers because that's Aaron Rodgers, and most importantly, as we've heard this week, as we've talked about this week, there is nothing wrong with his arm or between the ears. Like, he is as good as he's been.
The only thing between the ears would be that thing of how much do you –
No, I'm talking just reading defense, making the plays, knowing where to take the ball, calling the plays and all that. So you can talk yourself into either side. But this is what C.J. Stroud said about a guy that, like you and many others, he kind of idolized.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Aaron. I love what he does. He's been a heck of a player. I think he's a top 3 quarterback to ever touch a football. He's done some really cool things in the sports. His mechanics are through the roof. His ability to use his pronation on his wrist and how he flicks the ball is just dope. And I'm a big fan of his. So this will be my second time facing against him, and I'm a big fan of his, and I'm gonna not be rooting for him on Monday night. But I think he's a heck of a player, and I have a lot of respect for him. And he's done it for a long time, and is even doing it at a high level. At his age now, and year 21 or whatever it is for him. So a lot of respect for him.
We talk about styles and defenses and rush ins and running games and all those things are going to be huge factors. It's these two dudes, man. Ultimately, there's going to be a play one way or the other, one side or the other.
And can I stop and say, hearing that C.J. Stroud cut there from his availability yesterday, I absolutely love hearing football people get nerdy about football.
Yeah.
Surprising, right?
How about how his flicking the wrist?
Yeah, it's dope. He threw that pronation in there, and I was like, okay, we are in the meeting room. We are having the inside conversations where they are not trying to dumb it down for those of us on the outside.
Yeah.
I love it because you hear the love of football that pops up when they start doing different insight. But coming back to what you're talking about, I think that oftentimes we can oversimplify what is a relatively simple game of football, but we can make it too simple at times. This is one of those places where I don't think you're wrong to simplify. There's clearly going to be a lot more that impacts this football game and any football game.
Sure.
But because of the styles make fights aspect of this and the way in which you have a little bit of Spider-Man meme and the styles that these particular offenses want to take, or just teams in general want to take to a football game, there is a element of this game where you ask yourself, is it going to come down to which quarterback gives you more on given day?
Yeah.
And I think it's fair to acknowledge that Aaron Rodgers has something to give in that. Is it weird that I am in a place where I think C.J. Stroud will rise to the occasion, especially because of something that we had talked about, I don't know if it was earlier this week. Yeah, it was earlier this week, and I think it was with Ron. This team, in some ways, feels like it's limiting. However, the way that they've limited him, I think they are also challenging him, C.J. Stroud, the him that I'm speaking of, to be excellent but in different ways. Be excellent in your details. Be excellent in your ball placement. Be excellent in your reading of this defense. And I think that he has shown strides in that. He's not perfect in that. There's still growth that's there to have. But I've seen those instances. I'm trying to remember, was it week 18 where he just throws a keyhole pass? And I'm like, I don't think that was the right read on that. It was a double slant. And the inside slant is probably where I go to. Not that I'm anybody's quarterback guru or I should be. I have the benefit of hindsight of seeing the play. And I go, I think that the inside slant should be who you went to. He went to the outside slant, but he threw it with such precision, such anticipation. And boom, that is a first down play that doesn't happen if you're not excellent in your details there. And I think that is a small portion of what I hope is a larger thing of his play. Is that's how you elevate in this game for CJ.
Yeah, and that's why I also, like I said, easily talk myself into CJ Stroud, because we talk about the experience of Aaron Rodgers, and it's unparalleled in the NFL right now. But C.J. Stroud is no slouch with experience in these moments and playoffs, as we mentioned. And
comparatively, it's not going to hit, but you're right.
And big games, and as Figgy mentioned earlier, playing in outdoors, cold weather, in big games, et cetera. But I do find this, I'm not going to say I like it necessarily, but I do find it very interesting from the 8-3-2 that Rodgers has a cerebral edge, which no one will disagree. But if he decides he doesn't care about his body, as has been mentioned this week, he's going to be better. And Stroud has to decide that if he gets hit a couple of times, he can't have happy feet the rest of the day. Remember earlier in the year, the body language and he was getting hit a lot and he was running backward. It's going to come down to a lot of that.
I think that's fair. Also, and I've seen this brought up at times during this week as well. How much does that interior of the Pittsburgh defense show up? Because CJ, when he's able to step into throws, is way different than CJ when he's kind of fading away and things of that nature. One of the things that has been an oddity that I haven't fully figured out, and I need to probably talk to somebody about it, when it comes times when this is high. It's such an odd thing. It happened more.
And he did it more toward the end of the year.
He did, but it was kind of in that stretch where week 13, 14, 15, as opposed to, I don't feel like I saw it as much in the last few weeks of the season, but maybe I need to check into my notes and see how how much I documented that.
Yeah.
But I wonder how much of that is when the interior of the pocket it does not allow him to step forward, and how much of that is actually mechanical versus a mental aspect of trying to put the ball in a place where it's catchable only for your guy and trying to mitigate mistakes.
Yeah.
Actually, that might be a question of it. How much does CJ have a governor in himself of trying to make sure, or weighing the risk-benefit assessment of trying to make a big play, but also trying to not turn the football over?
As we're talking here, I'm finding it interesting. I think come Tuesday, it may well be the case where we're going to be like, what were we doing even having that discussion? And it could go either way. Like CJ does his thing and is the quarterback that we've seen toward the end of the year, and slices and dices and gets out of the pocket and makes big plays. And I'll be sitting here going, what was I thinking? Thinking that Aaron Rodgers might have had the edge.
I feel like you will.
But we could also be like, oh boy, Aaron Rodgers did those Aaron Rodgers things again.
I don't need another one of those in the history books of, oh man, Aaron Rodgers boogeyman. We have enough of those.
Yeah.
We have enough of those just on a general concept. But then also that dude in particular.
Yeah, I know.
I don't need him to have another one. He's had plenty in his career.
Yeah.
I'm still honest. I'm petty enough that I would like to see this.
Goes out.
I would like to see this be the way that he
could end his career, man.
I want it.
Yeah.
I want it. I'm not
his career.
I'm not too big, too small, whatever the sizing is that is appropriate for what I'm expressing.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see it end here for him, and I want to see it end painfully.
Another thing that had me kind of encouraged about C.J. Stroud, D'Amico in his press availability is always, he's asked about this player or that. He seemed to be even more, not sincere, but more adamant about how good of a practice C.J. Stroud had yesterday, how locked in he was. I think it's cut 15, Figgy, if we can get to it. We might have time here in a second, but I was like, okay, that's not your typical D'Amico. Yeah, it was a good day. We had a good practice.
Yeah.
Do you have it?
Yeah, this is D'Amico Ryans on CJ's mindset compared to the past 2 years.
I think CJ is as prepared as anybody. He's locked in. He's focused. He's ready for this moment. He had a really great day of practice today. He led the team very well, and he commanded the offense well, threw it really well today. So he's doing all the things it takes for him to play the quarterback position well, and that's all he needs to do.
That's not just me, right?
No.
You could really hear it.
Without question.
Yeah.
And it's because it also speaks to the thing that I was talking about earlier. Yes, I am saying that this is a good take because it supports my own take. So go figure. But the idea that they're asking to be excellent in the details. The third thing that he mentioned was threw the ball well.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing he mentioned was he led well. He had commanded the offense well.
Yeah.
Those are the things that they are looking for excellence from him in. And I think that he's capable of come Monday. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Excited because I don't think it's rare. Obviously, the quarterback matchup is always going to matter in these things, but it feels like this one is going to be very uniquely something to pay attention to in this game. And yes, 7-1-3. They just need to go back and watch Halloween last year and just kick Aaron Rodgers' ass because of that. Like just that alone. The fact that Halloween felt the way it did, enact your revenge on Aaron Rodgers in particular. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next on this Football Friday, we get you our Lunchtime Confessions.
What's better? Hughley, and we need your help. Over 1,000 blood donations are needed each day to keep up with the needs of local hospitals, and your donation could make a massive difference. For more information, text DONATE to 20357 or go online to giveblood.org/sportsradio610 to sign up and give. Help us help Houston and donate this week. By Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
We talked about this earlier. Really exciting to get the Houston Rodeo lineup. But here's my confession. And I've been doing this for about the last 6 years. And I know it's a me thing. I'm not going to say anything otherwise. Certainly you get into your 50s and beyond. You start to play this game. So I'm gonna want you guys to play the guessing game. Every year, the last few years, I've played this little game in my head when the rodeo lineup is announced.
Mm-hmm.
How many of these people do I not know?
Oh.
I kind of play the opposite. How many do I know?
Oh, yeah. How many of these do I go, who?
All right, so not know at all or not know with a real
Not
understanding?
know at all.
Oh, okay.
Like who? So there were 21 artists. I want you and Figgy to guess. How many did I say to myself, yeah, I don't know that?
Okay, let me see.
Riley Green, J Balvin, Rascal Flatts, Russell Dickerson, Lizzo, Dwight Yoakam, Forrest Frank, Luke Bryan, Meg Stable, Shabuzi, Kelly Clarkson, Pepe Aguilar, Cross Canadian, Ragweed, Red Clay Strays, Coey Wetzel, Lainey Wilson, Parker McCullum, Tim McGraw, and Cody Johnson.
I'm guessing this is probably about like a 6 or 7, Fig. How you feeling?
I'm going to say you probably don't know 8. I'm going to say 8. I'm going to go strong 8.
Y'all going to make me feel better. 4.5.
Okay. 4.5, you was like, who is this?
Because I know Riley Green is big, but if you'd have told me Riley Green, I would have thought he's like a tight end for Nebraska.
Yeah, Riley Green does sound like he out here playing.
He performed last year, right?
Yeah,
he did.
That's the only reason I know who he was, because I remember his name from last year.
He's the half. I'm like, oh, okay. But I thought, like I said, he could have been a tight end at Nebraska. You know, and I would have said sure.
Oh, so you're taking this off of if somebody tells you the name.
And I'm like, don't know.
Got you.
I just legit do not know them. And again, great lineup. This is a me problem. It's not a rodeo problem. Can you guess one or two that I just did not know?
Cross Canadian Ragweed.
Oh, I know them. I like them.
Okay.
You did not know the Red Clay Strays.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah.
I actually knew who they were.
You did?
Nick Russo. Salute to Nick Russo. He got me here to one of their big songs.
Yeah.
Way before they totally blew up.
Hey, put your boy on.
Yeah.
It's a really good song.
Are you familiar with the Russell Dickerson?
I am familiar with Russell Dickerson.
I am because he performed at the Bull barbecue tent last year.
No, but here's what I was going to say.
Oh, Frank Forrest is a new cat, ain't he?
The only reason real quick on Russell Dickerson, the only reason I knew who Russell Dickerson was, because it would have been 5.5, is because he kind of teamed at Square yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Like the Houston Rodeo took over Times Square and Russell Dickerson performed. Otherwise, it would have been 5.5.
Yeah, Forrest Frank is definitely one of them, right?
Forrest Frank,
and because he's a young cat, but he's also I think was it Neil Frank's grandson? Is that what it was?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
So I didn't put it together.
Yeah, that's why his name was familiar to me.
Can you tell me about? And this is a me problems times 2 because he's a Latin artist, J Balvin.
You didn't know J Balvin?
No clue.
That is, I'm surprised that
you probably heard this song before.
Well, I'm sure.
Didn't know it. But he's around. He's been around.
Yeah. And then the other one, I think I mispronounced her name. I'm assuming it's a her. Coey Wetzel.
No, it's a young man.
It's a man?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I clearly did not
Yeah, in fact,
You can't see this.
he's
big
real
old tough
aggressive. He's
dude.
aggressively
Yeah.
man.
Oh, wow. That's a man's
well,
man.
He's not looking at the
Talking about football
lineup.
player. He looked like a football player.
Yeah.
No, I'm just looking at the actual lineup.
He looked like an offensive lineman.
Yeah,
right
Corey
there.
Wessel looked like he played defensive tackle at a
Yeah.
D3 school.
No,
Does
he
that
looked
make
like-
sense?
He looked like a right guard.
Yeah, he looks
He
like
does as well.
Yeah, he looks like Mike McDaniel's going to look if the Lions hire him.
Okay. That is a very odd description of what you're doing here.
Yeah.
But I think there's a lot of interesting within this lineup that I'm gonna have to try and get myself out to some concerts. I don't often push myself to do that, but I should.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
This is a confession from the semifinal game that was played last night. As I really threw. So I had the League One volleyball game on as well, which Houston lost unfortunately in straight sets. But Fletcher, the running back from Miami.
Yeah.
I have to admit that I had the most fun watching him in this game, which is insane because Malachi Toney was fantastic in this game. What was it? Marion was good in this game as well. On the Ole Miss side, Trinidad Chambliss was absolutely dealing, and all of that was cool, but it was all secondary enjoyment for me because there's something so beautiful, so poetic about a running back that just run the damn ball. I don't know. It just 4-yard runs right at the gut, aggressive, breaking tackles. It's just, I had so much fun. It reminded me just how much, if you love football, there's something within you that is just intrinsic that pulls you to a running back that just run the damn ball. And I could just say that, and you understand what I mean. When I say run the damn ball, it's not everybody running the football. It means something very particular that we all understand. I think intrinsically we all love it.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. Completely.
My confession.
Go ahead. Oh, I thought you said
ahead.
wait.
No, go ahead.
So here's my confession. We was talking about the rodeo lineup, and then what was it? What's popping? We was talking about that. We was talking about Lizzo. We ain't got to get into that again.
Yeah.
But my confession is, I'm actually, and this is no disrespect, I'm actually good with Bun B not doing this thing this year.
Really?
I'm not saying he should never do it again. I just think he was going 3 strong years, man. I think it was 3
Didn't
straight
we talk
years.
about it last year that maybe he should take a break?
I think
Come back next year.
I want to say it might have been 4 years.
Yeah.
It might have been
That was the fourth season.
Yeah,
fourth
it was
year that he
4.
did,
I
right?
went to the first and second one.
Yeah.
The third one I didn't go to. That was the one with Drake.
Yeah.
And then last year I didn't really have interest in going. But I think it's fine. I think he need to take a break for this one to kind of regroup.
Yeah.
Maybe take a couple years off and then come back strong. To kind of,
I'm totally with you.
because, like I said, I was super happy for the first one. The first one, I think it was the best one. It was legendary. Second one was good too. I don't know if you start taking it for granted a little bit, or just kind of start getting tired of the guest lineup a little bit.
Not stale, but you just kind of want to mix it up. Yeah.
It didn't have that same feeling as the first one, or even the second one. So I think he should take some time off from the performing at the rodeo, and come back strong maybe in a year or two.
And of course, he's so Houston. He's gonna be at rodeo. You got Trill Town over
He's
there.
there.
He's gonna be there.
No, as far as like performing, getting all of his friends together and all that stuff, I think last year was kind of like, let's take some time off a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe get some more friends. Come back in a couple years.
Yeah, for sure.
And start off strong.
He said, "Get some more friends."
Get some more friends.
Hey, he used all of his friends, man.
You need new friends.
As much as I love Yolanda Adams, I in that lineup, man.
These are my confessions.
All right, speaking of the rodeo and music, I'm going to play 2. Well, Figgy's going to do it. I just sent them to him.
You can play it if you want.
I'll be there. Move aside. I'll do like Toro did to you. No, I'm going to play 2 pieces of music for you. Okay?
Okay.
And then we're going to judge. Here's the first piece.
Well, we need to judge this one for.
No, we don't need to judge this
classic.
one. Yeah.
I'm trying to be what I'm destined.
This is a great song for if you just trying to feel like the underdog.
Yeah.
It's good gym music too.
Yes. Yes, this is I need to move some heavyweight music, 100%.
So good, right? We all agree.
Yeah.
Good fighting music, too.
One of the best.
Yes, it is.
Shout out to Fitty. Now,
don't say that again.
Every time that somebody tries to do that, it makes me laugh because you don't have to do that. That's not necessary.
Sound like you belong at a Lizzo concert.
Why? Well,
now I want you to hear this piece of music.
Oh, I thought this was an KFC.
Listen to it.
I thought this was a KFC ad to start with.
Now they the guys putting money on my head. Go on and get your refund, mother. I ain't dead. I'm the diamond in the dirt that ain't been found.
Dude,
it's a country rendition of Many Men. 50 Cent's Many Men.
I'm telling you, it's great.
I've heard it go with great, but I don't think it's. I think it's not bad at all.
This ain't it.
It's not bad. It's not bad,
man.
It's not bad.
Man, how can you get jiggy to that?
How can I get jiggy to this? That's funny.
Hey, how can you rob somebody to that song, man?
Well, I don't think that's the intention. Well, also,
you can't sell no dope to that song.
Well, hold on.
That's the plan.
I feel like you can rob people to that song. It's just a different setting.
No, you can't.
You know what's funny is I was recently
to that song.
This actually reminds me. I was recently reading up on the history in the music industry of actually taking country songs and then breaking them as R&B songs, having like a level of crossover, or even pop songs in some instances.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see this go the other way.
Great.
Of an R&B, or rather a rap song going into a country song.
I thought it was great. I get it, and figure your point is right. We're all conditioned like,
But see, it's that song because we used to talk about Shabuzi. He did that with the hip hop song "Tipsy."
Yeah, that's right.
He turned that into a country song.
That one annoyed me.
That's a banger though. I thought it was creative. I thought he did a great job with that.
I think whoever they did a great job with this. Again, as much as
that way I can't get down.
I would not go great, but I don't think it's bad.
You can't make yourself go there because of the legend of Fitty.
Was that banjo? You don't have to do that. Was that banjos in there?
Yes.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's the idea they went full banjos. Like we could go to the guitars here.
Yeah.
The full banjos felt like it almost felt cartoonish in the way that they were trying to go.
Make it a dark country song, man. Like kind of a Chris Stapleton to it or something.
Hey, Nate in Huffman says, I'm gonna need a link of that country song, please.
Hey, who said that? Nate?
Yeah, Nate Huffman.
Nate, I ain't riding in the car with you, bro.
Well, because he's about to get active. That's why.
That's right.
No, there you go. A little bit of lunchtime, a music-heavy edition of Lunchtime Confessions here on Sports Radio 16. I guess we are all in the rodeo mood. Couple months away from getting cook-off going.
Hey,
and
cook-off is next month,
buddy. Yeah. I need it like.
By the way, real quick confession. Lopez, I'm rolling with you.
Please, we all rolling with you.
Oh, hell
early.
Yeah.
You like to go early? I wish I could have did it last year.
I went early and just got all the food.
Yep.
No crowd.
Hey, I'm your +1, man. hey, screw your wife and all that stuff. I'm the +1.
You better find a person +2 because I'm coming too, man.
Yeah.
So, it's badass.
Yeah, I'm just putting that out there in public.
And I know a lot of the competitive pitmasters.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to see.
I can't wait to meet them.
That's exactly what I'm trying to see.
Can't wait.
Those are your Lunchtime Confessions. Coming up next, let's talk a little bit college football. Lopez has the college football headline of the week as we have one more college football playoff, and I want to talk a little bit more about that Miami game. We'll do all that next.
888-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, a Football Friday Playoff Edition here on Sports Radio 610. Apparently, there's some people that rocked with the country. Really, it's bluegrass.
Yeah,
we're gonna get on
more bluegrass.
I was just telling you guys and our PD Parker come in. I think that song can work if you just go single guitar, strong voice, slow it down. I think you can get to a real.
I would like to hear Chris Stapleton sing
exactly.
that song.
Precisely what I'm thinking.
Hey, you might.
Ain't no way.
Rodeo.
You think Chris Stapleton bring that out?
He ain't got time for that. He got other stuff to do.
He's got other songs to play.
Chris Stapleton is my black heritage.
Just imagine that voice.
Yeah.
Strong.
You go to Lizzo. I'm going to Chris Stapleton.
I shouldn't have done that. Any college football headline of the week, because we still got a big-time college football game. And again, I don't know if you guys agree with me on this assertion. I believe that your national champion is playing tonight as opposed to last night. And that's unfair probably to Miami, who put up a really good game plan, but they also had bodies falling yesterday. I do wonder how that works out for them. You got Oregon and Indiana tonight, and it really does feel like in the Peach Bowl that your national champion is coming from this.
I feel that the national champion is coming from this game, and I feel the winner coming from this game will be Indiana. It's going to be a better game. I mean, they had an absolute bloodbath earlier in the year, but yeah, I'm with you on that.
This is a rematch, though, of a game that happened earlier.
They had a bloodbath. I mean,
what's interesting within that is Indiana big dogged Oregon. That was a game.
In Oregon.
Yeah, that was at Austin. This is one of those games where I was using this amongst my friends who I think wrong in my opinion, and I think ultimately in what we've seen, but I understand how many people looked at Indiana and were like, that's Indiana, and did not see the fullness of how good this football team is.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to toot my own horn. I think I'm a sicko enough to where I've heard enough people talk about Indiana that it opened my eyes to this earlier.
Yeah.
But that was a game that I pointed to that was like, hey, see, look, they are big dogs. I do wonder if they can do that again to a team that has seen it up close and personal and now is trying to steel themselves against it.
I think there's stages with Indiana. Like even earlier in the year, you're like, boy, they are really, really good. Then the Oregon game, which was like week 4 or 5, it was relatively early. I'm with that they could go all the way, and then even more so in their playoff win. You know, you're like, ain't nobody beating them. So yeah, they have proved it and proved it and proved it again.
How are you feeling about this football game between Oregon and Indiana tonight?
Indiana will win. In my view.
Guaranteeing it, huh?
No guarantees.
Okay, good.
Like I said, they had a bloodbath. Yeah,
I thought you were going to ruin the spot. Look, I'm having fun with this Indiana thing.
By the way, the theme of the week, Sphincter Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's Sphincter Saturday because, as we well know, they get pretty tight. We saw it last night, and it's going to be pretty tight.
Speaking of last night.
Where are they?
Isn't it Peach Bowl?
Peach Bowl, yeah.
I actually hadn't checked that. I'm working off of memory, and sometimes, a lot of times, in fact, my memory.
Yeah, because they were doing some reports from Atlanta yesterday.
Okay, good. Taking you back to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl last night, Miami 31-27 victory, which I did not anticipate Carson Beck being able to walk them down the field the way that they did in that final drive, the go-ahead drive that they did. Of course, they got the benefit of referees in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Did it a question, or let me take this a different way. There's a analyst that I like that will post a graph every week in the NFL, or actually in college football sometimes as well. Did we get beat as bad as it felt? Or did it, and it'll kind of just use some underlying metrics to show how much better a team was comparatively to the score or whatever. A 31-27 victory for Miami, and I'll ask you you don't have to give me metrics, obviously. Did it feel like it met the game? Did Miami win in a way that felt more than the game actually felt on the field?
I know where you're going with this because Miami clearly was dominating.
It felt like it.
They were in the first half, mostly, but even
without a 73-yard breakaway from Kwan Lacey.
Yes,
this game feels like Miami is snuffing out the Ole Miss Rebels.
They had a lot of penalty though, man. They could have ran away. Yeah, they could have ran away with this game.
I hate when people say this, but they had at least 2, maybe 3 interceptions that I could have caught.
4.
No, but that were like they were just like handed to you.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm arguing
nice
for.
nice and soft and
I'm
easy.
arguing there was 4
Like
of
if
them.
I'm throwing a little ball to my granddaughter, catch it, just nice and light. Yeah, maybe all 4, but at least 3 where you're like,
It was
how?
one where I'm like, man,
How in the
forget
world?
5 push-ups.
Yeah.
We check
You
your
need to
bank
be-
account.
Yeah,
We check your bank
you
account.
owe us some money.
Yeah, the only one that I was kind of hesitant on, the one that bounced around like a pinball, that's kind of hard to grab, even though it was right there in two different Miami players' hands. It kind of kicked it and then bounced up, but it was still light. But anyway, so it felt like Miami was in control. I think they had 40-something minutes of time of possession, which is incredible. They had I want to say 42, 43. You might have the box score. Like their time of possession was incredible. But at the same time, they didn't make those plays. They did not make those plays. Ole Miss did keep them out of the end zone. They did miss a field goal. So it's almost like a test, except for the field goal, almost like a testament to Ole Miss's sort of, being able to stand up to it.
Minutes a game, and that's what that was. It was going to be, if this game stays in the 20s, it's probably a Miami game. If this game goes into the 30s, like the higher 30s, it's going to be an Ole Miss game, and it did play out in that way. Did you feel like that last? How'd you feel about the last play? People were saying that last play was a PI.
Nah, I don't think so. I think you could even maybe argue that it was offensive. That was a lot. It was one of those where
everybody was doing a little bit of something, so we'll let this rock.
It was one, and it wasn't even like, well, last play of the game, they're going to swallow their whistles. No, I think they would have thrown a flag if there was interference, but it was really a lot of back and forth, you know? Then, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I think it was just a lot of back and forth where they just let it play.
So over the course of the game, I made a note to myself to ask you guys this. I'm watching Trinidad Chambliss, and I'm trying to, who does he remind me of, that player?
Ooh.
And I came up with 2.
Okay.
All right? A bigger Kyler Murray is one. So put that, let me, and
listening.
Versus a younger and maybe even better in college, Russell Wilson. Would you say a young Russell Wilson or a bigger Kyler Murray?
It's tough. He's so good at making plays with his feet, but it feels a little different.
He kind of runs like him, too. The legs kind of go quickly,
Yeah. He's going to be such an interesting prospect, NFL-wise, although he's staying, right? If he was coming out, rather, he'd be so interesting because of his scramble ability, and he clearly can make some incredible plays, but those error passes really jumped out at you. But a good game last night. Unfortunately, they don't come out on top. While this game was happening, we got a little news on a story that you've been following quite a bit, and I think is of interest to anybody that cares about college football as the landscape shifts. University of Washington quarterback, give me Damon Williams. There we go, because I've gotten it wrong literally every time I've tried to say my man's name. He had been the topic of conversation as he had just signed an NIL deal. Was it $4 million?
$4 million.
And then soon thereafter, I think it was like
one day after.
A day after, he decided that he was going to enter the transfer portal, right? And this raised all sorts of eyebrows for people that are decrying what college football is right now. Well, during this game, we found out that, one, it seemed like he was parting ways with his agent, and two, Damon Williams was making the decision to return back to Washington. He said after, conversation with his family and so on and so forth that he would return to Washington. What do you make of this story? Are people making too much of this as a bellwether within the college football landscape?
No, I think it's a huge story. And you left out one little minor detail.
Yes.
He was also going to be sued.
Yes.
He and his agent were going to be sued by the University of
litigation.
So I think that had something to do with it. I think obviously the PR hit had something to do with it. He was offered and I think the bigger question to me is college NIL contracts apparently are better for players than any professional sport.
I'm
not willy-nilly. You just leave them.
But here's the thing.
It's
an NIL contract. This is the thing that I'm actually more upset at the schools and the way that we're reporting this. If you want the contractual obligation of employment, make them employees. These are endorsement deals on the side. Technically, is what they're supposed to be. We know what they de facto are, but you can't be out here trying to work the system and then get mad that the system gets worked back at you.
No, I agree. But right now, they can sign a contract and it's not worth the paper it's on.
But that's always been the case. I think anybody that works in big business knows that a contract is only as it only matters as much as you can enforce it.
But some are harder to get out of than this.
Yeah, and that's it's not enforceable because
sports contract.
Yeah, but that's the thing is the professional sports contract matters because they're employers and they employees, and there's also a collective bargaining agreement. You're far away from that, and so.
But that's what John's saying.
That's my point.
Yeah,
it's better to be a college athlete on a contract.
But
than a pro
I don't
athlete.
think it's better because I think there's bad things within it for them, especially because if they're employees, there's something to be considered. I know the numbers are big, but consider the revenue sharing that's happening in professional sports where it's almost 50%. Although I think it's ticking down a little bit, and that's something to watch if you actually care about labor disputes or whatever. What do you think the percentage of the money that is being made in college football that's actually and the money that's making it to players?
Boy,
there's no way we're up to 50%.
No, it's not up to 50%.
We're not even close. So I think employment actually would be better for all parties involved. However, the schools on that side of it don't want all of the other responsibilities that come with employment. So you're going to have to deal with the possibility that people are going to leave you high and dry sometime.
No.
Lawsuits, though.
Everything you're saying is right, but you're looking at this from a labor, point of view, a collective bargaining point of view, a contractual point of view. All I'm saying is, as an athlete, it is very lucrative and easy to get out of contracts in college, and that's talk about a slippery slope, which I hate that term, but that's wild, is what it is.
It is wild. I guess all is well that ends well, ? Because it feels like Washington will have their quarterback, and I'm sure, like all of us to some degree, anybody that you have a minor difficulty with, and maybe that's a misrepresentation of it, but if they come back and you could find a way, and they serve a purpose for you, because he's going to be a good quarterback for them, I imagine they'll find a way to put this beside them. But you're right. I think the landscape that this unearths and the different circumstances that can happen in the future are really uncomfortable, and rightfully so. But I think that the discomfort is something that is being chosen, and I don't want us to act like.
Oh, yeah.
Because oftentimes we put a lot of the responsibility on the kids as if the adults that are handling this don't have responsibility within this. And apologies, because apparently I missed this. The NCAA denied Trinidad Chambliss's request for a 6th year of eligibility, so he will be entering the draft. So again, he comes back to being
He's an
a very,
prospect.
very, very intriguing prospect. I can't wait. Well, I can wait. I'm actually very good with waiting until we get to the draft prospect portion of our season, because right now we're in playoff mode here in Houston, and it is a delight on a football Friday. All right, coming up next, I want to ask this, because this offense for the Texans, it has gotten better. Owen talked about that as availability yesterday, but it could be streaky. What does it take to stop this offense from being so streaky? What do you think it will take? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
Ready?
play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Having a lot of fun here on a Football Friday in Loop on Sports Radio 610. I already see where this is going to go. Can I beat you out on this? I don't think I can. The fellas of the drive.
8507 Queens Boulevard.
I'm just so unprepared. That's the problem. If I was
Boomer Jackson Katie.
That's right. It's the Boomer Jackson.
Just say
Katie.
Boomer Jackson Katie.
Yeah. And where is it again?
Was that
8507
Very good.
Queens Boulevard.
Yeah, the Football Friday will roll on after us with
Make
the
sure you
fellas.
tell Akeem hi when you out there.
At the Boomer Jackson Katie. The problem is, in thinking about all the other things that we are on a show, and now I'm just, you know, the thing where you're in trouble and you keep trying to save yourself. That's what I'm doing at the moment. But with all the things I'm thinking about, college football, the Texans, the rodeo lineup, I get to the moment where I'm like, hey, I should big up the fellas of the drive, and I don't remember where they are.
Yeah.
And so I try and look for it, and I never remember. And then Figgy ends up hitting you with the 8507 Queens Boulevard. All right. But, yeah, obviously taking up a lot of bandwidth in my mind, and I imagine in your mind as well, Lopez, Figgy, and anybody listening with us, which we appreciate you doing, is Monday night, Steelers-Texans. Texans obviously going to Acrisure Stadium there in Pittsburgh. And one of the things that's going to be important, not just in this game, but in the playoffs in general, is just what this offense looks like. And in listening to people talk about this game, right, and various different analysts and people covering this wild card weekend, the way that they talk about the offense is kind of funny because the best of them will acknowledge that this offense has made strides, but it's been wildly streaky. I think Sean even has done a good job of rolling out the moments where they just have long stretches of 3 and outs and just dying on the vine at times before ultimately getting it done with the defense and their capabilities. And so the question I've been asking myself over the last few days is, what does it take to stop this offense from being so streaky? Because this would be a great time for that to cease.
Now would be good.
Right now would be awesome for this team to not be all that streaky. So 713-572-4610. I want to start here, though, by going to C.J. Stroud and just hearing what his perspective is on this offense at this point, and particularly what stands out with Nick Caley and this offense. This is going to be Stroud cut 5 Fig. Oh, my bad.
I think they're doing amazing. I think a lot of guys have been in there, and I think just schematically too, just me trying to get the ball as best as possible.
Did I give you the wrong one? I gave you the wrong one.
Yeah, I had 9 queued up.
I'm rattled. I'm rattled. The Boomer Jackson Katie rattled me up.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, I got it right here.
All right, this is C.J. Stroud talking about Caley in the offense.
I think his ability to block out the noise and continue to go forward. I think everybody in this day and age wants microwave. They want just throw something in the microwave, let it heat up fast, and be a new product. And that's none of us. So, football is an oven type of sport, or whatever you use, a crock pot, whatever any of y'all use. Yeah, whatever. So, I think, this team, and we try to do our best to just block out the noise, and just stay, in our brotherhood and lean on one another. I thought he's done a great job of, leaning on us, asking us what we like, even if it didn't work, like not running away from asking guys, what they like, and putting guys in position to, do what we need to do best. So, we're still working. We're still, got ways to go, but I'm just proud of that guy, man. I think he's done a heck of a job of calling it, of, being honest, and really one thing I respect about Kel is like he doesn't, point fingers. And if he does, it's in the right way. It's not like blame game. It's like, hey, you can be better here because I know you can. So he's uplifting, and I have a lot of love for that guy. But he's done a heck of a job for us this year.
And that's how you get an endorsement for knockoff Pop-Tarts.
What? Explain that to me.
He didn't know where to go with the microwave, oven, crock pot.
It sounds like that brother don't cook.
He doesn't have a lot of experience in the kitchen.
What y'all use?
He was doing so great. He was doing so well. He's like, this ain't no microwave, this is oven. Or I guess a crock pot.
Crock pot? I don't know.
Whatever y'all use, I don't know. Hey, brother, you don't cook.
By the way, I forget what they're called. So the textures help me. The little Pop-Tart knockoffs that he's endorsing. Not bad.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, but anyway.
What jams? Is it jams that he was?
I think that's it. Yes.
I thought it was like the Uncrustables.
That's what I mean. I said Pop-Tart. It's like an incredible.
Now I'm just hungry. What are you doing?
All right, his point on Nick Caley, I don't think should be. I don't think it should be minimized, even though I just kind of did a second ago, because that is Nick Caley's superpower. You know, the fact that we've learned that he is not afraid to ask questions of other staff. His ego is not so big that it's like my way. He understands the struggles that they've had. Now, keep in mind, I'm not going to be sitting here, endorsing Nick Caley for a lifetime contract as offensive coordinator. All I'm saying is he does have this power, or at least has checked his ego enough to be able to be more of a people person, to delegate, to listen, to be able to make adjustments. We've seen adjustments over the course of the year, whether it's the offensive line, which I know other people had a say in that as well, but still, whether it was the offensive line or how they're using the offense, how they're using C.J. Stroud, being able to get C.J. Stroud out of this funk that he seemed to be in early in the year. So that should not be – I have a question for you, though.
Okay.
You asked, what does it take for this offense to not be so streaky?
Mm-hmm.
Can you?
That's underlying within the question, yeah.
Can you make it anything less than streaky? That's what it is. That's what it's been all year.
Yeah, and I think and I guess in order to find a way to not make it streaky, we got to answer why have they been so damn streaky. And I think some of that is what a texter was getting to, which is when a team decides that they're going to add pressure, how do they handle it well? And what was it yesterday that I was going through? I had gone through some of all of C.J. Stroud's instances where he was against the blitz. And there's instances where they handle it well, and it starts with pass pro, right? Being able to pick up the blitz. They've actually done a pretty good job down the stretch of picking up 5-man blitzes, 6-man blitzes at times. They could pick those up, and if you give C.J. Stroud the opportunity to stay clean, we know that he's capable of handling that. It's when teams know to send more and be impressed and not give a quick answer and force this offense to have to extend and create a little something out of nothing, that they're able to do that. So I think that probably hurts it. But I think also is one of those things that we were talking about earlier in the show today, which is just being good in early downs and getting yourself to being good on good third downs.
Right.
And that's something that I think Caley, they had some answers for early on, and that was something they harped on big. In the last few weeks, it's slipped at times. And that's where you end up with these 3 and outs that ultimately lead to a streaky nature. And so how do you fix that on early downs? I think one of the general things about needing to be good at.
Yeah, no, but again, what you're good at versus what you try to do is 2 different things with this squad.
At times.
At times. Because we're going to run the ball, but you're not real good at running the ball. So that's where it gets a little bit, dicey to me. And just the whole streaky aspect, we've seen some good moments from this offense.
Yeah.
But the scoreboard kind of says otherwise by and large. They don't score a lot of points, and red zone says otherwise. We've seen some big plays, and then the drive, peters out. This streak of 9 wins in a row, I think they've scored 20 or fewer points 5 times. That's not going to cut it. Now, it might cut it against Pittsburgh, because that's how they like to play the game too. But if you're talking about the offense, it's got to be better than that.
No, it really does. And I think some of it, like I said, is leaning into what goes well or what you do well. And I think that's going to be Nick Caley managing to find answers quicker. And I don't even know how you do that, right? How do you just, have the right answer faster? That's a very simplistic way of looking at it. But you do find, there's been games where you've come out with a good opening script. How many times have we made mention of that sitting in the press box watching it okay, the opening script is good, but then when it's time to get a feel and a pulse for what the game is, it'll slack off a little bit before the answer comes along in time. I think that is one of those things that you won't have the luxury of in the playoffs, and it'll make the margins thinner for this team in general.
There's another factor here that has to be mentioned. Texans in this 9-game win streak, by and large, have gotten a lead, and been able to protect that lead. I know some of these games got a little dicey, close, etc. I wonder how much of that is DeMeco Ryans. Once they get a lead, get on the headset, because he's got his hands over there. He's not calling plays. He's not drawing them up. He's not necessarily game planning. But when the Texans, I wonder how much he just says, dial it back. We got a lead.
Do you think DeMeco Ryans would really do that?
I absolutely think he would do that. He says it during the week about the things they want to be and how they, just get me to 20. He literally has said those words, just get me to 20. So when they have a lead, I'm wondering if he's like, all right, let's not get too crazy here. Maybe that's how he puts it, however you want to say it. But,
okay.
Kind of dialing it back when maybe, rather than let's try to open this thing up.
Yeah. So, I'm glad you said that, because do you think he's the type of coach, let's say they up by 3 or something like that, or maybe they got a chance to push it to like a touchdown or something like that, 4th and 1. Do you think he just going to kick the field goal?
I think that's slightly different.
Or do he try to get the first down in the game?
I think that's slightly different. I think he wants the more comfortable margin. But what I'm saying is, if you're up a touchdown, I think he's like, we got this. Let's be careful. Let's try to score. But, let's sort of
because you got some coaches that's like, go for it. 4th down, let's go.
Dan Campbell.
Yeah, because I feel like, Miami had 6 field goals last week. I feel like he probably trusts the kicker a lot, where he won't be.
I'll bite. If I'm going to grant you that, as DeMeco Ryans at times kind of calls the dogs off.
And I don't even want to put it like that. I just think he's like, the term I keep using is he wants to win by 30 points. Of course, but I think he's saying, just dial it back. Let's not take those shots. Let's not risk the long throws over the middle. Let's run, pass. Let's be everybody wants to win by a comfortable margin, DeMeco Ryans included. What I'm saying is, once they get a touchdown lead or a relatively comfortable margin, I think he's
let the
more
foot
than
off the pedal
to,
just a little
to
bit.
Just say, all right.
If that's the case, again, is that something where you would want that to shift into the slightly more aggressive, or however you would want to term this, way of doing things? Because again, the underlying question here is so that you have a better opportunity of winning these football games in the playoffs, and ultimately so that we can all see a nice Houston Texans tattoo on your right arm, John Lopez, when the Texans win a Super Bowl. And so that's why I asked the question, how do you stop this offense from being so damn streaky? It's not just for the sake of seeing better offense, it's so that you have more margin for seeing a better football team.
Yeah.
So would you want to see a DeMeco Ryans shift if that is indeed what's happening, where he's asking the team to, hey, be a little bit less aggressive in times when we actually have a lead?
Well, for personal reasons, yes, because it's less stressful. And I think there are a lot of coaches out there that not just do that, but have proved that you can thrive like that. I mean, the Rams never take their foot off the gas. Even teams like Seattle, foot off gas. They're up by 10, they want to be up by 20, and they're willing to take their shots. I think that's the difference. I just don't think DeMeco personally, and whether he's wired, he's just not wired to do that. He sees more risk than reward.
I think this is something that I'm hoping that they have an opportunity to fix. But I mean, C.J. Stroud, even in that answer that he gives, where he's talking about Nick Caley and the growth that they've had, we've still got a long way to go.
Yeah.
It's still a sentiment, and we've heard it time and time again. And I wonder, is there actually more to ring, or is that just kind of a platitude at this point? I don't know. And as has been evidence, and I think we should be able to say here, is that they can and probably have and probably will, at least this week, win the way that they have. I'm not trying to say that this is
it's working.
This is absolutely necessary, but the idea of being less streaky, one, would make it more comfortable, and two, I think raises the altitude of what this team's capable of doing.
Look, it is working, but we also saw this season, those one-score games go the other way. So it's just a matter of they've been on a good streak, and the defense has gotten better.
Maybe the answer is just hyping these dudes up, getting these dudes to a different place.
Let's hype them up.
I just realized this watching the video of the hype-up video that the Texans media put out for these playoffs, which they've been doing such a fantastic job of late. Do you recognize or do you remember when a few weeks ago J.J. Watt randomly just sent a video or a picture on Twitter of him on the Houston Methodist Training Center grounds?
Oh, yeah.
Just realized he was probably recording.
That's what he was.
This video, this hype video. So that sets you up, because J.J. Watt is the man who you will hear getting you hyped for the Texans playoffs.
Our city has something different about it. Something forged, not found. It's in our DNA. It's in every fiber of our being. We were once the Bulls on parade.
This defense, they are the real deal.
But now, Cap's got this team swarming.
How do we want to build a team? I want to build it with players who swarm.
You see, we have a special work ethic and a relentless mindset that we never stop believing in.
When you think about a swarm, it's about that brotherhood, that togetherness, where we are powerful as one.
When you show up, you better be willing to do what they're not. Every snap, every breath, every hit.
And it's picked off. The takeaway train starts to roll.
Swarm is how work gets done. It's belief when no one else believes.
Texans trying to save their season. Steps up. He's going to run. Mills. Touchdown, Texans.
At one point, it seemed like their season was falling apart. He believed the whole time.
This isn't about being heard. It's about becoming impossible to ignore.
These brothers are no joke. This defense is ferocious. They hit, they're rough riders. I mean, they come at
So listen up, because records, they don't mean a damn thing anymore.
We let the whole world know who the Texans are.
Stroud well protected.
Collins wide into the end zone. Collins, touchdown, what a catch. No matter what we're up against, no matter how we have to go out and find a way to win games, you guys do that, man.
A swarm is coming, and it's built to hunt, built to finish.
A humongous touchdown to end the regular season.
And built to stop anything in our way. And if you've been here long enough, you know exactly what that means. Inches up, H-Town.
All right, so we heard this and didn't see it before the show. Watching it and hearing it,
it does something for you?
It's a little better.
Yeah.
It definitely hits much stronger. Good job by JJ.
For a second there, JJ, I felt like his voice was getting to a place where I was like, this sounds kind of different. But you know what I realized? This is probably the voice that JJ saved for like in them huddles.
Oh, yeah.
Amongst those dudes.
Oh, yeah.
He turned it up to a different level there.
You mess with me, you got problems.
Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
That was great.
So, I think you were right because you synced it up so that we were watching it as it went.
Yeah.
And it's a different feel when you watch it. So I encourage you, hit up any Houston social media site, whether it's on Instagram or their Twitter account or whatever. Watch that another time if that did something for you. Somebody say, yeah, now run it up the middle 10 times. Hey, whatever it takes to get the W, big dog. All right, you're in the loop. Coming up next, it's time where we hand things off to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so the top 10 analog trends people are doing in 2026. I want to see if you guys would be down for doing anything on this list. Plus, a guy gets caught cheating at a restaurant, and he's suing.
What?
Why would Rick Pitino do that? We'll do it next.
What's better than having one award-winning special teamer in Houston? Having two. Congrats to Kaimi Fairbairn for earning the AFC Special Teams Player of the Week thanks to his perfect performance against the Colts. Keep that foot warm for Monday's matchup in Pittsburgh, Amy.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610, the Texans.
begins starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. Today is the 9th, so we 9 days into 2026.
Yes.
Yep. And a lot of people try to do a little, I guess, I don't want to call it a new thing, but they got a trend where, analog trends, where they try to go into the next year and only use certain things and kind of ditch the electronics and all that type of stuff. So it was a poll that I guess found a lot of Americans trying to get on board with this. So I'm going to go through the top 10 lists of things people want to get back to.
All right, I like this.
I want to see if it's something y'all would be like, hey, I wouldn't mind doing that. Like, I could see myself doing that. Number one on the list is using an actual notebook for notes.
I'm trying to do that.
I think Reggie do that a lot, too.
I do it every day.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
You don't take notes on your phone?
My phone, I'm just obviously like everybody else. Everything I put on my calendar, I use my phone so much. I'm talking about like when I'm at my desk at night or in the mornings, I'm always writing stuff down.
That's hard for me now, man.
Really?
Yeah, I tried to write something the other day. I'm just like, ooh.
I say I do it every day.
I'm just
when I'm at my desk.
phone.
When I'm at my desk, I have to write.
You try to write using real notes.
Yeah.
The bad thing about using the real notes is loose shift paper and then accidentally recycle it, or I'll write it in my notebook, but my notebook does not come with me everywhere.
Right.
And so sometimes you need to catch that note. But I think one of the things I've always believed, especially for myself, but I think it's a general thing, however, it's tough to speak for everybody else. I think you do better of like getting that thought trapped into your brain by actually having the physical physical act with it.
When I'm writing it down on my desk, a lot of times it kind of resurfaces here, even though it's still sitting on my desk, whatever the note or stat or whatever.
By the way, going back to the rodeo announcement of artists, apparently that's Co Wetzel, pronounced Co.
Well, I told you I didn't know him.
I know. Hey,
how did you pronounce it?
I think I might have pronounced
said
the
Coey.
A. Might have been Coey.
Co.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Co.
Shout out to Co.
Okay. What about reading books? Not the e-books, not
physical books.
Listening to a book, but physical books.
I do that. However, I'm actually a lot more amenable to to digital books or even audiobooks. Have you seen all the conversation about is listening to an audiobook reading?
I kind of mess around with my wife like that because she do audiobooks a lot. Get in the car and just listening to a book. I'm like, this ain't you ain't read no book. I always mess around with it, but I think at this point, I mean, you got through the book.
I mixed bag for me, by the way. Sometimes audio, sometimes, if I have the time, I'll read. But I'll put that whole conversation, my thought on it is it's the same thing as reading in terms of your mind and your imagination.
Yes. There's actually studies that have.
Yeah. What about this, Lopez? You brought up how you use the digital calendars and all that stuff. What about using a paper calendar?
Absolutely not.
Decades.
Absolutely.
We used to have one back here. Oh, we still got one.
It's still up there.
Yeah.
That's 2025, isn't it? Oh, it's actually 26?
Yeah.
Who updated that?
Salute to T Mill.
I was like, ain't no way.
He got to be the only one.
I can almost tell you the exact date I stopped using calendars.
Oh, really? What was it?
It was in August of 2007.
Is that because it's still up there?
No.
It's still saying that.
Never got rid of it.
I used to use planners. Remember the daily planners?
Oh, yeah.
8.5.
I was awful at planners.
I use those planners all the time. And in my office, I have every planner from like 1989 stacked up. It's like the size of, it's like 6-7 feet high.
Yeah.
And the top one, it says 07.
Goodness gracious.
What about playing physical games?
Oh, like actually playing Monopoly or something? Well, I would never play Monopoly. It's a game for bad people. But, yeah, like actually physically playing games. I haven't done that as much recently. What?
On vacation.
Oh,
that's
okay.
Yeah.
Really?
I thought you were saying that was the name of a game.
No,
I never even thought about playing
board
the board
games
game
on a vacation.
Yeah.
Well, not like going to.
But when you're just off?
Not if I'm going to Costa Rica, but we're spending a long weekend.
Is it windy in Costa Rica?
Huh?
Is it windy?
No, hopefully not.
All right.
I don't know.
Hey, all the vacation spots, I got to make sure
It's
that you
not
know
like
what's the
Aruba.
wind like. Yeah, Aruba be windy, man. You can't go
Costa
there.
Rica.
Oh, have fun.
Would I
How many
go?
people do you think know what the hell we're talking about when we say something like
Yeah,
that?
for those who don't know, Ron the Show Hughley went to vacation in Aruba, and John was like, ugh, it's too windy over
The
there.
first thing that he mentions when he heard Aruba.
By the way, what did Ron say when he got back? Yeah, it
He
was.
said he enjoyed his vacation.
He
That's
did.
what he said.
But
he said he drank
yeah,
a lot
it
of them colorful drinks.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Like on a long weekend down at Rance Pass or something.
Okay, I got you. Using the alarm clock, not the alarm clock on your phone, but a real clock.
No.
You out on that one?
But I was a physical alarm clock user for a long time.
Yeah, me too.
But no, the phone actually works so much better.
I actually have a physical clock in my room, but I don't use it for an alarm.
Yeah.
I think it would piss me off. I'm like, I gotta physically get up to turn it off. Yeah, that would kind of tick me off. Writing letters.
Who I wish I had the right answer for this.
You
but
could do that.
I've
You
got-
could still
I
do
write
that.
all the time.
That's what I'm saying. That shouldn't be an issue for you.
Part of it is my handwriting is so bad. A lot of times I'll just send an email or a text.
Boo.
I've got horrible handwriting. Horrible handwriting.
My
And
handwriting.
writing a letter is not worth it unless it's handwritten.
Oh, that's interesting. I hadn't thought about it from that perspective.
Yeah.
Well, I think you can make it work if you typed it out, but you have to add other flourishes. Like you have to use an actual wax stamp
Maybe.
to
Yeah,
close it,
yeah.
add something nice. And that's the reason why. If I was being honest, it's such a good idea, but I'm being honest about myself. I'm too lazy for that. The effort that it takes to do that, I am unwilling to do. And I recognize what it says about me, and I'm judging myself as well.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I be kind of struggling whenever I get my wife a card. I be trying to write a nice little long note in there.
It's hard.
I be like, man, I should just print this up and just stick it on.
You
on
end
top
up
of
with
the card.
the word in real small.
Yeah. When you run out, you got to go right down the side.
Don't let me mess up on something. I'm like, oh man, it's over.
Got to get a new card.
Yeah, I just scribble it out. What about using the old school planner?
Well, I just said
the old
mine.
school, yeah.
1989 to 2007.
That planner will be in my backpack.
Every
I will never see
single-
it.
Yeah,
every single
I
day.
tried that a couple years ago, man. Just keep trying to write stuff down. I never used it. Wearing a regular watch, not a smart watch, but just a regular real watch.
I would do that. I would absolutely do that. I've just because my smartwatch, it doesn't do all that much. I think a lot of people, well, maybe not. I shouldn't speak for it, but at least some people that I know, the smartwatch is just for the tracking capabilities that it gives
Dude,
you.
I don't understand why I'm wearing a smart watch. I got the Apple Watch. I don't do anything with it.
Yeah, I will see the message.
You don't use it for your phone?
Well, I do. I'll see the message on my watch and then pull out my phone, which is just an extra step.
I took that off. I
Really?
took that notification off. I'm like, I don't really need it like that.
Oh yeah, you should take that off.
I never.
Let me
really-
hold on to that for you. I got you.
Never
Yeah.
really worn jewelry.
It's an Apple Watch,
You know
Reggie.
this. I've never really
I don't
worn
care.
jewelry. Never worn watches.
It sells the same.
Never worn Apple watches. Never worn my wedding ring. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah. How's your wife feel about that?
she's fine now.
All right, what about analog music? So record, CDs,
Big fan.
radio.
Huge fan
A
of
lot
that.
of people are listening to the radio right now.
I don't know why I'm a big fan of radio, but I am. No, big fan of this. I acknowledge the money it requires, and I'll get in my little runs of getting vinyl records, but then that's probably not the best way to use your money right now, Reggie. But no, I think that there's absolutely value. I'm big on the idea of physical media, especially because when it's digital, they could take it away from you.
Something about that white noise, man.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Oh, that record sound when you drop the needle?
Yeah. Honestly, I like that noise with a cassette tape too. You kind of hear that with a cassette
Why
tape.
does cassettes don't get that love? Like the
Yeah.
vinyl records are getting love. Cassettes don't get that love.
Yeah, they're trying to make a comeback. I don't
Really?
think it was. I went to a couple concerts, and this guy, salute to Fat Tony. He actually
That's
had
not
some.
a real person.
That's a real person.
Lopez, that's not a real
and he's not fat. That's the funny part about it. And the last one, actual cameras, like real cameras. using
Like
cameras.
disposable cameras?
No, actually, no, not disposable. Like you have a camera.
Okay.
Not a camera phone, not
Yeah.
a digital
Sure.
camera, but like real, just a camera.
I would use it for wildlife. something like that. But
That's
not
such an old man response.
No.
When I go birding,
well,
yeah, you're looking at the bird expert
again.
right there.
I'll have it in Costa Rica.
It's a mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I'll get y'all out of here on this. So imagine getting caught cheating in a viral video from a restaurant. That's exactly what happened. So one man said a restaurant posted a promotional TikTok video.
Okay.
And it showed him dining with another woman.
Oh, it was an accident.
Yeah, it was that. He wasn't trying to be in it.
Yeah.
It was just imagine going in the restaurant and they shooting content to kind of promote. And so it showed another woman who wasn't his wife.
This is like the concert.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
So the video went viral. The wife saw it, and now he's suing the restaurant, claiming that they violated his privacy and destroyed his personal life. So the funny part is they wasn't trying to get him.
Yeah, it was an accident.
They ain't put a camera in his face and say, "Hey, tell me about the food." And they were just
showing
showing the restaurant, saying, "Hey, come dine in the restaurant." They probably thought that was his wife.
Yeah,
he was eating with. But he's currently suing the restaurant. So
ain't no way he's winning this.
I got to ask y'all the question: do you think is the restaurant wrong for this, or is the guy wrong for the obvious?
The question I would ask, and if there's any
they
lawyers,
ain't get this permission to nothing,
right? If
so
there's any lawyers, that's the thing that I ask is like, is this just you're in public and there's not a reasonable expectation of privacy? Is that what would be the ruling here?
As long as they didn't make it into like an actual commercial that they paid for. Like if this was just a social media post, sorry.
Hey, keep your head on the swivel, baby.
Yeah, you're out
This
there.
ain't the 1950s where you can have a whole nother family across the street. You better be on your P's and Q's if you're stepping out.
But if this was like they put it on television or whatever, video on some platforms, and they paid for it as an advertisement, and this is my restaurant, and you have people in there that didn't consent, then he might have a case.
But see, it'd be a little tricky because even up here at the radio station, we got signs that say, "Hey, when you walk up here, you might be recorded, for our purposes," type stuff.
Yeah.
So I wonder if this restaurants put signs on the door and stuff like that.
I'm siding with
because
Reggie
I wonder if the lawyer could kind of get something out of this. Like,
he's gonna try.
You know what the lawyer's getting out of this?
Find a loophole.
Billable hours. That's what the lawyer's getting out of this. He's like, I'll take this case.
So you don't think it's a loophole in this where the restaurant could be wrong?
I don't think so though, but there might be.
I don't know that he's getting this.
No, he ain't gonna.
I don't know that he's getting that. Yeah. I mean, also, I kind of don't respect him for going about it this way. All right, if you're going to be stepping out, you got to understand the game you playing. And this is a charge it to the game occasion if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, to me, this is just going out fighting.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
I lost everything. I might as well try to sue.
Which is nasty business. Like, be an adult. You was out here stepping out. You got caught. That's the game, man. If you didn't want this, stay at the house, Yeah.
Or don't take the girl out publicly like that, man.
Yeah,
you
that's
kind of
brazen
else.
too, man.
Yeah, that's brave enough, man.
Yeah.
That's one reason alone not to cheat, because you never know who see you.
And I want to make it clear, we are talking pretty openly about this, but I believe that the stance of In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610 is that you should not cheat on your partner. I feel like that is the take.
Not in public.
Okay, all right. I didn't need the addition, but thank you for that.
If you do, just don't do it in public.
What a fool. Who would cheat in public like that?
I love that. Not in public.
That is Figgy's mixtape. You hear it at
nobody see it.
That's 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy. All right. No, it's not if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. That's not what the quote means. All right, coming up next, we get ready to draft the weekend on what should be a really fun weekend of sports before we talk to the fellas of the drive out at the Boomer Jackson Katie. We'll do that next.
The drive is live and getting you set for the playoffs.
Install your new wiper blades for free. Stop by your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or shop online at O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Thank you, Figgy. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. A fantastic football Friday headed into the wild card weekend in the National Football League. Appreciation to the Academy of Sports and Outdoors for the Football Friday. Before we get to drafting the weekend here and going through some of what should be a lot of really good sports this weekend, I kind of feel bad that I've waited this long to throw out a salute, if you don't mind, Figgy, me borrowing from your from Mixtape. A salute to Glenn Davis, who it was announced this week will no longer be a part of the presentation of the Houston Dynamo after 20 years in the city of Houston being the lead voice on soccer. Obviously, you want to just give him his flowers straight up. Like, he does a great job of advocating for soccer. And I think the sad part about this on the other side of it is I think it's that strong terms as he will use that a lot of people believe is the reason why this partnership with the Dynamo or this relationship with the Dynamo has been terminated. And there's been a lot of people giving Dynamo heat behind this. And I understand why, because it does feel like that's the reason why he's no longer working the Dynamo. And it feels really bad headed into a season where you've got World Cup here, and not having him a part of this product right now it feels bad, man. It feels bad.
Look, I've worked with Glenn Davis at the Chronicle, and I've worked with him on the radio, and I've seen him at Dynamo games. And what you just said is 100% what his life is. Advocating for the best possible, cultural and sports influence in terms of soccer in this city. And he's been advocating for it. And, shout out to him. Glad you brought it up.
Yeah, and what I will say is I think that the best businesses, companies, but most importantly, like the best teams are ones that can appreciate and know how to internalize criticism. And this doesn't feel like that.
Yeah.
And that's how I'll put it there. But salute to Glenn Davis. I know that this is not it for him when it comes to
especially with the work,
being
it might
an
help
advocate
him.
in soccer. Maybe so. But I know that he's dogged in the way he goes about things. So I don't think this is going to be any level of real deterrent to the way that he goes about advocating for soccer. With that being the case, am I going to select the soccer game in this week's drafting weekend? That is always the question that nobody cares about and only I can answer.
Yeah.
As we draft the weekend here in the Loop, the order for today: John Lopez, the number 1 pick.
Hey,
I will have the third as we select our weekend in sports.
Yeah, it's going to be easy. Look, you college football fanatic, Peach Bowl, 6:30 p.m.
Tonight?
Yeah. Tonight, Oregon versus Indiana. Going to be a great one. Hope it's half as good as last night. We're in for a treat.
This is going to be a really fun one. This is a big boy battle. Oregon, it's one of the things I love about Dan Lanning. Dan Lanning went to Oregon and broke the old, Oregon is just a quick, fast team and made them SEC-like in their big strength and everything, or I guess Big Ten-like in some ways.
Yeah.
They got big boyed by Indiana earlier this year when they played. And so the big question for me is, are you going to have that same big boy tendency of Indiana over Oregon, as Oregon has seen that from Indiana, and they made that as part of their identity? Also, a small thing to note, Oregon doesn't have a lot of wide receivers eligible at this point. I think they might have like 4 or 5 still. So how does Dante Moore in this offense, how does it go? Maybe not necessarily having the best wide receiver situation for themselves against the Indiana team that's been exquisite.
And maybe the number 1 and number 2 quarterbacks to be drafted.
Quite possibly. Quite possibly.
Yeah, so I'm going to go tomorrow, wild card action, Jags, Bills.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That is an excellent.
I was actually thinking about the other game that played later that night.
Packers and Bears?
Not the Pack.
No, he's talking about the Sunday game. I'm guessing Chargers-Patriots is the one that you're thinking of, or the one in the middle?
Yeah, Chargers-Patriots, yeah.
Yeah, but, that's a good one. This one feels like, if it's not the best, which we don't draft, mind you. We don't draft the Texans. Everybody knows that would be the number 1 pick. But outside of these, it feels like it'd be the best one. And even if you don't view that, for Houstonians, it's going to be the one of most interest because that is who you would play likely if you won, right? You would.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I can't say that because of the
Depends on who
reshuffle.
wins what.
But
Yeah.
this is gonna be of great import, and sometimes it's just you look over and you go, "That's the other team in my division, and I want to see them suffer.
I want to see them lose."
What's a possible path for them that for the Texans to get another home game?
I think
you're rooting for the lower seeds in all of these.
Yeah,
That's how
okay.
you get yourselves another home game. You need the Buffalo Bills to win, and then you need the Chargers to go up to New England.
Yes.
And upset them, and then you will have a game in the divisional round at NRG
Seems like
Stadium.
it's very possible too.
It is possible. How do you feel about this game? We were talking earlier. The key matchup I described was the secondaries, or maybe the passing defense, to put it more plainly, versus these two quarterbacks, because that's where it feels like the strength is on either side, and that's the susceptibility in some ways on the defensive side. Who would you cast your die to in one of those ways?
Oh boy, I think. See, here's the thing, and not to change the subject. But
No, I'm with you.
Every one of these teams have a flaw, which is what's going to a significant flaw, which is what's going to make this postseason so interesting and unpredictable. But
yeah, the reason I asked you is because I don't actually have an answer myself.
Yeah.
This Jags team is the most complete team, and there's
right now.
I'm just being a hater and wanting to see them lose.
Yeah.
There's a little bit in me that's afraid of what this Jacksonville team has put together.
Oh yeah.
And I know that people are going to hear me and say, "Bump that. We don't care about Jacksonville."
Jacksonville guys.
I recognize that. I hear you. At the same time, if I'm being as honest as I can be, which I try to be with you guys as listeners, and just as I go about my life, that's a scary football team generally.
What's the real issue with the Patriots? Because I feel like a lot of people kind of scared to jump on the Patriots bandwagon.
They ain't play much.
They played the softest schedule, certainly of all the teams that are still left in the playoffs.
Yeah, without question. And I'm actually going to select this football game as
Patriots?
Am I? Wait a minute. Hold on.
Go on and get that soccer match, man. Come on, stop playing.
Y'all not taking it. That's a value pick.
He's like, hey, Sunderland is playing Everton.
I'm gonna take that one.
You don't know which one I am. You don't know which one I'm talking about.
Keeps.
Actually, I will. I will do this. No, I couldn't do it. Give me Packers at Bears. I think that this is going to be a fun matchup. 7 p.m. Unfortunately, it's the Prime Video game, so make sure you got your streaming together. But I think of the streamers, I think that's the one that people are most comfortable with. This is going to be all gas, no brakes.
Yeah.
I am so excited for the high-flying fireworks that are probable within this game. A Chicago Bears defense that's bad outside of turnover. A Green Bay Packers defense that's been riddled by injury, and thus it has less teeth. What are you going to have between Caleb Williams and Jordan Love? Is the coaching experience that Matt LaFleur has going to show up over the X's and O's acumen of Ben Johnson? This is a game that I'm incredibly interested. Just a 1.5 point favor in favor of the Bears. Right?
Yeah. I feel like this is going to be exactly what you just said. Probably the most, in terms of like TV entertaining, up and down the field.
Yes.
Kind of like last night's game. I think this is going to be it. But you made my choice a lot easier between that game and this one, so it's going to be this one. Niners and Eagles. These two teams have played in the last 3 Super Bowls, one or the other of them, and they both talk about flaws. I mean, they both have some significant flaws that are, if they get hot, if they flip that switch, as B. Scott was talking about earlier, then one of these could be back there.
It's really weird for me because these teams both feel pretty hobbled to some degree, which is unfair because the Eagles, it's just because I have low feelings about them because they constantly find themselves not living up to what feels like their actual potential at the time. How much do you feel like Kyle Shanahan's acumen makes up for what the San Francisco 49ers are dealing with injury-wise?
Whatever a lot is, that.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Excellent. But yeah, the Eagles, 5.5 point favorites in that. Fig, what you got?
I'm going to go Patriots and, what was it, Patriots?
Patriots, Chargers.
Yeah, Patriots, Chargers.
Yeah, man, you got your pick. Around back to you. Yeah. This one's interesting. Justin Herbert seems to be like feeling a little bit better with the hand, but it's funny. The Chargers have a very bad offensive line with all the injuries that they've sustained. It feels like the Patriots aren't really situated to take advantage of that.
Maybe. I mean, the way they run the ball and their defense, they might be able to, but we'll see.
Are you in the hopes of getting another game and feel good about the 2 games that obviously we selected? The Buffalo being Jacksonville, and then this one would need to happen. The Chargers managing to get over the Patriots.
I feel actually less confident about Bills and Jaguars than Chargers-Patriots.
Okay.
Well, maybe that makes more sense.
Yeah, no, it does.
You think the Jazz could get the Bills?
I think the Jags could absolutely get the Bills.
Okay.
And I think the Chargers absolutely have a shot against the Patriots.
And just for the bit, because my actual selection would be Rockets-Portland tonight, to get a feel for what that looks like. Again, on the second side.
Arsenal and Portsmouth?
No, it is not. Nigeria versus Algeria in AFCON happening tomorrow.
Yeah.
Will my Super Eagles be able to knock off one of the better teams in the AFCON side in Algeria? And they was also out here mocking Patrice Lumumba, and I don't respect that. So I need my Super Eagles to get this done. I live true to the bit.
There we go.
Also, what I live true to is appreciating D&M Auto Leasing for an opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas of the drive out at the Boomer Jacks in Katy. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, what's it looking like?
It's looking beautiful, baby, on a football Friday. We're out here at Boomer Jacks, as you said, in Katy, and this is always a great spot, man. We've been out here before, and man, they got it all out here, and it's going to be a good time. And we obviously don't come empty-handed. I know we got a whole. What we got over here? I see we got autograph helmets. Who we got? We got Aziz in the building. Nico Collins autograph helmet. Autograph football from Aziz. We're doing it a little big here with Academy Sports and Outdoors here in the 4 and the 5 o'clock hour. We're going to hook people up with two $100 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. So you got a chance to. We're giving you over $200. We're really just at $200 from Academy Sports and Outdoors, and you can take home some autograph gear and action from Aziz Alshire and Nico Collins. So big day here as we get it going on this football Friday.
Excellent. I'm looking forward to it. Our question of the day was inspired by the Winter Olympics, where I think John Lopez might be the most in on the Winter Olympics of anybody in all of the great city of Houston.
Probably.
Did you guys see that the hockey arena where they're supposed to be playing the hockey matches for this Olympics is not done and looks like it will not be done by the time the Olympics roll around in about a month or so?
I mean, how is that possible?
Well, that's the question. They've been building it for 6.5 years. Still doesn't have locker rooms. Still doesn't have some seats in the stands, and probably will not be available other than the ice and a few seats when the Olympics begin. They procrastinate.
Coming straight from the hotel, huh?
That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Where are the Winter Olympics at?
Milan,
Italy.
Yeah, Milan, Italy.
Yeah. So the Italians were real laissez-faire about it.
Yeah.
This got us to our question of the day.
Thanks,
what's a project that you just never are going to get to? Because that's what it felt like the Italians handled it. They were like, man, I'm supposed to get around to doing that hockey. I'll do that next weekend. It's cool.
Yeah.
Boy, where do you want me to start?
By now, give me that horse.
No. I'm putting that on them grandparents. Man. Buying a horse is a grandparent's job. I'm gonna tell you, I got a garage. I don't only have to clean out, but I gotta figure out am I going to put plastic on the walls or sheetrock on the walls?
Oh,
I've got
man. Okay.
Oh yeah, I've already started last weekend. Spent about 7 hours out there getting it cleaned up. I've got a shed that I got to get cleaned up so I can move some stuff from the garage to the shed. We just bought a high-dollar play set for my kids, a little outdoor, jungle gym type deal.
Oh,
and
boy.
And I got to put it on some turf because I didn't realize that weed eating around that thing is going to be an absolute bear. So yeah, I mean, there's your three just off the dome. I got a bathroom that my wife wants redone, which means I've got to design it and figure it all out. So yeah, I got.
Man, you got a crew. You need a crew.
I got to figure out how to get rid of these Stanley Cups that are in my house that I mentioned yesterday.
There's nothing wrong with the Stanley Cup. That does not fit.
I had to defend you this morning to Mom. Ron's a Stanley Cup guy, y'all.
Are you?
My mom.
I got Stanleys. I got Yetis. I got them all.
My mom. I said, Mom, look, he does have a Stanley, but Mom, it's not the big one with the handle on it that's got
There's several of those in the house.
That's pink and has chrome trim. Wasn't that? I had to defend it.
Well, I got one of those.
Yeah, I mean, Tyler does too, I guess. Yeah. I'm not proud of it, J-Lo.
Clint said yesterday that he's never seen a man with a Stanley Cup.
Not with the handle.
And then
not with the big handle.
3 of them let him know.
Not with the big handle.
Team Macho.
I've seen and I've got several of Yetis where it's just, no handle, just big fat. Yeah. Now it still pisses me off when that one's left in the cup holder as well. but the big handle really bugs me because it doesn't fit in the cup holder.
It is annoying.
I do hear you on that. Yeah,
I feel you on
Yeah,
that.
I got this basketball goal that that went down. My wife just all of a sudden found somebody in the neighborhood that was about to move to Cincinnati, and they were trying to get rid of it's a nice basketball goal. It was a nice one. And I just came to the crib, and it was just up outside in the driveway.
Lying there.
And
Wait.
in my mind, I'm sitting there thinking, what the hell are we about to do with this? I see a rim is bent, and then we found out exactly how that rim got bent because that night where it was extremely windy, we came out, that bad boy was face down in the driveway, rim bent up, screws out. That thing's been sitting down in our yard, laid down for about a week and a half. Got all the parts. I feel like it may be there for another month.
Yeah. Could be. Could be.
I feel like we need to round up some listeners to roll around to all the houses of the 610 hosts and just get all these done.
Yeah, I got that. It's been sitting out. We bought it now. Got a rim, and got a few things still sitting down there and laying on the side. Still ain't fixed.
Commissioner's in the building, y'all.
Oh, you love to see it.
Goodell? Dressed out, baby.
More importantly, so is his beautiful bride.
Of
more
course.
importantly.
That's always how it
I
works.
mean, he's nothing without Mary, no question.
Well, my love
But
to them.
boy, he is. Hey, Chief. Hey, Reg, I don't know if we can turn that camera around, but I'm talking about to the nines.
Oh, I'd love to see it.
Nines. Check that out right there, boy. I'm telling you.
Oh, it is.
Well, it's a football Friday. It's the occasion.
Boy, I tell you what, it's a playoff football Friday.
Ooh,
man.
yeah,
Come
you got to
on.
dress to the nines for that.
Come on.
Excited for playoff football, then you're in the right place listening to the best damn afternoon drive show in all of the great city of Houston. We'll get out of the way so the commission can enjoy that program. Lopez, have a fantastic weekend, and I'll see you for a game day Monday once we come back around. But before we get there, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station, and right now, the drive is live.
That's right, the drive is live, and it brings us live on a football Friday to Katy. Here we are at Boomer Jacks here in Katy. Make your way on out here. It's going to be a good time as always. And this is a playoff edition of, as Clint just said, of a football Friday, and it's going to be a good time out here. As always, we got giveaways for you. We don't come empty-handed. If you're in the building, you might want to grab yourself a raffle ticket, and you can enter our raffle, and you've got multiple prizes to win, including an autographed helmet, game-size helmet from Nico Collins, an autographed football from Aziz Alshire, 2 Pro Bowlers for the Texans, autographed gear. And then in the 4 and the 5 o'clock hour, we have 2 separate $100 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors to hook you up with. Just grab a ticket, put it in our raffle box, and you will have a chance. You got to be here to win.
That's right.
This ain't a pool, and we'll hook, you got to be here to win. If we pull your number, you're not here, you don't win.
That's right. I mean, you got to be in attendance. None of this telling somebody to come up here, nothing leaving and coming back. I mean, well, I guess depending on what you
leave. Yeah.
We've had a couple folks.
No.
Well, we've had a couple leave before and come back. Now, they were doing the obvious thing, which is, just tip the cap, young fella. But, so if that's the case, feel free to do what you want to do and ease back in. But got to be here to win it, baby.
Yeah.
Got to be in it to win it.
I do wish those 2 won. I wish one of them won.
Oh, he did. He won. I guarantee you he won.
I thought his luck might range to some tickets, too. So come on out and have a –
Hey, the fact that she came back in the door with him told me he won.
She looked like she looked like she won the way she was walking.
That's it. That's a good point. That's a good. The fact that she came back in may have been proof that she actually won. It's a good point. Good point. They were both happy when they left and happy when they returned. Man.
I hope that affair is still going. But get on out here, Boomer Jacks here in Katy. It'll be a good time as always. To let you know, coming up a little bit later on in this hour. We will hear from one of the breakout. Would that be breakout stars? Breakout players, breakout stars for the Houston Texans. Tommy Togi, he would fit that. What is it?
Togi.
What did I say?
You
did
said
I say
G.
I want to.
Togi.
I got it written down here.
I mean, that's his breakout stars. You're going to play the position where he touched the football a little more. I mean, I guess scoring a touchdown last week, he touched it, but if he played a little bit more noticeable position on the outside that was in a little bit more space where everybody could see him, he'd probably be bigger. But yeah, I mean, look, I would say it's a breakout star for this year for damn sure.
Let me tell you something, Tyler. Because you like to have a lot of fun with this, and shove it up your ass too, Sally. I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna ask Tommy. Now it better be toe GI or GI or whatever it is. It better.
It's a hard.
He better say. Tommy, he better say toe GI. He better say that.
I like that you're gonna ask him. Let's get this clarified.
He better say that. Because if not, I am right off the bat. He better say Gee. He better say Tommy Togi. He better.
There better be a hard G in there.
He better, because if it's something else, if it's something else, I'm all over your ass. You too, Sally. I'm all over you.
It won't be. It'll be right.
All right, you better. Yeah, I bet I want to hear it. Damn it.
Tyler must have looked in that damn. I guess it's online, or it's, no, there's no longer. Right. Are there still what you call it at the game? Is there still what do you call it? The
rosters.
No, when you get a book, when you walk in the game, what are those called? When you walk in a sporting event.
Your game day program.
Program. There you go. Yeah, there you go.
I thought it was thicker than that. Yeah.
Well, Togi is how Mark Vandermeer pronounced it, and that man's a professional at what he does.
That's all right.
No. The microphone, so I have a lot of faith in. That's right.
Better.
Yeah. You yourself though have completely dismissed what Devon Aching wants to be called, and you keep
that's
going back to calling him. That's because he went his whole A&M career without correcting anybody. That's it. But he's let you know. But yes, but just saying that, you would have trusted the A&M broadcaster because that's what he's been called his whole life, and then all of a sudden, actually, it's not A-Chain.
I wouldn't trust him like Van.
Now, I'm just saying, what if Tommy comes out and says, you know what, Ron, it is Togi.
What is A-Chain going by now? How do they say it the correct way now?
It's A-Chin, right? A-Chin.
I guess. I call him A-Chain.
A-Chin. And he has made it very clear, but that's all right, Tyler. Tyler comes out and says 8-chain and then lets you know, I know that he is asked to be called
he makes
something
it disrespectful,
else. And then I'm going to call him 8-chain anyway. I'm just saying. So Tommy, it better be Tommy Togi. I tell you that. If he says G, that interview may not go any further than it is.
It's Tommy Togi.
Yeah. So, but we will hear. We will hear from him at some point. Hopefully, we'll hear from him at some point.
He's in the shower right now. If anybody's out there wondering. Big Tommy's in the shower.
I was just reading that, so we'll see. I didn't know. I saw
play-by-play, man.
I saw a change of plans real quick there.
That's right.
Last time we had a change of plans, it ended up being Henry Toa. So you just never.
Change a player. Change a player.
About to say real quick, injury from an injury perspective, just what we're hearing in terms of practice today. Kamari Lassiter, Titus Howard, Danico Autry, they all missed practice yesterday. They all returned to practice today. So Titus Howard with that ankle and Kamari Lassiter, who expressed to everybody yesterday, no, I'm playing and I didn't even need rest. They're back at practice. But running back Gerard Jordan remains sidelined with that high ankle sprain. Not a major surprise there. So he was the one on the injured report that we looked at that you felt like, well, there could be a problem there. And everybody else looks good to see your best offensive lineman and the other half of your best cornerback tandem in the league.
Yeah, and there's still some with the offensive line, it's not a concern, but there's still a thought of what does that starting lineup look like? I mean, is Titus Howard better in this game at the tackle position, as you've mentioned multiple times this week, Ron, because of the bum knee? With Trent Brown, or is he better off inside versus the interior presence that Pittsburgh has, and obviously that moves that would move Patterson to the bench and give you a little bit more size inside if it's Titus Howard inside. So what is the lineup? What lineup do they go with in this playoff game? I'm gonna tell you, man, they both have been good. They both have been good. I think they're confident in what Patterson can bring to the table. I think they're confident with Trent Brown. I think they're confident with Titus at either. And so obviously the knee of Trent Brown may be an issue.
Yeah, so we'll see wherever he plays. And obviously, to me, it would seem to be that he would be at guard. Like, it would be odd to think that, unless Trent Brown, something shows up a little bit more, but it would be odd to think that Trent Brown is back at practice with that knee, and that was the offensive line that their five, as they would say, that they were rolling with, and they wouldn't go back to that. But we'll see. We'll see what happens there. But that is the latest unofficial injury report. We'll give you the latest with both the Steelers and the Texans a little bit later on in the show. But what about last night, man? Listen, the last 2 years, the semifinals, that Notre Dame Penn State game was a thriller that came down to it at the end as Notre Dame won. And then last night, Miami and Ole Miss. And I'm going to guess, Tyler.
It didn't get much better, okay?
Just judging off those games, that probably took a hit there. You were looking good, really good for a lot of the portions of that game. When we got into that 17-16 stall there in the third quarter, I thought, boy, Tyler, you're in good shape with that under. And then Ole Miss had the lead. I thought, boy, here we go. That hook must have got you.
Tease me, man. Tease me.
But Miami wins 31-27, and Ole Miss didn't go down dying. 18 seconds left when Miami takes the lead. Ole Miss gets themselves down to the 35-yard line and has better than just Hail Mary to get it open in a controversial non-pass interference call there. But your thoughts from the game last night? Another great game in the college football playoff.
I thought it was a tremendous game, man. Tip my cap to all my Ole Miss Rebels out there, man. I mean, what you showed. I mean, here's the thing is, obviously we knew under Lane Kiffin that Ole Miss over the last 6 years had become a team that, with a combination of some athletes that's typically a little bit better than what Ole Miss typically has, as well as the scheme that Lane Kiffin brought. And they started with Lane of late. They started adding some O-line, D-line stuff to the mix that gave them a chance to win big throughout the SEC in the regular season. But there was still a question out there of can Ole Miss go toe-to-toe with the big boys? And with the big boys, I'm talking about the Georgias of the world, the Saban Alabama of the world. We'll see what they do with this new regime. But the Ohio States, the Michigans, those type teams, can you go toe-to-toe and blow-to-blow with those guys? And I'm not talking about score with them. I'm talking about inside. Can you be bigger, more physical than some of the big boys across the country? And I thought Ole Miss accomplished that in back-to-back games when it comes down to the college football playoffs. And Miami is just they were undersold to start this thing. Shannon Dawson, the offensive coordinator, obviously brings some creativity and some air raid types of off. But man, they get 6'2", 225, big boy in the backfield, Fletcher going downhill, and then they got some little guys outside that can move and shake, and a quarterback that can distribute, man. What Miami's brought to the table in these two games, I think, has been a big eye-opener. Really, all three. I mean, A&M to start. Ohio State, A&M, and then man, and then this one. And I think, what a game, man! What a game.
Yeah, the big thing that jumps out, and now that they've done this against two SEC opponents, and now we watched Ole Miss against Georgia, and they just. The clear thing was they just pushed them around. Yep. Right? I mean, that was always, to me, the difference with the SEC is their line play was just, maybe other teams could match teams and match some of these better, especially the LSUs and Alabamas and Georgias over the year, could match their skill guys, but there was such an advantage for offensive and defensive lines. And Miami looks like they have those type of guys up front. I mean, there was a play there in that second half where they handed this thing, I don't know if it was third, whatever, but they're 12 yards down the field, just pushing him. Yeah. I mean, and Ole Miss is rolling back and back, and it was just like, damn, what the hell is happening? They had that kind of success against A&M. They had that kind of success. Ohio State, we know they got dudes. That was really something that and you figure out how the hell they lost to Louisville.
Yeah.
And how they lost 2 games in the ACC when the OC to me sometimes gets a little cute here because I think they probably could have won by a couple of touchdowns if they just said, "Well, man, we're just gonna hand this sucker off."
Miami.
Yeah, if they you go look at the stat line, you don't even know how the hell it's this close.
Yeah.
I think it said they were the first team in college football or the NFL in the last 20, 25 years to have the ball for 40 minutes or longer, to have over 400 yards of total offense, and some other stat to do those 3 things in a game in the the last 20 years. They were that dominant, and hell, they were in danger of losing the damn game.
Tight ball game, man.
Yeah.
So, no, it's a hell of a ball game. Once again, the college football playoffs got it right. I think when you look at the 2 teams on the other side, I know it's 2 Big Ten teams, but that's a Pac-12 team and a Big Ten team right now. And
you still got Oregon.
But I mean, it's like Oregon is just as close to a Big 12 team as you can get to, and so I'm anxious to see. Indiana's pushing folks around. That's not typically Indiana, right?
Yeah, they looked like Alabama in that game.
Ole Miss ran through and pushed guys around, and that's not typically them. And then you look at Oregon, it's an old Pac-12 team that can they get into the college football playoffs and really push folks around? I watched last week. They won, yes, but it wasn't like they were the more physical team. Even then, I said before, I think Texas Tech just left a lot to be desired on the offensive side with the quarterback and some of the poor decisions, and that's really what dictated that game. I didn't see one team necessarily push the other around, so it's good to see some new blood, right, in the college football playoffs, and this new blood being such a physical bunch of teams. You know what I mean? It's not like, boy, we're absent of Michigan and Ohio State and Alabama and Georgia and all these others. We're absent of them, so now all of a sudden we've got air raid football that looks like 7-on-7 and there's no defense being played. Man, there's still great defense being played across the board so far, and it's been fun to watch.
All right, coming up as we continue live here on a Football Friday playoff edition, we're in Katy at Boomer Jacks. Make your way on out here. Plenty of prizes for you to win. We look to hear, hopefully here coming up soon, from Texans breakout player this year, Tommy Togiai, or GI, whatever it is. We'll find out from Tommy. We hope to hear from him coming up soon as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you all about Orchard. Now, look, if you
each day to keep up with the needs of local hospitals, and your donation could make a massive difference. For more information, text DONATE to 20357 or go online to giveblood.org/sportsradio610 to sign up and give. Help us help Houston and donate this week. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jackson, Katy. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here. Boomer Jacks, as the big voice man said, here in Katy. Plenty of prizes for you to win, including not one but two separate $100 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors in the 4 and 5 o'clock hour. You got a chance to win those. If you're in the building or you're on your way, head up to the front where we are, and you can grab a raffle ticket. Throw that bad boy in, and you give yourself a chance to win plenty of prizes, as we said, including gift cards, $100. We've got multiple gift cards, $100 to Academy Sports and Outdoors. So get on out here, as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock, TV's all over the place. You caught a great college football playoff game last night. There is another one coming, which we'll look at a little bit later on. Indiana and Oregon, the rematch there. So you can watch that here. Plenty of TVs, great food. I'm about to get into this menu.
Yeah, my stomach's growling a bit, boys.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm
with
hungry
you as well.
too.
All
Y'all
right,
send some my way.
we will, man. I'll eat it for you.
Hey man, use some of those advantage points you have with that Uber Eats, man. I know you racking up them pints.
$100.
DoorDash, that's it.
And I have a DoorDash gift card from Christmas. Sorry, Ron. I just remembered.
You
that.
got one for Christmas?
Yeah,
They know you. God, man. Telling you, man.
Thanks,
yeah. Ma. That's a good gift. That's a good gift. Yeah, I got me one to Academy Sports and Outdoors as I hang around all around there. I got one Texas Star Grill Shop because I get a little aggressive in there.
Yeah. I can see where you do that. I bet you get good and turned on in that old Texas Star Grill Shop.
Well, I've done $200. I've done that.
Goes
easy.
fast, huh?
Easy. I've done that easy. I've come out there.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I can be easily convinced by the experts they have out there.
Yeah, they're good. Them boys are good.
I mean, Tyler, I'm a bit embarrassed on what I got talked into to help smoke my my prime rib when I was in there.
You have piqued my interest.
Yeah, it got me. I walked out there with 3 items that I had not planned on getting. A little rub, a little something here or there to go on with the smoker to get. Yeah, it was quick and easy. I bet when I walked out of there, my man said, "Damn, I didn't even have to work at that. That was easy." I got that sucker.
That damn Ron got some deep pockets, man.
I'm about to say, so one place you do not bargain hunt is when it comes to your meats.
Well, just they had me in it. Now they weren't about to drag me into taking a real home on there, all the extra
well,
stuff.
they probably listened and they knew better to go big items. Big ticket item, they ain't got you.
They said, well, we already got him for one. May not do more. All right, we'll get to Tommy as soon as we get word. We'll also hear from Nick Caley. This will be one interesting to hear from him as he speaks to the media. We'll hear from him a little bit later on as well. Clint, obviously the game is Monday, and we'll be on Monday as well to really kind of preview this thing. But some matchups here to watch in this game, right? Early matchups to look at going ahead as we kind of break down this thing as we generally do on Friday. What are the matchups you're looking at in this game?
I know a lot of the talk is going to be about Highsmith and Watt versus our tackles, man, but that's not where it's at for me. I've told you multiple times, as a quarterback, I don't have a problem. As long as I can slide up in the pocket, as long as I've got windows that I can throw to, as long as my center's not getting put in my lap and I can't follow through and all that kind of stuff, then I can deal with the other stuff, right? I just think I think the biggest part of this game is about our interior offensive line versus their interior defensive line. We heard D'Amico Ryans talk about how disruptive they are, and as a whole, not just Cam. And so I think that the conversation has to start right there for me, Ron, is if those guys are getting not even penetration, if they're just displacing on our offensive line and putting them in CJ's lap, it could be a long day. So the matchup right there is going to be one to watch.
Yeah, it is. Real quick, Tyler, I meant, did I hear you? Did you say Tommy was ready?
That is
all right. Let's head out to the phone lines and somebody who is going to be heavily involved in this game. All right, man. We want to really make sure this is correct because I have gotten we've had a couple of different ways to say it. Tommy, you got to really enunciate your last name. How is this? Because we've got two different ways. I've said Tommy Togiai. We've got Tommy Togiai. How is this? So I want to make sure we're getting this right.
It's Togiai.
It's Togiai?
Yeah, Togiai. Yep. Togiai.
Hey, you sure you don't want to change your mind on that? You don't want to go with It's Tommy Togiai. So I just want to hear it from the source. I just wanted to hear it from the source. Man, we appreciate you joining us, man. And I just got to say first, man, listen, we're real. We like to call ourselves the most honest show out here, and man, you have been a savior, to be honest, with this team. Not just the injury situation, but I mean, you arguably been one of the best interior players we've seen in the D'Amico era, and just kind of the growth that you've shown. Where would you say your game has really changed and gotten to this point over the time you've been here?
Honestly, I think it goes back to getting an off season here because I came over last year like during the season, so I didn't get to have like a whole off season to like really key in and get like the OTAs and all that stuff and having to the fire and kind of learn on the fly. So I think having that whole off season this year, like going into this season, really helped me tone in and like lock in and you see like how it is like that I'm playing now. I think I just owe it to having the whole off season, being here and really keying in on everything.
Hey, what about the moment? I mean, the kind of how this season has gone. Obviously, D'Amico made everybody aware of you and how good you were, and maybe how folks should really dial in on you before you really emerge. But when this season, man, when Settle goes out and Foley Fatakasi goes out, and Mario Edwards goes out, in your mind, obviously, you're licking your chops, right? You're fixing to get more run, you're fixing to get more responsibility. But kind of what was your thought through that process of like business as usual, or is it like, all right, let's go, boys?
Nah, I think for me it was kind of just like I gotta step up. Definitely hate to see those guys go down because those are my brothers. Those are guys I like I working with like day in day out and spending extra hours with. So like having those guys go down, and then them like still believing in me to step up and do those things. So just like that belief and trust in each other, goes out on Sunday every week. And so I just like shout out to those guys that went down, that still having like belief in me and trusting me to step up and do my job.
Tommy Togiai, a defensive tackle, joining us here on The Drive on a Football Friday. Listen, your defense has been the number one defense, and many people, and I believe the best unit in football right now. And we look at the players. We understand the great players that you guys have. What is it that D'Amico and Burke, who lead this group, what is it that they bring to the table that allows you guys, from a coaching perspective, to have the success that you guys have each week?
I think it's like the details in which they like coach, and then honestly just energy and confidence they like imbued into us, like infuse into us. Because I think like every week, they're always bringing that energy, and then like the details of like having the expectations for like the standards very high on the defensive side of the ball. Like for us to go out each week, we want to like the standard is like very high. So every day for practice, every guy's going out there trying to improve, get better. I think that just like carries out through the week because that's where it starts is at practice, and then you see it come game day.
All right, Tommy, look, we can hear it, I think, in D'Amico's voice when we heard from him earlier in the week. We heard it from C.J. Stroud. I think there's a little different tone in their voice. It's playoff time. It's win or go home. For you, man, like what's your mindset and approach to the playoffs, and how does it differ maybe a little from regular season, just getting through it?
I think everything's like you know, everything's really toned in more. Like this is the best teams are the best that got in. So, you know, each week that you're in the playoffs, you know, it just gets more and more greater. Like the details you got to be on more and everything like that. So I think you're really just magnified every phase of offense, defense, special teams. So really all phases are going to show up big and, you know, are going to be crucial in the game. So really, you know, really try to lock in and be on those details because that's what's going to matter come, you know, in the playoffs.
All right, Tommy, I got to know, what goes through your mind more from the game on Sunday? The touchdown that you got or the touchdown that you missed? The touchdown they took from you. Which one stays in your mind more?
Nah, definitely just the touchdown I got. You know, we still ended up getting the touchdown on that play. I didn't get the ball, so, you know, it worked out how it's supposed to. But definitely, yeah, the one I scored, you know, just having that opportunity, seeing the ball come, like, flash up in front of me, I had to grab it. And then, you know, no time left. I was like, I got to get in the end zone.
Oh, the hell with that, Tommy, man. Be selfish, man. They messed up your touchdown. You had a dance and everything ready to go.
Hey, T, that could have been a new – I mean, that's staying power. Not that you need – hey, there was a time in your career not too long ago where you needed that to go right so you could maybe be a goal line fullback. I would say you got the full-time D-line part of this thing sewed up the rest of your career. But, boy, there was a time when I needed to see Togiai at that fullback position, man. I tell you, make sure CJ got them feet right, man. Tell him to get that footwork right so if you get another shot, man, he gets it to you. So that was fun definitely to watch, man. hey, man, I'm out of questions for you, man, but I want you to know how proud Houston is of you, man, that you're a Texan and the way you go about your business, man, the way you play the game, and it's just a joy to watch you play, man, and you know we all feel for you and we wish you all the best, man.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. That means a lot. That really means a lot. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, man. We watch you, man. We appreciate you. We've really enjoyed seeing your rise, man. Good luck on the game and travel safely to Pittsburgh.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks for having me on.
All right, that is defensive tackle Tommy Togiai joining the drive. I got it now that I heard him say it.
Got it right there. You just needed to hear it from the source.
I had to hear it from the source.
So, Tyler, it's a trust issue.
It's the way he's handled the 8-chain thing that just didn't make me. I didn't know. I didn't know. I needed to hear from
Tyler, I'm going to be honest with you. He doesn't. It's a trust issue with himself because he put the old pronunciation or enunciation or whatever the word is at the top of the rundown, and he didn't even trust it.
Well, I didn't look at it. I thought I had confidence. I just put it up there just in case once we had to get down to it. All right, good to hear from him. Coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, we'll hear from Nick Caley as he speaks to the media. But coming up, we'll look and finish off the conversation about those matchups and maybe a matchup from last year. Does that play a role in this game? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell y'all about Jiffy Lube. Y'all, look, if you lived around these parts for any amount of time, you know
today and make this a very merry payout. Dick Law Firm, we make insurance companies pay. Call right now at 832-LAWYERS.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jacks in Katy. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, brother. Good to see you, man.
All right, welcome back as we are live here on a Football Friday, a playoff edition of Football Friday. We are in Katy, Boomer Jacks. There we go. I see the commissioner. I see Mary in the building. Make your way on out here. My man just walked up, said, yeah, man, I was in there texting about them cups yesterday, them Stanley Cups. He said his wife is like low.
Yeah.
It's all right, man. It's all right.
Yeah.
Good times. Good times. Good time.
One of them, like I said yesterday, man, it's you just kind of grin and bear it until they're in the cup holder, and I got to drive the car, and it's just like, gosh, the hell, man, that cup's damn near as big as me. I ain't got no elbow room.
That's a good, yeah.
I like to lean on that console when I drive. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm a console guy.
I've ridden with you.
Yeah, I like to lean on that console, man.
We had a silent console fight on the way to New Orleans.
Hey, hell in that Escalade, man. Oh, double wide console, baby. We're good there.
All right. Coming up here in just a bit, we'll hear from the offensive coordinator, Nick Caley. We were, before we talked to Tommy, we were talking about these matchups. And I know, as you said, man, a lot of people, to kind of refresh people, a lot of people are looking at T.J. Watt and Highsmith, and as well as they should. Higbee from the outside, they aren't Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter, but they're pretty good. And sometimes that can be an issue for the Texans. But for you, the interior is just as big. We've seen. I know for you anyway, your thought is the interior, and we've seen sometimes Jeffrey Simmons, Chris Jones comes to mind that have given them some problems before, and obviously those guys are really good, but Cam Hayward's good. They've got some guys in that rotation. That for you, when the Texans have the ball, that's still the interior as much as the guys on the edges.
Look, I think anytime, even if you've got a great offensive line going against, I think that the one spot that causes the most problems is that guard, center guard, whether you're talking about running the football or you're talking about, pass protecting and keeping your quarterback dry and clean and giving him space to operate, right? He can escape trouble if he can push up into the pocket. He can see down the field, whether it's windows or over the top of everybody, if he's got, 5-6 yards of separation from his center and guard. That's just the ideal situation, right? And so I think that is, without a doubt, when you're good versus good, I think that's the case. And the reality of it is while the Texans' offensive line has been improved, I do believe that it has more to do with Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud than it does all of a sudden. We've got guys up there that are just dominant offensive linemen, right? If we go to holding the football or we bump up against an opponent that's got multiple interior presence that are bigger or faster or stronger and cause problems, if we allow it to be a problem, I believe it could be a problem. And so this is one of those matchups, man, where it's not just Cam Hayward. They're three deep in that interior defensive line position that can cause problems and create chaos. And so when we got the football, I think that is without a doubt the biggest part of the game, or the biggest part of the offense, that if it's not right, if their interior D-line is successful to any degree, it could be major issues for the Texans, because we're not super explosive. We're not super powerful. We don't really have any superpower on offense to counter it, if you will. So, that's it.
You see them as capable of giving them problems.
Yeah, I don't think they're capable of taking over the game the way they took over the game. I think there's probably 2 or 3 guys in the league that could potentially do that.
Simmons had a couple of moments when they played him twice this year.
Cam Hayward's capable of doing that. I don't know if he's still got that in his bag this time of year. We'll see. But I don't think individually they're going to be able to do that. But I think collectively as a group, there's a real chance that they could cause some problems, because you can't get away. Here's the thing is you've got it with Cam Hayward inside, with Jake Andrews, and if it's not Titus Howard and it's actually Patterson, then you're lighting the ass up front, and somebody's got to help on Hayward just to be able down in, down out to control him, which is going to leave both your tackles on an island and your other guard on an island. So, I'm making it obviously simpler than it is just for radio purposes, but that's the reality of interior offensive and defensive football is you can't help everybody all the time. And an interior presence makes it hard to help outside with your interior offensive linemen. So, that would be the part to me. The other stuff we can overcome. The other stuff I think we can overcome. It's that interior defensive line that down in, down out from jump could be the problem.
Is there? Listen, we've watched the Steelers offense all year long, and they've mostly been just okay.
Yeah.
And have moments where they've been below average, and they've had a couple of the moments. But this is not one of the better offenses the Texans have played. Obviously, understand what the Texans' defense is. Are there any matchups over there that you're looking at that you're thinking, this could cause some problems to the defense?
Yeah, I think there's two. I think when you look at what has been kind of the boogeyman for the Texans
I'm glad I'm listening because I'm having a hard time finding them.
Well, I'm going to tell you, the boogeyman for the Texans defense, you saw it up close and personal multiple times with the guy that got him last week in Alec Pierce with the Ravens. With the Colts. Don't give me it was our backup corner, because it's happened like 3 or 4 straight games with Alec Pierce. With multiple Riley Leonard and Anthony Richardson, Alec Pierce went off. And you're talking about a big, long, tall, fast wide receiver. That sounds just like DK Metcalf, and he's bigger, faster, and stronger. So if there's been a boogeyman for the Texans defense, it's been the explosive play. And if you want to zero in on the type of player that I think has been more successful, it would be the DK Metcalf looking individual. So the guy that's left stationary, that can go vertical, that's a bigger target, that can run by you. That's a little bit of an issue. And then you look at Kenneth Gainwell. Really, all their running backs, but Kenneth Gainwell is one that it's no secret. Aaron Rodgers actually loves getting him the football and getting him the football in creative ways.
Yeah, he leads their team in receptions.
Yeah, man, and they'll put him out wide and run quick game with him. They'll throw him screens. They'll give him the check downs to him all different ways. They'll throw it to him down the field.
If you're D'Amico and Burke, are you really progressive on how you're going to deal with him? Because, I don't love just putting linebackers on him.
Well, no, I think against this team, I'm going to make them run the football against me. I'm going to stay in nickel. And I'm going to make it damn near impossible for them. At least they're going to have to work to get what the Raiders got, which was Genty out wide in a man situation with Henry Toa. Like, you're not going to get that on me. Now, I'm not going to get overly aggressive. I'm going to let this game play out. We're not talking about a juggernaut offense here. But if Gainwell becomes a problem, which, you got an old veteran quarterback that's long in the tooth, he's going to get DK Metcalf opportunities, believe it. He's going to get Gainwell opportunities. You better believe it. One way or another, it's going to happen, right? And so having a plan when those guys start to get off, you've got to adjust and make sure that you're keeping them off balance and keeping them guessing. So I think those two guys.
Yeah, I just don't want to make it easy for them to get the ball to those two. I want to make and to me, if we're looking at Azeez or Toa ending up in coverage, that kind of makes it a little bit more. I'd put Jalen Petrie on him. And I'm not even 100% sure that is, but I'd be more inclined to go in that direction.
Well, I think what you do right now to start the game is you stay in the shell coverage when they go empty, right? You don't go man and allow them to bring your corner in and then put Gainwell. You don't do that. You stay in the shell. If Gainwell's out there, your corner extends with them. You got Jalen Petrie. You can bring a safety down in the box if you want to help on that third receiver if it's a 3-receiver set. But they don't have players, with the exception of DK Metcalf, that you go, oh boy, if he gets in the slot versus Jalen Petrie, I'm super nervous, right? I'm not minimizing Marquez Valdez-Scantling. I'm not minimizing Calvin Austin. I'm not minimizing these guys, but if those guys beat us, then those guys beat us. What you can't do is you can't go out there and have DK Metcalf going off for $140 and 2 touchdowns with 2 explosives, and Kenneth Gainwell with 6 catches and 14 carries, and he's eating you up, eating you alive for 100+ yards, total offense. And so that's the part that you got to kind of minimize one or the other. And so I don't think you come out of the structure of your defense unless the game dictates that you do that.
All right, let's hear what the offensive coordinator is thinking. Let's go to NRG and hear from Nick Caley coming up next.
You're gonna get hard.
Ready? Texans, Steelers, Monday Night Football. It's playoff time in H-Town.
pay off. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jackson and Caley. The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, here we go. We appreciate you joining us here as we're starting to see some familiars fill this thing up. I see Jeremy in the building. I see Shannon and Steve. They'll probably win. They're in the building as we're out in Katy, so we always know they're gonna make their way out. Commissioner Mary's in the building. We got them all, and you can join us as we'll be here till 6 o'clock doing our thing out here. As it's a playoff edition. Boy, I'm concerned about Stephen and Shannon's house. As we know, she can't stand Aaron Rodgers. Has talked about him like a dog every week. But her and her husband, he's an avid Astros and Texans fan, and they're gonna be in the house divided on Monday night.
You think she'll keep to herself during the game?
No, they cuss each other out. Yeah, they're gonna cuss each other out. Yeah, somebody's going out to hit a Newport. Yeah, somebody's throwing something. Somebody's walking out to hit a Newport. So that one, I need a camera around there. So that I'm sure Steven will hit me up and let me know how that goes about. But no, man, it's a good time being had out here. Coming up, you got plenty of chances to win prizes, including as soon as this segment ends, we'll hook somebody up with our first giveaway. We've got a autographed football from the heart and soul, the leader of the defense, Azeez Alshire. You can win an autographed football a little later on.
I got it right here.
There it is. And you win. Clint will throw you a 5-yard in or an out, whichever one you want. You got a chance to win a Nico Collins helmet as well, signed helmet. And then in the 4 or 5 o'clock hour, we have two $100 gift cards that you can win to Academy Sports and Outdoors. So come on out. If you haven't grabbed a ticket, put it in our raffle box. You may want to do so now. All right, let's head out to NRG and hear from the OC. This is this is going to be a big game for Nick Caley. I think a lot could be said about him, whether it's positive or negative after this game. Let's hear from Nick.
Talking about how the collab with you and your relationship has grown throughout the year. How would you characterize kind of the working relationship you guys have built?
Yeah, I think we have a great relationship. I think it's transparency, it's honesty, it's cohesiveness. We're always trying to communicate and share ideas and thoughts. And I have a lot of respect for him, and I'm proud of the way he's played this year. His best is out in front of him. He's a competitor. He's a stud. I'm glad he's our quarterback. I have a lot of respect for him, and I think it's just continuing to grow the more we've spent time with each other throughout the year.
After the Kansas City game, you talked about working on the operation and the loud stadium and all that. Is this the first true tangible test that kind of duplicates what that was like, given the fact that you've got 3 home games and then you went to LA between?
It's a hell of an environment for football in Pittsburgh, right? I mean, it's one of the greatest environments. You got loud. Renegade will be playing from sticks. I mean, it's going to be, it's a hell of an atmosphere for football. And if you love football, I mean, this is going to be great. So, it's going to be loud. It's going to be, crazy, passionate fans. We just got to go. We got to play consistent. We got to have a clean operation like we always do, and we've improved that. And we just got to keep that going. But yeah, it's going to be, it's going to be paramount for us to get out there and get off to a good start, get out of the huddle, get our cleats set, and get ready to roll for sure.
Well, as an OC, we hear old school football, and it's going to be old school football. Do you kind of, as an offensive coordinator, you probably would like to change that and shift it and get off to a good start. So is it important to kind of not necessarily anticipate that as an OC?
Explain your question. In terms of, I like good plays. I like efficient plays. I like.
It's old school, it's low scoring, all that. Like,
yeah, we want to move the ball forward, get first downs, and score points. And you know, does that require us taking some shots? Does that require us being able to throw the ball, run the ball? I mean, there's a variety of ways. What I want to do is be able to play clean, play at our best, play really good fundamental football. We got to run the ball well. We got to throw the ball consistently, protect, do all those things, take care of the football. I think it really embodies everything. And I'm not trying to give you a roundabout answer. I just think every game's a little different. Sometimes you go into games and you think, man, it's going to go this way, or here's the ideal, scenario that I think this is how I think the game's going to get played. And sure enough, you're a quarter into it, 2 drives into it, and things change, and you gotta change with it. So I just want us to go out and be ready to go from the jump. I want us to go play our best football. I want us to play with good fundamentals. I want us to play urgency, and I want us to continue to build. That's what I want us to do when we kick this thing off on Monday night.
A little bit to that point, what's the balance of like doing what you do well in a game like this versus finding their weakness, and if it's not something that you really do but trying to attack that weakness as well?
Well, I think you look at what we do, okay, what our players' strengths are, and then schematically, like, okay, first of all, personnel-wise, who they have in certain areas, and schematically, what issues do they present? They're a really good defense. I mean, you just start from the front and go back. So, you got to be able to handle the front. You got to be able to stand up to the front. You got to be able to block those guys. It's going to be a great challenge. They fly around at the second level, and they've got playmakers. They disrupt the football. So for us, we have our core plays, and we're always trying to do what we can do schematically based on the structures that we're going to see. So, I'd say there's a game plan element to everything that we do, and we'll just try to put our best foot forward here.
You've had some guys come in and out via injury, but for the most part, I think you've had roughly the same offensive line for the back.
You are listening to Texans offensive coordinator Nick Caley from NRG Stadium ahead of the wild card matchup Monday night in Pittsburgh.
Offensive line gel the most and be the most different from some of those early offensive lines.
Yeah, I think they've gelled in a lot of ways. I think the most communication, cohesiveness, seeing the game through the same set of eyes. Jake sets the table. They've done a really good job. The focus has been on communication, throughout the season, and I think we've done it better and better each week. We focus it on practice. Cole Popovich does an outstanding job with those guys. I think he's a hell of a coach, and I'm really proud of how far along those guys have come. And we've had some moving. You're right. We've had some different people, but I feel like we're playing our best football, and those guys are continuing to get better, and I'm really proud of those guys.
I know satisfaction is not necessarily, or comfort is not necessarily what you aim for, but is it nice to see where this organization was a year ago, where it was when you came in, and where you are now from an offensive line standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to comment on a year ago, but like when we came in here, yeah, I mean, I think all you guys have asked, like, what's the line? I mean, we had a bunch of guys rolling in there in training camp, and we were really we're trying to find the best 5. We're trying to find that best rotation. Who gives us flex in certain areas, and took us throughout the course throughout the course of the year, and I think we're at a place where we've got guys in spots that we feel we're really we're happy with, and again, the communication, the cohesiveness, the time on task, getting guys back throughout the year, that's been big for us, and those guys make us go. They're a tough group that care a lot about the team. Yes, ma'am.
Can you talk about, obviously you want to score touchdowns, right?
Yep.
That's the big buzzword. But controlling the clock, how much that means to what you guys do, even if you come really agree with being able to control the time of possession?
Yeah, I think it's big. I think to be able to sustain drives, to be able to move the ball, that's what we want to do. Obviously, we'd love to, I'm not saying we don't want to score in 2 or 3 plays. I'm not saying that. But, being able to move the line of scrimmage, protect, be able to move the ball down the field, that's always, what we're trying to do. And taking care of the ball helps too. And we've done a solid job of that this year, and we've got to keep doing that.
Go ahead, how have you seen defenses adapt to the growth of Jake Higgins kind of late in this year? Like, have you seen them have to pay a little bit more respect to him, take a little bit of attention off of Nico? Just how have you seen Higgins?
Yeah, I think each week's a little different. Teams have different plans, whether that's third down plans, whether that's early down plans, sub defense, base defense, et cetera. But I think what Jaden's done is continuously get better, and he's made a lot of big plays for us this year. Really pleased with his growth, really proud of him, and I think that he's going to have a terrific career. Bless you. And he's come up in big moments for us now. So we have a deep receiver room. We're fortunate to have those guys, and shoot, man, we'll see. We just keep things going.
Pittsburgh has a really physical type defense, and the way that they
come and they simulate the pressure, sometimes even send the pressure. How much have you learned from some of the past games that you've played against when defensive coordinators tried to do that to you that you can carry into this game?
Yeah, well, we're always trying to learn. And I know a couple weeks back, I was asked about some of the pressures. We're always trying to work on issues that come up, correcting things, whether it's problem pressures, even things that come up throughout the league that we see that are trends and stuff. We're always trying to get ahead of it. So it's a matter of learning from our mistakes and being able to grow from that, and then being able to assess what each team's doing and put a good protection plan together. And this is going to be a tremendous challenge. You look at the edges. I think Hayward's playing as good a football as I can ever remember him playing. So they are an outstanding defense, and their front gets them going. So we got to be at our best. Be a great challenge, and got to go out there and play.
Woody is a rookie, but this type of atmosphere, the cold weather, playing against a team like Pittsburgh, do you see that old school him to be able to carry the ball?
Oh yeah, Woody's tough. Woody's tough, man. He'll drop. He's a physical runner. He's physical in blitz pickup. He embraces it. I have no doubts about that.
Flies under the radar a bit. Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
Fairly quiet, that's the right word, but 82 catches. What have you seen from Dalton all year? Yeah,
Consistency, production. He's a pro. He's the first one in the building, one of the first ones every single day. His car's here early. He stays late. I've said this. I got a lot of respect for Dalton, and I'm proud of how he competed. I thought he competed in the run game all year, especially early. We're down. You lose Brev before we start the season. Cade misses a bunch of games. He's in there. We've incorporated Jumbo, obviously, the early part of the season. But no, he's a pro, and he's a competitor, and he's a productive player for us. And I'm thankful for him.
CJ was giving you credit yesterday for being collaborative and taking input from the players. When you do your own self-evaluation, what goes into determining what was a bad play call versus versus maybe just that didn't work, and kind of trying to figure out whatever the difference.
Yeah, the success or lack thereof of it. What were any of the issues? Was it a schematic issue? Was it, in terms of how I assess the plays that we're doing? Was it a schematic issue? Was I putting a guy in position to have success? Should I have asked him to do something? I look at all those things. Was it just lack of technique and fundamentals, where maybe we got beat? The play might not be, may not be the play, but we can go back to it. Got to go out and hit reset. There's a variety of things, that we go through, and I try to do that every single week. I don't know, Landry, if you asked me that the other week. Somebody did, but I'm always trying to do that to improve myself and to learn from my mistakes along the way, too. So I think that's a big part of it. We're all growing, and we're growing together. We're first-year offense. I think we've made a lot of strides in certain areas, and certainly I think we have a lot of improvement out in front of us, too. But I'm proud of how our guys have competed and just their work ethic, and they're all in, and I'm proud of that.
You are listening to Texans offensive coordinator Nick Caley from NRG Stadium.
Last time that a game was played on this field, you saw the wacky stuff that happened with kickers. Is there you kind of want to avoid putting it in the kicker's foot in a situation like this?
I have a lot of faith in Amy. Obviously, the perfect thing is we'd like to score touchdowns every single time, obviously. Got a lot of faith in him. He's made big kicks, and I have all the faith in the world in Amy. I would obviously like to just finish with touchdowns every single time. That's the easy, simple, obvious answer. So if we could do that, that would be great.
I'm not being trite. Is it, as an offensive coordinator, when you see a kicker have the record for most field goals in the season, is it kind of damn, how does that hit you?
I'm thankful we have him. I'm thankful that we have him. He's come through for us. I've told him a couple times, man, I wish I would, we could have not had you have to go back quite as far on some of these. But, obviously it's a team sport, and we always want to finish with 7. But I also know we have a great kicker in him, too. And honestly, he's amazing. And he's had a great year, and he's helped what we have.
What gives you the confidence that sooner or later it's not going to come back to haunt you, that you don't come away with 7 units, had to settle for 3?
Just showing the improvement we've had from the start of the year to the end of the year, just trying to continue to get better. Execution and practice. I feel like the execution's continued to improve throughout the year, and I'd say in the last, call it third, half of the year, I feel like we made strides in the red zone. Is it everything we want it to be? No, it's not. But there's been improvement. There's been definite improvement. We just gotta, we gotta continue to move the needle that direction.
Whose idea was it to go with Tommy at fullback? What did you see in him? Someone won a bet, sounds like. And then
you have to ask D'Amico that. That's a good question for D'Amico. But hey, you know what? I appreciate it. He's all in for D'Amico's all in for the team, and I will say this. When Tommy came off, when we called the grouping, I mean, you could just feel the buzz behind us and the excitement, and it was a cool moment. And then you sit there and you look at the end of the game, how he ended up scoring. It's like the football gods, man. Like they're there. So no, that's Coach, man. He's all for whatever's necessary for the team. So.
Who's the next big guy in line?
You have to ask him.
Can I, Coach, going into this week, could you just feel, when you're out and about, can you just feel the excitement from the fans in the city? I know it's your first time being here.
I haven't seen the light of day, Sarge, in a long time. I'm up the Fort Bend toll road early, and it's dark when I go home. So no, I don't. The only people I interact with are you guys on Thursday, the coaches and the players, and my family. My little girl's back home, my wife, and we're all excited. But we're also, we're not changing the routine. We're trying to stick to our routine and our process, and just play consistent football. That's what we've done. That's what we've preached all year, and that's what we're going to continue to preach. But certainly, it's an exciting time of the year, and Monday night it'll be a great night for football.
That is that is Nick Caley. We got to react to Nick Caley. A couple of things. Nick must live near me out there on that Fort Bend Tollway.
Y'all
gets up there and hits that too.
Yeah, man, y'all hang out in the same streets.
Did Nick just say that what D'Amico Ryan just stepped in and just said, hey, man, I want this call. I want this touchdown for Tommy. Let's go
ahead and get this touchdown for Tommy, baby.
It made it seem like he ain't know nothing about it. Like, hey, man, your offensive coordinator took it.
Oh, they repped it. They repped it one time during walkthrough.
D'Amico just
show Tommy Togia the love, man.
How often does that happen? D'Amico just run in on the OC here. I got this one.
Yeah.
That was interesting. All right, we'll react to what Nick Caley had to say as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Fielder's Choice Sports Construction. Have you ever wondered who builds the fields in and around the beautiful city?
Drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jackson, Caley. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, that's right. As we are live, voice been said, we're at Boomer Jack's here in Katy. The bartenders are going. She is making a hell of a drink. She is shaking the hell out of that thing. Not her ass. Sorry.
Clear that up. Clean that up.
She's like she's making some shots, shaking that thing up, and we're having a good time out here. Come on out as we just hooked somebody up with a autograph Aziz Alshire football. You got a chance to win gift cards a little bit later on, and a Nico Collins autographed game-size helmet. So get on out here real quick. Injury report just dropped, and everyone appeared to be at practice now officially, other than Jawar Jordan. And he has not practiced all week, and I know the game isn't till Monday, but I'd be shocked if he played. Really, when you hear high ankle sprain running back, 1 week is that. I mean, that's usually really a 6 week type, 4-6 week type injury, and the only people that I've really seen be able to do it is quarterbacks, and that's because they're not really running after a week. So Jawar Jordan would be someone I'd almost expect to be out for this game, but he is the only one that didn't practice as the injury report is out. All right, Clint, we just heard from Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator, and he spoke there for about 13 minutes as they get ready for this game. What jumped out? Because he had a few things to say. What jumped out to you?
Well, I'm always interested when the offensive coordinator's asked about the pressures or simulated pressures. I bet is there's a reason why, right? The one struggle that the Texans offense has had, and they've had several, but the one that just continues to surface, and I'm going back beyond this year, the one that just continues to surface in big moments is the simulated pressure. And what that means is, obviously, you put the defense, whether they bring them or not is irrelevant, but they put on the line of scrimmage more people than you can block. And so now the quarterback and the center have to decide who's coming, who's not, which way to send the protection, who to leave free, and then you got to hope that guy bails into coverage and doesn't come. If he does come, then you got to have an answer. And so I'm always fascinated with not the question, but the answers. When I hear him getting asked about simulated pressures, my ears perk up, obviously, and not that he said anything earth-shattering, but it's we're always trying to learn from our problems. We're trying to learn from the past. We're trying to learn from, grow from our mistakes, and so it's more of really the same, the same answer, and it's still the same problem, Yeah. Now, I do think that just their interior presence is a bigger problem for 4 quarters. But the one that you're going to see, no matter what, depending on how the game goes, if your offense is ever starting to threaten the defense, if the offense is ever put in a position where, okay, now's the crunch time, you got to make a play, and if you've got momentum, you're going to see simulated pressure. So, to see what they do is going to dictate, is going to tell whether they can make a run in the playoffs or not. As I said in Tape Drop Tuesday earlier in the week, though, I don't know that you could see it watching the game live on TV, but if you go back and watch the All-22, they were much better the handful of times when Indianapolis did show it, and in multiple ways, whether they picked it up or CJ knew this guy was coming and he looked at him and he had an answer for it. There was an awareness with it. Again, whether they had a hat for a hat or they were getting the ball out or the quarterback was scrambling, there was an awareness that we just haven't seen a lot this year. So hopefully last week was an indication of hey, man, they may have some things figured out in that department. We'll see. It was a 1-2-3 Cancun team for Indianapolis. This is a playoff win or go home, so we'll see if that makes a difference.
I mean, as we talk about it, it's a copycat league, and we know that the teams are going to watch what has happened with the Texans this year in most games, many games rather, in the second half or later in the games. They've kind of that's been a way to attack them.
Yeah, and I think he spoke about two things back to back. He spoke about controlling the line of scrimmage, and is that really something that's important to him? And I'm sorry, controlling the clock, not the line of scrimmage, and that's what. Now you're in his sweet spot. Now, I don't think he wants to go poke his chest out about that's what they're going to do. But when it comes to taking care of football and controlling the clock, all the kind of, a lot of football fans and a lot of football teams, we look at that stuff after the fact. We look at how a game unfolds, and you go, boy, well, they really dominated the clock, man. The time of possession was double what the opponent was, and that's how they set out to win. That's how they really design their offense and really harp on that throughout the year more so than a lot of teams do. And I think right behind that, what was interesting was he talked about Higgins. And if you're going to do those things like control the clock and sustain drives and win all those kind of important, very important, but kind of after the fact stats, Jaden Higgins is going to have to be a big, big part of it, man. He spoke in particular about his growth and where he's been going and big plays off of it. Look, I don't know if Pittsburgh's going to be the team that can do it, and I don't say that because I believe one way or the other, and I just don't know. But at some point in time, they're going to run into a defense, whether it's scheme or players. They're going to run into a defense that, hey, man, waiting on Nico Collins to get open on that 15, 16-yard dig route on the backside of some front side concept is not going to be the answer, right? And this offense is not going to choose to move Nico Collins to make him the quick answer. It's going to be about those other guys, Higgins, Dalton Schultz, of course. Christian Kirk is getting more run than Noel on the obviously Xavier Hudson. It's going to be more about can those guys win. So him talking about how much confidence they have in Higgins, and rightfully so. Higgins has had a really good year. We'll see if that carries over from regular season to the playoffs.
Yeah, something else he also brought up there was, and he kind of talked about it a little bit because he was pressed on it, like the thought of scoring touchdowns in this game not field goals. And I think that's extremely important in this game. Like he talked about it, Fairbairn kicked a record 44 field goals
this season,
but I don't know how much you love that your kickers having to kick 44 field goals. But I think it's especially important in this game because anybody who has watched games in Pittsburgh and watched games in that stadium, it's not like kicking at NRG, right? Like, hell, if you just watched the game last week, there's an extra point that got hooked all the way out.
My man kicked the slider up there, didn't he?
Yeah, Loop is still paying for it in Baltimore.
Hey, that was one of them old Major League Baseball sliders right there. Boy, he kicked that thing, and it just –
But I hope there is a level of aggression in this game when they're presented in the red zone because – To put it up to, all right, man, to leave it up to him having to kick 5 field goals, if we're in NRG, that's one thing. We're in LA like they were a couple weeks ago, that's one thing. Fairbairn leaving it up for him that kick game, that stadium, and as Andy said yesterday, especially that one end where the wind is swirling, that is you're playing with fire in that thing, and we know. In the way that the Texans play, like these games can be tight, and some of these games we've watched and said, well, they need all these points, and you don't want that to be an issue. So I hope they're much more aggressive when it comes to them in the red zone trying to get into the end zone because sometimes you can tell Clint they're good with let's just take them threes, we'll take them bad boys, we'll take that 3 and I'm just saying it's not as a guarantee, even with the year Fairbairn has had at that stadium. All right, coming up, we usually do our little Saturday slate here, but we got a big college football game going on tonight. We'll see who will face Miami, Oregon, Indiana in a rematch. We'll look at that coming up next.
All right, football season's in full swing, y'all, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas.
wonder if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Peaches Hughley. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jackson, Katy. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's how we playing it today, huh, Tyler? All right. We want to do that?
Peaches Hughley.
Okay. All right.
I mean, it just felt right, Peach Bowl discussion coming up, and
got your Peach Bowl coming up. That's right. All right. That's all right.
It wasn't personal.
I'll let you get one.
What I miss?
You hit me with another Peaches Hughley drop. I'm gonna have to get.
Oh wow, we're doing that.
I'm gonna have to get. I'm gonna have to go for the jugular.
Uh-oh.
I go for hurt. I go for pain.
I don't think he's good.
Hughley.
Well, in other words, he said, "Oh, bring it."
All right.
I think I just heard that next drop.
Say win.
That's all right.
I'm a huckleberry.
I kind of figured he would try to do that. That's all right. Not come on out and enjoy some good food and some good drinks out here in Katy. Make your way on out here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Plenty of prizes to hook you up with. Coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, we'll have a winner for one of our $100 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. That's coming up next hour, so stay tuned for that. Hey, great place to watch college football here too, man. TV's all over the place. Even though it's raining a little bit, that's not stopping this youngster out here. As somebody's out here still playing Jenga out here, even though it's got a little rain going out here on the turf. So good spot.
Hey, you remember them days, man?
What?
It didn't matter if it was raining outside. You just said, "To hell with it. I'm just gonna keep on doing what I'm doing."
Yeah, that's a good day.
My man's building a fort out there from them Jengas. By the way, it's a young fella, a little bitty fella. It's not an adult out there. That'd be a little strange. But I mean, he's out there. He don't give two rips about how much rain. He's getting it, ain't he? He don't give two rips.
Don't care. He got shoes on? I would assume he does. But no, man, plenty of TVs all over the place. The bar is huge. It's a great spot to watch college football. We had a great one last night, and potentially another really good one to two teams who are still playing. Two teams that made the college football playoff, and they know how to win, and are still playing. Oregon and Indiana.
Right now, I even played this bed for you because I was like, "Oh man, this bed always cheers show up."
Hey, it took me a minute. I'm like, "Damn, did I miss a question?" He's taking a shot.
Just a couple of teams.
Damn maroon and white, man.
That is great.
Where a couple of teams where
well done.
Where they a team like Indiana who doesn't just use money and doesn't just have top 5
All right,
recruiting
you
classes.
stop now.
Still, all right, I'm just
Gosh, damn it, man.
And a team in Oregon who'll show you how to use Phil Knight's Nike money to get themselves in this position. No, but it's a big one tonight. The winner we know will face Miami in Miami. They will play in their home stadium for the national championship game. And this is a second time these two have played. Oregon and Indiana. Oregon lost at home. And Autzen Stadium is one of the toughest places to play in college football. Indiana went up there, and that's not that they didn't arrive last year with their season, but I think people kind of really took them serious when they went on the road and beat that Oregon team. They won 30-20. These two quarterbacks, Clint, maybe the top two quarterbacks taken in the draft. In that first game, I wouldn't say it was really a lot of special in that game. It looked like Mendoza, the Heisman Trophy winner, threw for 218, something like that, and he had a couple of touchdowns. I think Dante he had the pick in there, or had a couple of picks in that game. But Indiana's defense was really, really good, especially in the second half. But they won 30-20. How much impact do you put on the first meeting? These two teams playing for a second time. How much emphasis do you put on that, and how much that may work into somebody's favor in this game?
Yeah, not much at all. I mean, I think this is for all the marbles, man. This is win or go home. I think that was a while ago, and one team traveled across the country, the other one didn't. I think these are two of the more well-coached football teams in all of football, which, I mean, you can say that about the other two teams we watched play last night as well. But, I don't think that first game, Ron, has much bearing on what we see today. I mean, tonight. I'm not, I'll be honest with you 100%, I'm not as familiar with Oregon as I probably should be. I've only watched Dante Moore outside of highlight reels a couple of times this year, and I'll be honest with you, I think he leaves a lot to be desired. I was shocked when I heard he was arguably the number one prospect NFL draft quarterback in this year's NFL draft.
Some people view it.
If he does come out, I watched that Texas Tech game last week. There wasn't one play that I was like, yeah, that's number one overall right there, baby. Which, by the way, I'm okay with that. I'm just saying, usually when you hear he's the number one overall, no doubt, usually it's because there's some kind of crazy athletic ability or some kind of crazy arm talent associated with it. It has less about the skill set that he was born with. This was I did not see that out of Dante Moore. Now, I don't know if it's because it's a weak draft or because this Mendoza kid is really that good. So you ask some questions about him as well. I think the quarterback matchup tonight is fascinating because you got two really good defenses that they're both going against as well. So, yeah, man, I think this is a true heavyweight bout tonight. As I said earlier, I think Oregon has been as Big Ten-ish a team as there is in the Pac-12. I think Utah back in the day in the Pac-12, I think they were very similar. But now all of a sudden they're in the Big Ten, and they seem to be able to match the physicality and the size and the strength, and we'll see how well they match it because there ain't no doubt about it. Indiana has been the best football team all year long.
Yeah, if you haven't watched Indiana that much, they will surprise you with, like, when they play games the way we watch Miami and what Miami has done from a physicality standpoint, they win that battle every time. And their last two games were against Alabama and Ohio State, two teams that you would traditionally think, all right, they're undermanned. They look like the more powerful team. They just took it to Alabama, and Alabama just had to accept it. And even against Ohio State, from a physical standpoint inside, they were the dominant team.
Well, it's the most impressive thing that I've seen in the transfer portal. NIL Signet has done at Indiana, because this isn't about Indiana just winning, right?
Yes,
the point you just made, it's how they're winning. Right now,
this is not Boise State.
No. Yeah, we don't need a Statue of Liberty to beat Oklahoma.
Yeah.
This is Indiana right now, and there's no thinking about it. You've watched it for 2 straight weeks, right? Indiana is bigger, faster, stronger, more well-coached, more disciplined than Alabama, than Ohio State, than Michigan, than all the big blue bloods or the teams at the Georgias of the world. They are better than all of those schools in those teams in the departments where they typically are in a league of their own. So he hadn't only built a machine that is capable of winning on the big stage. He's built a machine in less than 2 calendar years that is better than the best at their own game, right? That to me, that's what's so impressive. You watch that team, the quarterback won the Heisman Trophy, right? I don't know that he's the best player in America. He won the Heisman Trophy because and he gives the credit to his credit. He gives all the credit to his team. But watch how he plays the quarterback position. I mean, everybody knows who they're blocking, how they're blocking them, what route they're running.
They don't make mistakes.
They don't make mistakes at all. The ball is up early. It's up on time. They got answers for everything. They are as clean a football team as you're ever going to see in college football, period, point blank. And that's not a stretch. They are as clean and as a well-oiled machine that you're going to see in college football ever, in the past and moving forward. It's not about one guy. It's about the collective group, and it's a beautiful thing to watch. I don't see them getting beat tonight or next week, to be honest with you.
You think Indiana? It's hard to say it and to think it, but the Indiana Hoosiers are if all of the teams play to their best, like it feels like Indiana is the team that would win. If all the teams play to their absolute best. I'm with you tonight. A big injury for Oregon. Their running back Davison, who had 2 touchdowns in the game against Texas Tech out there in the Orange Bowl. He is injured. He is not going to be able to go tonight. So that is a big injury for them. But Indiana looks like a team that is well on its way. I questioned and wondered how good they were. I've got to say I'm done questioning.
I questioned them too.
They seem to be the dominant force when they play games, and that will be a fun matchup because the two most, if that happens, right? I don't want to just blow past Oregon, but if that happens, Indiana and Miami have been the 2 most physical teams in the playoffs, and since we've been watching this college football playoff, and that'd be an interesting matchup to see.
Absolutely,
what they do. What you got coming up?
It's going to be fun to watch. Yeah, it's easy, man. We got a rodeo lineup. Man, to hell with a little bit. A lot of people out there listening, they get a little pissed off when we get out of sports. But that Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, and particularly them concerts that come along with it, I'm all in on that, man. They announced the shows, Ron. You got to let me know which act you're going to see. No Bun B this year.
Yeah, they took mine out.
No Bun B this year. Also, we got 3 other, we got other playoff games besides the Texans that we will know the results of next Monday when we're on air, so we need to go ahead and talk about them today. So we got the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo and other wild card matchups coming up next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Peaches Hughley. What's better than having one award-winning special teamer in Houston? Having
and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at UN, certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Clint, I need a shot.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yes, indeed, it's a football Friday. Big shout out to Boomer Jacks for hosting us today. Big shout out, great place. We were at Boomer Jacks out in Katy. Come on through and hang out with us. Big shout out to owner Brent Tipp for making it happen. I know he's probably up in the Dallas area, but big shout out to him for making it happen. If you're in the area, come on through. If you're down on the southeast side, I believe there's one down there. Stop on through that location. But Boomer Jacks, man, $5 beer buddies. You know what that is, Ron?
Beer buddies?
$5 beer buddies. It's a special. Apparently you can order a beer and a shot together for $5. That's a hell of a deal.
Damn.
I mean, I'd imagine that back in the day, that would have caused some problems, probably some bad decisions.
I mean, I can get that to about 3 or 4.
$5. Look at him. I said $5 beer buddies, and everybody starts yelling at me. What's wrong with it today?
Nice thought.
All right, everyday drink specials, $3 domestics, or how about a $3 Fireball? Hadn't been on the Fireball kick long, but recently. But how about it? Right. $4 Wells.
Okay.
How about $5 Tito's? Huh? By the way, Dirty's Daily is powered today by Pura Vida Tequila, baby. Pura, I'm sure I'm not rolling my R. Pura Vida Tequila right there, man. And got a tequila drinker in the house, so that's a good tequila, y'all. By the way, I know we got a lot of sports to talk about today, but Ron, you know that rodeo lineup dropped. And
It did.
The rodeo lineup dropped March the 2nd through March the 22nd. So you got about a 20-day stretch right there, if my math does me right. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be in trouble that last week. I'm going to be in trouble that last week. Cross Canadian Ragweed, who, by the way, for all my early 50s to, let's call it, early 30s, that little 20-year gap right there. I may be overdoing it, but you know what I'm talking about. Cross Canadian Ragweed, when I was in college, I got some pretty good stories, which I can't tell on air because I mean, I don't know if their families would appreciate it, but we had some hellacious times now. And Cross Canadian Ragweed has recently gotten back together, and they've done a couple of stadium tours, I believe, at Oklahoma State. I believe Cody Canada, I think a couple of them went to Oklahoma State. They're Oklahoma guys. So they're back together, and they're coming to the Houston Rodeo March the 16th. And from that day forward, in trouble. I'm going to be in trouble.
They got you in a chokehold.
Right. Red Clay Strays is the 17th. I like a couple of their hits. I'm not a huge fan. And then all of a sudden it goes Cole Wetzel, who that'll probably be the hardest ticket to get in the whole bunch. Cole Wetzel, and then Wilson on the 19th.
I know you love Laney
Wilson.
I'm
going to take. Me and my wife got into it this morning. I'm going to take my 4-year-old to her first concert. She really loves Laney Wilson.
Is she a big fan? Okay.
Big fan of Laney Wilson. And I told my wife, I said, "You're not going to steal this one from me." She said, I said, "I already got tickets, and I only got 2 of them, one for me and one for Liv. You didn't get one. You're not going to steal this moment from Daddy." And boy, my conscience got the best of me, so I had to circle back and let her know I tried to get my 3rd. But Laney Wilson, the 19th. Parker McCullum, Conroe's own.
There you go.
Conroe's own. Parker McCullum is on the 20th. Tim McGraw. Wife hit me up and said, Tim McGraw, I want to go to Tim McGraw on the 21st. And then Cody Johnson is going to close this thing out on the 22nd. That 1, 2, 3, 4, that 7-day stretch right there for me is could be a problem. I may be coming in on fumes right there. I love the final week of the rodeo lineup. Obviously, I'm going to go backwards here. Kelly Clarkson is on the 14th. I thought that is I low key would like to go see Kelly. I think she's absolutely tremendous. I don't believe she's been touring for the last several years because of her kids and her show that she's doing. So I imagine that'll be a hot ticket March the 14th. Is March 12th.
That's what I was looking at.
The only artist. Let me make sure I don't step on it here. The only artist, or I'll say this, the best artist in a long time that has the ability to completely overcome the acoustics issue in a stadium like that the rodeo is in NRG Stadium. And Chris Stapleton can sing anywhere, and the acoustics don't matter. You're still blown away with the power of Chris Stapleton. This is Tyler's, no question about it. No, the 11th.
Yeah, the 11th.
March the 11th. Creed. Tyler's already bought up a whole row, I think. I think he maybe, if he's not on the dirt, he's bought up a whole row of tickets, no doubt about it. Megan Maroney, March 10th. Megan Maroney, I asked my wife about it. Another one of my little girl's favorite artists.
Oh, yeah.
Asked my wife about it. She said, "Nah, she ain't got no chance in that acoustic in that NRG Stadium. No chance, no chance."
Yeah.
She's got some songs my little girl likes, and I don't know that I appreciate the names of the song. One of them's "Mama, I Lied."
Oh, and she says that one.
Daddy, play "Mama, I Lied." That's Megan Maroney. Yeah, I'm like, wait. Daddy, play "No Caller ID" about some old boy drunk dialing her late at night. I'm thinking, boy, this cannot be setting the right tone right there.
Singing all them inappropriate songs.
Oh, no doubt. She says the D word in there. She says "damn" a few times, y'all. But Dwight Yoakam, March 7th. Dwight Yoakam from my old traditional country. Yeah, that's a good one, man. That's in the middle of them first 11 or 12 days. So I may have some juice in the tank there with plenty of rest time before and after to get to Dwight Yoakam. Lizzo.
Yeah, she is replacing Bun B.
What do you mean replacing?
Well, he's usually been doing the Black Heritage Night.
Oh, okay.
And so Lizzo is doing it this year.
I can't read them little.
She was supposed to do it during the year where COVID hit, I believe, and then obviously they had to cancel it during COVID.
Not a big Lizzo fan here. Do you think? I'm not real familiar with everything. You think it'll be a big show?
Yeah, I mean she was really big, like a really big artist there,
Right.
and she's got a fan club. So yeah, it'll be good.
Rascal Flatts. How about this? Night 3, Wednesday the 4th, March the 4th. Rascal Flatts. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a fan, not a big fan. I'm a fan. I got zero interest in Rascal Flatts. I got zero interest in Rascal Flatts. Now my wife could talk me into it. But I got zero interest. No disrespect, but I got zero interest. And then I'm going to jump up to opening night. I'm going backwards, obviously, for some reason here. Opening night, March the 2nd, Riley Green. I think Riley Green has taken the Teeny Bopper title.
He's opening it up.
Well, it was Luke Bryan, who, by the way, is on March the 9th.
Yeah.
It was Luke Bryan. You know, Luke Bryan had a tremendous voice. But he could make more money and be more popular if he would play into the Teeny Bopper deal and play into the how sexy can I be. And he kind of got a little squirrely, I think, for a lot of folks and kind of still sing his tail off now and still making money. But where I'm going with it, I think old Riley Green's taking up. Well, the ladies love Riley Green.
Well, I've already got instructions on you better get these one tickets.
Which ones?
Well, my kids, arguably, 3 of them. If you polled the 3 of them together,
okay,
it's probably maybe their favorite artist. And it's on Nick's birthday too. Forrest Frank, local kind of gospel artist.
Yeah.
They love them some Forrest Frank.
My wife texted along with Tim McGraw and Lainey Wilson, and she said Forrest Frank, and I had to Google it.
Yeah.
I had to Google it.
Hey, Aaron, I need 5.
5? See,
it's 5.
I mean, let her take the kids.
Just saying, I need 5.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair.
I need 5.
I think that's.
She's got me in the Bun B last. I'm just saying, I need that. Only request I'm gonna make. I'd like to see Stapleton, but as my wife said, they're gonna lose it if you get those tickets. If
you get them, if you
get those tickets, they're gonna lose it. They love them some Forrest Frank, Texas cat. So that's That's probably the one that we're going to be at.
I'll be damned. You and my wife. I mean, the two people I spend the most time with are into Forest Frank. I'm about to figure this thing out, man.
Oh, man. When we had to take that ride to Kansas City, that played throughout. I almost got tired of it.
Cody Johnson to close that thing out is a must-see. Cody, I hadn't seen him in a minute. Usually the smaller the venue, the better, but I've seen him at the rodeo before. He brings it. East Texas kid. It's a lot of fun, boy. He puts on a good show. All right, that's enough for the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. I hope to see a ton of folks out there when I do attend. I always overpromise and underdeliver. I get real excited, then I catch one or two shows instead of the 4 or 5 that I beat my chest about. But I'm going to try to be better this year now that my little girl wants to go. So, but we do have a little bit of football this weekend. Not the Texans. But we do have a little football this weekend, and I was thinking, here's what we got to have, y'all. Here's what we got to start pulling for outside of the Texans is we need all the wild card teams to win. we need the wild. Really, I mean, I don't care what happens in the NFC, but the truth of the matter is, if you look at the 6 games that are going to be played, I mean, you could talk yourself into every wild card team winning. I know it's not going to happen. But you could talk yourself into.
The exception of the Panthers for me. That's
no, they're not the wild card. The Rams are.
The wild. I got you.
The wild card teams. The lower seeded teams. Yeah. The lower seeded teams. That would mean the Rams would have to beat Carolina. That would mean the 49ers would have to beat the whatever's going on with the Philadelphia Eagles, right? And then that would mean that the Bears would have. The Packers would have to beat the Bears. I don't think any of those, assuming Jordan I see would shock anybody if it happened. I personally think the Eagles' defense is too much for San Francisco. But I could see it happening. Now you jump over to the AFC, and what we need in the AFC as Texans fans is we need all of the wild card teams to win. 3 games. We need the wild card teams to win because what then happens is in the second round we get a home game in the playoffs, and we just don't lose much at home.
Yeah. You would be hosting the Bills or brother? You'd be hosting the Bills. That's how you get to play at home. Is it Buffalo? That could happen. Buffalo beating Jacksonville, which they were favored up until today or yesterday.
Yeah.
Jacksonville is now a 1.5 favorite.
So how beautiful would that be if the Texans take care of business against them sorry no good Steelers?
Jesus.
And I'm sorry. I didn't know you were here. I'm sorry. And then you turn. Not only do you come home, but you come home. Thank you, sir. Keep her down over there now. It's good luck, boy. You got a cat by the tail. But if you beat the Steelers on the road, and then you turn around, and not only do you come home, but you could come home and have Buffalo, who for whatever reason you have win fair. You have the
kind of have their numbers.
The one guy that you seem to have his number, Ron. Look, chances of all 3 wild card teams in the AFC winning. Would you be shocked?
No, I wouldn't be shocked. I would doubt it.
Too good to true, but
yeah. Like I can see the Chargers beating New England.
Okay.
I don't feel great about it. I could see like the way Jacksonville is playing right now is they have been the most complete team in the AFC, you could argue, over the last 4 to 6 weeks. And listen, I know Josh is the big story. Like to me the overwhelming storyline, the storyline that Roger Goodell and company are needing is the Josh Allen one. The further he and Buffalo goes on, that is the biggest.
Keep that biggest draw.
That's the biggest draw that I think most is. But man, right now, man, they are a lot of Josh and some Cook, but not a lot of everything else.
Yeah.
And that Jacksonville team, man, they've had some games against Tennessee twice here lately. But they beat the hell out of the Chargers. They beat the hell out of the Broncos. So that's been a pretty good team. So hell, I don't know that I feel great about that one, but not surprised if either one of them would have.
Of the 3 wild card teams, I think the Chargers screwed up for us. I don't think they got a chance in hell against New England. If I'm being completely honest, I think they get the doors blowed off of them. The matchup that I like the most across the board in all of these games that I'm other than the Texans, obviously, that I'm most interested in watching, it's the 49ers and the Eagles for me. Card games that to me is going to pique my interest the most is the 49ers and the Eagles. I'm just a firm believer that the Eagles are going to figure this thing out. Now, maybe that's my bias towards Jalen Hurts, but I think they're going to figure this thing out. And then the 49ers have all these injuries to top players that they're having to worry about. And if they can get those guys back, there he is. If they can get those guys back,
we're going to be right for one of them.
Yeah. If they can get those guys back, I think it could be a hell of a football game. So we shall see, but we need 3 AFC wildcard wins, baby, all this weekend. It'd be a hell of a thing if Monday night we're playing for a home game against the Bills.
That's the thing
you'll know.
Yeah, I was going to say we will know exactly who it is that the Texans will play, where they'll go, the possibility of.
Man, he said he had a training, man. I thought you had a training today, man. What's going on? Boy,
it ended early, baby.
Boy, he tried to sell us yesterday. I got to work on a Friday. Here he is, 4:15. He done made it. He didn't miss nothing but one old football giveaway.
Well, speaking of that, if you're in the building and you haven't gotten your ticket in our raffle box, you might want to do so. Coming up, we're going to hook somebody up with a $100 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors as soon as this segment ends. Coming up, Aaron Rodgers. He spoke about this Texans defense, and you could hear it in his voice. Like he's serious. This ain't no just talking them up. He spoke about their defense, and we got to take a look at what Steelers have in this game. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, before we do that, what kind of success could you
This week. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
The sense of humor that the universe has.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jackson, Katy. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on the road. The Drive is, there you go, clap it up. It's a good time being had, a playoff edition of Football Friday. Live from Boomer Jacks here in Katy, and congratulations to our latest winner. And I talked to her, Clint. She said, thank God I ordered that last beer because I was just about to leave.
There you go.
Yeah, I took a picture with the youngster that was out there getting after it.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. The youngster was with her, but she pulled it out. She won. Got it, and happened to stay and walked away with a $100 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors.
The old one more paid off. Usually it bites you in the ass, but it paid off this time.
It could still bite her in the ass, but yeah, she.
Well, I guess it could. I guess it can do both.
She said yes. She said, the last beer's paid off.
You know, hey, since we're here at Boomer Jacks over in Katy, I just kind of looked through some stuff here in that Dirty's Daily and thought I'd put it out there. Them $5 beer buddies seem to be pretty popular for our group here at the big center table. As you can see, there's a bunch of cold beers with a shot sitting right next to them, just waiting for them to come back from smoke break.
Yep.
And since that was such a big hit, I mean, I'll go ahead and put this out there.
Where are we going here?
The buffalo shrimp at Boomer Jacks, it's the best buffalo shrimp I've ever had. You were on it.
There was a day you could order another right now. Yes.
Well, yes, I could, if I didn't have half a steak and some a salad over here to eat. But that's a big part of it, though. It is a large portion. And it's a big. They give you plenty. They're big shrimp that are. Some of them are cut in half, so they're you don't get it all over the sides of your face as you're trying to eat a shrimp. And they are. They're battered just right. It's the best I've ever had. All joking aside,
I'm surprised you went with it.
Next time me and the wife go to the hill country, if for some reason we exit that highway right out there, I-10, and right around this, I'm gonna pull in here and get me some more. Dead serious. Yeah. There was a day when I believe it was Hooters. Buffalo shrimp. Boy, I mean. When I was playing in the league, every NFL player had a Hooters card from the NFLPA.
Of course, you all needed that.
Yeah, they wouldn't buy our drinks, but it was a real easy way when you walk into a Hooters to a discreet way to let the females know that play ball. I did yeah. And by the way, you're gonna take half off my ticket, Chief. Yeah, it was nice. But anyway, I used to go eat. Pounds of shrimp, buffalo shrimp.
Go for speed or for
comfort?
Oh
man.
And it's better than that.
Better than that, yes. Bigger, plumpier, yes. More of a portion. No tails involved. You don't have to take the tail. Yes.
I'm down, Tyler.
Tremendous, Tyler.
Yeah. Bigger, plumper.
Tyler, I'm talking about buffalo shrimp, man.
I know. I want to dive into them things. They sound delicious.
Yeah, sounded like he was describing something else.
Want to get a real mouthful.
Well, come on out and get the buffalo shrimp.
Yeah, however you want to take it, man. I think being the man that you are, you should probably get a little perverted with that conversation.
Why not? Yeah, just have a good time.
I was talking about buffalo shrimp. You have?
He was.
It's not perversion. I've told you a million times.
We might get somebody to place an order. All right.
Appreciate
somebody else who would love that buffalo shrimp is Aaron Rodgers, I believe, and I think he would love the buffalo shrimp, but I don't know how much he is in love with facing this defense for 60 minutes coming up on Monday night.
Nobody in their right mind would be.
He out the best part of this defense, the pass rush. Here's Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, it starts with the protection. They got, a really good D-line. They got multiple guys with 10-plus sacks. Gone against Hunter for a lot of my career. I have a ton of respect for him. He's a phenomenal player. And Will, we saw him in New York the last couple of years, and he just gets better every single year. He's a high-energy, high-effort guy who's got a lot of new pass moves to his repertoire the last couple of years, and starts with trying to slow those guys down a little bit.
All right, that's Aaron Rodgers talking about that pass rush, and I'll be honest, Clint, and that's kind of when I look at this, and I look at the Steelers, and I've watched the Steelers, and they do get DK Metcalf back, so that does change things, but I'm having a hard time seeing how the Steelers can sustain drives. Like, I'm having a hard time seeing. Like, they don't run the ball incredibly well. When they do run the ball, they like to run outside, and I think with the Texans' team speed, that's the worst place to try to attack them. And many times when they get worn and Gainwell, it's tosses, it's sweeps outside. And to me, running in the middle of the field or in the middle of the defense is more advantageous against this Texans defense. And just the way they try to dump off so quick, and they use that a lot. And the Texans play aggressively to begin with. When I say aggressively, like in coverage, they're right on you. They're pressed. They're covered. They are attacking, coming forward all the time. That's why we see guys running down the field, big plays more so than not. So just the things that they have done and they like to do offensively, I'm having a hard time seeing. Like, I watched that game against the Ravens. They got a 14-play drive in there. They got a 9-play drive in there. They got a I can't see that. It is hard for me to see them sustaining drives.
I mean, look, when you play the best defense in football, it's going to be hard, no matter who the opponent is, to find how they're going to have sustained success against this defense. I mean, it's not about sustaining success. It's not about sustaining drives. It's about how can their offense apply pressure to our offense. That's whatever that looks like. If it's a 0-0 game late, how can they do something in the third quarter that puts our offense in a position where they've got to take more risks than they're comfortable with taking? That's the end game for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Look, I think what the Steelers will do is, when Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter are in the game, I'll argue that there's nobody better in a sense of just getting the football out quickly in different creative ways than Aaron Rodgers. I'll argue that with Arthur Smith and Aaron Rodgers combination, I don't know that they're the best, but they do a tremendous job of using their pass game, short pass game, as an extension of their run game. And then there's going to be moments, right, where obviously it's going to be about the explosive play. Can DK Metcalf get over to somebody else and go get a chunk play? But I think this is where we get off in the weeds, and I don't know how good it is for radio, but you look at the Texans. What they do is they will, throughout a game, periodically take 55 and 51 and put them on the sideline for a drive. Maybe not a whole drive, but for 3 or 4 plays. That's when if you're Aaron Rodgers, and he's sharp enough and good enough and long enough in the tooth to go, somebody in the booth say, all right, whatever it is, 55 and 51 are out of the game. Now's the time. If you're going to get aggressive in the pass game, now's the time to do it, right? And so I look for Pittsburgh to take more of their risk. Now, you can't do it all the time because the game's going to dictate you got to go play football at some point. But from the start, I think what we see is Pittsburgh pick and choose when they want to hold the football and take shots down the field. And I think that time is when 55 and 51 are off the field. I mean, that's the level of, like, when you play the Texans, that's the level of
detail you have to have.
That's what we're for. Yeah, of detail.
All right, now we can take a shot.
That's it. Now's the time. Now's the time to go. You can't be bullheaded and go, well, we're just going to do it whenever we want. Whenever we get this certain coverage that we like, we're going to do it, because you'll get your lunch ate before you ever get a chance to make that throw, right? And so there's two things, right, with Aaron Rodgers, and this is where the veteran the mind of Aaron Rodgers is a huge benefit, and I think a bigger challenge for the Texans defense than younger, maybe even athletic or bigger armed quarterbacks is. And we talk about it around here with the Texans a lot, is one thing that I'm surprised is that C.J. Stroud this offense doesn't have mechanisms built in to where C.J. Stroud can take a moment. Right now, I'm throwing it to Nico no matter what. Abort, whatever, everything going over here, and I'm throwing it to Nico right now. Like Aaron has that in this offense. So the one time, may not be 1 or 2, 3 times, but the minute that they put DK Metcalf on either one of the corners and they man him up, he's going to take that shot. And there's mechanisms within their offense to where he can do it soundly. He's not taking a bunch of risk. He can bang out a protection real quick. He knows he can't hold it. Just get it up quick. And that's where the Aaron Rodgers part of Pittsburgh can scare you. Is I think going into the game, there is a real manipulation plan of kind of how Aaron Rodgers can do things where younger quarterbacks just simply can't do it.
It's just a lot of the things that they do, that they do their best. The Steelers just seem to feed right in the hands of the Texans, with the exception of the DK Metcalf down the field thing. But even that, like, you're still doing that against the 2 best corners and maybe the best secondary in football. And so that's just, I just look at it, I'm just like, boy, man. Yeah. Like, he's probably going to try to use Gainwell and Warren, but damn, like, the Texans play tight coverage anyway, and swarm is, to the ball line.
Look, I think you got McCaffrey, and I think you've got the Gibbs kid out of Detroit. I mean, I think those are your 2 best weapons on offenses that tiers below them, and he's working his way to them with Aaron. So, that's the kind of guy we're talking about here. We're not talking about some young guy out in the flats that anybody can tackle.
Yeah. All right, something we learned last night, to me, from that great game between Miami and Ole Miss. We'll discuss that next.
Cold weather.
In every state, only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Get your first month of Blue Chew free. Pay just $5 shipping. BlueChew.com. Promo code 610.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jackson, Katy. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here, Boomer Jacks here in Katy. My man just came back, Clint Tyler, and said they need to bring that sexy traffic back. I don't know if you were here when Laura used to do sexy traffic, but we need to bring that sexy traffic.
Well, hey, boys.
That's her.
Yeah,
there it is.
Yeah,
there it is.
She's dabbled in it a couple of times. She did it that one time. I didn't know she. That seems like a good hour of work to write them up. There's some good time to write.
Well, I mean, here's the deal.
This all afternoon.
There you go. Tell us about it, Laura. I mean, here's the deal is, I mean, all we need is a sponsor. You know, I mean, Laura's at that point in her career
she don't got to do it for free.
She ain't doing nothing for free, man. She's been around, and she's earned her keep. You know what I mean? It's time. All we need is a sponsor, and we can get that sexy traffic back as a big part of the drive.
You linked that drive portion of it. I don't know what that was.
I mean, you can't just rattle off the drive when you're talking about sexy traffic. Yeah, I tried to go shake joint voice, DJ, shake joint DJ voice.
I felt it. I felt where you were.
Yeah.
I felt where you were trying to go to. All right, as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. Come on out and hang out. We still got prizes for you to win. Put your name, put your ticket in our raffle box. You got a chance to win this. Win the next couple of prizes we have. Still a $100 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. And then a signed game-size helmet by Nico Collins, the Pro Bowl wide receiver for your Houston Texans. You can take that home with you tonight. Last night we watched an amazing game, the college football playoff, Miami and Ole Miss. It quickly began to be, especially for, I don't know about you, I'm certain maybe you, Tyler, and I were all in the same boat. Didn't have a dog in the fight. I don't know. Maybe you guys were really pulling for SEC blood, but I was just in there watching a good football game, and it became one of those ones where, damn, somebody got to lose. I hate that somebody got to lose. Right? Both those guys played their heart out. I gotta give it to Beck. I did not see that. I did not see that happening for you.
He was good down the stretch, man.
Yeah, he was. He made some plays. But Clint, I think what we watched was college football now has a chance to have maybe the most interesting postseason when you look at this year's development is like, I don't know how many different sports where the last team in, whoever like the last team in, the last team in gets to the championship game. And they may be favored in the championship game. They may be favored. They probably will be. They're playing at Miami in their home stadium. Like the Carolina Panthers are the last team to get in the NFL playoffs. Nobody thinks the Panthers are going to get in. Nobody thinks the Steelers are going to make it to the. This is they are putting together outside of the right now usually one group of 5 team that gets in. But this is a legit deal where, damn, anybody can win the championship. Like what Miami is kind of showing you this year is any team can come through and win a championship. And when you have that type of playoff environment, that is a bit of a game changer. And I think that's what Miami is doing on this run. They're going on the road to beat a team first, an SEC team first, and then they go and play Ohio State, and then go and play another team yesterday in Ole Miss that they beat. Like I don't know how many sports have that in it.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, the college football playoff has done a tremendous job. Now, I don't know that this is how they thought it would unfold, but they have done a tremendous job. Whether you're talking about the Ole Miss, Lane Kiffin drama, along with the win, the win over Georgia.
Yeah.
Part of it has drawn extra attention, I believe. You look up, and Indiana, obviously, with Kurt Cignetti doing what he's doing, it just somehow keeps getting better and better and better. And then, you look over, as you just mentioned, the Miami dynamic of them being the last team in, and they've somehow rattled off wins against Texas A&M, Ohio State, and a team that just ran Georgia out of the gym, and in Ole Miss. And so, yeah, it is. Once we got past that first round where you had a couple of Group of 5 teams in there that arguably didn't belong. I mean, arguably just because the rules, I guess, somehow 2 got in there instead of 1.
By the way, this may even rush that up because just think if they didn't have that rule in it and Notre Dame was in there, it's like, well, you got 12 legit teams that we think could all win.
Yeah, I mean, how much better would this have been if it had been Notre Dame and Texas in versus Tulane and James Madison?
Or Vandy, yeah.
Or Vandy, yeah. Vandy was a good one, too. So, yeah, I mean, it could have been even better. But where they've landed right now, it started off ugly again with that first round and 2 Group of 5s getting in. But, boy, where they've landed has been absolutely beautiful. I mean, storyline after storyline after storyline. It's good stuff.
Yeah,
and as much as I said yesterday, which it happened again, Mike Irvin on the sideline being a sideshow with Miami. Jimmy Johnson last year, I'll be honest with you, I flipped the station as soon as the game was over, so I didn't have to see who the next sideshow was.
What's wrong with you, man?
I had to get out of there.
Andre Johnson was out there.
Well, Andre's always, but usually in that corner just chilling, watching. Like a former player is supposed to be, not beating the side of the stadium with a belt.
They got to get the Rock out there. That's the next one.
I mean,
get the Rock out there in Miami. He'll be out there. What do you think it's going to be like on the next one?
When Carson Beck ran that touchdown, Michael Irvin was looking for somebody. I mean, he jumped around like a crazy man. Then he was looking for somebody, and the only person that would come over there and hug him was that silly ass duck.
You know what I've heard, and I hope they don't do this, but I know you just kind of brought it up because I don't know if this is going to be something every year, is I hope this doesn't get people to say, hey, man, we definitely need to go to 16. Like we need. Now they may do it for what I believe would be money, but like to me it does feel like 12 is the right case because I don't know if they go to 16 that it will have the same feel of anybody can win it. Like this is like I'm probably going to feel this way now. Now maybe there's another just huge power, but I think the likelihood of where we are in college football of just having the dominant teams like Alabama and Georgia and Clemson were, I don't think that's happening anymore. And I think that the playing field is a little bit more even. I think 12 feels perfect to thinking like, boy, any one of these games, with the exception of, when Tulane or somebody gets in. But games, any of these teams can win it all. And I don't know if you get that if you get to 16.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to going to 16. I don't disagree with your point, but I'm not opposed to going to 16 because I'm all for. I've seen enough of Alabama beating up on a Division II school.
Yeah.
Like I know those smaller schools need the $1.5 million payday or $1 million payday to go down there and take an ass whooping, but I've seen enough of it. I don't need it. Shorten the regular season. I would even eliminate the
conference.
And now I don't know what the hell Notre Dame would do if this is the case, but I would eliminate the non-conference. You play your conference. You play a 9-game conference schedule. We start the playoffs and we rock and roll. And what I would like, the only way I would go to 16 is if you eliminate make it a bye week if you want to, but quit beating up on the lesser thans, right? And so you move the season up, and then if you do go 16, 4 teams get a bye, and then when you play 6 games, you play 6 games on a college campus, right? And then you get that joker down to however many teams, however you do the math. I don't know how the math works out, but the second round, on a college campus. All the way up until the Final Four or maybe even the national championship game, you were on a college campus. So I wouldn't be opposed to 16 if you're going to make all those other changes and move the schedule up. I'm opposed to going to 16 just to go to 16.
Just go to 16. Yeah, I think you start to potentially get to a watered-down space if you hit that. I liked where we were in every one of these games, obviously except for the one where James Madison and Tulane were in, and that most likely won't happen. And the way the ACC did things, that won't happen again. They've changed their rules to get in the conference championship game. But 16, boy, that just like because you say all right, Notre Dame, Vandy, and Texas, but I just think that's too much. In most years, I don't know it's 16 deep that we think can win it all. Like I think. Well,
it's going to be hard to get. Like if you eliminate the group of 5 potential, that's not going to. This year was an extreme. There's not going to be 2. There would be. If you eliminate that one, then maybe it becomes. But look at it this year, man. If you're going to keep that one in there, like you said, you got who would have been mad if Notre Dame, Texas, and Vanderbilt would have been in this mix somehow. Now you got to throw one more in there. I'm not. My memory doesn't serve me well enough to know how who else
been a Utah or BYU or something like that.
Yeah, man. Who would have been mad if those schools would have been in there? Yeah. So I don't. I think it needs to be overhauled completely. And if when they overhaul it, they don't decide on 16, I'd be okay with it. If they do, I'd be okay with that too.
All right, 5 o'clock fire coming up as we'll get you the official injury report for both the Texans and the Steelers. We'll take a look at tonight's big national semifinal as well, the Peach Bowl, Oregon, Indiana. And last night was a tough night for the Ole Miss quarterback today. So we'll discuss and let you know the latest of all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, look at that. Presenting your storm damage insurance claims can be difficult. Insurance companies push to deny, delay, and underpay your claim. Imagine that. You pay premiums all year long, and then when you need them the most, boy, they do everything they can to not allow you to.
Play.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Grainger. Click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
There's a hot link place that I used to eat at way back in the day.
Sports Radio 610 presents the Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show team will have the latest. And the latest, you can hear it. We are live, and the drive is live on a Football Friday, a playoff edition of Football Friday here at Boomer Jacks here in Katy. Bring your ass, all right? We'll be here till 6 o'clock. TV's all over the place. You want to catch Indiana and Oregon, there are plenty of TVs here, and like it feels like as this is getting darker, this place is kind of turning. It's getting a little crazy in here, and but there's plenty of room for you to come in and enjoy yourself. If you missed it, Clint said the buffalo shrimp is to die for. You got to grab that if you're out here. I had the ribeye. It was very, very tasty. Yeah, everything you need out here: food, drinks, and anything else they got.
I'm going to tell you, I feel like Mr. Tips, the owner of Boomer Jacks. I think I deserve a attaboy or a good job or something. I've seen at least 15 beer buddies come walk through right here since I mentioned it. Now, one table's got half of them, but I have seen a couple of strays.
Now explain what the beer buddies is to people who are on their way in here.
Well, I believe it's for $5. Is that what it is? Is it $5 a pop? $5, you get a beer and a shot for $5.
That's down Tyler's alley.
The
beer
smaller
buddies.
beer. I didn't see one of them come out the door until I mentioned them, and I bet I've seen 15 to 20 cents. And that's not even. I know I'm just taking all the credit.
Really excited.
I don't think Tyler, that I'm counting the ones that came across the bar up here. That's double-sided with about 25 seats on each side.
So if you ballpark it, you thinking you maybe about 40.
I think the least Mr. Tips could do was reach out and say, "Man, attaboy, good job."
Yeah, that's it, huh?
What do you think?
I feel like they're already covering the bills, so I hear you on that. Yeah, they could do that. They could do a little bit more. Yeah, come on out. Say, give him a good game. Pat on the ass.
Yeah, I'll stand up. You can pat me on the ass.
You'll stand up for it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, he'll stand up for that pat on the ass. Go ahead. Yep. Stand up for that good game. Why not? Remember, if you are in the building or on your way, our raffle box right here, grab a ticket. After this segment, we're going to hook somebody up with a $100 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. And then later on in the 5 o'clock hour, someone will take home Nico Collins, the Pro Bowler. Nico game size autographed helmet. You can take that home, put that ticket in the raffle box, and give yourself a chance to win. Let's take a look at the injury report as it sets now for both the Texans and the Steelers. Clint, everybody, at least in a limited spot, participated in practice today. Everybody for the Texans except Jawar Jordan. Jawar Jordan is the only one who did not practice, and that's 2 straight days. And he has until Monday to try to get going. But, Clint, this is a high ankle sprain, and we've talked about yesterday, I would assume, now we got back-to-back days, I'd assume he's not going to be able to go in this one, Clint, with that ankle. High ankle sprain is usually the tougher of the ankle sprains to come back from, especially for a running back that cuts and does all the things he needs to do. So it looks like, Clint, this is going to be a Woody Marks, Nick Chubb, British Brooks, Dare Ogunbowale type of deal, or maybe just increase increase numbers and carries and touches for Woody Marks in this game coming up, because Gerard Jordan, who had assumed that backup role, doesn't look like he's going to be able to go.
Yeah, look, I think there's two situations with the Texans that I think are injury report related that you got to keep an eye on. It's the running back situation and the tackle situation, and how do the not that either one of them are in dire straits or major concern or anything, but the Texans handle the running back room, and how do they handle the tackle positions with Trent Brown's knee and obviously with Gerard Jordan's ankle. So, but to talk directly about the running backs, look, I think it's fascinating. One, because with the emergence of Gerard Jordan, you've got a healthy number of backs. I don't mean healthy as in Gerard not being healthy, but a healthy number of backs that you can put in there and run your offense top to bottom, that you can trust to be able to pass protect as well as run the football in the different schemes that Nick Caley brings to the table. And last week, another one emerged in British Brooks. I know some people might think, well, man, what are you talking about? That was mop-up duty late in the game. I just think we're not talking about a rookie running back that nobody knows. We're talking about a guy that's been here for several years, a guy that I know they've seen him run the football in practice. Can he pass protect? Can he protect the football? Is ball security a problem? And if neither one of those things are a problem, it wouldn't shock me if British Brooks didn't get some run in this game after what we saw last week. I think the one thing you got to do with Woody Marks is you got to be careful, because you're going to need him in the fourth quarter. He's been injured the last handful. If he's not injured going in, at some point in the game he hobbles off. Now he may come back, but you gotta do your damnedest to keep him healthy again for the fourth quarter when you potentially could need him the most. Hopefully you need him to finish a game so that the offense can end up in a victory formation taken. And the truth of the matter is, with no Gerard Jordan, he is significantly your better option at running back in those situations. So how do they handle the running back room all the way across the board? Does British Brooks somehow get involved, or is it just Nick Chubb and Woody Marks? And then how do they manage Woody Marks throughout the game?
Who gets the second most snaps coming out of the running back room in this game? Woody Marks is, I think, obviously going to be the one that gets the most. Who gets the second most snaps?
Well, I would typically say Nick Chubb, but based on what we've seen happen recently, is Gerard Jordan went out there in an emergency situation, had a good game, looked really good in this offense.
You're right. They weren't afraid to make that change.
He jumped Nick Chubb. So while I think that Gerard Jordan earned that and deserved that, I'm not real sure that that's not a, hey man, we just feel like Nick Chubb is limited at this point in time in his career, and these other guys are better. So given what we've seen of late, it wouldn't shock me one bit if British Brooks wasn't bumped up ahead. Now, Dare Ogunbowale's got a factor in there somewhere as well, but it wouldn't shock me one bit if we didn't see more British Brooks than Nick Chubb.
Yeah, we'll see what that looks like, but that is the pressing one. Just in case you missed it, everybody practiced. That includes Kamari Lassiter. That includes Titus Howard, who missed yesterday. Everybody practiced. Danico Autry, who missed, everybody practiced today. And for the Steelers, they had everybody also practicing. Nobody missed. The person yesterday had an illness, but he returned as a full participant. T.J. Watt, full participant in practice. Cam Hayward, it looks like a Danico Autry type of a situation. He's rest again, so it looks like he should be fine to go as well. So most of the teams, the two teams with the exception of Jordan, seem to be healthy enough to be able to have all their guys go in this game.
Well, one to keep an eye on, obviously Cam Hayward, but that's rest. But the one that was limited today that you probably need to keep an eye on is Jonnu Smith. I mean, with DK Metcalf and others, and I'm not, again, no disrespect to the others, but Jonnu Smith, you could argue, is second or third best weapon on this team. Yeah. If you include Gainwell, probably the third. And so they
use him in a lot of different ways.
He is a super explosive tight end that can change a game, swing a game in a big way. And so him being limited with a lower body injury, that could prove to be a positive for the Texans.
5 o'clock o'clock fire.
All right, somebody just walked by. Clint Tyler, young lady had a huge Stanley, big straw and everything. You just missed her.
Did I miss it?
Well, I wish you could have seen that bad boy. It was exactly what you're talking about. Just a huge Stanley over there.
Well, where'd it go?
She walked off with it. She left. She looks like she works here. She left and walked off with it. All right, tonight.
Example. Why you bring Stanley to work?
That's what she wants to drink it. And she don't want just one of the glasses. All right, tonight in Atlanta, the Peach Bowl. Oregon will play Indiana. This is a rematch. Indiana won the game earlier at Oregon, 30-20. They are playing for the right to go to Miami and face the Miami Hurricanes in their home stadium for the college football championship. How you feel about this game? It's a rematch. Oregon, Indiana. We've seen this. The Heisman Trophy winner in Mendoza, but him and Dante Moore likely right now the top two quarterbacks that could enter the draft right now. How do you see this game playing out?
I think it's Indiana big.
Really?
They're that impressive, man. I think Oregon's a really good football team. I don't think Oregon is as good or as talented as Ohio State, who Indiana dusted.
It was a tight one, but yeah, they took care of it.
But yeah, fair. I shouldn't say it. I expected Ohio State to win that game, and all of a sudden you look up and
they controlled
Indiana controlled it the whole time. I just think Indiana's the supreme football team of all the teams that are left, and that's a compliment because they're all pretty damn good. I think it's a slow bleed, and Indiana stretches it out late.
That's how I feel. I will go with Indiana too, and I'm certain here coming up in the next segment we'll hear this Peach Bowl as a part of it tonight. But yeah, I don't like they seem like a slow choke. They like to run the football. They control ball control. Obviously, they have the Heisman Trophy winner, and he can go and make plays. But defensively, they play well. It feels like a game in which Indiana's going to be in control the whole way, but it will appear scoreboard-wise to be closer than it actually is, but not really. It feels like this is a game where Indiana's going to get out to like a 10-point lead, and this thing's going to fluctuate between 10, 13, something like that. So I'm with you. I'll go with Indiana. I'm really impressed with knowing that it is Indiana, but I'm really impressed with their offensive and defensive line and the strength and power that they're able to play with. That is surprising to see from an Indiana team that they're able to do it to everybody they play. Right, and their defense is real, right? Their defense is real as their quarterback, and so I like Indiana a lot today.
I think it's going to boil down to nobody having the ability to knock Indiana out of rhythm. You know, you're going to stop them, you're going to make some plays, but I just don't think you knock them out of rhythm at any given point. And you never overwhelm them, you never get them out of sorts. They never have to get outside their identity. They stay comfortable the whole game, and I think it happens as well.
All right, if you want to check it out, you can come right here to Boomer Jacks here in Katy. TV's all over the place, and they'll have that college football playoff game on tonight.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, a rough night last night as Ole Miss played their hearts out. And their quarterback, Trinidad Shambliss, played his ass off. He looked really, really good. And this may not be as big of a deal as it could have been, the way he has played down the stretch. But the NCAA, they denied the quarterback, the Ole Miss quarterback. They denied his waiver for a 6th year. They had done it verbally, but he still went on to try to get that reversed. And they have decided that his years are done. No more years of eligibility there in college, and he is going to have to go to the NFL, which I think at this point he's in much better shape with where he could be drafted than he was than he was a month or two ago. But damn, it is interesting who is able to to get years like I didn't even know, man. My man Carson Beck played 7 years.
Played 7 years.
So he's in his seventh season.
To be fair, I think
he's had some injuries there.
I think he's had some legit, medical red shirt years. The interesting one, and it's a can of worms that was opened last year with Diego Pavia, is how does he get a 6th year and why does this kid not? I'm not all the details. I think Pavia was wanting to I guess to get his junior college year dismissed from the whole equation, and I think what you're looking at with Trinidad Chambliss, it's Division II. It's not junior college. I believe that's the deal. So there's a slight difference, but boy, you open that can of worms in today's world, man. You better be able to treat everybody with the same level of fairness, man. So we'll see if it holds up. There's still, by the way, Ole Miss can still appeal it. I don't know how many different stages you can go through on these things, but
you might want to tap out.
Right. No, hell no. I mean,
Ole Miss not, but I mean Trinidad.
No. I mean, here's a beautiful thing, and I think Trinidad fits this. Trinidad is a guy that, love it or hate it, his size is going to be used against him, right?
Yeah.
They're probably going to find a way to question his arm strength, which if you watch the game tape, there's nothing to question. But they're going to find a way to question that as well when they start evaluating him. So the real question of is he a 3rd or 4th round guy at best? Well, he'd be better off coming back to college and making $5 million to live the college life and be guaranteed that money versus potentially go somewhere, fizzle out, and get cut. So he's one of those guys that fits in that lane of you're not a first or 2nd round guy. You're fringe whether you're going to make it a handful of years, and you can definitely make more money year one or your final year in college than you can year one in the league. And so it's kind of in that gray area where you probably should come back to college.
It'd be interesting to see if this doesn't get passed and it stays the way it is. Like what he looks like at workouts in the combine, because I mean he's 6'1", 200 pounds is what he's listed. We've seen those guys get drafted. Obviously Kyler's shorter, Baker in that range, but I gotta see him. I gotta see him measured. Yeah, when you watch him play, like, and you start to think of the other guys that are there, and he kind of comes alive when it matters the most. I don't know, like you talked about Dante Moore. I wonder tonight will we see him look as impressive as he did against as Chambliss did against Georgia and against Miami.
Well, you talking about Moore, I mean, he was definitely very comfortable and had no pressure, no need to play outside the box in that Texas Tech game.
Yeah.
So you're right. That very well could have been the game that I saw. And I'll be watching tonight to see what he's got. But yeah, you're right.
But he's really impressive.
If Chambliss is big enough, because I'll be honest with you, I never checked his size. He looked like he's shorter than that. I like to see what his final measurements are. But if his height, if he's tall enough for it not to be used against him, and he can fit that Baker Mayfield role, I mean, he could be an earlier pick. It's a weak draft for quarterbacks.
That's a lot to like about him. All right, coming up, T-Mill's Best Bets. For around 5:30, we'll get money for the weekend. He did there last night, guys. So got to push in there. He did better last night. So money for the weekend coming up. T-Mill's Best Bets as we continue right here live on the drive.
All right, look here. If you're dealing with a hair loss issue, you know exactly who you are, and I'm talking directly to you. Let me get your ears one time. I got some good news, baby. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment is the answer, and it is true. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. Start the new year, which we're here, feeling more confident and looking more like your younger self, huh? I'm telling you, man, when you witness your own natural hair growing in the places where you've been balding or thinning for years, where you need it the most, and it's your own natural hair, you're gonna be as confident as you've ever been, right? You're gonna feel good about it as you ever have, man. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there's nothing I trust more than in the hair restoration game.
here on Sports Radio 610. The Payne and Pendergast, In the Loop, and The Drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
I'm so excited that we can be together again.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jackson, Katy. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here. We're having a great time. Yeah, the party is started. You can hear it, baby. Everybody getting these beers and shots together and about to get them away from. Get you a beer and a shot, ladies. Let's go get you a beer buddy. Get your beer and a shot.
How many beer buddies y'all sold in the last 2 hours? Now, come on.
Yeah, come on out, man. It's a good time to be had out here. We're at Boomer Jacks here in Katy. You want to bring the kids? It's a good spot to come on out here. You want to bring the ladies, the family. It's a great spot to come on out. And as we talked about TV college football playoff, great stop here on a Friday night to get going. Ain't nothing, boy. When you get off work and it's Friday, you can let your hair down, and if you ain't got kids that are in AAU or something that don't have your ass having to get up early as hell on Saturday, you can come out here and let loose a little bit. Yeah. So Boomer Jacks is a great spot to do so. Remember, we still have one more giveaway here. Nico Collins autographed helmet that will come about coming up here as soon as this segment ends. So if you are still trying to get a ticket in, we've got some of the best ticket terrors in the business right here that will hook you up to get you that chance to win that autographed helmet by Nico Collins, game size helmet by Nico Collins. T-Mill's best bets coming up just real quick for you, Clint. What game over the weekend? We've got several. Rams, Panthers. By the way, the Rams are a 10.5 point favorite in that. Packers, Bears. The Packers actually are a 1.5 point favorite. Bills, Jags. Jacksonville here of late. I wonder what Tyler is seeing. I just saw it today that it bounced back over to Jacksonville, but the Bills were favorite. Jacksonville's a 1.5 point favorite. Eagles, Niners, and then Chargers, Patriots. Which game? One game, the game that really has you intrigued that you're excited to watch?
Well, it's got to be on the AFC side of things, and I think for me, look, I think the Jaguars are the hottest team in football, not named the Texans, and I think this is they drew what I would argue is probably the most difficult first round opponent, with the Bills having to go on the road and Josh Allen obviously being the centerpiece of that. So that matchup intrigues me the most outside the Texans game. Also, if you jump over to the NFC, it's the Eagles and the 49ers, man. I mean, I don't think we know what to expect from either one of these teams. One of them with the 49ers is they've overcome injuries and damn near got the 1 seed in the NFC. So they've had a tremendous year overcoming injuries. And then you got Philly on the other side of it that's obviously a uberly successful organization, but for whatever reason, offensively, it just always seems like there's some kind of turmoil. There's some kind of can't figure it out. Can they get right when it matters the most? So I think that's that game in the NFC, and then the Bills and the Jaguars game in the AFC for me.
Yeah, that Caleb Williams is intriguing to me. He has a chance. I think he has a chance to have a run where there's a potential new star developing in the NFL. When you don't have certain guys like Lamar, Mahomes, and Burrow in these playoffs, like he could emerge with if they made a run like Daniels did last year, like Caleb Williams could emerge as a big star.
It's just a matter of time. I really do. The marriage of him and Ben Johnson, I think it's just a matter of time. I've said this before he had a good year. You could watch it. This was blatantly obvious. When it comes to stylistically how somebody plays the position, he's the closest thing to Mahomes that we have. When you talk about like being crazy talented, off script, off schedule, dropping his arm slot up or down or all around, I mean, he is on the move or from the pocket. He is absolutely nasty. And so the first year obviously wasn't ideal. What was that, Matt Eberflus? And now that Ben Johnson is in the building and it seems to be a beautiful marriage, I just think it's a matter of time. Now, I don't know if the Bears are going to be consistently threaten in the NFC or NFC Championship or Super Bowls. I don't know if they're going to do that, but I'm pretty confident that you look at Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams, they're going to put on a show every single year.
Well, yeah, he's going to put on a show one way or another.
No doubt. No doubt.
All right, it is around 5:30. Let's go to our guy, T-Mill. T-Mill's best bets. Remember, if you don't catch these, check him out at T-Mill Real Deal, and he'll have that posted for you to get your best bets. What you got for this weekend?
Wild card weekend. And our best bets this week are not getting any better, so it's a big board. I got 6 more wagers for you. The good news is I think one of the reasons this week has sucked so hard for these best bets is because we haven't had any NFL bet on. I wasn't here Monday. I'm not sure there was even a Monday night game this week. Ron, you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm listening.
Here are your 6 picks for the wild card weekend. Panthers +12. Rams 7. Packers -1. Bills -1. 49ers +5.5. And Chargers +4. Those are your best bets.
Tyler, you got the Panthers +12? I thought they were 10.5. That's
a big number.
But yeah, it's 12.
That's a big number, T.
I do, and right. If I'm wrong, that the Panthers beat the Rams earlier this year. I'm pretty sure of it. Like I'm not surprised that the number is that big, but that's probably my favorite one that Tyler has up there. And then that Bills game, I just like Jacksonville. That's a tough one there. But no, man, that Panthers that just almost too hard. A team at home get 12. Against a team that they have already beaten, and obviously the Rams. When the Rams are going good, I could almost put that on. I could almost put a little bit of money on that one.
Put a little money on it, man.
No, I'm not gonna say any numbers because that's when I know Tyler will show up and do it. Tyler would if I were to say a number, he'll go ahead and slot me on in.
Three dogs.
And then I'd be asking for it if it won.
3 dogs and under and 2 favorites. That is a pretty board right there now.
Yeah, there's a lot there. Check him out at T-Mill Real Deal. You can catch these best bets for the weekend. So you got some time to look at the day before I believe 3:30 is when the Panthers and the Rams get going. You can go ahead and check that one out. As we continue right here live on The Drive, still got a chance for you to win a autographed helmet to Nico Collins. We'll be doing that as soon as this segment ends and get you ready with the matchups you need to be paying attention to for the game on Monday for the Texans to see if they can get this dub. That's coming up next.
Cold weather in Pittsburgh for Monday night's Texans playoff game? D'Amico says, no problem.
Yeah, our team is and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Boomer Jacks and Caley. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, that's British Brooks' biggest fan right there, Chief.
There it is.
As we are back here, Boomer Jacks, as we've got a fun crowd here. Congratulations to all our winners today. And I apologize to that lady who just won. I didn't know we were going to take back-to-back pictures. And I had a belch slide out on me, and she kept rolling through it. But
man,
I know it was.
Well, I mean, you got to let her know. You got to let her know so she don't think that was me. I got more class than that.
It was ribeye. I didn't know. I thought we were turning, and that belch just came.
What is worse? I've asked this question before, but honest question.
I apologize.
What is worse, getting tractor pulled by a burp or getting tractor pulled by a fart?
I mean, a fart easy.
I don't know. I think I
could handle it.
I think I got tractor pulled earlier by my boy that just left here. I think he hit me right here and walked off. And
yeah, you said that earlier.
I mean, I think I would rather the old traditional.
It just obviously it depends on the but it just depends on the smell. But if it's a fart and a burp that's going to stink, I'll take the burp.
I don't know.
I don't want the taste of.
I mean, a burp, you just put it right in my face or in my nose. I feel like a fart. It's got to travel a while to get there, so it loses.
That's exactly what I did. I tell you, I spun out to walk back, and they said, "Oh, nasty. One more," and that thing snuck out, and I turned and it hit her right in the face.
Nasty.
I don't feel great about it. Shout out to everybody who's helped us put this together. Academy Sports and Outdoors, our Houston Ford dealers, Tom Ball Ford, everybody all year here on Football Friday. We appreciate everything you've done. Everybody here at Boomer Jacks, the staff, they've been fantastic. Our promo staff, our engineering staff, Matt keeping us on the air and on YouTube. And Twitch, Tyler holding it down back at the station. We greatly appreciate everybody helping us to put this together. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. D'Amico Ryans will be right there at the start of the show, so stay tuned for him. D'Amico Ryans, the head coach. He will talk and sit down with Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. Little Texans All Access. They'll be going to 9 o'clock, and then the fellas will take over Area 45 tonight, 10 to midnight. Sean, Bijani, Patrick, Creighton, they will hold things down right after the fellas get done on Texans All Access. So that's coming up behind us. By the way, I see my man Mendoza, the quarterback here for Indiana. I'll be honest with you. I don't believe him. When he gets to talking, when he gets to going, I feel like he is going to trick somebody. I feel like he is going to trick the Raiders.
Oh, you
I don't like it. Doesn't feel. I just don't think. I think it's rehearsed. It's a little Mike Tomlin, like I said earlier this week. I think it feels rehearsed. I'm not, and I could be dead wrong. I'm just telling you whenever he seems way too prepared to be his age up there when he sounds like he's been in the league for 15 years. The way he goes. Yeah. Like it's almost too prepared. Like I want somebody to just slip up a little bit. Like he just seems too prepared. I feel like God, I'm gonna feel like a hater when I say this. But it does, like he's got a feel of like, why are you drafting him? You know how they talk about Nick Caley?
Boy, his energy.
Boy, this ain't good.
His energy.
Oh, energy.
Like, what do you love?
juice.
What do you love about? What is it about Nick?
Yeah.
I think CJ had something that was non-football worthy, or his ability to fight through adversity or something.
Yeah,
yesterday.
I
get that from Mendoza.
I believe it.
Do you?
I do. I think he strikes me as
He's
a guy
too perfect.
like super smart, super nerdy. That would probably be really introverted, and now all of a sudden he's figured out he can play ball and he can play ball better than most and draws attention, and now he has this platform where he has to speak and show, and it just the introverted. I think it's real. I think it's real. Now I get a real nerd vibe, but I think it's real.
I don't. Yeah, the nerd. It feels like so performative to me when I hear him. I was watching him this morning. They said they were replaying him talking to the media yesterday.
Yeah.
And he started going through his preparation. Man, you ain't.
Now, admittedly,
like he started going.
I've only listened to him in post game stuff.
Like I'm not even tripping about like that time where his voice went all out.
Yes.
And stuff. That just, that was his emotion and everything. It's just everything else, man. He's like a preacher or something. Like he has got.
I know what you're talking about. I just believe it. I know what you're talking about. I believe it. I don't think he has. I don't think he has another way of communicating.
And maybe not, but and also stuff you've kind of said to me over the years is like clearly it works here, but I wonder what that's going to look like in an NFL locker room.
Well, it works in Indiana because Kurt Cignetti's got his foot on everybody's throat. He's the one. It's like stuff that worked at Alabama doesn't always work in the league. Now it worked at organizations that were functional and they had somebody in the building that was already the alpha. Yeah, but no, you're right. I agree with that. Like I would be really nervous if I were drafting him to come in and take over my locker room, and if I didn't have a coach that was setting the culture and I just want him to come in and play quarterback. Cool, I got him. But if I need him to come in and be a bigger presence than playing quarterback and take over a locker room, then that's probably not your go-to.
Yeah, how old is he?
I don't know.
How old is Fernando? I'm gonna look at.
He's
22. Like when I watch him, I'm like, you know how people say, man, he does not act 22. But for me, it's not. It's not in a good way. It don't seem.
Yeah, it
don't seem legit and it may just be me.
I don't think he's you know who was similar?
Somebody said he's Tim Tebow 2.0.
It's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
But no. Like the deal is like I just don't think that he is a natural bull jiver. Like he's not a natural. Bull jiver is probably not right because that's a negative connotation. But like he's just not a natural talker of things, and but he's in a world where he's telling you what he knows, and his only way to deliver it is through these some funny mannerisms and tones and things. I think it's real. I'm with you though. I think if you put him in a dysfunctional situation where there's not a lot of culture, I think it'll eat him alive.
This looks like he got a book of how to be a football leader for dummies.
Agreed.
And he is executing.
Agreed. And it's working. It's working in Indiana, boy.
Like when they win tonight, I think he has his interview ready and his post.
I don't doubt that. I don't know. Just
a little too perfect. All right. The Texans, and we'll dive more into the breakdown of this game on Monday when we get back in and get ready for that Monday Night Football playoff game. What are some of the big matchups for you as we roll into the weekend? What are some of the big matchups in your mind right now in this game between the Steelers and the Texans?
When the Texans have the ball, I believe it starts with the interior offensive line, whether that's Titus Howard, Jake Andrews, and Ed Ingram, or it's Jake Patterson, Jake Andrews, and Ed Ingram. Regardless of who it is, it starts with Cam Hayward for them. We've heard D'Amico Ryans talk about how disruptive Cam and the two or three other guys that rotate through are. We've heard Nick Caley now talk about It all starts and runs through Cam Hayward. So I think the matchup on the offense when the Texans have the ball is all about your interior offensive line versus their interior defensive line. If you can keep those guys at bay and not let one guy take over the game or all of them create chaos, then you can handle the Highsmith and Watt off the edge. You can handle and do some different things. You can run the football inside. Your quarterback has somewhere to slide up to when he does get pressured. That's the key offensively for the Texans. If you get that handled, then I think you can move the ball. You can sustain drives. C.J. Stroud will be able to find open receivers. Your underneath option routes and your quick stuff to keep the pass rush from being a problem will be there. So I think when the Texans have the ball, it's interior O-line versus interior D-line. Now, on the flip side of it, we haven't even really think it from a matchup perspective. I think the top matchup here is Gainwell versus our linebackers.
Yeah.
Gainwell versus Matt Burke and D'Amico Ryans, and how do they handle empty formations? How do they handle a running back? I think he's cut from the cloth of Christian McCaffrey and Gibbs kind of deal. Not on the same level, not on the same tier, but I do think they're going to use him that way. He'll go outside and he'll run quick game, all the different routes. They'll throw screens to him. They'll throw the fade down the field to him. They'll use him as a decoy to pull coverage and throw underneath him. And so he is a guy that can do many things. He's held a tackle in the open field. And if there is a weakness on our defense, I believe it's our linebackers, our interior linebackers matched up on Gainwell in the open field. I think that could be advantage Steelers. So that's the matchup.
Are you comfortable with any of the Texans linebackers in coverage against? I think Warren is somebody you can look at this too. Both of them with Gainwell.
I don't know how comfortable I am. I think they'll be fine.
They'll be fine.
I think they'll be fine. I mean, I think Gainwell will get his, and I mean, they'll get theirs. But as long as it's making a linebacker miss, and then Petrie or a secondary guy makes the tackle and keeps him in front, we'll be fine.
All right, yeah, man. Those are a couple of that. Because Gainwell he's their leading receiver. He's in terms of receptions. It is. I mean, most people look at it and they're like, oh, your tight end is your kind of safety valve. Like, I think he's a guy that specifically look to get the ball to.
Yeah.
They specifically look to get him in matchups. I mean, and it's not just. It's not just close to the line of scrimmage, right, or choice routes. Like if you look at the Detroit game, he made an amazing catch, but they got him on a route down the sideline with the linebacker, very similar to what we saw with the Raiders and what they did with Ashton Jeanty on one-on-one down the sideline and will route. They run all kinds of routes. They don't just run running back routes with him. They do.
And Aaron is overly committed to it. You know, you mentioned Pat Freiermuth is their tight end, and Aaron
Jonnu Smith.
And Jonnu Smith too. But Pat Freiermuth is the one that I think you almost get distracted by the Jonnu Smith and Gainwell, all the kind of creative little looks and defending sideline to sideline, and then Freiermuth can get vertical on you. He's you know, when you look at Aaron Rodgers' career, and I don't have it in front of me, but with the exception of the Jets years, there's always a tight end or two in the mix that's constantly a threat that he's using. And last week, for sure, he was awfully comfortable with Freiermuth. So there's several matchups that we'll get to in our 2-hour show on Monday leading up to the Texans game. But there's several matchups that we've got to discuss that I don't know which way they're going to go. But they're matchups to keep an eye on for sure.
Yeah, Texan line coming in, Gainwell scares the crap out of me.
Yeah, he's good. He's a good one, man.
Yeah, he is good. All right, again, man, a great time out here on this Football Friday. Hopefully it is not our day, and we're back somewhere getting prepared for the divisional round, which is what we have been preparing for the last 2 years. The Texans have won in the first round of the playoffs the last 2 years. Hopefully they can keep that going. Coming up on this Monday. Remember, Monday, start early with Payne and Pendergast and In the Loop, all of us, 6 a.m. We will have this thing ready. No better place to get ready for the playoff game against the Texans. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. As always, I am Ron, the show. Houston, we love you, baby. For the Houston Texans, Tommy Togiai he would fit that.
Close.
What is it?
Togi.
What did I say?
You
Did I
said
say
G.
G? I want to.
Togiai.
So Tommy, it better be Tommy Togiai. I tell you that. If he says G, boy, that interview may not go any further than it is.